Chapter 2982. The profound divine metal and primal chaos divine flame in our bodies are also from this. As long as the 5 divine elements evolves to the second form, they'll be able to gain sentience. Sentience is a new form, but because we have inherited memories, we know what we are and what we'll face in the future. We'll either be devoured by the same 5 divine elements, lose our sentience, and disappear from heaven and earth, or we'll continue to devour the same 5 divine elements until we reach our final forms. At that time, we'll be able to help our host become a supreme powerhouse and leave the 5 divine elements to form our own bodies. The Chaos Divine Earth's childish voice sounded a little dejected as it continued to say, "In the long river of history, there are very few 5 divine elements who manage to reach their final forms. I only hope that the 3 of us will be able to reach the end if we follow you." When the Chaos Divine Earth reached the end of its sentence, it did not seem to be very confident. Duan Lingtian remained silent. After a while, Duan Lingtian asked curiously, "Why can there only be 18 realms of gods? Why can't there be a 19th realm of gods?" "No, that's because of the law of heaven and earth. The law of heaven and earth states that only 18 realms of gods can exist in heaven and earth." The Chaos Divine Earth said, "Even the strongest powerhouses can't change that. The law of heaven and earth?" Duan Lingtian was stunned. "What's that?" "The law of heaven and earth is vague. No one can say for sure what it is, but it exists. For example, the lightning penalty oath in the mundane realms is one of the laws of heaven and earth. Moreover, it's also one of the laws of heaven and earth in the Devata realms. Very few people can cultivate to godhood. It's also one of the laws of heaven and earth that only 18 realms of gods can exist in heaven and earth. In this world, the strongest known experts are those supreme experts who have the ability to establish outstanding divine planes. But even those supreme experts are like ants in front of the laws of heaven and earth. There was once a supreme powerhouse who tried to create a 19th realm of gods. Do you know what happened to him in the end?" The Chaos Divine Earth asked Duan Lingtian. "What happened?" Duan Lingtian was curious. Since this realm could only hold 18 realms of gods at most, it would be a violation of the laws of heaven and earth if someone tried to create a 19th realm of gods by force. The laws of heaven and earth sent down heavenly punishment and instantly obliterated him. Moreover, it was the type that turned him into ashes, said the Chaos Divine Earth. Duan Lingtian's heart trembled. A supreme expert, the existence that stood at the pinnacle of this world, was reduced to ashes in front of the heavenly punishment of the heavens and earth. At this moment, Duan Lingtian deeply realized just how terrifying the laws of heaven and earth were. That was definitely an existence that could not be defied. After a long while, Duan Lingtian finally regained his senses and changed the topic. "You said earlier that most people who become ultimate powerhouses have the divine elements in their final form by their side. Based on what you're saying, there's actually someone who managed to become a paragon without the 5 divine elements by his side?" Duan Lingtian asked curiously. "Yes," the Chaos Divine Earth replied. The Chaos Divine Earth nodded before it continued to say, "Those people's comprehension abilities surpass heaven and earth. They've comprehended one of the 4 top laws to its peak and mastered it. That's how they're rewarded by the law of heaven and earth, allowing them to be reborn and become supreme powerhouses." "The 4 supreme laws?" Duan Lingtian asked curiously. "Don't tell me you're referring to the first-tier supreme laws that are impossible to comprehend in celestial methods and divine abilities?" "That's right," the Chaos Divine Earth replied. "The strongest law in celestial methods and divine abilities can only be considered as the second-tier supreme laws. As for the laws, they are generally divided into 2 great echelons. The first echelon only has 4 laws, while the second echelon has many." The Chaos Divine Earth's tone changed slightly when it mentioned the first-tier supreme laws. "Apart from the law of life, what are the other 3 types of laws in the first-tier supreme laws?" Duan Lingtian asked curiously. "The other 3 types of laws are the law of time, the law of space, and the law of death." The Chaos Divine Earth replied to Duan Lingtian solemnly. "The law of time and the law of space are collectively known as the law of spacetime. The law of life and the law of death are collectively known as the law of life and death. The supreme laws in heaven and earth are the law of spacetime, the law of life, and the law of life and death. Nothing can escape from the four supreme laws. The chaos divine earth said in one breath. The law of time, the law of space, the law of life, and the law of death correspond to time, space, life, and death respectively. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath. Indeed, nothing could escape from time, space, life, and death. Time was constantly flowing, and nothing in the world could go against it. Space was the foundation upon which all things stood. Life was the foundation of everything. Death was the calamity of everything. With the same cultivation base, the profundities comprehended from the laws are similar as well. However, if one has only comprehended the second-tier supreme laws, and the other has comprehended the first-tier supreme laws, the latter will be able to suppress the former. It's because he has comprehended one of the four supreme laws. The chaos divine earth said, "Of course, the four supreme laws are powerful, but it's extremely difficult to comprehend them. First of all, one needs a fortuitous encounter. Secondly, one needs a high level of comprehension. The four supreme laws have a high requirement for one's comprehension." The chaos divine earth paused for a moment before it continued to say, "For this reason, we can only say that you'll have a chance to comprehend the law of life after obtaining the divine tree of life, but we can't guarantee that you'll be able to comprehend the law of life. Since the main branch of the divine tree of life has acknowledged you as its master, you'll be able to sense its powerful vitality. This is also your fortuitous encounter with the law of life. If you're lucky and have a high level of comprehension, you'll be able to comprehend the law of life. However, if you're unlucky and have a low level of comprehension, you won't be able to comprehend the law of life even if the divine tree of life acknowledges you as its master. Moreover, not just anyone can make the divine tree of life acknowledge you as its master. The most important condition to make the divine tree of life acknowledge you as its master is to possess 99 heavenly veins. Apart from that, you must be a celestial duke. However, it's not difficult to deceive the heavens with some tricks. The most important condition is that even a supreme powerhouse can't deceive the heavens. This is also a restriction set by the law of heaven and earth. Everyone has to abide by it. Upon hearing the chaos divine earth's words, Duan Lingtian realized that the reason the divine tree of life had acknowledged him as its master was because he possessed 99 heavenly veins. Are there many people with 99 heavenly veins? Duan Lingtian asked curiously. According to my inherited memories, in this world, under the restrictions of the laws of heaven and earth, the number of people with 99 heavenly veins that exist at the same time in each era will not exceed 100. Apart from that, not everyone with 99 heavenly veins can become a supreme powerhouse. Only a small number of supreme powerhouses possess 99 heavenly veins. However, those people, without exception, are the best of the best among the strongest. The chaos divine earth continued to explain. Upon hearing the chaos divine earth's words, Duan Lingtian came to a realization. Having 99 heavenly veins was only a small part of his advantage. It would not affect his future achievements. Apart from myself, Huan is the only other person with 99 heavenly veins I've met in my life. I didn't expect there to be so many people with 99 heavenly veins like me and Huan in this world. As for those with 99 heavenly veins, in this world where experts are as common as the clouds, there should be many who have fallen. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Apart from that, don't think you're amazing just because you possess 99 heavenly veins. In fact, if news of you possessing 99 heavenly veins spreads, even supreme powerhouses without 99 heavenly veins might try to kill you. That's because once an existence with 99 heavenly veins becomes an omnipotent expert, their strength will surpass the majority of omnipotent experts without 99 heavenly veins. Throughout history, there have been countless geniuses with 99 heavenly veins who died in the hands of supreme powerhouses when they were on the verge of becoming a supreme powerhouse. Of course, before you've truly matured and become a supreme expert, those who don't possess 99 heavenly veins won't target you. After all, at that time, you're not even worth mentioning in their eyes. Because of that, with the warning of history, As long as one knew about this period of history, one would not easily expose the fact that one possessed 99 heavenly veins. Having 99 heavenly veins is both a blessing and a curse. Therefore, boy, although you possess 99 heavenly veins, it's best if you don't reveal it so easily. Otherwise, you'll be killed when you reach that level. The Chaos Divine Earth's childish voice was heavy when it reached the end of its sentence. Understood. Duan Lingtian nodded solemnly. It was fine if he did not know about it in the past. However, now that he knew about it, he would not easily reveal that he possessed 99 heavenly veins. No matter what happens in the future, the Chaos Divine Flame, the profound Divine Metal, and I will do our best to help you. However, you'll have to depend on yourself to see how far you can go. Chapter 2983. Unless you're really unlucky and die halfway, we won't change hosts so easily. After all, we won't be able to find a better host than you, the Chaos Divine God said. Huang Xiaolong nodded. It was only at this moment that Duan Lingtian realized the reason the 5 divine elements were willing to stay in his body was because he had 99 heavenly veins. He was the most suitable host for any of the 5 divine elements. After taking a deep breath, Duan Lingtian began to process the information that the Chaos Divine Earth had just told him. Although it was not a lot of information, it was still shocking. The realms of gods, supreme powerhouses, the 4 supreme laws. After a long time, Duan Lingtian finally regained his senses. He asked the Chaos Divine Earth again. Previously, the profound divine metal said that the main branch of the divine tree of life is beneficial to all of you as well, right? Yes. Since you've obtained the main branch of the divine tree of life, your body will undergo a complete transformation. You'll possess powerful healing abilities. The Chaos Divine Earth replied. In that case, we'll be affected as well. If we encounter another 5 divine element in the future, we won't have to fear them even if we have to fight them one-on-one. After all, the main branch of the divine tree of life will provide us with an endless supply of vitality. To put it simply, now that the profound divine metal and primal chaos divine flame are in a deep slumber, even if the third form chaos divine earth tries to devour and assimilate me, I won't be afraid of it since I have the divine tree of life's main branch to provide me with strong life energy. Even if I'm injured, I'll be able to recover quickly. After listening to the Chaos Divine Earth's words, Duan Lingtian realized how terrifying the main branch of the divine tree of life was. Even if the Chaos Divine Earth, Chaos Divine Flame, and profound divine metal were injured, the main branch could help them heal quickly. Lad, the main branch of the divine tree of life has acknowledged you as its host. It's not just a change in your physique. The Chaos Divine Earth chuckled before it said, "Now, try cultivating it." Upon hearing the Chaos Divine Earth's words, Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat. He closed his eyes and began to circulate the Tai Mystic skill, a king-grade divine art. This was also Duan Lingtian's first time cultivating after the main branch of the divine tree of life had recognized him as its master. When Duan Lingtian absorbed the heaven and earth spirit energy, he discovered his current speed of absorbing the heaven and earth spirit energy was even faster than when he had the help of the divine crystal. He actually broke through the limit? Duan Lingtian originally thought that with the help of the divine crystals, the speed at which he could absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was already the limit. But now, the speed at which he absorbed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was much faster than when he had the help of the divine crystals. In the next moment, Duan Lingtian was shocked to discover that, after the spiritual energy of heaven and earth entered his body, it didn't immediately flow into his heavenly veins. Instead, it flowed into the main branch of the divine tree of life around his heart. After circling around the main branch, it flowed into his heavenly veins through his heart. However, this was not the most important thing. The most important thing was that after the world energy of heaven and earth circulated around the main branch of the divine tree of life, it became extremely pure. There were no impurities at all. The efficiency of circulating the world energy of heaven and earth in one's body was several times higher than the usual amount of world energy of heaven and earth. It feels like my cultivation speed is at least 10 times faster than when I cultivated with the help of the divine crystals. Duan Lingtian opened his eyes abruptly. His heart skipped a beat when he saw the world energy of heaven and earth. He did not expect the divine tree of life to bring him such benefits after it had recognized him as its master. The divine crystals paled in comparison to the divine tree of life. How is it? The moment Duan Lingtian opened his eyes, the chaos divine earth asked, "Do you feel the benefits of the divine tree of life now? How can it be so great? Previously, when I cultivated with the help of the divine crystals, my cultivation speed wasn't even 1/10 of what it is now." Duan Lingtian's tone was filled with astonishment. "It's not that great." The chaos divine earth said indifferently, "The divine crystals you mentioned are rare in the Devata realms. However, in the realms of gods they're not rare at all. As for the divine trees of life, they can only be found in the realms of gods. Moreover, there's only one divine tree of life in each realm of gods. This is the law of heaven and earth. In other words, there are only 18 divine trees of life in this world, and you've obtained one of the main branches of one of the divine trees of life." The chaos divine earth continued to say, "Let alone those from the Devata realms. Even those from the realms of gods might not have such fortuitous encounters. After all, not just anyone can destroy the divine tree of life. Even a supreme powerhouse wouldn't be able to do so. The divine tree of life would only be damaged when the realms of gods collide. The damaged divine tree of life would lose some of its branches and fall into the spatial turbulence before it's lost in a Devata realm. Generally speaking, those who can obtain a main branch from the divine tree of life are those with great luck. Naturally, there are also those who don't know what's good for them and give them away. Just like the main branch of the divine tree of life you obtained. That bullshit immortal king didn't know what was good for him, so you took advantage of him." Upon hearing the chaos divine earth's words, Duan Lingtian finally understood the origin of the main branch from the divine tree of life. When the realms of gods collide, will the divine tree of life lose many of its main branches? Duan Lingtian asked curiously. Not necessarily. Some divine trees of life might lose more than a dozen main branches when they're heavily damaged. Some divine trees of life might only lose a few main branches when they're not damaged. Some divine trees of life might be damaged, but they'll heal themselves in time and won't lose a single main branch. In this world, those who can obtain a main branch from the divine tree of life are those with great luck, the chaos divine earth said. Duan Lingtian nodded. If the main branch from the divine tree of life in my body is exposed, will it be taken away by others? Duan Lingtian asked. After experiencing the benefits of the main branch from the divine tree of life, he wished the main branch would stay rooted in his body forever. First of all, the main branch from the divine tree of life will only acknowledge those who possess 99 heavenly veins as their master. Even if you drip a drop of blood on the main branch of the divine tree of life, it won't acknowledge you as its master. In response to Duan Lingtian's question, the chaos divine earth continued to explain. Secondly, although ordinary people can't make the main branch of the divine tree of life acknowledge them as their master, they can still carry it with them and use it to comprehend the law of life. Of course, it'll be more difficult for them to comprehend the law of life under such circumstances. This is because if the main branch of the divine tree of life doesn't acknowledge its master, the person who owns it won't be able to get close to it and sense its powerful vitality. If the main branch of the divine tree of life doesn't acknowledge its master, it can be taken away. However, if the main branch of the divine tree of life recognizes its master as its master, even if its master is killed, it'll tear a hole in space and escape into the chaotic current of space when its master's heart stops beating. Therefore, since the main branch of the divine tree of life has acknowledged you as its master, you don't have to worry about it being taken away by others. Those who are capable of discovering the main branch of the divine tree of life will also discover that the main branch of the divine tree of life has acknowledged you as its master. Unless they have a grudge against you, they won't kill you and harm you without benefiting themselves. Upon hearing the chaos divine earth's words, Duan Lingtian was certain the divine tree of life in his body would not be taken away by others. He heaved a sigh of relief. He was really worried that some powerful beings would steal the divine tree of life from him after discovering it. Divine crystal. When Duanling Tian raised his hand, a necklace pendant appeared in his hand. When he opened it, the divine crystal was inside. It was the divine crystal that Huan Er had left for him. Now that I have the main branch of the divine tree of life, the divine crystal is useless to me. Huan Er, where are you? Every time Duanling Tian saw the divine crystal, he would be reminded of Huan Er who had left it for him. Usually, he could suppress his emotions. However, now that the main branch of the divine tree of life had replaced the divine crystal, he could no longer suppress his emotions. The Southern Heaven Ancient Realm was akin to a saint land in the Southern Heaven territory. There were many entrances to the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm in the Southern Heaven territory that were located in Grade 6 celestial mansions. The authority to open the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm was usually in the hands of the Grade 6 celestial mansions in the Southern Heaven territory. Generally, Grade 6 celestial mansions would delegate the authority to open the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm to Grade 7 forces. Naturally, Grade 7 forces that were granted the authority to open the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm were all subordinate forces of Grade 6 celestial mansions. Even if they were not direct subordinates of Grade 6 celestial mansions, they would be indirect subordinates of Grade 6 celestial mansions. As a Grade 6 celestial mansion, the profound Nether Mansion had a total of 5 Grade 7 forces in its territory. They were known as the 3 sects and 2 clans. As the name implied, the 3 sects and 2 clans consisted of 3 sects and 2 clans. The entrance to the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm in the profound Nether Mansion was located above a lake called the Scaling Cloud Lake. The Scaling Cloud Lake was a vast lake with clear water. The surface of the lake was shrouded in a layer of mist that resembled white clouds. This was where the name Scaling Cloud Lake came from. Over the past few days, the Scaling Cloud Lake that was rarely visited by people from all over the place was now filled with people from all directions. These people were gathered here for the entrance to the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm that would open in 3 days. This is the Scaling Cloud Lake. A group of people flew over from the Scaling Cloud Lake. The Scaling Cloud Lake? This is the entrance to the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm in the profound Nether Mansion? Chapter 2984. They were none other than Duanling Tian and the others from the supporting Fall Nation. After traveling from the supporting Fall Nation, Duanling Tian and the others arrived at the entrance of the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm 3 days in advance. It was the Scaling Cloud Lake. Your Majesty, is the entrance to the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm at the bottom of this lake? Huang Jialong asked curiously as he stood next to Duanling Tian and looked at the leader of the group of people. The leader of the group was a tall and majestic middle-aged man. He was none other than Hu Lin-yi, the emperor of the supporting Fall Nation. However, Hu Lin-yi did not wear the dragon robe that he usually wore in the supporting Fall Nation. Instead, he wore a long dark golden robe that made him look very low-key. Apart from the emperors of the thousands of Grade 8 celestial kingdoms in the Thousand Nations territory, even the 3 sects and 2 clans would send their powerhouses to the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Naturally, Hu Lin-yi did not dare to wear the dragon robe that symbolized the emperor. Previously, when the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm opened, an emperor from a Grade 8 celestial kingdom had come to the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm wearing a dragon robe. In the end, he was killed by a powerhouse from the 3 sects and 2 clans for not showing any respect to the 3 sects and 2 clans and the profound Nether Mansion. Since then, no other emperor from a Grade 8 celestial kingdom dared to wear a dragon robe in such a place. It's not at the bottom of the lake. It's above the center of the lake. Hu Lin-yi smiled in response to Huang Jialong's question. Huang Jialong was the most outstanding son of Huang Yuanfei, the city governor of Passage City. Even in the past, Huang Yuanfei had taken great care of this capable son of his, let alone now that Huang Yuanfei's status in Passage City had changed. Ever since Bai Gang, a powerhouse from the city governor's estate in Passage City, obtained a royal grade celestial weapon from the Flying Tiger clan, a grade 6 force in the profound Nether Mansion, Hu Lin-yi knew Bai Gang was no longer the same person he used to be. After Huang Yuanfei returned, Hu Linyi learned by Gang would return as a silver-striped flying tiger in 10 years. At that time, he knew that even he couldn't treat Passage City as the Passage City of the past. Therefore, whether it was Huang Yuanfei or Huang Yuanfei's son, he did not dare to slight them in the slightest. This time, the leader of the supporting Fall Nation was none other than the emperor of the supporting Fall Nation, Hu Linyi. An old man stood next to Hu Linyi. He was a one basic celestial king from the supporting Fall Nation's imperial family. The remaining 9 people, including Duanling Tian and Huang Jialong, were the 9 people who had obtained a spot to enter the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm during the Southern Heaven combat in the supporting Fall Nation. Among them were Hu Jiyong, the 4th prince of the supporting Fall Nation's imperial family, and Huang Jiachao, the son of the city governor of Passage City. Huang Jialong was Huang Jialong's younger brother. There were also 5 other people, 3 men and 2 women. Both women had outstanding appearances, especially one of them. Very few women could compare to her in terms of beauty. She was also a rogue cultivator. Beside her was an old lady. She was also a one basic celestial king. The old lady was also a rogue cultivator. During their journey, Duanling Tian had heard about the old lady from the emperor of the supporting Fall Nation. For this reason, not only was he aware the old lady was a one basic celestial king, but he was also aware she was the grandmother of the woman next to her. The woman's name was Meng Qiuyu. Meng Qiuyu's grandmother was called Meng Pe. Meng Qiuyu is stronger than He Qian. Duanling Tian's gaze lingered on Meng Qiuyu for a moment before he shifted his gaze to the other woman among the 9 people who had obtained a spot to enter the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. She was He Qian, the daughter of a powerful clan in the supporting Fall Nation. "Let's go. Let's go," Hu Linyi said before he took the lead and flew into the sky above the scaling cloud lake. Duanling Tian and the others followed closely behind him. So many people. Before entering the scaling cloud lake, Duanling Tian saw many people. However, as he neared the center of the scaling cloud lake, he saw a huge crowd of people. They were so dense that they looked like dark clouds. It was as though a dark cloud was pressing down on the city. "Brother Duan, I've told you before that there will be more than 15,000 people entering the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm in the profound Nether Mansions territory," Duanling Tian said with a smile. "Now that the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm is about to open, I'm sure there will be more people coming. Take the supporting Fall Nation as an example. There are 3 people from each of the sects who came. Even if each of the sects only sent 2 or 3 people, it's still a huge number." When Huang Jialong saw the shock in Duanling Tian's eyes, he said with a smile, "When the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm opens in 3 days, I'm sure there will be at least 20,000 people gathered above the scaling cloud lake." Duanling Tian lifted his eyes to look at his surroundings. After a rough calculation, he found that there were at least 2,000 to 3,000 people in his field of vision. This place was only close to the center of the scaling cloud lake. It was not the center of the scaling cloud lake. The entrance to the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm is opened by powerhouses from the 3 sects and 2 clans. They'll usually arrive a day before the entrance to the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm to distribute accumulative point jades to those who are preparing to enter the lower realm. Hu Linyi, the emperor of the supporting Fall Nation, explained to Duanling Tian and the others as he led them to the center of the scaling cloud lake. Accumulative point jades? Duanling Tian and the others were confused when they heard this. After all, none of them knew about the rules of the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. The accumulative point jade is a type of celestial artifact that the 3 sects and 2 clans specially prepared for all of you. Naturally, it can only be considered as a low-grade celestial artifact. Moreover, unlike other celestial artifacts, not only does it not possess any offensive or defensive abilities, but it also cannot assist all of you. They don't have any offensive or defensive abilities, Hu Linyi explained. Moreover, every accumulative point jade is unique to its owner. In the beginning, each accumulative point jade only contains 1 point. If you want to accumulate more points, you'll have to kill other people to obtain more points. Hu Linyi glanced at Duanling Tian and the others who were preparing to enter the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Meanwhile, those who were unaware of the rules to enter the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm including Duan Lingtian, gasped when they heard the rules. The lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm is a place where overarching heavenly supreme celestials can kill each other? Duan Lingtian thought to himself. At the same time, he glanced at Huang Jialong. It was no wonder Huang Jialong had told him the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm was a cruel place. If he was unlucky, he might not be able to escape alive. Huang Jialong did not tell him the reason. Huang Jialong knew the emperor of the supporting Fall Nation would tell him later. He did not want Duan Lingtian to think too much about it. There are many fortuitous encounters in the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, such as cultivation methods, celestial methods, divine abilities, medicinal pills, precious materials, king-grade celestial weapons, and so on. However, it's up to your luck and strength to obtain them. You can hide in the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm until the powerhouses from the 3 sects and 2 clans reopen the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Even if you don't obtain anything, you'll still be able to join the 3 sects and 2 clans. Upon hearing Hu Lin Yi's words, those who were weaker sighed in relief. They had regretted winning a place in the Southern Heaven combat after learning about the dangers in the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. As long as they could hide in the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, it would not be difficult for them to leave the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm alive. For a time, they calmed down and decided to hide in the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Perhaps they would be able to obtain some treasures while keeping a low profile in the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. It did not cross their minds at all. Your Majesty, when will the powerhouses from the 3 sects and 2 clans reopen the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm? Duan Lingtian asked. Previously, they would only reopen the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm after 60% of the people who entered the lower realm have died. However, once the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm is reopened, you won't be able to obtain any points even if you kill the person who entered the lower realm. Correspondingly, after you enter the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, you'll only be able to kill each other and obtain points once the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm is reopened. Does this mean it's the same this time? Duan Lingtian asked again. 60%. Upon hearing Hu Lin Yi's words, the few overarching heavenly supreme celestials who were not confident in their strength began to feel anxious again. This ratio, in other words, based on the ratio, only 4 of the 9 people from the supporting Fall Nation would be able to survive after entering the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. This time, if nothing unexpected happens, it will be the same. Hu Lin Yi glanced at Duan Lingtian and the others before he said indifferently. In other words, the 9 of you only have a 40% chance of surviving. Naturally, the stronger you are, the more likely you'll be able to survive. Even if you're not strong, you'll still be able to survive by relying on luck and keeping a low profile. Naturally, I hope you'll try your best to obtain as many points as possible. After all, you'll only be valued by the 3 sects and 2 clans if you manage to rank high on the scoreboard. Hu Lin Yi continued to speak. However, Duan Lingtian and the others did not agree with Hu Lin Yi's words. Naturally, they knew why Hu Lin Yi said that. If they managed to survive and rank high on the scoreboard, Hu Lin Yi would naturally be rewarded by the 3 sects and 2 clans since he was the one who had recommended them. The higher one's ranking was, the better the reward would be. On the other hand, the lower one's ranking was, the worse the reward would be. Huh? Isn't that Emperor Hu from the supporting Fall Nation? Chapter 2985. When Duan Lingtian and the others heard the voice, they noticed Hu Lin Yi, the Emperor of the supporting Fall Nation, had stopped in his tracks. They followed Hu Lin Yi's gaze and looked in the direction of the voice. With just a glance, Duan Lingtian and the others saw 12 people flying toward them in the distance. Moreover, they were flying toward them. The person in the lead was a middle-aged man with a medium build who was dressed in a green robe. He had a dignified aura about him. It was obvious he had been in a high position for a long time. Behind him, 2 old men followed him like shadows. One of the old men carried a sheathed sword on his back, while the other carried a sheathed saber on his waist. Their expressions were solemn, and their gazes were cold. They gave off a murderous aura. Behind the 3 of them were another 9 people. Most of the 9 people were young. There were only 2 middle-aged men and 1 old man. Only one of them was a woman. Emperor Shui? Hu Linyi raised an eyebrow when he saw the person in the lead. He quickly led Duan Lingtian and the others forward. Brother Duan, they must be from the southern Qi nation. I've seen the leader with my father before. He's Shui Mingkai, the emperor of the southern Qi nation. Just like His Majesty, he's a two-forms celestial king. Huang Jialong's voice transmission rang in Duan Lingtian's ears. However, His Majesty doesn't have a good relationship with Shui Mingkai. I'm afraid a battle of words is inevitable. Duan Lingtian nodded in realization. At the same time, as Hu Linyi and Shui Mingkai approached each other, everyone could clearly feel the tension between them. Emperor Shui. Hu Linyi stopped when he was near Shui Mingkai. He looked at Shui Mingkai coldly. Emperor Hu, I heard the supporting Fall Nation recruited a genius sectless cultivator during the Southern Heaven combat half a year ago. He's only a heaven-stage overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial, but he defeated a peak overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial with just one move. Moreover, that peak overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial was the most outstanding son of the city governor of Passage City. Shui Mingkai looked at Hu Linyi and asked with a faint smile, "May I know who that genius is?" As soon as Shui Ming finished speaking, he shifted his gaze to the group of people standing behind Hu Linyi. His gaze finally landed on Duan Lingtian. It was obvious he had done his research on Duan Lingtian, the genius sectless cultivator who had won the Southern Heaven combat in the supporting Fall Nation. I've also heard that your second prince is a peak overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial who has comprehended the law of thunder. He's so strong that he's the strongest overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial in the Nanqi Nation. Don't tell me you want your second prince to spar with Duan Lingtian from the supporting Fall Nation? A sneer appeared on Hu Linyi's face when he heard Hu Linyi's words. If the supporting Fall Nation did not have Duan Lingtian, Hu Linyi would not have the confidence to face Emperor Shui today. However, with Duan Lingtian, Hu Linyi was confident he could face Emperor Shui today. In Hu Linyi's opinion, Hu Linyi was confident. Even if Duan Lingtian could not defeat Emperor Shui's second prince, it would not be difficult for Hu Linyi to come to a draw with Hu Linyi. As expected, no one knows me better than Emperor Hu. What do you think? Emperor Hu, are you interested in making a bet? Let's bet on the outcome of the battle between my second prince and that genius sectless cultivator from the supporting Fall Nation called Duan Lingtian. Shui Mingkai narrowed his eyes as a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Hu Linyi frowned when he heard Shui Mingkai's words. In the next moment, Hu Linyi's voice transmission rang in Duan Lingtian's ears. Duan Lingtian, Shui Mingkai and I are sworn enemies. He wants to make a bet with me because he wants to embarrass me if I lose. If you're willing to help me, I'll pay for the bet if you lose. If you win, you'll have to pay for his loss. Apart from that, I'll also give you something as a reward for helping me. If it's a draw, I'll pay you as well. In Shui Mingkai's opinion, it was only natural that he had the right to represent his son. However, in Hu Linyi's opinion, Duan Lingtian was only a sectless cultivator. He only had a beneficial relationship with Duan Lingtian. If he wanted Duan Lingtian to help him, he would have to obtain Duan Lingtian's permission first. You're too kind, Your Majesty. I'll agree to your request. Duan Lingtian replied through voice transmission. At the same time, his eyes were filled with battle intent. Hu Linyi said, "The second prince of the Southern Qi nation was a peak overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial who had comprehended the law of thunder. Ever since I comprehended the law of Earth's earth elemental profundity, I've never fought anyone before. An opponent like this is perfect for me to test my strength. It'll allow me to have a better understanding of my current strength." Duan Lingtian thought to himself. With Duan Lingtian's permission, Hu Linyi's heart settled. At the same time, he looked at Shui Mingkai and narrowed his eyes. Since Emperor Shui wants to bet, I'll play along. But what do you want to bet? Let's bet a king-grade celestial weapon. Shui Mingkai said calmly. To him, the bet was secondary. What he wanted to do the most was to humiliate his old rival, Hu Linyi, in public. Sure. Hu Linyi was not surprised that Shui Mingkai only wanted to bet a king-grade celestial weapon. After all, he knew why Shui Mingkai proposed this bet. However, how could his thoughts not be the same? Since Xue Mingkai wanted to humiliate him, how could he not want to humiliate Xue Mingkai as well? The second prince of the southern Qi nation has comprehended the law of thunder? I've heard of the second prince of the southern Qi nation. It's said that he's a genius in cultivation. He's only slightly over 200 years old, but he's already a peak great overarching golden celestial. The most shocking thing is that he has comprehended the law of thunder. A person has to comprehend at least one profundity from a law before they can claim to have comprehended the law of thunder. In other words, the second prince of the southern Qi nation has comprehended the law of thunder's fundamental profundity, the thunder elemental profundity. At this moment, 3 young men from the supporting Fall nation who were standing near Duanling Tian and Huang Jialong whispered among themselves. A peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial who has comprehended the law of thunder's fundamental profundity is so strong, I'm afraid he'll be defeated with just one move. One of the young men didn't continue. His gaze fell on Huang Jialong, and it wasn't difficult to tell that he wanted to say Huang Jialong's name. Humph. Huang Jialong snorted and glanced at the young man indifferently. The young man's face turned pale, and his body trembled in fear. Huang Jialong's background was far superior to his. Moreover, Huang Jialong's strength was not something he could compare to. A few moments later, Duanling Tian stepped into the air and stood next to Hu Lin Yi, the emperor of the supporting Fall nation. Huang Jialong's action drew Huang Jialong's attention back to Duanling Tian. The young man heaved a sigh of relief when he realized he was drenched in cold sweat. He knew very well that Huang Jialong could kill him without any hesitation if he wanted to. Even if Huang Jialong killed him in front of the emperor of the supporting Fall nation, it would not be a crime. The other 2 young men shut their mouths tightly at this time. They didn't dare to say anything more for fear of provoking Huang Jialong. Brother Duan, are you confident? The second prince of the southern Qi nation isn't a simple person. Huang Jialong asked Duanling Tian through voice transmission. I haven't met him yet. How can I be confident? I'll just do my best. Duanling Tian replied through voice transmission. He's here. As soon as Duanling Tian replied to Huang Jialong's voice transmission, the people from the supporting Fall nation saw a figure standing in front of them. Among the 9 people behind Xue Mingkai, the emperor of the southern Qi state, a young man with a medium stature stepped forward and stood beside him. The young man's build was similar to Xue Mingkai's, and his face resembled Xue Mingkai's as well. If it were not for the fact that he was so young, people might have mistaken him for Xue Mingkai's brother. The second prince has comprehended the law of thunder. Back then, he defeated the 8 of us with just one move. Apart from the young man who had just stepped forward, the other 8 people from the southern Qi nation who had come to enter the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm looked at the young man's back with a burning gaze. The young man who had stood in the southern heaven combat of the southern Qi nation was like an invincible god of war. The law of thunder is too terrifying. The second prince's celestial origin energy contained the thunder elemental profundity. If he didn't stop in time, at least half of us would have died. I heard that the sectless genius from the supporting Fall nation didn't use the power of a law during the southern heaven combat. I don't think he has comprehended the law yet. Not everyone can comprehend the law. First, one needs to have high comprehension ability. Secondly, one needs an opportunity. After all, not everyone can obtain king-grade celestial methods and divine abilities that contain the power of a law. The other 8 people from the southern Qi nation who had obtained a spot to enter the southern heaven ancient realm whispered among themselves. They were certain the sectless genius from the supporting Fall nation, Duanling Tian, would be defeated by the second prince of the southern Qi nation, Xue Jingyu from the southern Qi nation. The second prince of the southern Qi nation stood next to the emperor of the southern Qi nation and looked at Duanling Tian indifferently. Duanling Tian from the supporting Fall nation. Duanling Tian replied calmly. At the same time, the emperor of the southern Qi nation and the supporting Fall nation began to retreat. The people from the southern Qi nation and the supporting Fall nation followed suit, creating space for Duanling Tian and Xue Jingyu to fight. Huh? Someone's fighting over there? It seems like they're from 2 different forces. Huh? Isn't that Hu Lin Yi, the emperor of the supporting Fall Nation? That's Xue Ming Kai, the emperor of the Southern Qi Nation. They're sworn enemies. It seems like the overarching heavenly supreme celestials they brought are going to fight. Chapter 2986. Huh? Isn't that Xue Jingyu, the second prince of the Southern Qi Nation? It's him. Xue Jingyu, the second prince of the Southern Qi Nation, is no ordinary person. He's only slightly over 200 years old, but he's already a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Moreover, it's said that he has comprehended the law of thunder. His innate talent is one of the best among the overarching heavenly supreme celestials who have entered the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. Seems like Xue Jingyu is going to fight someone. The emperor of the Southern Qi Nation and the emperor of the supporting Fall Nation have always been at odds with each other. It seems like the second prince of the Southern Qi Nation is going to fight someone from the supporting Fall Nation. The purple-clad young man must be one of the people from the supporting Fall Nation to enter the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. I heard that half a year ago, a genius sexless cultivator appeared in the supporting Fall Nation's Southern Heaven combat. He didn't comprehend any laws, and he defeated the second strongest overarching heavenly supreme celestial in the supporting Fall Nation with just one move. Is it possible that the purple-clad young man is the sexless prodigy from the supporting Fall Nation? Among all the overarching heavenly supreme celestials from the supporting Fall Nation, only that sexless prodigy is strong enough to fight the second prince of the Southern Qi Nation. A heaven stage overarching heavenly supreme celestial who hasn't comprehended any laws is definitely not a match for the second prince of the Southern Qi Nation. As Duan Ling Tian and Xue Jingyu stared at each other, more and more people began to gather. Some of them even recognized Xue Jingyu. At the same time, many of them guessed that Duan Ling Tian was the person who had shocked the supporting Fall Nation during the Southern Heaven combat 6 months ago. Make your move. If I make the first move, I'm afraid you won't have a chance to make your move. Xue Jingyu said nonchalantly as he looked at Duan Ling Tian indifferently. Although his tone was calm, it was filled with confidence. It was as though he would be able to defeat Duan Ling Tian in just a second if he made a move. How arrogant! Many people exclaimed. They thought Xue Jingyu was arrogant. Humph! He's arrogant because he has the right to be arrogant. Many of them felt that Xue Jingyu's arrogant. Duan Ling Tian's arrogant. Duan Ling Tian. He has the right to be arrogant. I just don't know if Brother Duan can defeat him. Huang Jialong stood aside and looked calmly at Duan Ling Tian and Xue Jingyu. Although he already had a rough understanding of Duan Ling Tian's strength, he also knew that Duan Ling Tian had comprehended the earth elemental profundity of the laws of earth. However, considering that Duan Ling Tian had also comprehended the profundity of the lightning element, he did not dare to say that Duan Ling Tian would definitely win. Of course, he did not think that Duan Ling Tian would definitely lose. He felt that this battle was very likely to end in a draw. Since the second prince is so courteous, I won't refuse. Facing the arrogant Xue Jingyu, Duan Ling Tian was not angry. Instead, he smiled and stepped into the air. With just a single step, he traversed an extremely long distance. At the same time, the celestial origin energy in his body gushed out of his 99 heavenly veins. At the same time, he also executed various immortal arts and divine abilities that he had mastered. Elementary devouring tactic. Purple Qi from the east. Immovable King Ming. A golden Buddha statue with purple lightning swirling around its body appeared on Duan Ling Tian's body. A whirlpool seemed to have appeared in the Buddha statue and began to devour the heaven and earth spirit energy in the surroundings. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. A long rod appeared in Duan Ling Tian's hand. As soon as he channeled his celestial origin energy into the rod, it began to vibrate violently. The slightly dim light on the rod suddenly shone brightly. At the same time, Duan Ling Tian charged toward Xue Jingyu and waved the long rod in his hand. A long rod with purple lightning swirling around it appeared in the hand of the golden Buddha silhouette that was shrouded in purple lightning. As soon as the rod moved, clouds began to gather. Boom, 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 boom. As Duan Ling Tian's body moved, The void trembled violently as terrifying celestial origin energy surged out of Duan Lingtian's body. A peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial? Who said Duan Lingtian is a heaven-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial? He's clearly a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Duan Lingtian has broken through and become a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial. If that's the case, doesn't this mean his strength has increased by another level compared to 6 months ago? Duan Lingtian did not bother to conceal his celestial origin energy that surged out of his body. Some of the more powerful ones could easily tell his celestial origin energy was that of a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial. A peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial? A sneer appeared on Xue Jingyu's face as his celestial origin energy began to rise from his body. If that's all you've got, I'll be able to defeat you with just one move. Although Duan Lingtian's strength was considered rare among overarching heavenly supreme celestials, Xue Jingyu did not think much of him. In fact, Xue Jingyu felt that Duan Lingtian was too weak. Based on Duan Lingtian's current strength, he did not think he could defeat Huang Jialong, the young master of Passage City in the supporting Fall Nation, with just one move. Before Duan Lingtian appeared, Huang Jialong was widely acknowledged as the second overarching heavenly supreme celestial in the supporting Fall Nation. The first overarching heavenly supreme celestial was Hu Jiyong, the fourth prince of the supporting Fall Nation. Let's wait and see. In the face of the arrogant Xue Jingyu, Duan Lingtian's expression was calm as usual. His tone was light, and there was no fluctuation in his emotions at all. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. As Duan Lingtian drew closer to Xue Jingyu's celestial origin energy surged out of his body and turned purple as soon as it came into contact with the air. After his celestial origin energy turned purple, it turned into bolts of lightning that intertwined with one another. It was dazzling. In the next moment, Xue Jingyu stepped into the air, and the bolts of purple lightning twined around his body, following him like a shadow. At this moment, it was as though he had transformed into the god of thunder. This is the law of thunder's fundamental profundity, the thunder elemental profundity. He's using the law of thunder's thunder elemental profundity as soon as he makes his move. It seems like Xue Jingyu intends to defeat Duan Lingtian once and for all. Based on how easily he can control the thunder elemental profundity, it's obvious he has completely mastered the law of thunder's fundamental profundity. With his strength, he should be ranked in the top 100 among all the overarching heavenly supreme celestials who entered the southern heaven ancient realm this time. Right? Lay commotion broke out among the onlookers when they saw Xue Jingyu making his move. Many of them looked at Duan Lingtian with pity in their eyes. Buzz, 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 buzz. When Xue Jingyu made his move, the celestial origin energy that had been fused with the thunder elemental profundity roared. A portion of the celestial origin energy that had been fused with the thunder elemental profundity transformed into lightning blades. Hundreds and thousands of thunder sabers roared out. Between each thunder saber, there was a purple thunderbolt, which complemented each other. Condense! Xue Jingyu cried out as a 4-foot-long saber appeared in his hand. The hundreds and thousands of lightning sabers were suddenly shrouded by a gray energy before they merged into the long saber in Xue Jingyu's hand. The long saber shone brightly with a dark light. Its aura was even more terrifying than Duan Lingtian's long rod. Clearly, the long saber was also a king-grade celestial weapon. Buzz! Purple lightning bolts wreaked havoc on the celestial saber as Xue Jingyu charged out with a gray energy shrouding it. It was clear Xue Jingyu had also cast a celestial method and 2 divine abilities when he used the thunder elemental profundity. I'll defeat you with a single saber strike. Without warning, Xue Jingyu shouted again. His entire body was surrounded by lightning, and in just a blink of an eye, he seemed to have transformed into a bolt of lightning as he charged towards Duan Lingtian. As for the long blade in his hand, it was as if it had transformed into a thick bolt of lightning at this moment. It was held in his hand and whistled as it shot out. On the long saber, thunderbolts swallowed and spat out like the wind, cutting the air into pieces. One could vaguely see faint traces of the air cracking in the void. Under the watchful eyes of the others, Xue Jingyu's body was surrounded by lightning, as he held a terrifying bolt of lightning in his hand. The bolt of lightning was like a poisonous snake as it stared at Duan Ling Tian. As he charged toward Duan Ling Tian, lightning bolts intertwined on his body and formed a lightning net in front of him. A saber wall that was shrouded in gray energy could be vaguely seen on the lightning net. The saber wall was intertwined with the lightning net to form a powerful defense. I'd like to see if your defense is stronger than mine. Upon seeing this, Duan Ling Tian smiled mockingly. Then, he raised his left hand and an umbrella appeared in his hand. Chaos Divine Earth. Duan Ling Tian called out to the Chaos Divine Earth before he tossed the umbrella out with his left hand. The golden Buddha silhouette caught the umbrella in its hand. Golden light shone on the umbrella as purple energy shrouded it like a shadow. At the same time, the celestial origin energy shrouding the umbrella turned khaki as a heavy aura rose from it. The Earth Elemental Profundity. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian had used the law of Earth's fundamental profundity, the Earth Elemental Profundity. As soon as he used the Earth Elemental Profundity, a khaki energy surged out of his body and merged with the umbrella in the golden Buddha silhouette's hand. This khaki energy was the Chaos Divine Earth's energy. Due to the celestial origin energy that had merged with the Earth Elemental Profundity, had attracted the attention of the onlookers, the appearance of the Chaos Divine Earth's energy was not conspicuous at all. Is that the Earth Elemental Profundity? Heavens! Who said that the genius Seckless cultivator from the supporting Fall Nation hasn't comprehended a law? This is the law of Earth's fundamental profundity, the Earth Elemental Profundity. This genius Seckless cultivator from the supporting Fall Nation, he's not even 100 years old. His innate talent is terrifying. A commotion broke out among the onlookers when they saw Duan Ling Tian using the Earth Elemental Profundity. Since most of the onlookers' attention was on the Earth Elemental Profundity and the Chaos Divine Earth's energy were similar to the celestial origin energy that had merged with the Earth Elemental Profundity, nobody noticed the khaki energy that had entered the umbrella. Boom! Rumble! Chapter 2987. Duan Ling Tian used the law of Earth's Earth Elemental Profundity to block Xue Jing Yu's lightning net. Apart from that, the Golden Buddha raised his umbrella to block Xue Jing Yu's lightning-fast celestial saber. The Earth Elemental Profundity? Although Xue Jing Yu was taken aback by Duan Ling Tian's sudden use of the Earth Elemental Profundity, he was like an arrow that had been knocked. It was too late for him to change his attack. If he changed his attack, it would not be as powerful as it was now. For this reason, he could only grit his teeth and endure. You've comprehended the law of Earth's Earth Elemental Profundity, and I've also comprehended the law of Thunder's Thunder Elemental Profundity. My Duke-grade celestial methods and divine abilities are definitely not inferior to yours. I'd like to see how you're going to face me head-on. Xue Jingyu sneered disdainfully as he thought to himself, if Duan Ling Tian dares to face me head-on, I'm sure he'll be at a disadvantage. Chaos Divine Earth, are you sure you're capable of blocking his attack? You should know that I won't be able to block his attack. At most, I'll be able to block a portion of his attack. Duan Ling Tian asked the Chaos Divine Earth when he saw Xue Jingyu charging toward him like a bolt of lightning. Brat, how dare you doubt me? Just watch and see. The Chaos Divine Earth's childish voice was filled with anger and embarrassment. Clearly, it was angered by Duan Ling Tian's words. Upon hearing the Chaos Divine Earth's words, Duan Ling Tian calmed down and unleashed his celestial origin energy that had been boosted with the Earth Elemental Profundity. This was the first time he had unleashed his celestial origin energy without holding back since he had become a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Moreover, his celestial origin energy had been boosted with the law of Earth's Earth Elemental Profundity. Its strength was comparable to a one basic celestial duke's celestial origin energy. Boom! Rumble! The long staff in Duan Ling Tian's hand was like a dragon. When the celestial core power, which was infused with the earth element, surged out, the long staff in the hands of the golden Buddha shadow that rose from the surface of his body suddenly swelled up like a balloon. The staff rose and fell as if it contained an earth-shattering power. A moment later, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Duan Ling Tian's staff and Xue Jingyu's immortal saber crossed each other, as if intentionally avoiding Xue Jingyu's immortal saber. The next moment, the long staff in his hand, with the power of thunder, smashed fiercely into the thunder net that rose from Xue Jingyu's body. This Duan Lingtian actually dodged Xue Jingyu's direct attack? Is he planning to perish together with Xue Jingyu? It's a bit of an exaggeration to say that they'll perish together, but it's certain that both sides will suffer. This Duan Lingtian is crazy. I wonder if Xue Jingyu will choose to perish together with Duan Lingtian or retreat with only minor injuries. However, if that's the case, Xue Jingyu will only suffer minor injuries, and Duan Lingtian won't be injured. It won't be difficult for Xue Jingyu to defeat him. At this moment, Duan Lingtian seemed to have transformed into a daredevil. He dodged Xue Jingyu's attack and attacked Xue Jingyu's body, allowing Xue Jingyu's attack to land on his body. This scene shocked the onlookers. Brother Duan. Huang Jialong was dumbfounded. Hu Lin-Yi, the emperor of the supporting Fall Nation, and the others who were standing next to him were also dumbfounded. They did not expect Duan Lingtian to be so ruthless. At this moment, many onlookers felt their scalps go numb when they looked at Duan Lingtian again. This purple-clad young man was a madman. Moreover, he was a madman who did not care about his own life. You want to perish together? All right, I'll fulfill your wish. I'd like to see who's more injured, you or me. Xue Jingyu was frightened by Duan Lingtian's daredevil attack. He was furious as well. He swung his celestial saber with all his might as he charged toward Duan Lingtian. Bang! Under everyone's watchful eyes, Duan Lingtian's long rod landed on the lightning net that rose from Xue Jingyu's body with a loud bang. At the same time, it slowed down a little. It was clear the rod had suffered a lot of resistance. Chi! At the same time, the celestial saber in Xue Jingyu's hand shot out lightning bolts in all directions and landed on the umbrella held by the golden Buddha silhouette. The khaki-colored light on the umbrella rippled like a stone falling into a calm lake. After about a breath, the onlookers saw Duan Lingtian's attack. Although Duan Lingtian's long rod's energy was slightly depleted by the lightning net, it still managed to shatter the lightning net. On the other hand, no matter how hard Xue Jingyu tried to wield the celestial saber in his hand, and no matter how hard the khaki-colored light on the umbrella in the golden Buddha silhouette's hand shook, he still could not break the umbrella's defense. Boom! After the lightning net was shattered, Duan Lingtian brought his long rod down on Xue Jingyu's body. Whoosh! At this moment, the silhouette of a suit of armor suddenly appeared on Xue Jingyu's body. The golden light on the armor was so dense that it seemed as though nothing could penetrate it. Upon closer inspection, one could see purple lightning bolts intersecting in the golden light. It was clear the golden light had been infused with Xue Jingyu's celestial origin energy that had been boosted by the thunder elemental profundity. That's a purely defensive king-grade celestial weapon? I've long heard that the imperial family of the Southern Qi Nation has a purely defensive king-grade celestial weapon called the Golden Light Celestial Armor. I didn't expect the second prince of the Southern Qi Nation to have it. The emperor of the Southern Qi Nation is really generous. It's only natural that the emperor of the Southern Qi Nation gave the second prince of the Southern Qi Nation to protect himself since he's about to enter the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. A purely defensive king-grade celestial weapon that has been boosted with celestial origin energy is much stronger than Duan Lingtian's second king-grade celestial weapon. It's an offensive-defensive king-grade celestial weapon that has been boosted with celestial origin energy. At this moment, Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow. The crowd was still in shock when they saw the golden armor on Xue Jingyu's body. I was just about to stop, but I didn't expect Xue Jingyu to be wearing a purely defensive king-grade celestial weapon. At this moment, Duan Lingtian, who was about to withdraw his hand, stopped. The rod that contained a tyrannical force smashed onto the golden armor. This time, the golden light celestial armor lasted for 3 breaths. However, after 3 breaths, the golden light celestial armor was destroyed. Xue Jingyu's robe was torn to shreds, revealing a dimly glowing armor. It was none other than the golden light celestial armor, the only purely defensive king-grade celestial weapon in the Southern Qi Nation's imperial family. Since most of Xue Jingyu's strength was focused on offense, There was a limit to the amount of energy he could use on his purely defensive king-grade celestial weapon. However, it was still shocking that the golden light celestial armor could last for 3 breaths. Moreover, Duan Lingtian's staff had only expended a little of its energy after Xue Jingyu's first layer of defense, the golden light celestial armor. This time, Duan Lingtian's staff was mostly depleted by the golden light celestial armor. The remaining energy landed on Xue Jingyu's body and sent him flying. However, he was only slightly injured. Bang! After the onlookers saw Xue Jingyu's body fly out like an arrow from a bow, they heard a loud sound. It was a very solid sound. Barf! As his body was sent flying, the pale-faced Xue Jingyu couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of dazzling blood. However, the crowd's attention only lingered on the injured Xue Jingyu for a moment before they shifted their attention to Duan Lingtian. Because Duan Lingtian currently stood there with an umbrella in one hand and a rod in the other, and his expression remained unchanged as he was carefree as before. Most importantly, he was completely unscathed. How's this possible? He's unscathed. What a terrifying defense. Don't tell me he has mastered another defensive profundity from the law of earth? That's impossible. If he had used another profundity, the celestial kings here would have noticed it, right? The crowd was shocked when they saw Duan Lingtian was unharmed while Xue Jingyu was injured. All of them stared at Duan Lingtian in shock. At this moment, even Hu Lin Yi, the emperor of the supporting Fall Nation, was looking at Duan Lingtian in a daze. In truth, he did not have full confidence in Duan Lingtian. In fact, he was prepared to fight to a draw or Duan Lingtian would be defeated. However, he did not expect Duan Lingtian to be so strong. Not only did Duan Lingtian defeat Xue Jingyu, the second prince of the southern Qi nation, but he was also unharmed. Duan Lingtian had completely withstood Xue Jingyu's lightning-fast attack. Based on Xue Jingyu's earlier attack, even a one basic celestial duke who hasn't comprehended any profundities wouldn't be able to withstand it so easily, right? After a while, Hu Lin Yi finally regained his senses. His eyes shone brightly as he looked at Duan Lingtian again. Perhaps, Duan Lingtian might be able to rank in the top 10 in the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Hu Lin Yi was certain Xue Jingyu would be able to rank in the top 100 in the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Based on Duan Lingtian's performance, Hu Lin Yi was even more confident that Duan Lingtian would be able to rank in the top 10 in the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. However, Hu Lin Yi did not dare to think about Duan Lingtian ranking in the top 3 or even first place. The Thousand Nations territory was vast. Apart from the people from the Thousand Nations territory, there were also people from other Grade 8 forces and Grade 7 forces among the overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestials. In the profound Nether Mansion, Grade 7 forces were led by the 3 sects and 2 clans. The strength of the other Grade 7 forces was inferior to the 3 sects and 2 clans. If the other Grade 7 forces wanted to join the profound Nether Mansion, they would have to show their talents to the high-ranking officials of the profound Nether Mansion. Otherwise, they would have to go through the 3 sects and 2 clans. For this reason, every time the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm opened, many genius overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestials from Grade 7 forces would enter and join the 3 sects and 2 clans. Occasionally, there would be some genius overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestials who had comprehended 2 profundities from the same law. Although Duan Lingtian is very strong, it seems like he hasn't comprehended a second profundity from the law of earth. He's still not strong enough to face the genius overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestials from Grade 7 forces. Chapter 2988. Brother Duan. Huang Jialong stared at Duan Lingtian in disbelief. It was as though he had just met Duan Lingtian for the first time. He had originally thought that he already understood this brother Duan well enough. However, it seemed like his knowledge of Duan Lingtian was only a drop in the ocean. No wonder he's able to defeat me with just one move, even though he's a heaven stage overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial without comprehending any profundities from the law. I can't believe I thought he's no match for Xue Jingyu. Huang Jialong was shocked and sighed repeatedly. At this moment, the other people from the supporting Fall Nation regained their senses. Their eyes were filled with disbelief when they looked at Duan Ling Tian again. How's this possible? Don't tell me Duan Ling Tian has comprehended the second profundity from the law of earth. I think so as well. Otherwise, how did he defeat the second prince so easily? Moreover, he defeated the second prince unscathed. The people from the southern Qi nation looked at Duan Ling Tian in disbelief when they regained their senses. The emperor of the southern Qi nation looked at Duan Ling Tian after he was certain his son was fine. His expression changed drastically. He did not expect such an outcome. If he had known that this would be the outcome, he would never have initiated the bet, because the outcome of this bet was purely him lifting a rock and smashing it on his own feet. He wanted to humiliate the emperor of the supporting Fall nation, but he did not expect he would be the one humiliated in the end. It was not a big deal for him to lose a king-grade celestial weapon. What was more important to him was his pride. Thank you, Emperor Shui. Hu Lin-Yi, the emperor of the supporting Fall nation, laughed when he shifted his gaze from Duan Ling Tian to Shui Mingkai, the emperor of the southern Qi nation. At this moment, he felt extremely proud of himself. Emperor Hu, I have to admit that you're quite lucky to have such a talented sectless cultivator come to the supporting Fall nation to compete for a spot in the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Shui Mingkai remained calm when he saw Hu Lin-Yi's smug expression. No matter what, you and the Southern Qi nation have lost. Hearing Shui Mingkai's words, Hu Lini knew that Shui Mingkai was deliberately saying that. I've lost this bet. However, in terms of how outstanding your son is, you, Emperor Hu, have to admit that you're inferior to me, right? Shui Mingkai smiled. Humph. Stop trying to change the topic. Hu Lini's face darkened when Shui Mingkai hit his sore spot. You'd better take out the money you lost. If you agree to bet, you must accept your loss. Shui Mingkai smiled faintly as he took out a sword and handed it over to Hu Lini. The sword was a king-grade celestial weapon. Duan Ling Tian. After tossing a king-grade celestial sword to Hu Lin-Yi, Shui Ming turned to Duan Ling Tian and said with a grin on his face, if you're interested in entering the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm on behalf of the Southern Qi nation, I'm willing to give you my son's golden celestial armor. Shui Mingkai's words caused an uproar. Emperor Shui is really generous. The golden celestial armor is the only purely defensive king-grade celestial weapon in the Southern Qi nation's imperial family. It's worth at least 1 million prominent celestial crystals in the black market. It's 10 times more valuable than an ordinary king-grade celestial weapon. It seems like Emperor Shui has high hopes for Duan Ling Tian. With Duan Ling Tian's strength, it'll be a piece of cake for him to leave the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. If he manages to rank in the top 30 after he leaves the lower realm, Emperor Shui will be able to obtain more benefits than a purely defensive king-grade celestial weapon. In my opinion, based on Duan Ling Tian's strength, it's not impossible for him to rank in the top 10. If Duan Ling Tian manages to rank in the top 10, Emperor Shui will definitely benefit more than a purely defensive celestial weapon. When the onlookers saw Shui Mingkai was trying to use a purely defensive king-grade celestial weapon to poach Duan Ling Tian from the supporting Fall nation, they turned to look at Duan Ling Tian. At this moment, even Shui Jingyu, who had returned to Shui Mingkai's side in his golden celestial armor, did not show any displeasure. In fact, as though he was complimenting Shui Mingkai's words, he put on a new robe and removed the golden celestial armor from his body. Hu Lin-Yi's expression was unsightly. He did not expect Shui Mingkai would be so shameless as to openly poach him from the supporting Fall nation. Hu Lin-Yi took a deep breath before he handed the king-grade celestial sword to Duan Ling Tian. At the same time, he took out a green celestial talisman and handed it to Duan Ling Tian. This is a Gale talisman inscribed by a 7 stars celestial king. Can only be used once. Once you crush it, you'll gain speed comparable to a celestial king for 15 minutes. Hu Lin-Yi added. In fact, he's even faster than most celestial kings. Clearly, this was the Gale talisman that Hu Lin-Yi had promised to give to Duan Ling Tian as a reward for helping him win the bet. Faster than most celestial kings? Duan Ling Tian's eyes lit up when he received the Gale talisman. He asked instinctively, Faster than you, your majesty? My speed isn't even half as fast as this talisman. Hu Lin Yi smiled wryly. The Gale talisman that he had given to Duan Lingtian was something that could save his life at a critical moment. Upon hearing Hu Lin Yi's words, Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up even more. Based on his understanding of celestial talismans, the value of such a talisman was not inferior to an ordinary king-grade celestial weapon. At this moment, Xueming Kai, the emperor of the southern Qi nation, scoffed and said, "Emperor Hu, you're really stingy?" Then, he looked at Duan Lingtian and said, "Duan Lingtian, if you're willing to represent the southern Qi nation to enter the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm, not only will I give you the golden radiant celestial armor, but I'll also give you 2 celestial talismans. One of them is a Gale talisman that's even more powerful than the one Hu Lin Yi gave you. Apart from that, I'll also give you an offensive celestial talisman that's comparable to the full strength attack of a 1 basic celestial king. If you find the right opportunity, even an ordinary 10 directions celestial duke won't be able to escape death from this offensive celestial talisman." Xueming Kai said, "This offensive celestial talisman is worth more than the 3 Gale talismans I gave you. In the Devata realms, the more powerful an offensive celestial talisman was, the harder it was to inscribe it. Therefore, the value of an offensive celestial talisman that was comparable to the full-powered attack of an ordinary 1 basic celestial king was much higher than a speed celestial talisman that was comparable to the 5 elements godly king speed for a period of time." Gasp! 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 Hearing Xue Mingcai's words, many people sucked in a breath of cold air. Even if Duan Lingtian managed to rank in the top 30 after he left the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm, Xue Mingcai's reward would only be comparable to Duan Lingtian's. "You!" Hu Lin Yi was infuriated. Xue Mingcai's words made Hu Lin Yi speechless again. If Duan Lingtian did not make it into the top 30 in the end, the things Xue Mingcai took out from the 3 sects and 2 clans would, at most, be equivalent to what he had to give. Hu Lin Yi knew Xue Mingcai was betting on Duan Lingtian being able to rank in the top 10. Moreover, even if Hu Lin Yi lost the bet with Duan Lingtian's strength, it would be as easy as eating or drinking for him to rank in the top 30. Even if Xue Mingcai did not suffer any losses or gain, as long as Duan Lingtian changed sides, he would be able to disgust Xue Mingcai. In the end, Hu Lin Yi took a deep breath and looked at Duan Lingtian again before he spread his hands. Under the watchful eyes of the others, a crimson vest appeared in Hu Lin Yi's left hand. The vest was completely made up of crimson scales. These scales were connected together, and there were no signs of stitching at all. There was a faint crimson light wrapped around them, and anyone with a discerning eye could tell at a glance that this was no ordinary item. At the same time, a round object that looked like an iron bead with a bumpy surface appeared in Hu Lin Yi's right hand. It was dull and inconspicuous. "That's a purely defensive king-grade celestial weapon. The imperial family of the supporting Fall Nation has such an item as well? The emperor of the supporting Fall Nation has kept it a secret. I've never heard of the imperial family of the supporting Fall Nation possessing a purely defensive king-grade celestial weapon. Is he planning to give the purely defensive king-grade celestial weapon to Duan Lingtian? It seems like Emperor Hu has no choice but to pay a hefty price for Emperor Xue's attempt to poach him." At this moment, many people recognized the crimson vest in Hu Lin Yi's left hand as a purely defensive king-grade celestial weapon. Father has a purely defensive king-grade celestial weapon. Even Hu Jiyong, the 4th prince of the supporting Fall Nation, was shocked when he saw the crimson vest in Hu Lin Yi's hand. It was obvious that even Hu Jiyong, the 4th prince of the supporting Fall Nation, was unaware that Hu Lin Yi possessed a purely defensive king-grade celestial weapon. A purely defensive king-grade celestial weapon? Duan Lingtian's eyes shone brightly when he saw the vest in Hu Lin Yi's left hand. The defensive strength of a purely defensive king-grade celestial weapon was incomparable to other king-grade celestial weapons that were both offensive and defensive. Although the umbrella in his hand was also a king-grade celestial weapon with defensive capabilities, it was not as good as a purely defensive king-grade celestial weapon. If I can obtain this purely defensive king-grade celestial weapon, my strength will rise to a whole new level. For this reason, Duan Lingtian's eyes shone brightly as he looked at the crimson vest in Hu Lin Yi's hand. "Duan Lingtian, you can choose one of these 2 items. This bead looks ordinary, but it's not ordinary at all. Even with all my techniques, I can't leave a mark on it. Its value should be comparable to a purely defensive king-grade celestial weapon. Hu Lin-Yi allowed Duan Lingtian to choose one of the two items in his hand. A first-form profound divine metal. Chapter 2989. A first-form profound divine metal. Upon hearing the chaos divine earth's childish voice, Duan Lingtian immediately shut his mouth. He was about to choose the purely defensive king-grade celestial weapon when he heard it. This is a first-form profound divine metal? Duan Lingtian asked the chaos divine earth. His heart skipped a beat when he saw the inconspicuous pearl in Hu Lin-Yi's hand. There's no mistake. The chaos divine earth replied, as one of the 5 divine elements, I can recognize a first-form profound divine metal. The profound divine metal is quite lucky. It managed to find a first-form profound divine metal while it was sleeping. Lad, as long as you obtain this first-form profound divine metal, you can devour and assimilate the profound divine metal in your body when it wakes up. At that time, the profound divine metal in your body will evolve to the 3rd form, and it'll be of great help to you. The chaos divine earth reminded Duan Lingtian when it sensed Duan Lingtian's desire for the purely defensive king-grade celestial weapon. As for defensive king-grade celestial weapons, with your innate talent, it won't be difficult for you to obtain one once you join the 3 sects and 2 clans. The chaos divine earth was worried Duan Lingtian would choose the purely defensive king-grade celestial weapon instead of the first-form profound divine metal. In fact, Duan Lingtian had already decided to choose the inconspicuous pearl in Hu Lin-Yi's hand after he confirmed it was a first-form profound divine metal. Although the purely defensive king-grade celestial weapon was good, it was not as valuable as the first-form profound divine metal. Duan Lingtian looked at the scarlet vest in Hu Lin-Yi's hand reluctantly. He was about to choose the first-form profound divine metal when a burst of laughter rang out. Ha 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 ha. Hu Lin-Yi had no choice but to pause and look at the person who was laughing. The person who was laughing was none other than Xue Mingkai, the emperor of the southern Qi nation. What are you laughing at? Hu Lin-Yi's expression darkened. An ominous feeling rose in his heart. After a long while, Xue Mingkai stopped laughing. He looked deeply at Hu Lin-Yi and said with a smile that was not a smile, Emperor Hu, if I'm not wrong, the bead in your hand should be the one you bought at the Black Mountain Kingdom's royal auction 200 years ago, right? If I remember correctly, you only spent 20,000 prominent celestial crystals to get this pearl, right? Xue Mingkai looked at Duan Lingtian and said mockingly, Duan Lingtian, it seems like Emperor Hu is reluctant to give you his purely defensive king-grade celestial weapon. Otherwise, he wouldn't have given you such a lousy pearl. It seems like he's taking a gamble. If you choose this broken pearl, he won't have to give you the purely defensive king-grade celestial weapon. Why don't you come to our southern Qi nation? At the very least, I won't be as petty as Emperor Hu. Xue Mingkai glanced at Hu Lin-Yi mockingly. Hu Lin-Yi's expression changed drastically when Xue Mingkai mentioned the Black Mountain Kingdom's royal auction. He did not expect Xue Mingkai would know about it. He did not expect Xue Mingkai would reveal his true intentions in front of so many people. Indeed, he was trying to mislead Duan Lingtian into choosing the pearl when he said it was worth more than a purely defensive king-grade celestial weapon. Just as Xue Mingkai had said, he was reluctant to part with the purely defensive king-grade celestial weapon in his left hand. It seems like Emperor Xue is telling the truth. Emperor who is really trying to mislead Duan Lingtian. Emperor who is so insincere. He's not even giving away a king-grade celestial weapon. Moreover, he's trying to mislead Duan Lingtian. I thought Emperor whose pearl is something good. I didn't expect it to be something he bought at the Black Mountain Kingdom's royal auction for 20,000 prominent celestial crystals. 20,000 prominent celestial crystals. How stingy. That's right. Even an ordinary complete king-grade celestial weapon is worth at least 100,000 prominent celestial crystals. 20,000 prominent celestial crystals is really stingy. Upon hearing Xue Mingkai's words and seeing Hu Lin-Yi's expression, it was not difficult for the people present on the scene to see that Xue Mingkai was telling the truth. Xue Mingkai, don't slander me. Hu Lini called Xue Mingkai by his name instead of calling him Emperor Xue. Clearly, he was really angry. Slander? Xue Mingkai smiled. You said I'm slandering you? Why don't we wait for the people from the Black Mountain Kingdom to come so we can talk to the Emperor of the Black Mountain Kingdom? Naturally, Hu Lin-Yi would not talk to the Emperor of the Black Mountain Kingdom, since he had indeed spent 20,000 prominent celestial crystals to buy the pearl. Moreover, he had indeed bought it at the Black Mountain Kingdom's royal auction in the past. Xue Mingkai, are you sure this pearl is worthless? Hu Lin-Yi stared at Xue Mingkai and said in a deep voice, why don't you try and see if you can destroy it? Why don't you try and see if you can leave a mark on it? Even if it's just a tiny bit. As Hu Lin-Yi spoke, he passed the pearl in his hand to Xue Mingkai. Emperor Hu, I didn't say I could leave a mark on the pearl. Our strength is about the same. If you can't leave a mark on it, it's only natural that I can't as well. Xue Mingkai said indifferently. Then what makes you think it's useless? Hu Lin-Yi asked in a deep voice. Am I wrong? Xue Mingkai smiled. You spent 20,000 prominent celestial crystals on this pearl. Moreover, you couldn't figure out anything even after studying it for so long. How can it be anything good? Why don't you tell me what's so good about it? Or what's the use of it? The smile on Xue Mingkai's face grew wider and wider as he spoke. It was as though he was certain he had Hu Lin-Yi in his grasp. Hu Lin-Yi's expression turned even more unsightly upon hearing this. Emperor Hu, if I were you, I'd give these 2 items to Duan Lingtian to prove that I'm willing to part with my purely defensive king-grade celestial weapon. Xue Mingkai said as though he was trying to stir up trouble. Hu Lin-Yi was even more enraged by Xue Mingkai's words. In the end, he had no choice but to hand the 2 items to Duan Lingtian. I don't need you to tell me what to do. I'm going to do it anyway, Hu Lin-Yi said as he glanced at Xue Mingkai coldly. Thank you, Your Majesty. Duan Lingtian did not decline and accepted the 2 items without hesitation. He did not expect the Emperor of the Southern Qi Nation would not only allow him to obtain the first form profound divine metal, but he would also obtain a purely defensive king-grade celestial weapon. Boy, the Emperor of the Southern Qi Nation is not bad, the Chaos Divine Earth said in a childish voice. The Chaos Divine Earth's childish voice rang in the air. Clearly, it did not expect Duan Lingtian to receive such a pleasant surprise. With this purely defensive king-grade celestial artifact, your defense will be even stronger than before when I infuse my power into it. Previously, Duan Lingtian had taken out the king-grade celestial weapon umbrella to defend against Xue Jingyu's attack. It was all thanks to the Chaos Divine Earth's help that he was able to block Xue Jingyu's attack. If it were not for the Chaos Divine Earth's help, Hu Lin-Yi would have been severely injured by Xue Jingyu's attack. Emperor Hu, you're really generous. Xue Mingkai laughed when he saw Hu Lin-Yi giving the 2 items to Duan Lingtian. Then, he called out to the people from the Southern Qi Nation and led them away. Although he had lost the bet with Hu Lin-Yi, he was still confident in his victory. At this moment, he felt more like the victor. Even the onlookers felt that the Emperor of the Southern Qi Nation had won the battle between the Emperor of the supporting Fall Nation and the Emperor of the Southern Qi Nation. Upon seeing Xue Mingkai leaving with the people from the Southern Qi Nation, Hu Lin-Yi turned to look at Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat when he saw Hu Lin-Yi's expression. He could not help but feel slightly worried. Is Emperor Hu going to ask me to return the items to him? If Hu Lin-Yi was shameless enough to ask him to return the items to him, he would have no choice but to do so. It'll be fine if he asks me to return the purely defensive king-grade celestial weapon. However, if he asks me to return the first form profound divine metal, I'll return it to the Emperor of the Southern Qi Nation and enter the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm on behalf of the Southern Qi Nation. Duan Lingtian made up his mind and waited for Hu Lin-Yi to ask him to return the items to him. However, the truth proved that Duan Lingtian had thought too much. Hu Lin-Yi, the Emperor of the supporting Fall Nation, would not ask Duan Lingtian to return the items to him in front of the people from the supporting Fall Nation even if there were no onlookers around. If he did that, he would seem petty. Not only would it incur Duan Lingtian's wrath, but he might even push Duan Lingtian to the Southern Qi Nation side. Are you confident you'll make it to the top 10? Hu Lin-yi asked with a smile on his face as he looked at Duan Lingtian anxiously. I'll do my best. Duan Lingtian sighed in relief when he heard Hu Lin-yi's question. He knew Hu Lin-yi would not ask him to return the items to him. Hu Lin-yi beckoned to Duan Lingtian and the others before they continued to make their way to the center of the scaling cloud lake. Brother Duan, congratulations. I didn't expect you to gain so much from the Southern Qi nation's emperor's antics. Huang Jialong sent a voice transmission to Duan Lingtian to congratulate Duan Lingtian. He was genuinely happy for Duan Lingtian. As for the others, their eyes were filled with envy and jealousy when they looked at Duan Lingtian. Hu Jiyong, the fourth prince of the supporting Fall Nation, was especially envious of Duan Lingtian. Before today, he was unaware that the imperial family of the supporting Fall Nation possessed a purely defensive king-grade celestial weapon. Now that he had found out about it, his father had given it to him. When Duan Lingtian and the others arrived at the center of the scaling cloud lake, Duan Lingtian saw more than 10,000 people had gathered there. Chapter 2990. 2 days later. Apart from the people from the 3 sects and 2 clans, everyone else who's planning to enter the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm should be here, right? Duan Lingtian stood at the center of the scaling cloud lake and surveyed his surroundings. He was certain there were at least 20,000 people present. Just as Huang Jialong had said, apart from the group of overarching heavenly supreme celestials who were planning to enter the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, there were many people who had brought them along. The people from the 3 sects and 2 clans are here. All of a sudden, a commotion broke out in the distance. The commotion reached Duan Lingtian and the people from the supporting Fall Nation. The people from the 3 sects and 2 clans? Duan Lingtian, the people from the supporting Fall Nation, and the people from the supporting Fall Nation turned to look in the direction of the commotion. They saw a group of people flying toward them in the distance. This group of people was divided into 5 groups. Each group consisted of about a dozen people, and each group was led by a person. One of the groups was dressed in different attire, and their movements were casual. The person in the lead was a slightly fat middle-aged man. He stroked his round belly as he walked in the air. His small eyes were narrowed, and they seemed to be hidden by the fat on his face. The other group of people were dressed in similar robes. However, when they got closer, one could see that although their robes were similar, there were some differences. For example, the old man in the lead had golden veins embroidered on the sleeves and hem of his robe. The robes of the 2 people behind him had silver veins embroidered on them. As for the other 10 people, their robes were embroidered with bronze veins. There were gold veins, silver veins, and bronze veins. They're from the Simplicity Celestial Sect? Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow when he saw their robes. He knew they were from the Simplicity Celestial Sect, one of the 3 sects and 2 clans in the profound Nether Mansions territory. The Simplicity Celestial Sect was definitely ranked in the top 3 grade 7 sects in the profound Nether Mansions territory. In the profound Nether Mansions territory, only the Cloud Platform Celestial Sect and the Coupling Celestial Sect were comparable to the profound Nether Mansion Celestial Sect. Are they from the Cloud Platform Immortal Sect? Soon, Duan Lingtian's attention was attracted by the 3rd group of people. This group of people were all monks wearing kasayas. Furthermore, the kasayas they wore were divided into golden kasayas, silver kasayas, and red kasayas. There was only one old monk wearing a golden kasaya. He looked kind and benevolent, like a holy monk. However, there was an invisible evil aura exuding from his body, giving people a very contradictory feeling. Previously, Duan Lingtian had heard that the Cloud Platform Celestial Sect was a sect of monks, similar to the Blissful Sect in the Borderlands. If a non-monk wanted to enter this sect, they had to be prepared to become a monk. They must be from the Coupling Celestial Sect. In the end, Duan Lingtian shifted his attention to the 4th group of people. This group of people was the most eye-catching among the 5 groups of people. A handsome young man in luxurious robes sat on a luxurious sedan chair. There were 8 people carrying the sedan chair, 4 in the front and 4 at the back. Behind the palanquin he sat in, there were 10 people following him like shadows. 5 of them were women and 5 of them were men, and all of them were young people with good looks. Apart from the 8 people carrying the sedan chair who were dressed in tight-fitting servant robes, the other 10 people behind the sedan chair were dressed in luxurious robes as well. The coupling celestial sect. Duan Lingtian was still paying attention to this group of people when a low exclamation rang in Duan Lingtian's ears. Duan Lingtian was very familiar with this voice. He did not even need to turn around to know it was Huang Jialong's voice. "Jialong, what are you?" Duan Lingtian looked at Huang Jialong. He could not figure out why Huang Jialong would exclaim in such a low voice. "Brother Duan, I've lost my composure." Huang Jialong smiled awkwardly when he saw Duan Lingtian looking at him. Then, his eyes lit up as he looked at the people from the coupling celestial sect. "I lost my composure because the coupling celestial sect is the sect I want to join the most among the 3 sects and 2 clans. Huang Jialong said, "If I'm not mistaken, the person leading the group of people from the coupling celestial sect is Bihai Mingfeng, the 3rd sect leader of the coupling celestial sect. There are 3 sect leaders in the coupling celestial sect. Although the 3rd sect leader isn't the strongest among the 3 sect leaders, he's definitely the most talented one. It's said that apart from being the 3rd sect leader of the coupling celestial sect, he also holds an important position in the profound nether mansion." When Huang Jialong reached the end of his sentence, his eyes lit up as he looked at the person leading the group of people from the coupling celestial sect. "If I'm not mistaken, the reason you're so eager to join the coupling celestial sect is because of their dual cultivation method, right?" Duan Lingtian looked at Huang Jialong with a strange expression on his face as he said, "Based on what I know, the coupling celestial sect's dual cultivation method allows a man and a woman to rapidly improve their cultivation base through dual cultivation. If you join the coupling celestial sect, who knows how many women will be defiled by you? Ordinary women won't be able to resist the temptation of the dual cultivation method." Duan Lingtian sighed when he reached the end of his sentence. "Brother Duan, your words don't sound nice. What do you mean by defiling? I didn't want them to be cheated by other men, so I tied them to my side in advance. I'm not an irresponsible man." Huang Jialong frowned and said unhappily, "All right, you'll be responsible then." Duan Lingtian shook his head and rolled his eyes at Huang Jialong. He did not continue the topic. Instead, he shifted his attention to the 5th group of people. Although Huang Jialong was a playboy, he knew when to stop. He would never use his status or his cultivation base to coerce women. This was one of the reasons Duan Lingtian admired Huang Jialong. Although Huang Jialong was a playboy, he was not a shameless lecher. The 5th group of people were dressed differently. It was obvious they were from another clan in the 3 sects and 2 clans. "They're from the Gongyang clan?" Duan Lingtian asked. It did not take long before he realized this group of people was from the Gongyang clan, one of the grade 7 clans in the 3 sects and 2 clans. "So, the group of people I've been paying attention to are from the Zhangsun clan?" After a while, Duan Lingtian shifted his attention to the group of people led by a fat middle-aged man. These people were from the Zhangsun clan, another grade 7 clan in the 3 sects and 2 clans. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. It did not take long before the people from the 3 sects and 2 clans arrived in front of Duan Lingtian and the others and stared at them indifferently. Some of the people who were originally standing close to Duan Lingtian and the others began to move toward Duan Lingtian and the others, opening up a large space for the people from the 3 sects and 2 clans. Sect Leader Bihai, Vice Sect Leader Hung, Vice Sect Leader Zhang, and Elder Gong Yang Yu. How about we send a representative to preside over the opening of the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm? The fat middle-aged man from the Zhangsun clan asked with a smile as he looked at the leaders of the 3 sects and 2 clans. At this moment, everyone, including Duan Lingtian, saw the fat middle-aged man from the Zhangsun clan's attitude when he spoke to the leaders of the 3 sects and 2 clans. Among the 4 people from the 3 sects and 2 clans, Bihai Mingfeng, the 3rd sect leader of the coupling celestial sect, was the most respectful. Or perhaps it would be better to say that he would only show respect when facing Bihai Mingfeng. Moreover, among the 4 leaders of the 3 sects and 1 clan, the first person he greeted was Bihai Mingfeng. The leader of the Zhangsun clan seems to be a little cowardly in front of the leader of the coupling celestial sect. As far as I know, the Zhangsun clan is not much weaker than the coupling celestial sect, right? Not far from Duan Lingtian, a middle-aged man whispered to his companion. They're all leaders of the 3 sects and 2 clans. There's no need for him to flatter the leader of the coupling celestial sect, right? Don't tell me you don't know who the leader of the coupling celestial sect is? In response to the middle-aged man's question, his companion looked at him in astonishment. It was as if he was surprised that he would ask such a question. Who is he? The middle-aged man frowned. He really did not know who the leader of the coupling celestial sect was. He's Bihai Mingfeng, the 3rd sect leader of the coupling celestial sect. The middle-aged man's companion said as he looked at the leader of the coupling celestial sect respectfully. What? The middle-aged man gasped when he heard his companion's words. He's Bihai Mingfeng? The 3rd sect leader of the coupling celestial sect and one of the 10 inspectors of the profound nether mansion? That's him. The middle-aged man's companion nodded. Are you surprised now? I didn't expect him to personally come. The middle-aged man smiled wryly. He's even more terrifying than the 1st sect leader of the coupling celestial sect. Rumor has it that he's even stronger than the 1st sect leader of the coupling celestial sect. It's not just possible, it's definitely stronger than the 1st sect leader of the coupling celestial sect. Otherwise, do you think anyone can become an inspector of the profound nether mansion? After all, there are only 10 inspectors in the profound nether mansion. The middle-aged man's companion said. Both of you, based on what you're saying, the 3rd sect leader of the coupling celestial sect is stronger than the 1st sect leader of the coupling celestial sect. Huang Jialong heard the conversation between the middle-aged man and his companion. He quickly approached the middle-aged man and asked curiously, although he's very talented, he's not necessarily stronger than the 1st sect leader of the coupling celestial sect due to his young age, right? What you're saying is already old news. Chapter 2991. The moment the 3rd sect leader of the coupling celestial sect became the inspector of the profound nether mansion, it means he's stronger than the 1st sect leader of the coupling celestial sect. The middle-aged man's companion said. The inspector of the profound nether mansion? The 1st sect leader of the coupling celestial sect wanted to run for the position, but he was rejected? Huang Jialong was confused when he heard the middle-aged man's companion's words. Although he was the young city governor of the Passage City in the supporting Fall Nation, he knew a lot of things that ordinary people in the supporting Fall Nation didn't know about, including some things about the 3 sects and 2 clans. However, this was his first time hearing about the inspector of the profound nether mansion. Brother, what's the inspector of the profound nether mansion? Earlier, you said there are 10 inspectors in the profound nether mansion? Huang Jialong asked curiously as he looked at the middle-aged man's companion. The inspectors of the profound nether mansion are second only to the mansion master and the vice mansion masters in the profound nether mansion. The middle-aged man's companion replied with a burning gaze. There are only 10 inspectors in the profound nether mansion, apart from sectless cultivators. Powerhouses from the 3 sects and 2 clans can also run for the position. Currently, there are 2 inspectors from the coupling celestial sect, 1 from the cloud platform celestial sect, and 1 from the simplicity celestial sect. There's no one from the Zhangsun clan or the Gongyang clan. The other inspector from the coupling celestial sect, the cloud platform celestial sect, and the simplicity celestial sect are all senior powerhouses who have left the 3 major celestial sects. They usually stay in the profound nether mansion and don't interfere with the affairs of the 3 major celestial sects. Naturally, if the 3 major celestial sects are in danger, they'll definitely step forward. However, at that time, the profound nether mansion won't just stand by and watch. The middle-aged man's companion introduced the profound nether mansion to Huang Jialong, as though he was very familiar with the profound nether mansion. Brother, how do you know so much about the profound nether mansion? Huang Jialong was slightly surprised when he heard the middle-aged man's companion's words. This fellow likes to ask around when he's free. It's only natural that he learned a lot about the profound nether mansion. Huang Jialong was enlightened. Huang Jialong nodded. On the other side, When the fat middle-aged man from the Zhangsun clan spoke, the people from the Simplicity Celestial Sect, the Cloud Platform Celestial Sect, and the Gongyang clan turned to look at the leader of the Coupling Celestial Sect. Sect Master Bihai, this matter is up to you to decide. Exactly. Sect Master Bihai, you can make the decision. I, Gongyang Yu, will listen to Sect Master Bihai. The three of them spoke in unison. It was clear from their words that Bihai Mingfeng was the leader. Even they did not expect the third sect leader of the Coupling Celestial Sect would personally lead the group. Even if they were led by the first sect leader of the Coupling Celestial Sect, there was no need for them to act so humbly. Not only was this person stronger than them, but he was also the third sect leader of the Coupling Celestial Sect and one of the 10 inspectors of the Profound Nether Mansion. An inspector of the Profound Nether Mansion represented the Mansion Master of the Profound Nether Mansion. There was a rule in the Profound Nether Mansion that stated that inspectors of the 3 sects and 2 clans who were over 3,000 years old were not allowed to return to their sects or clans. On the other hand, the third sect leader of the Coupling Celestial Sect was not even 1,000 years old, let alone 3,000 years old. Since he was not even 1,000 years old, he could be considered as a genius among geniuses in the Profound Nether Mansion. At this moment, the 20,000 people present on the scene, even those who were unaware of the situation, realized how terrifying the third sect leader of the Coupling Celestial Sect was. Just based on the way the leaders of the other 2 sects and 2 clans treated the third sect leader of the Coupling Celestial Sect, one could tell the third sect leader was not a simple person. Who's this person? There's such a person in the Coupling Celestial Sect? Even if the first sect leader of the Coupling Celestial Sect is here, they shouldn't be acting like this, right? What's going on? At this moment, many people were still unaware of the significance of Bihai Mingfeng's name. Even if someone told them Bihai Mingfeng was an inspector of the Profound Nether Mansion, they still did not know what it meant. Since I've decided, Zhangsun Xiongqi, you'll be in charge of presiding over the opening of the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Bihai Mingfeng sat on the palanquin with his legs crossed leisurely as he glanced at the fat middle-aged man who was the leader of the Zhangsun clan. Zhangsun Xiongqi? Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow when he heard Bihai Mingfeng's words. I didn't expect this fat middle-aged man to be the second elder of the Zhangsun clan. Although there were many elders in the Zhangsun clan, only 2 of them were famous. They were the Grand Elder and the Second Elder of the Zhangsun clan. The second elder was Zhangsun Xiongqi. His strength was second only to the clan leader and the Grand Elder of the Zhangsun clan. The 10 of you will follow Elder Zhangsun's orders, Bihai Mingfeng said to the people behind him. After saying those words, Bihai Mingfeng spoke again. Evidently, he was speaking to the 10 people behind him. Yes, third sect leader. As for the 10 people behind him, after hearing his words, they immediately responded in unison, and their voices were filled with incomparable respect. Judging from their tone, the respect in their tone was clearly from the bottom of their hearts. If one took a closer look, they would discover that when they looked at Bihai Mingfeng's back, there was a crazed look in the depths of their eyes. Not only was Bihai Mingfeng the third sect leader of the Coupling Celestial Sect, but he was also the most talented person in the sect in the past 100,000 years. Most of the people in the Coupling Celestial Sect felt the third sect leader of the Coupling Celestial Sect had the ability to lead the sect to a higher level and become a 6th grade celestial sect. Yes, Zhangsun Xiongqi replied to Bihai Mingfeng. Then, he looked at the crowd in front of him and said indifferently, Now, leaders of the major forces who have a spot to enter the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, please step forward. Although Zhangsun Xiongqi's voice was indifferent, it was laced with celestial origin energy that clearly entered the ears of the 20,000 people, including Duan Lingtian. As soon as Zhangsun Xiongqi finished speaking, swoosh, 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 thousands of people rose into the air and stood in front of Zhangsun Xiongqi. All of them looked at Zhangsun Xiongqi reverently. Hu Lin-yi, the emperor of the supporting Fall Nation, was among these people. Xue Mingkai, the emperor of the Southern Qi Nation, was also present. Emperors of the Thousand Nations territory, please step forward, Zhangsun Xiongqi said. After the 1,000 people appeared, Zhang Sun Xiongqi continued to speak. Immediately, 1,000 people stood out from the 1,000 people. Hu Lin Yi and Xue Mingkai stepped forward as well. Every nation in the 1,000 Nations territory has 9 spots to enter the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Now, the 3 sects and 2 clans will give you the accumulative point jade. Zhang Sun Xiongqi looked at the 1,000 emperors from the 1,000 Nations territory and said, "As for what the accumulative point jade represents and the rules of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, it's up to you to explain them to your people. I won't repeat myself." After Zhang Sun Xiongqi finished speaking, he turned to look at the 10 people he had brought with him. The 10 people immediately flew toward 200 of the 1,000 emperors from the 1,000 Nations territory. At the same time, 10 people from the Coupling Celestial Sect, the Simplicity Celestial Sect, the Cloud Platform Celestial Sect, and the Gongyang clan stepped forward as well. Every 10 people would give out accumulative point jade to 200 of the 1,000 emperors from the 1,000 Nations territory. It did not take long before the 1,000 emperors from the 1,000 Nations territory each received 9 accumulative point jade. Once you've received your accumulative point jade, distribute them to your people. At the same time, you can explain the use of the accumulative point jade and the rules of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm to them. After the people from the 3 sects and 2 clans returned from distributing the accumulative point jade, Zhang Sun Xiongqi looked at the 1,000 emperors from the 1,000 Nations territory and said indifferently, "Yes, Elder Zhang Sun." The 1,000 emperors from the 1,000 Nations territory responded in unison and left. Each of the 1,000 emperors from the 1,000 Nations territory ruled a grade 8 celestial kingdom. Usually, they were superior to others in their respective celestial kingdoms. However, at this moment, they did not even dare to breathe loudly in front of the second elder of the Zhang Sun clan, one of the 3 sects and 2 clans. After the 1,000 emperors from the 1,000 Nations territory left, Zhang Sun Xiongqi asked the people from the 3 sects and 2 clans to step forward and distribute the accumulative point jade to them. The 3 sects and 2 clans distributed different accumulative point jades. Naturally, this did not mean that those who obtained the accumulative point jade from the 3 sects and 2 clans would have to join their respective accumulative point jades if they survived the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. The reason for this was a tradition passed down from the 3 sects and 2 clans. The 3 sects and 2 clans would agree to a bet when the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm opened. And this bet was based on which force had the most accumulative point jade tokens left in the end, and that force would be the final winner. The 4 losing sects would have to pay the winning sect some money. Although the bet was not specified, it had to be something that would make the 3 sects and 2 clans feel the pinch if they lost. For this reason, the 3 sects and 2 clans hoped that those who survived the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm would have the most accumulative point jades. There's one more thing. After the leaders of the remaining sects received their accumulative point jades, Zhang Sun Xiongqi continued to announce, "This time, the entrance to the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm will only reopen after 70% of those who have entered have perished. At that time, the entrance to the lower realm will open again." Chapter 2992. 70%? 70% of the people who enter the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm will die before the remaining people can come out? Doesn't this mean only 3 out of 10 people who enter the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm will come out alive? Didn't they say that the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm will reopen after 60% of the people who enter die? Did the second elder of the Zhang Sun clan make a mistake? Above the central area of the Scaling Cloud Lake, a group of people heard Zhang Sun Xiongqi's words. After a moment of silence, there was another commotion. Most of them were talking about the 70% that Zhang Sun Xiongqi had mentioned. 70%? The rules have been changed? Although many people thought Zhang Sun Xiongqi had made a mistake, Duan Lingtian did not think Zhang Sun Xiongqi had made a mistake. At the very least, Zhang Sun Xiongqi did not seem to have any intention of retracting his words. Duan Lingtian was still lost in his thoughts when Zhang Sun Xiongqi said, "I didn't make a mistake, and all of you didn't mishear me. In the past, the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm would only reopen after 60% of the people who enter have died. However, this time, it's a little more difficult. Only when 70% of the people in the lower realm have died will the southern heaven ancient realm reopen. A bright smile appeared on Zhangsun Xiongqi's face when he finished speaking. Zhangsun Xiongqi's words had undoubtedly dispelled the thoughts of many people, and it caused their expressions to turn grim. Of course, it's not too late to change your mind. Those who wish to withdraw can return their accumulative point jades to the leaders of the forces who recommended you to the lower realm. Zhangsun Xiongqi continued to speak. As soon as Zhangsun Xiongqi finished speaking, a commotion broke out among the crowd. Some people chose to withdraw from the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. On the other hand, some people from the supporting Fall Nation, where Duan Lingtian was from, did not withdraw from the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. 70%. This means only 30% of the people who enter the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm will come out alive. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. There were 9 overarching heavenly supreme celestials from the supporting Fall Nation, including him. In other words, based on the ratio, only 3 of them would survive in the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. I didn't expect the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm to be so dangerous. Only 30% will come out alive. Huang Jiahuang. Although he sighed, he was Huang Linyi's eyes did not seem to be afraid of the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. No one wants to back out? Since the Emperor Huang Linlin was Huang. He did not seem surprised Duan Lingtian's heavenly supreme celestial ancient heaven sect. However, what surprised him was that he had never seen such a scene before. Surprisingly, not a single person from the supporting Fall Nation proposed to withdraw. Fortune comes with risk. When I was in the supporting Fall Nation, I decided to participate in the Southern Heaven combat because I wanted to enter the Southern Heaven ancient realm and seek my own fortuitous encounter. If I run away now, my celestial Tao heart will be affected, and I won't be able to improve my cultivation base in the future. A middle-aged overarching heavenly supreme celestial from the supporting Fall Nation said in a deep voice. Moreover, the death rate is only 10% higher than before. Who's to say I won't survive until the end? That's right. Since we're already here, there's no reason for us to back out. How many chances are there in life? If I don't take the risk now, I'm afraid I won't have another chance in the future. Humph. Who knows? Maybe I'll be able to come out alive. As long as we come out alive, we'll be able to join the 3 sects and 2 clans. At that time, our future will be bright. The overarching heavenly supreme celestials from the supporting Fall Nation were filled with enthusiasm. Hu Lin-yi, the emperor of the supporting Fall Nation, was naturally very pleased with their decision. After all, one more person would be able to come out alive if they entered the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. In that case, it would only be beneficial to him and not detrimental to him. Your Majesty, the accumulative point jade in the hands of the overarching heavenly supreme celestials from the southern Qi nation seems different from ours. Duan Lingtian glanced at the people from the southern Qi nation and saw the accumulative point jade in the hands of one of the southern Qi nation's overarching heavenly supreme celestials. The accumulative point jade in his hands was green and seemed to be filled with vitality. On the other hand, the accumulative point jade in the hands of the southern Qi nation's overarching heavenly supreme celestial was blue and as clear as the sea. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, some of the overarching heavenly supreme celestials from the supporting Fall Nation turned to look at the people from the southern Qi nation. They're indeed different. The accumulative point jade in the hands of the southern Qi nation's people is blue, but our accumulative point jade is green. Why are they different? Is there something special about the different colors of the accumulative point jade? The overarching heavenly supreme celestials quickly shifted their attention to Hu Lin-yi, the emperor of the supporting Fall Nation. Their eyes were filled with confusion. Hu Lin-yi explained, every time the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm opens, the accumulative point jade in the hands of the overarching heavenly supreme celestials who enter the southern heaven ancient realm are given 5 different colors. The colors are the gold jade, wood jade, water jade, fire jade, and earth jade. Each of the 5 colors represents one of the 3 sects and 2 clans. For example, the wooden jade in your hands was given to me by the Simplicity Celestial sect. Duan Lingtian paused for a moment before he continued to say, This wooden jade was given to me by the Simplicity Celestial Sect. The gold jade was given to me by the Cloud Platform Celestial Sect. The water jade was given to me by the Coupling Celestial Sect. The fire jade was given to me by the Gongyang clan. The earth jade was given to me by the Zhangsun clan. Hu Lin Yi paused for a moment before he continued to say, rumor has it that every time the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm opens, the 3 sects and 2 clans would set up a bet with each other. Let's see which sect has the most accumulative point jades in the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. It's said that the other 4 forces will have to give something to the force that has the most accumulative points jade tokens. Hu Lin Yi explained. Naturally, although the accumulative point jades correspond to forces, those who come out of the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm can choose any force they want. At that time, those who perform outstandingly and are ranked at the top will generally be invited by the 3 sects and 2 clans. Hu Lin Yi continued to explain. A bet. Upon hearing Hu Lin Yi's words, Duan Ling Tian and the others finally understood what Hu Lin Yi meant. The 3 sects and 2 clans are really arrogant to use this as a bet. At the very least, they can set their own rules when it comes to the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm in the profound Nether Mansions territory. Duan Ling Tian looked at the people from the 3 sects and 2 clans and realized how cruel it was to survive in the Dev-Atta realms. The bigger the fist, the better. In the Dev-Atta realms, the stronger ones were revered. Your Majesty, the accumulative point jades in our hands are made of wood jade. If we kill someone who has an accumulative point jade and absorb the points in it, our accumulative point jades won't change color, right? An overarching heavenly supreme celestial from the supporting Fall Nation asked Hu Lin Yi. Of course not, Hu Lin Yi replied. Hu Lin Yi said, the 3 sects and 2 clans have already thought about this. Before entering the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm, all of you have to perform blood ownership claim on your accumulative point jades. Once the owners of these accumulative points jade plates die, their accumulative points jade plates will become ownerless. After 1 breath, they will shatter, and the points inside will be transferred to the nearest accumulative points jade plate. Therefore, when you kill someone in the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm, you must make sure there are no other accumulative point jades near the person you kill. Otherwise, the points from the person you kill will be transferred to the accumulative point jade that has an owner. Hu Lin Yi reminded Duan Ling Tian and the others when he reached the end of his sentence. Duan Ling Tian and the others would not have known about this if Hu Lin Yi did not mention it. Apart from that, although all of you will enter the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm together, you'll be sent to different corners of the southern heaven ancient realm through the transporting formation. In the beginning, all of you will have to rely on yourselves. However, if you encounter each other and trust each other, you can work together. Of course, if you can't trust each other, I suggest you don't work together. After all, no one will know even if you kill each other in the southern heaven ancient realm as long as no one else is present. Hu Lin Yi paused for a moment before he looked at Duan Ling Tian and the others meaningfully. Many overarching heavenly supreme celestials began to look at the people around them warily. Some of them were even determined not to work together with Hu Lin Yi. It was fine if someone sincerely wanted to work together with them. However, if someone harbored evil intentions, they might even be killed. About half an hour later. It's almost time. The voice of the Zhangsun clan's second elder, Zhangsun Xiongqi, resounded once more, and it suppressed the vast clamor of the scene in one go, causing the scene to instantly become silent. It was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop on the ground. Now, the 3 sects and 2 clans will join forces to open the entrance to the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. All overarching heavenly supreme celestials who have decided to enter the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm, please bring your accumulative point jades with you, Zhangsun Xiongqi said. As soon as Zhangsun Xiongqi finished speaking, everyone, including Duan Ling Tian, turned to look at the people from the 3 sects and 2 clans. Zhangsun Xiongqi nodded at the 4 leaders of the 3 sects and 2 clans. Chapter 2993. Are those formation plates? Duan Ling Tian thought to himself when he saw Zhangsun Xiongqi, and the other leaders of the 3 sects and 2 clans taking out similar plates with complicated inscriptions on them. As it turned out, Duan Lingtian was right. The plates in Zhangsun Xiongqi and the others' hands were the tokens to open the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. The profound Nether Mansion had entrusted them to the 3 sects and 2 clans for safekeeping. Let's begin. Bihai Mingfeng, the 3rd sect leader of the coupling celestial sect, said indifferently. He was the first to throw the formation plate in his hand. It rose into the air in just a blink of an eye. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. After Bihai Mingfeng threw the formation plates in his hand, Zhangsun Xiongqi and the other leaders of the 3 sects and 2 clans also threw the formation plates in their hands. In the next moment, under everyone's gaze, the 5 formation discs were suspended in the void, forming a circle. There seemed to be a mysterious force that connected them together tightly. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. With a burst of light sound, the 5 formation discs were connected in a mysterious way. Above the 5 formation discs, bursts of white light rose at the same time. Finally, they connected together, forming a beam of light that was like a pillar that supported the sky. The beam of light seemed to have descended from the heavens and struck the empty space under the feet of the people from the 3 sects and 2 clans. Bang! A loud noise rang in the air, causing the void to tremble. In the next moment, rip! A spatial tear appeared. In the next moment, a majestic door flew out of the spatial tear and appeared before everyone's eyes. There were 2 huge pillars on both sides of the door. The pillars were engraved with complicated inscriptions that exuded an ancient aura. In addition, there was a plaque hanging on the crossbeam directly above the door. On it, there were 4 large words written in flamboyant calligraphy. Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Most of the overarching heavenly supreme celestials present on the scene only stared at the plaque for a few breaths before they averted their eyes. This was because as soon as they saw the words Southern Heaven Ancient Realm on the plaque, they could feel a powerful aura surging out of the plaque, exerting a terrifying pressure on them. They could not withstand this pressure at all. They could only hold on for 1 or 2 breaths of time. Even some of the stronger overarching heavenly supreme celestials could only last a few breaths longer than most of the overarching heavenly supreme celestials. Apart from Duan Lingtian, none of the other overarching heavenly supreme celestials could last more than 10 breaths. The reason Duan Lingtian could hold on for so long was because of the profound divine metal protecting his soul. The words Southern Heaven Ancient Realm on the plaque exerted a pressure on everyone's soul. At the same time, Duan Lingtian discovered none of the other overarching heavenly supreme celestials were staring at the plaque. He could tell there was something strange about the plaque. He withdrew his gaze before the others withdrew their gazes. Even so, his action was noticed by the leaders of the 3 sects and 2 clans. This young man is not simple. They knew very well just how oppressive the 4 words on the signboard were. However, the purple-clad young man had held on for more than twice as long as the other overarching heavenly supreme celestials. Moreover, it seemed like he had intentionally looked away. Interesting. Bihai Mingfeng, the 3rd sect leader of the coupling celestial sect, smiled as he looked at Duan Lingtian. After the group of overarching heavenly supreme celestials, including Duan Lingtian, averted their gazes, the powerhouses from the other sects also averted their gazes after a while. They no longer dared to look at the words. Don't tell me those words were left behind by the Southern Heaven Territories, Southern Heaven Celestial Lord? An overarching heavenly supreme celestial asked in a trembling voice. You're right. Those words were left behind by the Southern Heaven Territories, Southern Heaven Celestial Lord. However, we're not sure which generation the words were left behind by the Southern Heaven Celestial Lord. Some of the people present on the scene knew the words were left behind by the Southern Heaven Territories, Southern Heaven Celestial Lord. Just the words left behind are already so terrifying. If the real person were to descend, how terrifying would his strength be? Huang Jialong said in a trembling voice. The Southern Heaven Celestial Lord, however, unlike Huang Jialong, who was shocked by the Southern Heaven Celestial Lord's technique, Duan Lingtian was completely unaware of it. He had seen people who were stronger than heavenly emperors in the Devata realms, How could he be afraid of a titled celestial lord? After all heavenly emperors in the Devata realms were titled celestial emperors. Although there was only one word difference between a titled celestial emperor and a titled celestial lord, their strength was on a completely different level. If a titled celestial emperor wanted to, he could easily kill a titled celestial emperor. Moreover, Duan Lingtian's soul was protected by the profound divine metal at this moment. Therefore, he did not feel what Huang Jialong felt earlier. Boom! Rumble! A series of loud noises rang in the air, attracting the attention of Duan Lingtian and the others. However, none of them paid any attention to the plaque on the crossbeam above the door. As for those experts who were still looking at the plaque and vaguely felt a trace of pressure, their gazes were attracted by the sound of the door, and they no longer continued to look at the plaque. Under everyone's watchful eyes, the door opened inwards. After the door opened, what appeared in front of everyone was an endless darkness. It was so dark that they could not even see their fingers in front of their faces. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. Almost at the same time, 10 people from the 3 sects and 2 clans stepped into the air and appeared in front of the door. When they saw the words Southern Heaven Ancient Realm on the plaque above the door, they knew the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm was behind the door. For this reason, they were not surprised by the actions of the 3 sects and 2 clans. Everyone who's not in the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, move back 1,000 meters. Zhangsun Xiongqi's voice rang in the air again. Everyone from the various sects, including Hu Lin Yi, the emperor of the supporting Fall Nation, retreated 1,000 meters immediately. Apart from that, there were also those who changed their minds and did not want to enter the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. In just a blink of an eye, the crowd was reduced by about 8,000 people. Only 12,000 people remained. The 9 people from the supporting Fall Nation, including Duan Lingtian, were in the crowd. Very good. There are still 10,000 people. Zhangsun Xiongqi was pleased to see that there were still 12,000 overarching heavenly supreme celestials. 12,000 people. In other words, only 3,600 of you will survive. As for the 3,600 survivors, they can choose to join any of the 3 sects and 2 clans. In addition, the 3,600 people who come out in the end will be ranked according to the points on your accumulative points Jade token. Those who rank in the top 100 will be rewarded by the 3 sects and 2 clans. Those who rank in the top 30 will be rewarded even more. Those who rank in the top 10, top 3, and top 1 will be rewarded handsomely. Zhangsun Xiongqi continued to say, naturally, the rewards you will receive will be separate from the rewards your referees will receive. In other words, your rewards will belong to you and won't be given to your referees. The referees Zhangsun Xiongqi mentioned were, naturally, the leaders of the various sects who had brought the overarching heavenly supreme celestials to the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. For example, Duan Lingtian's referees were Hu Lin Yi, the emperor of the supporting Fall Nation. At this moment, Duan Lingtian said, all of you will be divided into 50 groups and enter the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Apart from performing the blood ownership claim on your accumulative point Jade, you'll also have to perform the blood ownership claim on your accumulative point Jade. The accumulative point Jade will be left behind so that we can observe the changes in your points. If your accumulative point Jade shatters, your accumulative point Jade will shatter as well. In addition, we will show projections in the void according to the subcards and list the rankings of those who are still alive. Naturally, those who only have 1 point are not eligible to be ranked. Zhangsun Xiongqi continued to say, the accumulative point Jade is divided into accumulative point Jade and accumulative point Jade. I have the accumulative point Jade while the accumulative point Jade is left behind. Duan Lingtian's eyes glinted. The emperor of the supporting Fall Nation did not mention this to them. However, it seemed like the emperor of the supporting Fall Nation knew the 3 sects and 2 clans would reveal this to them. Zhangsun Xiongqi continued to say, I'm sure your referees have already explained the rest to you. Now, all of you will form 50 groups and enter the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm one by one. Everything you obtain in the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm will belong to you even after you come out of it. Good luck. The higher your ranking, the better your treatment in the 3 sects and 2 clans will be. When Duan Lingtian and the others had formed 50 groups, Zhang Sun Xiongqi's voice rang in the air again. He did not say anything else after he finished speaking. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian and the rest of the 12,000 participants had formed 50 groups and were making their way to the entrance of the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. The 50 participants from the 3 sects and 2 clans were each in charge of a group. After dripping blood on the accumulative point Jade's accumulative point Jade and the accumulative point Jade's accumulative point Jade, each participant would be able to enter the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. After 2 rounds of dripping blood on the accumulative point Jade, the 50 participants were the first to enter the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. However, when they entered the darkness behind the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, they did not move at all. It was as though they had been devoured by the darkness until nothing was left of them. 50 participants formed a group and entered the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Chapter 2994. The people from the supporting Fall Nation were all in the same line. The person in front was none other than Hu Jiyong, the 4th prince of the supporting Fall Nation. "I'll make a move first. Be careful." Hu Jiyong nodded at Duan Lingtian and the others before he entered the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm with the other 49 people. Initially, Hu Jiyong wanted Duan Lingtian to be the first to enter the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. However, Duan Lingtian was not particular about this and stood behind Huang Jialong. The second person to enter the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm was Huang Jialong's 5th brother, Huang Jiachao. "5th brother, be careful. Don't overexert yourself." Although Huang Jialong had a few brothers, he was the closest to his 5th brother. Therefore, he had a solemn expression on his face when he saw Huang Jialong preparing to enter the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. "Don't worry, 4th brother. I'll make it out alive," Huang Jiachao said with a smile. Then, he nodded at Duan Lingtian before he entered the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm with the other 49 people. After Huang Jiachao, it was Huang Jialong's turn. "Brother Duan, I'll make a move first. Although you're strong, the profound nether mansion is huge. There's bound to be some powerful overarching heavenly supreme celestials. Don't underestimate them," Huang Jialong reminded Duan Lingtian before he entered the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. He was worried Duan Lingtian would underestimate the group of overarching heavenly supreme celestials. "Don't worry." Duan Lingtian nodded and watched as Huang Jialong entered the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Naturally, Duan Lingtian knew there was always someone better than him out there. Although Huang Jialong was a native of a Devata realm while he was only a transcender, Huang Jialong was a native of a Devata realm. Although Duan Lingtian was a transcender, he had met people who were stronger than heavenly emperors in the Devata realms. For this reason, Duan Lingtian's horizons were much higher than Huang Jialong's imagination. After Huang Jialong, it was Duan Lingtian's turn to enter. Duan Lingtian took out his accumulative point Jade and dripped his blood on it in front of the people from the Cloud Platform Celestial Sect who were in charge of their group. Then, the person from the Cloud Platform Celestial Sect took out a small Jade token and asked Duan Lingtian to bind it with his blood. Duan Lingtian knew this was the sub-token of the accumulative point Jade in his hand. It could reflect the changes in the main token of the accumulative point Jade. After you bind the master token with your blood, you can infuse your divine sense into it and check the points inside. Currently, there's only 1 point. The person in charge of Duan Lingtian's group was a young man from the Cloud Platform Celestial Sect. He wore a Taoist robe, and his expression was indifferent. Upon hearing the other party's words, Duan Lingtian immediately infused his divine sense into the Jade Points token and immediately received a point. "If there's nothing else, you can go in now," the disciple from the Cloud Platform Celestial Sect said after he registered Duan Lingtian's name. "All right," Duan Lingtian nodded. Then he stepped into the void and entered the void before he walked into the darkness behind the void. As soon as Duan Lingtian came into contact with the darkness, he felt a powerful suction force pulling him into the darkness. During this process, although he tried to resist, it was to no avail. After being swallowed, Duan Lingtian only felt darkness before his eyes. Then he felt as though the world was spinning. This feeling lasted for a few dozen breaths before it finally stopped. After the feeling stopped, Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up. The dazzling light made him squint his eyes instinctively. This is... Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes as he looked around. He was certain he was in a forest. All he could see were trees that he could not name. Apart from that, there were also yellowish-green leaves under his feet. The ground was soft. All of a sudden, Duan Lingtian seemed to have sensed something. He turned to look at a shrub that he could not name. The shrub was lush and dense. It was dark yellow in color as though it had merged with the earth. Ow! As Duan Lingtian looked at the shrub, he saw two dark green rays of light among the shrub. As soon as the two dark green rays of light appeared, a dark yellow figure leaped out of the shrub and pounced toward Duan Lingtian. Is this a celestial beast? At this moment, Duan Lingtian saw a celestial beast that resembled a wolf charging at him. Based on its eyes, he could tell it was a celestial beast without intelligence. It's a profound, overarching, heavenly supreme celestial. Moreover, its instincts are not inferior to heaven-grade celestial methods and divine abilities. At this moment, Duan Lingtian extended his divine consciousness and roughly learned about the celestial beast without intelligence. Swoosh! As soon as the celestial beast closed in on him, Duan Lingtian's right hand shot out at lightning speed. An earthy yellow light flashed in his hand, emitting a terrifying aura. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's celestial origin energy that had been boosted by the law of Earth's fundamental profundity, the Earth elemental profundity. Ow! A shrill cry rang in the air. Duan Lingtian had extended his hand and grabbed the neck of the celestial beast that was pouncing toward him. At the same time, the light in his hand transformed into a huge palm. The celestial beast was about 1.5 meters tall when it stood on all fours. Its neck was extremely thick. If it were not for the hand, Duan Lingtian would not have been able to grab hold of the celestial beast's neck. Naturally, this was because Duan Lingtian did not intend to kill the celestial beast. Otherwise, he would have killed the celestial beast with just a flick of his finger. It's a normal celestial beast. It's not a formation. There's life in the southern heaven ancient realm? Duan Lingtian was shocked when he extended his divine consciousness and confirmed that the celestial beast in his hand was not an illusory celestial beast. This is a little world created by a celestial lord? A little world created by a celestial lord allows living beings to live in it for a long time? Duan Lingtian did not know much about little worlds created by celestial lords. However, he knew a thing or two about little worlds created by celestial dukes and celestial kings. Even for little worlds created by celestial kings, those who entered them would not be able to stay in them for long. Otherwise, they would be forcefully sent out. No! Duan Lingtian shook his head as he thought to himself, perhaps this celestial beast was recently sent into the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. Duan Lingtian looked at the celestial beast in front of him again. Although the celestial beast was not sentient, there was a hint of fear in its eyes when it looked at Duan Lingtian. I'll let you go this time. If there's a next time, I'll take your life. Duan Lingtian said indifferently. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, he released the celestial beast, freeing it. After the celestial beast regained its freedom, it looked at Duan Lingtian fearfully before it left without looking back. In just a blink of an eye, it disappeared from Duan Lingtian's sight. What's this place? Duan Lingtian thought to himself as he rose into the air. His celestial origin energy caused the leaves on the ground to flutter in the air. There's a limit? When Duan Lingtian was about 100 meters above the forest, he discovered that no matter how hard he tried to circulate his celestial origin energy, he could not ascend any higher. High up in the sky, there seemed to be an invisible pressure that was binding him at all times, not allowing him to continue ascending. I can't see anything useful at this height. Duan Lingtian hovered in the air and looked at his surroundings. With his eyesight, although he could see very far, all he could see was a boundless forest. Swoosh! Swoosh! All of a sudden, a loud noise rang in the air. Duan Lingtian did not pay much attention to it at first. However, when the noise got closer, he felt as though a dam had burst. That's... Duan Ling Tian raised his head and looked in the direction of the voice. He saw a group of densely packed black dots moving toward him at an extremely fast speed. After a while, the black dots grew larger and larger until they transformed into black crows the size of goshawks. On the heads of these black crows, there were golden horns that were faintly flickering with golden light, emitting waves of demonic aura. These are golden-horned black crows? Duan Lingtian's expression changed drastically when he saw the black crows moving toward him. Although the golden-horned black crows were celestial beasts without intelligence, they were extremely talented. Even if they did not encounter any fortuitous encounters, they would still be able to break through and become peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials. These golden-horned black crows seemed to be peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials. Duan Lingtian's scalp went numb when he saw the speed of the black crows. It was not difficult for him to discern their cultivation bases. He was not worried if there were only a few dozen black crows. However, there were only a few hundred of them. They were enough to pose a threat to him. It was even to the extent that once over 100 black crows successfully formed a formation, he would undoubtedly die with his current strength. The terrifying thing about the golden-horned black crows was not their innate talent, but their innate ability to form a formation with their companions. One golden-horned black crow was not scary. However, if there were a few dozen, a few hundred, or even a few thousand of them gathered together, it would be extremely terrifying. It was said that if a few thousand golden-horned black crows formed a formation, they could easily kill a celestial duke. Wait a minute. These thousands of black crows seemed to have formed a formation to look for prey. Duan Lingtian thought to himself as the flock of golden-horned black crows drew closer. Without any hesitation, Duan Lingtian's body flashed, and his entire body shone with an earthen yellow light. In the next moment, he shot into the forest like a sharp arrow. This was the only choice he had at this moment. Once he entered the forest, the thousands of golden-horned black crows would no longer be able to form a formation. If that was the case, he would still have a chance to survive. Why am I so unlucky? I encountered such a terrifying flock of golden-horned black crows as soon as I entered the forest? Chapter 29:95. Thousands of golden-horned black crows could only allow Duan Lingtian to escape a certain distance, even if the formation they formed was broken after they charged into the forest. This was because the speed of the 1,000 golden-horned black crows was slower than Duan Lingtian when they were not in the formation. Once they were in the formation, the speed of the 1,000 golden-horned black crows was comparable to a celestial duke. It would not be difficult for them to catch up to Duan Lingtian. Even if the 1,000 golden-horned black crows broke the formation after they entered the forest, it would not take long for them to reform the formation and catch up to Duan Lingtian and kill him. They weren't that fast earlier. However, their speed only increased after they got close to me. It's obvious they only completed the formation after they got close to me. After entering the forest, Duan Lingtian's celestial origin energy surged and merged with the earth elemental profundity and turned into a khaki color. At the same time, golden and purple lights shone from his body. A whirlpool appeared on his body and began to devour the heaven and earth elemental energy before it disappeared. It was obvious Duan Lingtian had used all the techniques he had at his disposal. Elementary devouring tactic. Purple chi from the east. Akala King Ming. Apart from that, Duan Lingtian's celestial origin energy surged out of his body at an extremely fast speed. The 99 heavenly veins in his body did not stop circulating at all. Whoosh! At this moment, Duan Lingtian's figure shot out. It was as if he'd transformed into a bolt of lightning that was a mixture of khaki, gold, and violet as he shuttled swiftly through the forest. After a while, Duan Lingtian discovered that there was no movement behind him. He could not help but stop moving. What's going on? Duan Lingtian mustered up his courage and turned around. However, he did not see any golden-horned black crows. In fact, there were no traces of the golden-horned black crows chasing him from the place where he had re-entered the forest. What's going on? Out of curiosity, Duan Lingtian once again stepped into the air. When he was close to the sky above the forest, He extended his divine consciousness and clearly sensed the dense auras above the forest. Could it be that these golden-horned black crows can't enter the forest? Duan Lingtian stood in the air above the forest. His gaze pierced through the forest and found that the thousands of golden-horned black crows were still there, staring at the spot where he was at. Furthermore, these thousands of golden-horned black crows were still in formation. Give it a try. Taking a deep breath, Duan Lingtian intended to verify the idea in his heart. His figure flashed and appeared outside the forest. Of course, it appeared not far from the forest. At this moment, ear-piercing screams swept over from all directions, piercing Duan Lingtian's eardrums to the point that it felt as if they would burst at any moment. Duan Lingtian squinted his eyes and saw that the originally motionless golden-horned black crows suddenly had their golden horns glowing brightly. Then, they flapped their wings and swooped down towards him. Whoosh! Crash! Duan Lingtian's scalp went numb when he saw the thousands of golden-horned black crows swooping down. He quickly returned to the forest. When Duan Lingtian returned to the forest, the thousands of golden-horned black crows came to a halt and returned to their original spots. They stared at Duan Lingtian fiercely. As expected. At this moment, Duan Lingtian finally confirmed his speculation. For some reason, these golden-horned black crows were not allowed to enter the forest. However, he was not surprised by this. If these thousands of golden-horned black crows are allowed to roam freely in the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, I'm afraid none of the overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestials in the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm would be able to survive their attacks. This was why Duan Lingtian was not surprised. However, due to these golden-horned black crows, none of the overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestials, including me, are allowed to enter the forest. Once we enter the forest, we'll be attacked by the golden-horned black crows. Only in the forest can we avoid their attacks. It was not difficult for Duan Lingtian to figure out that this was a rule in the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm to prevent them from entering the forest. Without entering the forest, it would be difficult for them to know their surroundings. They would have to explore the forest step by step. Forget it. I guess I can only choose a direction and walk to the end of the forest. With this thought in mind, Duan Lingtian decided on a direction and made his way there. Along the way, due to Duan Lingtian's speed, many celestial beasts in the forest were alerted. However, none of them could catch up to him. My current speed is comparable to a celestial duke. The strongest celestial beast I've encountered along the way is only a peak overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial. Those celestial beasts are only a threat to ordinary overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestials, but they're no threat to me. If Duan Lingtian had not comprehended the law of Earth's fundamental profundity, the Earth elemental profundity, his journey would not have been so smooth. Moreover, it was precisely because he'd comprehended the Earth elemental Tao that he was able to move freely through the forest as if he was entering unobstructed territory. Time continued to pass by. In just a blink of an eye, 10 days had passed. In the sky above the center of Scaling Cloud Lake, after the 12,000 overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestials, including Duan Lingtian, entered the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, the door to the void closed. After the void gate closed, a screen of light appeared in the space where the void gate had been opened. This light screen was white and very flat. It looked like a very large piece of white paper that was floating in the void. In the beginning, many people's attention was focused on the screen that was like a piece of white paper. However, after 10 days, the number of people who were paying attention to the light screen had decreased significantly. Until someone's name has appeared. Someone's voice rang in the air, drawing the attention of those who had shifted their attention away from the light screen. A name appeared on the screen of light. It was as if a name had been written on a piece of white paper. Wu Xiaoyu. 2 points. Wu Xiaoyu. Who's Wu Xiaoyu? He's the first to enter the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. This means he's the first to kill someone who has also entered the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. I wonder who died at his hands. As long as the person who recommended him has his soul pearl, the person who recommended him should know he's killed, right? You're wrong. Rumor has it that the Southern Heaven Celestial Lord who created the upper, middle, and lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm was a Southern Heaven Celestial Lord who had comprehended the law of time. When he created the upper, middle, and lower realms of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, he set up a formation that contains the law of time. Due to the restriction of the formation that contains the law of time, the soul pearls of those who die in the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm will only shatter after a certain period of time. Moreover, the period of time is not fixed. If a second person is killed during this period of time, even if someone else's soul pearl shatters at the same time, they won't be able to say it was the person who killed the second person. Does this mean even if someone with no background kills an overarching heavenly supreme celestial from a grade 7 force, the powerhouses from the grade 7 forces won't be able to seek revenge? That's right. The Southern Heaven Celestial Lord must have thought of this as well. That's why he set up a formation in the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. When the first person with 2 points appeared on the scoreboard, a commotion broke out in the sky above the center of the scaling cloud lake. Haha, Xiaoyu, well done. An old man laughed heartily as he looked at the name on the scoreboard. Old Brother Wu, congratulations on your grandson's achievement. A middle-aged man and another old man who were standing near the old man congratulated him with a smile on their faces. A hint of jealousy could be seen in their eyes. The old man was from a grade 8 clan. Now, the name that appeared on the scoreboard was his grandson's name. The 2 people who congratulated him were from 2 other grade 8 clans who had brought their overarching heavenly supreme celestials to the lower realm. Perhaps it's just the same name, the old man said humbly. Inwardly, he did not think it was a coincidence. After all, there were only slightly more than 10,000 people who had entered the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm this time. Moreover, his grandson's name was not common at all. Another name has appeared. About 2 hours after the first name appeared on the scoreboard, another name appeared on the scoreboard. Ling Jueyun. 2 points. Ling Jueyun? Could he be the sectless genius from the East Ming Nation? Hu Lin-yi, the emperor of the supporting Fall Nation, narrowed his eyes when he saw the second name on the scoreboard. He scanned the crowd before his eyes finally landed on a middle-aged man with a medium build. The middle-aged man had a dignified appearance, and he exuded a majestic aura. It was clear he had been in a high position for a long time. Hu Lin-yi could clearly see the middle-aged man's smile when he saw Ling Jueyun's name on the scoreboard. It seems like it's him. The middle-aged man was none other than the emperor of the East Ming Nation. He was also the leader of the East Ming Nation's team. Since the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm had opened, most of the people from grade 8 clans were the leaders of their clans. Those from grade 8 clans were all emperors. Heavens! He has 1 more point. Before Hu Lin-yi could regain his senses, another exclamation rang in his ears. He instinctively turned to look at the scoreboard and saw Ling Jueyun, who was originally in second place, had risen to first place. Behind his name, 3 points were written. Ling Jueyun has killed 2 people in such a short time. Chapter 2996. How could he obtain 2 points in such a short time? There was only one possibility. Ling Jueyun must have killed 2 overarching heavenly supreme celestials in such a short time. That was how he obtained 2 points in such a short time. Killing 2 overarching heavenly supreme celestials. It seems like Ling Jueyun is quite strong. That's right. Those who are allowed to enter the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm are the cream of the crop among the overarching heavenly supreme celestials. It doesn't matter if he's strong enough to kill 2 overarching heavenly supreme celestials in such a short time. I wonder which force Ling Jueyun belongs to. I know Ling Jueyun. He's a sectless cultivator from the East Ming Nation. Moreover, Ling Jueyun defeated 8 overarching heavenly supreme celestials from the East Ming Nation during the Southern Heaven combat in the East Ming Nation. He's so strong even though he's only a heaven stage overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Could it be that he has comprehended some profundities from a law? That's right. Moreover, it's said that he has comprehended the law of death, one of the 4 supreme laws. The law of death. Ling Jueyun's rise to the top of the scoreboard had caused a commotion among the crowd. When news of Ling Juyun's origin and the law of death that Ling Juyun had comprehended were revealed, it caused another uproar. At this moment, many people walked up to the emperor of the East Ming nation to congratulate him. A sexless cultivator with the cultivation base of a heaven stage overarching heavenly supreme celestial defeated 8 of the most outstanding overarching heavenly supreme celestials from a grade 8 celestial nation. The law of death. When the 5 leaders of the 3 sects and 2 clans heard about Ling Juyun, they were intrigued by Ling Juyun's achievements. I didn't expect such an outstanding young man to be the second person to reach the top of the scoreboard. Zhang Sun Xiong Qi from the Zhang Sun clan side. Before he could finish sighing, another voice sounded beside his ear. It is said that Ling Juyun is not even 100 years old this year. Less than 100 years old. Upon hearing this, even Bihai Mingfeng, the 3rd sect leader of the coupling celestial sect, was shocked. Such a genius actually appeared in the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. He had comprehended the law of death. As a heaven stage overarching heavenly supreme celestial, he had defeated the 8 most outstanding overarching heavenly supreme celestials in a grade 8 celestial kingdom. Although it was extraordinary, there were many people in the profound nether mansion who were capable of such a feat. However, if one were to add the fact that he was not even 100 years old before such achievements, the significance would be completely different. I want this person. I won't fight with you for the others. Bihai Mingfeng glanced at Zhang Sun Xiongqi and the other leaders of the 2 sects and 2 clans and said. Hearing Bihai Mingfeng's words, Zhang Sun Xiongqi and the others shook their heads without any hesitation. Sect Master Bihai, forgive me for not being able to agree to this, not to mention even if I agree to this, it will be difficult to explain to our sect master. Even the profound nether mansion's rules don't allow this, right? Zhang Guangzheng, the grand elder of the Simplicity Celestial sect, said without beating around the bush. Sect Master Bihai, I can't agree to this either. Hung Chan, the leader of the Cloud Platform Celestial sect and the Arhat Palace Master of the Cloud Platform Celestial sect, said. The Cloud Platform Immortal sect was led by the sect master. Below the sect master, other than 1 or 2 guardians, were the hall masters of the Cloud Platform Celestial sect. Out of all the palace masters in the Cloud Platform Immortal sect, Hung Chan, the palace master of the Arhat Palace, was the strongest. For this reason, Hung Chan's position in the Cloud Platform Celestial sect was second only to the sect leader and the 2 guardians. Sect Master Bihai, please don't make things difficult for me. Gongyang Yu, the leader of the Gongyang family, said with a bitter smile. Compared to Hung Chan and Zhang Guangjing, he was clearly lacking in confidence. Sect Master Bihai, I think it's better to wait for him to come out and let him decide for himself. Zhang Sun Xiongqi, the leader of the Zhang Sun clan, was the last to respond. Although his tone was calm and tactful, it was clear he was indirectly rejecting Bihai Mingfeng. Bihai Mingfeng narrowed his eyes slightly when he heard the 4 people's responses. A cold glint flashed in his eyes, but he did not say anything. If it was just the 4 people in front of him, he could easily kill them all by himself. However, the 4 people were backed by grade 7 forces that had a close relationship with the profound nether mansion, just like the coupling celestial sect. It would be easy to kill the 4 people, but it would not be easy to clean up the mess after killing them. Moreover, the forces behind the 4 people were closely related to the profound nether mansion. Even the mansion master of the profound nether mansion would not allow him to easily make enemies with the 4 forces. Another name has appeared. The 4th name has appeared as well. That's the 5th name. After Ling Juyun obtained 2 points and rose to the top of the scoreboard, a few more people rose to the top of the scoreboard. However, according to those who knew them, these people could only be considered as elites among peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials. Their strength was far from Ling Juyun's level. In just a blink of an eye, 10 days had passed. There were now more than 1,000 names on the scoreboard. However, the person at the top of the scoreboard was no longer Ling Juyun. Ling Juyun had been pushed down to 2nd place. The person at the top of the scoreboard was Yao Wei, a member of a grade 7 force. He had entered the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm not to join the 3 sects and 2 clans, but to use the 3 sects and 2 clans as a springboard to enter the profound Nether Mansion. This Yao Wei has already obtained 8 points. Who the hell is he? Why do I feel like he's even crazier than Ling Jueyun? You don't know Yao Wei? He's from the Yao clan, a grade 7 clan. Not only that, but he's also known as the strongest genius in the Yao clan in the past 10,000 years. He's not even 200 years old, but he's already a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial and has comprehended profundities from a law. Does this mean he's not any weaker than Ling Jueyun? I'm afraid he's still slightly weaker than Ling Jueyun. After all, Ling Jueyun has comprehended the law of death, while Yao Wei has only comprehended the law of water. Every time the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm opens, people from Grade 7 forces try to join the profound Nether Mansion through the 3 sects and 2 clans. But how many of them succeed? That's right. There are many people from Grade 7 forces who joined the 3 sects and 2 clans after they entered the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. However, none of them managed to pass the test and join the profound Nether Mansion. In the end, they had no choice but to return to their original forces in dejection. I wonder why the 3 sects and 2 clans are willing to accept these people. These people are clearly ingrates. In fact, the 3 sects and 2 clans don't want to recruit people from Grade 7 forces. However, the profound Nether Mansion forbade them from doing so. 20 days later, there were more than 1,000 names on the scoreboard. Most of them only had 2 points, and the person ranked first had 8 points. As for Ling Jueyun, he was ranked second with 7 points. Cheer! A sorrowful cry suddenly rang in the air, attracting many people's attention. It was an old man. He looked at the shattered soul bead in his hand. His eyes were about to pop out of their sockets as tears streamed down his face. That's Yang Ji, a one basic celestial king from the imperial family of the Tai Yun Celestial Kingdom. Did his grandson, who entered the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, die? I think so. Yang Ji's grandson's name is Yang Qi. Yang Qi is considered to be quite strong among peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials. It seems like he was unlucky to have encountered someone stronger than him so soon after entering the void of life. Moreover, it's obvious that the person is so strong that he couldn't escape. If the person's strength is only slightly stronger than him, his speed might not be inferior to the person's. That way, he still has a chance to escape. Now that the identity of the first person to die has been exposed, are the identities of the others still far from being exposed? Everyone's attention was on the old man as they discussed among themselves. The old man looked at the names on the scoreboard as though he was trying to find his grandson's murderer. However, even if only 1/10 of the people on the scoreboard were capable of killing his grandson, there were still more than 100 people on the scoreboard. Unless that person came out and admitted to killing his grandson or a witness came out alive and told the old man the truth, it was impossible. Otherwise, how was he going to find the person who killed his grandson? Yuan Little Kai. Mo. After the first person's soul pearl shattered, many other people's soul pearls shattered as well. Their expressions were extremely unsightly. Those who had soul orbs in their hands were basically people who represented the forces behind them. Some of them were even their closest relatives. Some were happy while others were sad. Many people were looking at the scoreboard with anticipation on their faces. It was as though they were waiting for a name to appear on it. Huang and Jialong are on the scoreboard, but Duan Lingtian isn't on the scoreboard? With his strength, it shouldn't be possible. Hu Lin Yi, the emperor of the supporting Fall Nation, glanced at the scoreboard again. But he did not see Duan Lingtian's name. There are only 2 possibilities. One is that Duan Lingtian hasn't made a move yet, and the other is that Duan Lingtian has been killed by someone else. With that thought in mind, Hu Lin Yi sent his divine consciousness into his spatial ring and looked inside. Duan Lingtian's soul pearl was lying silently in his spatial ring, and it was completely intact. He heaved a sigh of relief when he saw this. However, when his eyes landed on the other soul beads, his expression changed slightly. This was because he saw that one of the soul beads had shattered right in front of him. This soul pearl belonged to a relatively strong peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial that the supporting Fall Nation had brought this time. Naturally, that overarching heavenly supreme celestial was considered the weakest among the 9 people the supporting Fall Nation had brought. Chapter 29:97. No matter which force brought in an overarching heavenly supreme celestial, the death of the overarching heavenly supreme celestial meant the death of the overarching heavenly supreme celestial. For this reason, Hu Lin-Yi, the emperor of the supporting Fall Nation, did not feel good even though he knew only one overarching heavenly supreme celestial had died so far. "Your Majesty, what's wrong?" The old man who accompanied Hu Lin-Yi saw the change in Hu Lin-Yi's expression. "Tan Chun is dead," Hu Lin-Yi replied. Tan Chun was the name of the overarching heavenly supreme celestial whose soul pearl had shattered. "He's the only one who died?" the old man asked. "Yes," Hu Lin-Yi nodded. "Your Majesty, this is a good result. Look, there are more than 1,000 people on the scoreboard. This means more than 1,000 people have died. In addition to the points of those at the top of the list, basically all of them have more than 3 or 4 points. Roughly speaking, the number of people who have died so far should be around 2,000. A total of 12,000 people went in, and only 2,000 of them died. The supporting Fall Nation only lost 1 person. This is a very good result." "This is a good result," the old man said to Hu Lin-Yi as he looked at the scoreboard. "That's not right." Hu Lin-Yi shook his head when he heard the old man's words. "Although there are more than 2,000 people who have died in the lower realm, I'm certain there are less than 2,000 people whose soul pearls have shattered. In fact, there are less than 1,000 people who have died. Under such circumstances, who can be certain that only one overarching heavenly supreme celestial from the supporting Fall Nation has died?" Hu Lin-Yi asked in return. The old man fell silent. Due to the formation that contained the law of time set up by the Southern Heaven Celestial Lord, the one who created the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, the soul pearls of those who had died in the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm could not be immediately notified. Under such circumstances, although there was only one soul orb on the outside, who could be sure that there was only one person who had died inside? At this moment, the old man's eyes fell on the scoreboard as he looked at the names that had just been added. For the same amount of points, the more points one obtained, the lower one's ranking would be. "Huang Jiachao," the old man exclaimed when he saw a familiar name. It was none other than Huang Jiachao, the 5th son of Huang Yuanfei, the city governor of Passage City in the supporting Fall Nation. "Jiachao is also on the list?" Hearing the old man's exclamation, Hu Lin-Yi immediately looked up and saw Huang Jiachao's name at the very end. Following that, a few more names appeared. Meng Qiuyu. Hu Lin-Yi saw a familiar name appear behind him. At the same time, he subconsciously glanced at the old woman not far behind him. Meng Qiuyu was the granddaughter of this old woman. The old woman was a one basic celestial king. Previously, Meng Qiuyu had participated in the Southern Heaven combat and obtained a place to stay in the supporting Fall Nation's imperial palace. And this old woman also moved in with him. At that time, he had paid the old man a visit to invite him to join the supporting Fall Nation. However, the old man had turned him down. Although he felt that it was a pity, he was not angry. No matter what, he was still a one basic celestial king. If there was no reason for him to stay in a grade 8 celestial kingdom, he would not lower himself to stay in a grade 8 celestial kingdom. As for the old man next to him, although he was also a one basic celestial king, he had been following him for many years. He had been following him since before he became a celestial king. She seems to be expressionless. Is she not surprised by Meng Qiuyu's name on the scoreboard? Or is she pretending to be calm? Hu Lin-Yi soon discovered that the old woman's expression was as calm as ever, even though she had seen Meng Qiuyu's name at the bottom of the scoreboard. Hu Lin-Yi felt that the old woman was just pretending to be calm. Time continued to pass by. More and more names appeared on the scoreboard. Another 10 days had passed, and there were now about 2,000 people on the scoreboard. During this time, many people witnessed the disappearance of names from the scoreboard. After a while, many people who were ranked at the top of the scoreboard would gain a lot of points. Usually, those who were ranked at the top of the scoreboard would kill the people on the scoreboard and obtain their points. Naturally, there was no rule on the scoreboard. Therefore, no one could be certain who had killed whom. A month has passed, Why hasn't Duan Lingtian's name appeared on the scoreboard yet? Hu Lini muttered to himself as he looked at Duan Lingtian's soul pearl in his spatial ring. Then, he shifted his gaze to the bottom of the scoreboard. Ever since the number of names on the scoreboard reached 2,000, the number of names on the scoreboard had stopped increasing. In fact, it seemed to be decreasing. This was because there were only 12,000 people who had entered the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Since some of them had died, it was only natural that not many of them were still alive. His name appeared earlier. As soon as Hu Lini finished speaking, an old voice rang in his ears. "You're right. You're right." Hu Lini turned around and saw the old woman was none other than Meng Qiuyu, the grandmother of one of the overarching heavenly supreme celestials from the supporting Fall Nation. The old woman called herself Granny Meng. Duan Lingtian's name appeared? Hu Lini frowned. He had been looking at the scoreboard earlier. If Duan Lingtian's name had appeared, it would have been impossible for him not to know about it. "Your Majesty," Duan Lingtian's name did appear. However, it's not at the bottom of the scoreboard, it's in the middle. Just as Hu Lini was about to voice his doubts, the old man beside him spoke up. Upon hearing the old woman's words, the old woman's eyes shifted from the bottom of the scoreboard to the top. In the end, she saw Duan Lingtian's name at the 930th place. Duan Lingtian's name. He had accumulated 3 points. 3 points? Don't tell me the first person he killed had accumulated 2 points? Hu Lini followed the old woman's gaze and saw Duan Lingtian's name on the scoreboard. Although Hu Lini had been paying attention to the scoreboard earlier, he had only focused on the bottom of the scoreboard. He instinctively thought Duan Lingtian's name would appear at the bottom of the scoreboard. After all, the names of the 4 people from the supporting Fall Nation had always appeared at the bottom of the scoreboard. I didn't expect Duan Lingtian would enter the top 1,000 as soon as he appeared. Now, Jia Chao's name is at the bottom of the scoreboard. Hu Lini glanced at the scoreboard again. Among the 5 people from the supporting Fall Nation, 4 of them had accumulated 3 points. Only Huang Jiachao had accumulated 2 points. The 4 people with 3 points were Huang Jialong, who was ranked 322nd, Hu Jiyong, who was ranked 353rd, Meng Qiuyu, who was ranked 398th, and Duan Lingtian, who was ranked 930th. On the other hand, Duan Lingtian was also ranked last on the scoreboard with 3 points. After all, he was the last person to accumulate 3 points. In the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, 2 figures stood facing each other in the forest. The thick smell of gunpowder spread out, causing the surrounding atmosphere to become a little tense. One of the 2 young men was dressed in purple while the other was dressed in green. Apart from that, both of them were handsome and had outstanding auras. However, upon closer inspection, one would notice the purple-clad young man was more pleasant to look at than the green-clad young man. The green-clad young man had a cold expression on his face, giving off an unapproachable aura. At this moment, a corpse lay on the ground not far away from the purple-clad young man. There were no wounds on the corpse. However, upon closer inspection, one would notice a large dent on the corpse's chest. "I have 2 points." Duan Lingtian was slightly surprised when he extended his divine consciousness into the accumulative points jade hanging from his waist and discovered there were 3 points in his accumulative points jade. He was overjoyed. "I'm afraid this person has more points than me," Duan Lingtian thought to himself as he looked at the green-clad young man in front of him. The green-clad young man and the blue-clad young man who was lying on the ground were the first group of people Duan Lingtian had encountered after wandering in the forest for a month. Furthermore, the 2 of them were walking together. It was obvious that they were from the same faction and had a very close relationship. "Third brother, I'll capture this brat and bring him to you for you to kill." These were the last words of the blue-robed young man before he died, and they were said to the green-robed young man. After he finished speaking, he rushed towards the green-robed young man in a menacing manner. The green-clad young man's strength was, at best, on par with Huang Jialong during the Southern Heaven combat. The reason he mentioned Huang Jialong during the Southern Heaven combat was because of his strength. Now that Huang Jialong had obtained the Wind-type King-grade divine ability, his strength had improved tremendously. Although Huang Jialong had not fully comprehended the law of wind's fundamental profundity, the wind elemental profundity, he had managed to grasp the basics of the wind elemental profundity. Apart from that, based on the blue-clad young man's words, Huang Jialong could tell the blue-clad young man was stronger than the green-clad young man. Whether it was in terms of status or strength, the green-clad young man was superior to the blue-clad young man. In the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, strength was the only thing that mattered. If the blue-clad young man was stronger than the green-clad young man, no one would know he was the one who killed the green-clad young man. Based on the blue-clad young man's respectful attitude toward the green-clad young man, it was clear the green-clad young man was stronger than the blue-clad young man. Before the blue-clad young man encountered Duan Lingtian, he had already captured a person for the green-clad young man to kill. However, the blue-clad young man did not expect Duan Lingtian to be so strong. This time he had bitten off more than he could chew. He did not expect a brat who was not even 100 years old would be able to kill him with just one strike. The corpse of the blue-clothed young man lay there with a look of disbelief remaining on his face. His eyes were wide open, and he died with a grievance. The earth elemental profundity. Interesting. Chapter 2998. From the beginning until the end, the green-clad young man turned a blind eye to his companion's death. Even when the blue-clad young man fell, his expression did not change at all. It was as though the blue-clad young man was not his companion but an insignificant person. The earth elemental profundity. Interesting. Based on the green-clad young man's words, it was clear he had figured out Duan Lingtian had comprehended the law of Earth's fundamental profundity, the earth elemental profundity. Moreover, he was not flustered at all when he realized Duan Lingtian had comprehended the earth elemental profundity. Upon seeing this, Duan Lingtian's expression turned slightly solemn. There were only two possibilities why the green-clad young man was so calm. The first possibility was that he was deliberately mystifying the situation. The second possibility was that he had also comprehended a law of Earth's profundity. Duan Lingtian felt the second possibility was more likely. All of a sudden, the green-clad young man's gaze turned sharp as he stared at Duan Lingtian. At the same time, his celestial origin energy surged out of his body as well. As soon as his celestial origin energy surged out of his body, it transformed into a gust of wind that swirled around his body and lifted him up into the air. At this moment, the green-clad young man rose into the air. However, he was not flying normally. Instead, he was being lifted up by the gust of wind. The wind elemental profundity. Duan Lingtian was enlightened when he saw the gust of wind around the green-clad young man. As expected, this young man had also comprehended a law of Earth's profundity. Moreover, he had comprehended the law of wind's fundamental profundity, the wind elemental profundity. Moreover, the wind elemental profundity that the green-clad young man had comprehended was completely different from Huang Jialong's wind elemental profundity. At most, Huang Jialong had only comprehended the surface of the wind elemental profundity. However, the green-clad young man had completely comprehended the wind elemental profundity. Based on the speed of his celestial origin energy merging with the wind elemental profundity, it was clear he had comprehended the wind elemental profundity for a long time. I'm Sima Chun from the Sima clan. The green-clothed young man who was completely swept up by the green gale stared fixedly at Duan Lingtian as he spoke indifferently and introduced himself. Sima family? The Grade 7 Sima clan that's said to be second only to the 3 sects and 2 clans in the profound Nether Mansion? Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat when he heard the green-clothed young man introduce himself. He had heard about the Sima clan from the emperor of the supporting Fall Nation when he was on his way to the Scaling Cloud Lake. However, what he did not expect was that the green-clothed youth in front of him was actually from the Sima clan. He still remembered Huang Jialong's words. Brother Duan, apart from those from Grade 8 Celestial Kingdoms and Grade 8 forces, some Grade 7 forces will also be participating in the expedition to the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Due to their backgrounds, some of the overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestials from Grade 7 forces have come into contact with King Grade Celestial methods and divine abilities at a young age. The most outstanding, overarching, heavenly supreme celestials have comprehended two profundities from the same law. This was what Huang Jialong had told him. No wonder he's so confident. As it turns out, he's from a grade 7 force. Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes before he calmly introduced himself. I'm Duan Lingtian from the supporting Fall Nation. You're not even 100 years old, but you're already a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial who has comprehended the law of Earth's fundamental profundity, the Earth elemental profundity. Your innate talent and comprehension ability are heaven-defying. Sima Chun looked at Duan Lingtian and was not stingy with his compliments. This is the first time I've met someone with your innate talent and comprehension ability. You're not bad yourself, Duan Lingtian replied. Even so, you're destined to die here today. I, Sima Chun, should be proud of myself for being able to kill someone with such innate talent and comprehension ability. Sima Chun's eyes were brimming with killing intent. It was clear he was prepared to kill Duan Lingtian. In the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, most people would not hold back unless they encountered someone they were close to. However, the fact that Sima Chun was so confident about killing Duan Lingtian despite knowing how strong Duan Lingtian was. It seems like Sima Chun has comprehended two profundities from the same law. Am I really that lucky? Faced with Sima Chun's confidence, Duan Lingtian fell into deep thought. An overarching heavenly supreme celestial who had comprehended two profundities from the same law was definitely one of the strongest overarching heavenly supreme celestials who had entered the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Such a person could do whatever he wanted in the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. In the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, any Tao talisman that contained the celestial origin energy of an overarching heavenly supreme celestial could not be used. Even if it was used, it would be destroyed by the formation in the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. If that was the case, the Tao talisman would be wasted. Tao talismans that contained powerful attacks and techniques were usually imbued with the celestial origin energy of the powerhouse who inscribed them. The celestial origin energy was superior to the celestial origin energy of an overarching heavenly supreme celestial. For this reason, Tao talismans that could threaten overarching heavenly supreme celestials could not be used in the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Under such circumstances, one had to rely on one's own strength. Many people have said such words, but in the end, without exception, they all died. Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes when he sensed Sima Chun's killing intent. His voice turned cold as well. That's because they're useless. I'll be an exception, Sima Chun said as he raised his hand. A sword that glowed faintly appeared in his hand. It was a king-grade celestial sword. You're welcome to try. The king-grade celestial weapon, a long rod, appeared in Duan Lingtian's hand. Currently, he could use any weapon he wanted with his celestial methods and divine abilities. Among the few king-grade celestial weapons in his possession, only the long rod was an offensive king-grade celestial weapon. Therefore, he usually used it to fight. Humph! Sima Chun's expression turned cold when he saw Duan Lingtian was not afraid of him at all. Green energy swirled around him as he charged toward Duan Lingtian like a gust of wind. At the same time, faint blue afterimages appeared under Sima Chun's feet, further increasing his speed. As a cheetah-like figure appeared on the surface of Sima Chun's body, his speed reached an extremely exaggerated level. His speed was almost on par with Duan Lingtian's fastest speed. Just as Duan Lingtian thought Sima Chun was moving at his fastest speed, Sima Chun's figure blurred and turned into a blur before Duan Lingtian's eyes. At this moment, Duan Lingtian could not even see Sima Chun's figure clearly. Is this the second profundity from the law of wind that he has comprehended? In the blink of an eye, Duan Lingtian's expression changed dramatically. Apart from that, he could not think of any other way Sima Chun could move at such a terrifying speed. His speed has increased so much in just a blink of an eye. His second profundity from the law of wind is most likely a profundity that focuses on speed, right? Duan Lingtian speculated inwardly. Brat, if you don't want to die, use all your celestial origin energy and merge it with the earth elemental energy into your vest. At this moment, the Chaos Divine Earth's anxious voice rang in Duan Tian's mind. Upon hearing the Chaos Divine Earth's words, Duan Tian hastily circulated his celestial origin energy and merged it with the Earth elemental energy into his purely defensive king-grade celestial weapon vest. In just a blink of an eye, the silhouette of a vest made of crimson scales appeared on Duan Tian's body. As soon as the silhouette of the vest appeared, a mysterious yellow energy surged out of Duan Tian's body and merged with the silhouette of the vest. The silhouette of the vest seemed to become more corporeal. Upon seeing this, Duan Tian knew the Chaos Divine Earth had made its move again. It had used its energy to strengthen his purely defensive king-grade celestial weapon. As soon as the Chaos Divine Earth's energy merged with the silhouette of the vest, swoosh, 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 the ear-piercing sound of swords whistling in the air rang in Duan Tian's ears. At the same time, Duan Tian did not even have the time to react before the sword rays that were filled with green energy whistled down like a storm and slammed onto the silhouette that appeared on the surface of his body. Chi, 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 chi. The silhouette of the vest trembled violently. It looked as though it would collapse at any moment, but it stubbornly held on. What a fast speed! What a fast sword! Duan Tian was shocked. If it were not for the Chaos Divine Earth's energy that had merged with his defensive celestial weapon, he would not have been able to withstand Sima Chun's attack. It's too fast. What profundity did Sima Chun comprehend from the law of wind? Duan Tian instinctively asked the Chaos Divine Earth, "What's going on?" The second profundity from the law of wind he comprehended is the gale profundity. It's one of the most practical profundities from the law of wind. Not only can it increase one's movement speed, but it can also increase one's attack speed as well. Boy, if it weren't for me, you would have been killed by his sword by now, the Chaos Divine Earth said. Sima Chun is one of the strongest overarching heavenly supreme celestials who have entered the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. The Chaos Divine Earth's tone turned solemn as it spoke. However, now that you have my help, he won't be able to break through your defenses no matter how fast he is. A hint of pride could be seen on the Chaos Divine Earth's face as it continued to say, in the end, he had no choice but to give up on attacking you. It was as though the Chaos Divine Earth's words were a foil to Sima Chun. After a while, Sima Chun finally stopped attacking Duan Tian. At the same time, the silhouette of Sima Chun's figure that Duan Tian could not see clearly appeared again. I didn't expect you to comprehend a second profundity from the law of earth as well. The second profundity from the law of earth you've comprehended is a defensive profundity, right? Otherwise, you wouldn't have been able to block my attack so easily. Chapter 2999. After Sima Chun stopped attacking, he had no intention of continuing to attack. After all, he had used all his strength earlier, but he still could not break through Duan Tian's defense. If he continued to attack, the result would still be the same. It was better for him to save his energy. It seems like I've underestimated you. Sima Chun looked at Duan Tian before he turned around and prepared to leave. Did I say you could leave? Duan Tian narrowed his eyes and sneered. His celestial origin energy that had been boosted by the earth elemental profundity surged and emitted a majestic aura. Upon hearing Duan Tian's words, Sima Chun paused for a moment before he turned around and looked at Duan Tian indifferently. I admit your defense is very strong. I can't kill you. However, how can you compare to my speed? Even if I don't take the initiative to attack, I can still dodge your attacks. Sima Chun said arrogantly, I can't break through your defense, and you can't keep up with my speed. I can't kill you, but you can't kill me. Sima Chun was very confident in his speed. After all, he had comprehended the law of wind that specialized in speed. Moreover, he had comprehended two profundities from the law of wind. Apart from the fundamental profundity, the other profundity was the gale profundity, which specialized in speed. After Sima Chun finished speaking, he turned around and left. As soon as Sima Chun turned around, Duan Tian's cold voice rang in the air. What if I use my royal-grade celestial weapon? Duan Lingtian's voice pierced Sima Chun's ears. Sima Chun instinctively came to a halt. When he turned around, he saw Duan Lingtian's royal-grade celestial weapon. The long rod was no longer in his hand. It was replaced by a ring. The ring was different from ordinary rings. There were 9 sharp points around the ring, and they were of different shapes. It looked strange. In addition, the ring was fiery red, but it was not a color that was dyed. Instead, it was the color of the material that made the ring. The ring's aura was not as dazzling as a king-grade celestial weapon. However, as Duan Lingtian continued to infuse his energy into the ring, it began to emit an aura that was even more terrifying than a king-grade celestial weapon. Furthermore, as soon as the aura appeared, even Sima Chun, who was standing quite a distance away, could smell the stench of death. Royal-grade celestial weapon. When Duan Lingtian mentioned the royal-grade celestial weapon, he thought Duan Lingtian was bluffing. When Sima Chun sensed the aura of the ring in Duan Lingtian's hand, he was certain it was a royal-grade celestial weapon. How is this possible? He's just an overarching, heavenly supreme celestial. How could he possess a royal-grade celestial weapon? At this moment, Sima Chun's mind was filled with disbelief. He could not believe Duan Lingtian possessed a royal-grade celestial weapon. After all, even the Sima clan, a grade 7 clan, did not possess a royal-grade celestial weapon. In fact, even if the Sima clan possessed a royal-grade celestial weapon, they would not dare to reveal it. After all, it would be impossible for them to keep their royal-grade celestial weapon. In the profound Nether Mansion's territory, the only grade 7 forces that could keep their royal-grade celestial weapons were the 3 sects and 2 clans that were subordinate to the profound Nether Mansion. Naturally, if the 3 sects and 2 clans wanted to keep their royal-grade celestial weapons, they would need the approval of the profound Nether Mansion. Based on this, one could see how precious a royal-grade celestial weapon was. Sima Chun found it hard to believe that an overarching heavenly supreme celestial possessed a royal-grade celestial weapon. Run! Sima Chun regained his senses. He only had one thought in his mind. Run! Indeed, Duan Lingtian's speed was not as fast as his. However, things were different now that Duan Lingtian had a royal-grade celestial weapon. At the very least, Duan Lingtian's speed was comparable to his. The only thing he could do now was to escape from Duan Lingtian's attack range. As long as Duan Lingtian could not catch up to him, he would be able to escape. However, if he could think of this, how could Duan Lingtian not think of it? If he was not confident, why would Duan Lingtian remind him that he possessed a royal-grade celestial weapon? Trying to escape? Do you think you can escape? A sneer appeared on Duan Lingtian's face when he saw the green energy raging around Sima Chun. His speed was so fast that it was as though he had transformed into a gust of wind. Gravitational space profundity. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, a pressure that had been accumulating for a long time suddenly shrouded Sima Chun, causing him to slow down. The suction force from Duan Lingtian's direction forcefully pulled at Sima Chun's body. Although it did not slow Sima Chun down, it did slow him down. Wang! As soon as Sima Chun slowed down, Duan Lingtian raised his right hand and tossed the royal-grade celestial weapon, out of his hand. Wang! 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 The ring whizzed out, and the 9 horns on it shone with a sharp luster. They were like 9 indestructible swords, capable of tearing through everything. The royal-grade celestial weapon in Duan Lingtian's hand was the royal-grade celestial weapon, the mystical Yang 9 water chestnut ring. It was the royal-grade celestial weapon that Brother Pei had given to him. Duan Lingtian did not dare to reveal the royal-grade celestial weapon to others. However, he dared to reveal the royal-grade celestial weapon today because he was confident no one would know about it. After all, a dead person would not spread the news. Moreover, communication celestial talismans were prohibited in the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. The formation in the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm prohibited the use of communication celestial talismans. This was also done to prevent some people from uniting too early and killing those who were left alone with their numbers. Wang! 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 Although Sima Chun was fleeing as fast as he could, he could still clearly hear the buzzing sound behind him that was getting closer and closer. When this voice entered his ears, it was like the god of death was calling him, causing his heart to burn with anxiety and his courage to be torn apart. He has comprehended the law of Earth's gravitational space profundity to such an extent. Sima Chun could tell Duan Lingtian was still a ways away from comprehending the gravitational space profundity to the rudimentary stage based on the suction force that enveloped him. However, in Sima Chun's opinion, Duan Lingtian had comprehended 3 profundities from the law of Earth. Duan Lingtian was not even 100 years old, but he had comprehended the law of Earth's fundamental profundity to the rudimentary stage. Not only that, but he had also comprehended 3 profundities from the law of Earth. What kind of monster had he encountered? If he did not see it with his own eyes, he would not have believed there was such a monster in the profound nether mansion. If it were not for the weak suction force that enveloped him, he was confident he would be able to shake off the royal-grade celestial weapon that was flying toward him. However, due to the weak suction force, Sima Chun's speed was slightly reduced, making it impossible for him to shake off the royal-grade celestial weapon. No! When the mysterious Yang-9 water chestnut ring was still more than 10 meters away from Sima Chun, the sharp rays of light raging on its surface were about to fall on Sima Chun's body. Sima Chun roared and quickly recovered. At the same time, he forcefully stopped his body. In the next moment, green energy began to gather around him. At the same time, the shadow of a dark green armor appeared on the surface of his body. The moment the shadow of the armor appeared, the azure wind completely merged into it. In addition, Sima Chun's other methods were also used to support the emerald armor phantom, forming a sturdy layer of defense around his body. Even then, Sima Chun's face was still as pale as a sheet of paper. He was not confident his defense would be able to withstand the attack of the royal-grade celestial weapon. "If you dare to kill me, the Sima clan won't let you go," Sima Chun said as he glared at Duan Lingtian, who was rushing toward him. He brought up the Sima clan to threaten Duan Lingtian to stop. "That depends on whether the Sima clan knows I killed you or not." Duan Lingtian, who was much slower than the mystical Yang-9 water chestnut ring, smirked when he heard Sima Chun's threat. Buzz, 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 buzz. At the same time, the 9 horns of the mystical Yang-9 water chestnut ring shot out 9 rays of light and landed on Sima Chun's defense. The 9 rays of light cut through Sima Chun's defense one after another. The first ray was blocked, the second ray continued to fall, and the third ray tore through his defense. A royal-grade celestial weapon is so powerful? At this moment, Sima Chun could clearly sense how terrifying a royal-grade celestial weapon was. He no longer dared to continue defending himself. He tried to flee again. However, the suction force that enveloped him made it impossible for him to unleash his full speed. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Due to Sima Chun's hasty escape, his defense had weakened slightly. For this reason, the mystical Yang-9 water chestnut ring only spun 3 times before it tore through Sima Chun's defense. No! Sima Chun let out a furious roar when his defenses were completely torn apart and he was on the brink of death. This time, his roar was filled with an extreme unwillingness to admit defeat. Just because of the difference of a royal-grade celestial weapon, he was going to die at the hands of an opponent who was on par with him. How could he accept this? Spurt. Regardless of how indignant Sima Chun was, he still died under the mystical Yang-9 water chestnut ring. He was killed by Duan Lingtian. Sima Chun's body was torn apart by the mystical Yang-9 water chestnut ring. His eyes were wide open, and his mouth was agape. It was clear how indignant he was. Crack. After Sima Chun died, his accumulative points Jade shattered. His points were taken by Duan Lingtian's accumulative points Jade. At the same time, Duan Lingtian took Sima Chun's spatial ring. Sima Chun, the most talented genius in the Sima clan, had died in the hands of Duan Lingtian in the southern heaven ancient realm. Chapter 3000. In the Devata realms, celestial weapons were divided into various grades. The higher the grade of a celestial weapon was, the greater the difference in strength between the grades. For example, a king-grade celestial weapon could not compare to a royal-grade celestial weapon. The difference between the two was much greater than the difference between a Duke-grade celestial weapon and a King-grade celestial weapon. However, Sima Chun's speed is indeed fast. If I didn't comprehend the law of Earth's gravitational space profundity with your help, I wouldn't have been able to kill him even if I used my royal-grade celestial weapon, Duan Lingtian said to the Chaos Divine Earth in his body. The moment he took out his royal-grade celestial weapon, Sima Chun's death was certain. There was no way he would let Sima Chun leave alive since news of him possessing a royal-grade celestial weapon would leak out. At that time, unless he was willing to hand over his royal-grade celestial weapon, he would not be able to escape. Apart from that, the Chaos Divine Earth had also predicted that he would be able to kill Sima Chun with his royal-grade celestial weapon. Humph! Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, the Chaos Divine Earth scoffed. Brat, if you've comprehended the gravitational space profundity to the rudimentary stage, you'd be able to kill him even without using your royal-grade celestial weapon. The law of Earth's gravitational space profundity is the bane of speed. If you've comprehended it to the rudimentary stage, you'd be able to cast the King-grade celestial method, the Black Rock Prison, to trap Sima Chun inside. Sima Chun relies on speed to survive. He'd definitely die if he's trapped in the Black Rock Prison. At that time, you wouldn't even need to use your royal-grade celestial weapon to kill him, the Chaos Divine Earth said. The rudimentary stage. Upon hearing the Chaos Divine Earth's words, Duan Lingtian's eyes shone with a hint of yearning. The Earth-type King-grade celestial method, the Black Rock Prison, contained two profundities from the law of Earth. He had already comprehended one of the profundities, the Earth elemental profundity, but he had yet to fully comprehend the gravitational space profundity. Naturally, he had only comprehended the gravitational space profundity to the rudimentary stage. This was the best he could do with a King-grade celestial method. Even so, Duan Lingtian was able to unleash the full power of the Black Rock Prison. Under the condition that they were at the same cultivation level, it was not difficult for him to trap Sima Chun. Once Sima Chun was trapped, Sima Chun would be like a turtle in a jar, at his mercy. After all, as long as he could not escape from the Black Rock Prison, it would be useless no matter how fast he was. How many points did that brat give you? The Chaos Divine Earth asked curiously. That brat's strength is not bad. He should have a lot of points. Upon hearing the Chaos Divine Earth's words, Duan Lingtian immediately sent his consciousness into his accumulative points jade token and saw the number of points he had accumulated. 11 points. That means that the Sima clan member just now has 8 points in his jade token. Duan Lingtian said to the Chaos Divine Earth. 8 points. The Chaos Divine Earth fell silent for a moment. After a moment of silence, it continued to say, "Now that the brat is dead, his name will be removed from the scoreboard. If your points increase by that much, I'm afraid everyone will know you're the one who killed him. Although you'll be able to join one of the 3 sects and 2 clans after you leave the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, that force won't be able to protect you forever. The Sima clan will eventually find an opportunity to kill you. For this reason, if the Sima clan finds out you're the one who killed him, you'll definitely become the Sima clan's enemy." The Chaos Divine Earth expressed its concern. "Don't worry. I'm sure the Southern Heaven Celestial Lord who created the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm would have thought of this as well," Duan Lingtian said nonchalantly. "I'm sure the Southern Heaven Celestial Lord who created the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm has thought of this as well. Based on what I know, there's a formation that contains the law of time in the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. The deaths of those who die in the formation will be transmitted to their soul pearls outside. This is to prevent the people outside from knowing who killed who. Based on this, it's clear the Southern Heaven Celestial Lord who created the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm is intentionally protecting those who kill in the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Therefore, there's no need to worry about the matter you mentioned." "You're right," Duan Lingtian said. Naturally, this was only Duan Lingtian's speculation. However, even if it was just a guess, Duan Lingtian was not worried at all. This was because he was confident in his guess. He felt his guess was most likely correct. Just as Duan Lingtian was about to withdraw his divine consciousness from the accumulative point jade, he sensed a peculiar aura surging out of it. The moment this aura appeared, It fused with his divine sense and led his divine sense in a direction to the right. That aura seems to be guiding me, Duan Lingtian thought to himself. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's accumulative point jade suddenly lit up as though it was resonating with something. At the same time, a voice rang in Duan Lingtian's ears. Once you obtain 10 points in the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, you'll be guided to the Celestial Lord Temple that I left behind in the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. As soon as the voice rang in the air, it disappeared as though it was never there. This voice, could it be the voice of the Southern Heaven Celestial Lord who created the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm? Duan Lingtian thought to himself. I'll be guided to the Celestial Lord Temple if I obtain 10 points? I've never heard of this before. Duan Lingtian was slightly puzzled. Could this be a new rule in the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm? However, Duan Lingtian did not think it was possible. However, if this was not the rule, why had he not heard of the Celestial Lord Temple before he entered the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm? Moreover, he had never heard of the Celestial Lord Temple being led to the Celestial Lord Temple if he obtained 10 points. After pondering for a while, Duan Lingtian still could not figure it out. Then, he thought of the Chaos Divine Earth and asked it about it. Naturally, Duan Lingtian did not think much of it. To his surprise, the Chaos Divine Earth did not seem surprised at all. Perhaps, the formation in the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm can erase one's memories of the Celestial Lord Temple. Under such circumstances, even if one leaves the Celestial Lord Temple, they won't be able to recall their experiences in the Celestial Lord Temple. Some powerful Celestial Lords are capable of setting up such a formation. Of course, they'll only forget about the experience. The things they obtained during this period of time will still be stored in their spatial rings. It's just that they'll forget how they obtained those things after they leave this place. Duan Lingtian nodded. After leaving the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, you'll forget how you obtained those things? Upon hearing the Chaos Divine Earth's words, Duan Lingtian's eyes widened as he inhaled sharply. He still remembered that Huang Jialong had once said something similar to him. In the past, some of the powerful overarching heavenly supreme celestials who survived the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm did not have any recollection of their gains. It was as though their gains had appeared out of thin air in their spatial rings. In fact, some of them even discovered that they had accumulated points after leaving the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, but they could not remember how they obtained those points. It seems like I can't bring the information about the Celestial Lord Temple and the 10 points out of the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Duan Lingtian muttered to himself. You can't bring it out of the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, but I can. After you leave the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, I'll tell you everything. The Chaos Divine Earth said. All right. Duan Lingtian nodded. Then he looked to the right. The aura from the accumulative point jade had fused with his divine consciousness and guided him to the right direction. The Celestial Lord Temple. I'll be guided to the Celestial Lord Temple if I collect 10 points. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. I wonder if anyone has already arrived at the Celestial Lord Temple. I'm sure there are others on their way as well. After witnessing Sima Chun's strength, Duan Lingtian no longer dared to underestimate the overarching heavenly supreme celestials who had entered the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Sima Chun was only an overarching heavenly supreme celestial from one of the Grade 7 forces. Many Grade 7 forces had also sent people to the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Needless to say, the overarching heavenly supreme celestials who were sent by Grade 7 forces to enter the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm were not to be underestimated. Duan Lingtian was certain there were some who were on par with Sima Chun. In fact, there might even be some who were stronger than him. In the next moment, Duan Lingtian made his way to the Celestial Lord Temple. Since the Southern Heaven Celestial Lord had left the Celestial Lord Temple in the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, it had to be a good place. Moreover, based on the conditions set by the Southern Heaven Celestial Lord, not just anyone could enter the Celestial Lord Temple. Only those who had accumulated 10 points would be able to learn the location of the Celestial Lord Temple and be guided to the Celestial Lord Temple. For this reason, Duan Lingtian was looking forward to entering the Celestial Lord Temple. just as Duan Lingtian was about to follow the directions to the Celestial Lord Temple. Above the center of the scaling cloud lake, a name that was originally ranked 6th on the scoreboard suddenly disappeared. As soon as the name disappeared, the names behind it moved forward. An uproar broke out immediately. The name that disappeared seems to belong to Sima Chun? That's right, it's Sima Chun. Sima Chun already had 8 points, but now his name has disappeared. Heavens! Sima Chun is dead? The fact that Sima Chun managed to accumulate 8 points means he's not a simple person. How did he die? He's not a simple person? Not only is Sima Chun extraordinary, but he's also the most talented person in the Grade 7 Sima clan in the past 1,000 years. Sima Chun, didn't he comprehend the gale profundity from the law of wind? With such strength, he was actually killed by someone? Chapter 3001. How's this possible? In the sky above the central area of Scaling Cloud Lake, many people were looking at him. When they saw that Ma Chun's name had disappeared from the scoreboard, an old man in gray clothes was shocked. His pupils shrank and his face changed. At the same time, a powerful aura involuntarily swept out from his body, causing some of the surrounding people with weaker cultivations to feel their hearts palpitate. How powerful! Who's he? Just his aura alone is terrifying. You don't know him? He's the Grand Elder of the Grade 7 Sima clan. The Grand Elder of the Sima clan? Why did he come here? With his status, he shouldn't have come to such an event, right? It seems like the Grand Elder of the Sima clan is having a hard time accepting Sima Chun's death. It's normal. With Sima Chun's innate talent and comprehension ability, he must have been heavily nurtured by the Sima clan. It's hard for the high-ranking officials of the Sima clan to accept the loss of such a talent. Although many people recognized the old man, they were not aware of his relationship with Sima Chun. The gray-clad old man was the leader of the Sima clan. He was Sima Ping Dong, the Grand Elder of the Sima clan. His strength was on par with the leaders of the 3 sects and 2 clans, excluding the coupling Celestial Sect's Grand Elder from the Sima clan. This was his first time leading a team to the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. He had chosen to lead the team this time because his favorite grandson was among the overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestials from the Sima clan. Sima Chun was his grandson. Chun'er is dead. Sima Ping Dong's expression changed drastically as he muttered to himself. It was as though he could not believe this was true. My condolences, Grand Elder. A middle-aged man stood next to Sima Ping Dong. He was also an elder of the Sima clan. However, his status in the Sima clan was far inferior to Sima Ping Dong. Sima Chun is the Grand Elder's favorite grandson. Now that he's dead, the Grand Elder must be regretting allowing Sima Chun to enter the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. The Sima clan elder sighed in his heart. He knew that Sima Chun was irreplaceable in the heart of the Sima clan's Grand Elder. Now that Sima Chun was dead, one could only imagine how the Grand Elder of the Sima clan was feeling right now. However, his heart was also filled with shock. Sima Chun actually died in there? After all, Sima Chun was the most outstanding genius in the Sima clan in the past 1,000 years. Not only was he a peak overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial, but he had also comprehended 2 profundities from the law of wind. With such strength, he was definitely ranked in the top 10 among all the overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestials who had entered the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. But now he was dead. Boom! The space beneath Sima Ping Dong's feet trembled. In a flash, he arrived near the 5 leaders of the 3 sects and 2 clans. His eyes landed on Bihai Mingfeng, the 3rd sect leader of the coupling Celestial Sect. Then he cupped his hands and bowed. Sect Leader Bihai. Elder Pingdong. The Sima clan was a Grade 7 clan, so it was only natural for Bihai Mingfeng to recognize the Grand Elder of the Sima clan. I can roughly guess why you're here. However, even we don't know what's going on in the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. For this reason, we can't tell you who killed your grandson even if we wanted to, Bihai Mingfeng said. Sima Ping Dong nodded. I know that. Sima Ping Dong nodded. Then, he said in a deep voice, I'm here to ask you for a favor, Sect Leader Bihai. If I can confirm who killed my grandson, I hope you'll hand him over to me, sect leader Bihai. From the beginning until the end, Sima Pingdong did not even look at the leaders of the 3 sects and 2 clans. After all, these 4 people would not be able to stop him if he wanted to kill someone. Only Bihai Mingfeng was capable of stopping him. I'm afraid that won't do. Bihai Mingfeng shook his head. It's not that I don't want to give you face, Elder Pingdong, but the 3 sects and 2 clans don't have a say in the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. After all, the profound Nether Mansion is the one who gave us the authority to open the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Sect leader Bihai, as one of the 10 inspectors of the profound Nether Mansion, if you're willing to do me a favor, I'm sure the profound Nether Mansion won't blame you for this matter. Sima Pingdong was very persistent. However, Bihai Mingfeng still rejected him. Therefore, he had no choice but to leave. From the beginning until the end, many people's eyes followed Sima Pingdong's every move. They could vaguely guess why Sima Pingdong was looking for Bihai Mingfeng. Sima Pingdong, the Grand Elder of the Sima clan, is Sima Chun's grandfather. Now that Sima Chun is dead, he must be itching to kill the murderer. I'm sure he's looking for sect leader Bihai to ask him not to stop him from seeking revenge. However, does he know who killed his grandson, Sima Chun? I'm sure he won't be able to confirm that. However, he has to be prepared. What if he's able to confirm his grandson's death? If sect leader Bihai makes a move, he won't be able to kill the murderer to avenge his grandson. That's why he's looking for sect leader Bihai to ask him not to stop him from seeking revenge. However, based on his unsightly expression, it's obvious sect leader Bihai has rejected him. It's normal. If sect leader Bihai doesn't reject him, who would dare to kill in the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm in the future? Many people could guess why Sima Pingdong was looking for Bihai Mingfeng. After Sima Chun's death, I don't think there's anyone with 8 points on the scoreboard. A middle-aged man muttered as he looked at the scoreboard. Nonsense. Of course, that's impossible. An old man standing near the middle-aged man said matter-of-factly, if there's someone with 8 points, wouldn't it be telling everyone that he's the one who killed Sima Chun? Under such circumstances, the 8 points obtained by the person who killed Sima Chun would slowly increase on the scoreboard. It's like a smokescreen to prevent people from finding out who killed whom. The old man said, I see. In that case, unless the person who killed Sima Chun admits to killing Sima Chun or someone saw him kill Sima Chun, no one will know he's the one who killed Sima Chun. That's right. If that's not the case, those who enter the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm will have to hold back. If that's the case, what's the point of opening the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm? Many people who were unaware of the rules of the scoreboard finally learned about it. Duan Lingtian's points have increased by 2 points. Hu Lin-yi, the emperor of the supporting Fall Nation, who had been staring at the scoreboard all this while, suddenly widened his eyes. Although at the same time there were a few people whose points increased by 1 or 2 points, and the increase was not noticeable at all, he still saw it. After all, he was only paying attention to the names on the scoreboard. 5 points. As expected, Duan Lingtian didn't let me down, Hu Lin-yi said with a smile on his face. A smile appeared on Hu Lin-yi's face, but when he saw the top few people on the scoreboard, he could not help but frown. However, the person in the first place has already obtained 11 points. Even the person who's ranked 10th has 7 points. I hope he'll be able to enter the top 10 as soon as possible. A hint of hope could be seen in Hu Lin-yi's eyes. Although he had been paying attention to the death of Sima Chun, the prodigy of the Sima clan, he did not think Duan Lingtian was involved in Sima Chun's death. In his opinion, Sima Chun was a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial who had comprehended 2 profundities from the law of wind. Moreover, it was said that Sima Chun had comprehended the gale profundity. Therefore, he did not think Duan Lingtian was capable of killing Sima Chun. In fact, Hu Lin-yi was certain Sima Chun was not a match for Sima Chun. He was certain Duan Lingtian was not a match for Sima Chun. Grand Elder, even if the person from the coupling celestial sect agrees to your request, I'm afraid it won't be easy for you to find your grandson's murderer. Another elder from the Sima clan said with a wry smile on his face. I'll kill whoever's the biggest suspect, Sima Pingdong said in a deep voice. Although he had many sons and even more grandchildren, the one he valued the most was still Sima Chun. Sima Chun's death had infuriated him. He wanted nothing more than to charge into the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm to find the murderer and avenge Sima Chun. Upon hearing Sima Pingdong's words, the elder from the Sima clan smiled bitterly. Among the overarching heavenly supreme celestials who had entered the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, only a few from Great Seven Forces were a match for Sima Chun. However, those people were only as strong as Sima Chun. It would be difficult for them to kill Sima Chun. Naturally, there was another possibility. Sima Chun was killed by a group of people. If that was the case, it would be even more difficult to find out who killed Sima Chun. Duan Lingtian was, naturally, unaware of what was happening outside. Even though his points were still slowly increasing, and it didn't take long for his points to increase by 8 points, it was still not enough. Nevertheless, no one suspected him of killing Sima Chun. After all, he was not the only one who had gained 8 points during this period. Apart from that, there were also a few people who knew about his strength. Through these people, it was easy for Sima Pingdong to remove Duan Lingtian from the list of suspects. Not long after Sima Chun's death, Sima Pingdong purposely stared at the scoreboard and remembered the names of those who increased their points quickly. He included them in the list of suspects who killed his grandson. In the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. I'm finally out. In just a blink of an eye, another month had passed. Duan Lingtian finally made it out of the seemingly endless forest. Moreover, he was traveling at an extremely fast speed. Chapter 3002. Along the way, Duan Lingtian had encountered 3 people. One of them took advantage of the fact that he was not even 100 years old and attacked him. In the end, he was killed by Duan Lingtian. When Duan Lingtian and Xue Jingyu, the second prince of the Southern Qi nation, were fighting, they had witnessed Duan Lingtian's strength. For this reason, they did not have the courage to attack Duan Lingtian. In fact, they thought they were going to die. However, since they did not make a move, Duan Lingtian did not take the initiative to attack them as well. Currently, Duan Lingtian's top priority was to reach the Celestial Lord Temple. The Celestial Lord Temple seemed to be a place left behind by the Southern Heaven Celestial Lord. After walking out of the forest for a month, Duan Lingtian entered a plain that stretched as far as the eye could see. On this plain, there were still some mountain ridges that could be seen from a distance. However, they were all individual mountain ridges and there were no continuous mountain ranges. After traveling for another 3 days, when Duan Lingtian was passing by a mountain ridge, he could clearly hear the sound of fighting coming from the mountain ridge. Initially, Duan Lingtian did not plan to interfere. However, when an extremely arrogant voice sounded, Duan Lingtian's face turned grave immediately as he descended from the sky. Huang Jiachao, you're no match for me. Prepare to die. When Duan Lingtian heard the voice, he did not continue on his journey. Instead, he descended from the sky and entered the mountain. Soon, 2 figures fighting fiercely appeared in front of him. One of them was at a disadvantage. As for the voice from earlier, it was emitted by that other person. The person who was at a disadvantage was Huang Jiachao, the 5th son of Huang Yuanfei, the city governor of Passage City in the supporting Fall Nation. He was also Huang Jialong's younger brother. After descending from the sky, Duan Lingtian did not hide his presence. Instead, he intentionally released his aura. After sensing his aura and discovering his existence, the 2 people who were fighting fiercely immediately separated from each other. Be brother Duan? Huang Jiachao thought he was going to die. He did not expect the person who appeared at the critical moment to be his brother's good friend. Huang Jiachao was overjoyed. His eyes and face were filled with joy. Swoosh! The expression of the person who was fighting Huang Jiachao changed drastically when he saw Huang Jiachao knew the person. Brother Duan? When he heard how Huang Jiachao addressed the newcomer, his eyes widened immediately. Don't tell me he's Duan Lingtian, the genius sectless cultivator from the supporting Fall Nation? The one who could easily defeat Xue Jingyu, the second prince of the Nanchi Kingdom? At the thought of this, The young man in brocade who was confronting Huang Jiachao suddenly changed his expression. Then, his figure flashed and he tried to escape. Swoosh! However, as soon as the young man in embroidered clothes moved, a figure appeared in his path like a ghost and blocked his path. The person who blocked his path was none other than Duan Lingtian. Although the young Duan Lingtian did not provoke him, he could not just stand by and watch the young Duan Lingtian kill Huang Jialong's younger brother. Duan Lingtian, I didn't offend you. The young Duan Lingtian looked at Duan Lingtian with a pale face. His eyes and face were filled with fear. He clenched his fists tightly, and he could feel his palms breaking out in cold sweat. Even Xue Jingyu, the second prince of the southern Qi nation, could easily defeat him. However, Duan Lingtian was someone who could easily defeat Xue Jingyu. Moreover, based on the speed at which Duan Lingtian appeared, it was clear he was no match for Duan Lingtian. As soon as the young Duan Lingtian finished speaking, Duan Lingtian struck with his rod at lightning speed, killing the young Duan Lingtian. The young Duan Lingtian did not even have time to react before he was killed by Duan Lingtian. Of course, not to mention that he didn't react in time. Even if he reacted in time and executed a defense, it would still be impossible for him to block Duan Lingtian's rod strike. Duan Lingtian's rod contained his celestial origin energy that had been boosted with the Earth Elemental Profundity, the Immobilization King method, and the Eastern Purple Qi. It was not something a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial who had yet to comprehend a law could withstand. Are you all right? After killing the young Duan Lingtian, Duan Lingtian looked at Huang Jiachao who was flying toward him with a smile on his face. I'm fine. Huang Jiachao shook his head. A hint of fear could be seen on his face as he said, Brother Duan, it's fortunate that you appeared in time and lent me a hand. Otherwise, I would have been killed by Xia Hoji. Xia Hoji. Duan Lingtian was taken aback. You know him? At this moment, Duan Lingtian recalled the young Duan Lingtian had mentioned Huang Jiachao's name before he appeared. It was highly possible that the young Duan Lingtian knew Huang Jiachao. Even if he did not know Huang Jiachao, he would not have acted so arrogantly when he was about to kill Huang Jiachao. After all, they had no enmity between them. It was impossible for such a situation to occur. Of course, I know him. Huang Jiachao smiled bitterly as he said, Moreover, we had some conflicts. Naturally, the conflict between him and my brother was even worse. He vented his anger on me because of the conflict between him and my brother. Jialong? Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow. Naturally, he knew Huang Jialong was Huang Jiachao's brother. Apart from Huang Jialong, Huang Jiachao had other brothers. However, they were much older than him, and they did not spend much time together. For this reason, he did not address them intimately. Huang Jialong was the only person he could address as his brother. After all, Huang Jiachao was Huang Jialong's younger brother, and Huang Jialong was close to him. For this reason, Duan Lingtian brought Huang Jiachao with him. The Celestial Lord Temple? Huang Jiachao was shocked when he learned about the Celestial Lord Temple. It was obvious he had not heard of the Celestial Lord Temple before. If I accumulate 10 points, I'll be guided to the Celestial Lord Temple? Huang Jiachao muttered to himself for a moment before his eyes lit up. I remember now. No wonder some overarching heavenly supreme celestials who came out of the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm don't remember how they obtained the precious items. No wonder some overarching heavenly supreme celestials don't know how they obtained the points. It seems like the formation in the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm can also erase the memories of those who accumulate more than 10 points. Huang Jiachao said. Moreover, it doesn't only erase the memories of those who have accumulated more than 10 points. It also erases the memories of those who have come into contact with those who have accumulated more than 10 points. For example, I'm afraid I won't be able to remember what happened after I met you, Brother Duan. Otherwise, I could have told others about what you've told me. I'm sure similar things have happened when the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm opened in the past. However, nobody has heard of the Celestial Lord Temple. I'm certain my speculation is correct. That's most likely the case. Duan Lingtian nodded. Jiachao, how many points do you have now? Duan Lingtian asked as he looked at Huang Jiachao. 3. Huang Jiachao smiled sheepishly. I was lucky to encounter 2 ordinary peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials who only had 1 point each. After killing them, I've accumulated 3 points in my accumulative point jade. After he finished speaking, he looked at Duan Lingtian and asked, What about you, Brother Duan? Me? Before I killed that person, I had 16 points. Duan Lingtian replied as he extended his divine consciousness into the accumulative point jade in his hand. Currently, I have a total of 21 points. I didn't expect that person to have 5 points, Duan Lingtian said. Although Huang Jiachao was prepared for this, he was still shocked by the number of points Duan Lingtian had accumulated. He did not expect Duan Lingtian to have accumulated 21 points. If Xiaoji had killed me, he would have accumulated 8 points. Unfortunately, he was unlucky to have encountered you, Brother Duan. Huang Jiachao sighed in relief as he looked at Duan Lingtian solemnly. Brother Duan, I know you're close to my brother. It's just a piece of cake for you to save me. However, I, Huang Jiachao, will remember this kindness in my heart. I will find an opportunity to repay you in the future, Huang Jiachao said resolutely. Upon seeing the determination in Huang Jiachao's eyes, Duan Lingtian no longer bothered with pleasantries. He only smiled faintly. Jiachao, you're going to the Celestial Lord Temple with me. I wonder if there's a point requirement for entering the Celestial Lord Temple. I'll kill people and you'll collect points. Try to accumulate more than 10 points in your points jade token as soon as possible. After traveling for a while, Duan Lingtian seemed to have thought of something and said to Huang Jiachao, Brother Duan Lingtian, you'll be able to accumulate more points in your accumulative point jade. I don't think that's appropriate. How can I keep the points from the people you killed? Although Huang Jiachao was tempted, he shook his head and rejected Duan Lingtian's offer. Brother Duan, I know you want to help me, but I hope you'll rank first in the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Just do as I say. Duan Lingtian did not give Huang Jiachao any room for negotiation. Huang Jiachao could only smile bitterly when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. Since Duan Lingtian wanted to accumulate points for Huang Jiachao, he did not show any mercy. Duan Lingtian did not hesitate to kill people whom he did not know and did not attack him or Huang Jiachao first. After killing 2 people, Huang Jiachao's points increased to 10. I've received some guidance as well, Huang Jiachao said to Duan Lingtian. All right, Duan Lingtian nodded. After that, Duan Lingtian did not hold back and killed a few more people to accumulate points. Those who entered the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm were well aware of the dangers in the lower realm. Therefore, they were prepared to face death. However, the people who were killed by Duan Lingtian did not only feel despair, but they also felt extremely aggrieved at the moment before they died. Chapter 3003. In fact, those who could survive for more than 2 months in the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm were the cream of the crop among the overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestials. Along the way, Duan Lingtian had encountered a few overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestials who had comprehended Duke-grade celestial methods and divine abilities. They were stronger than Huang Jialong during the Southern Heaven combat and were on par with Hu Jiyong, the 4th prince of the supporting Fall Nation. These people were unlucky to have encountered Duan Lingtian. They did not even have the chance to make a move before they were killed by Duan Lingtian. With Duan Lingtian's current strength, it was easy for him to kill an overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial who had not comprehended any profundities. Brother Duan, don't be hasty in selling the king-grade celestial weapons in their possession. It's best to wait until you join one of the 3 sects and 2 clans before selling them. If you don't lack celestial crystals, it's best to delay selling them, Huang Jiachao reminded Duan Lingtian. Throughout their journey, Huang Jiachao had grown numb to Duan Lingtian's strength. Although he had heard from his brother, Huang Jialong, that Duan Lingtian was much stronger than before, hearing about it and seeing it with his own eyes were 2 completely different things. All right, I understand. Duan Lingtian nodded. After traveling for a while, Huang Jiachao's eyes narrowed slightly as he thought to himself, I feel that the guiding aura seems to have changed a little. Could it be that the Celestial Lord Temple is about to arrive? I feel it as well. Upon hearing Huang Jiachao's words, Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow. Then he looked ahead. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's ears twitched as he vaguely sensed something nearby. There seems to be something over there. At this moment, Huang Jiachao also looked to the left. It was clear he had also sensed the same thing Duan Lingtian had sensed. Duan Lingtian looked in the direction Huang Jiachao was looking at. With just a glance, he saw a blue light that was thousands of meters away from him. The blue light did not seem to be heading toward the Celestial Lord Temple. However, at this moment, Duan Lingtian could vaguely sense a commotion coming from inside. Moreover, this commotion was becoming more and more intense. Although Duan Lingtian's strength was far stronger than Huang Jiachao, their divine consciousness, as a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial, was similar. For this reason, Huang Jiachao could also sense the commotion that Duan Lingtian could sense. Let's go. Let's go take a look. Due to the fact that it was not far away, Duan Lingtian could not suppress the curiosity in his heart and flashed towards the blue water that was a few thousand meters away. Huang Jiachao naturally followed closely behind Duan Lingtian. After all, with his strength, it would be difficult for him to survive in the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. After meeting up with Duan Lingtian, he discovered that even the weakest overarching heavenly supreme celestial who had died at the hands of Duan Lingtian was as strong as him. The remaining people were all stronger than him. After a while, Duan Lingtian arrived at the blue light. As it turned out, the blue light was actually a small lake in the middle of the desert. However, the surface of the lake was not calm at all. Ripples could be seen on the surface of the lake. It seems like there's a battle going on inside. Huang Jiachao extended his divine consciousness into the lake and quickly sensed the vibrations coming from the depths of the lake. A battle? Inside the lake? At this moment, Duan Lingtian extended his divine consciousness into the lake as well. His eyes lit up as he thought to himself, could this be a place of fortuitous encounters? There were many fortuitous encounters in the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Usually, fortuitous encounters were located in certain places, and they were called places of fortuitous encounters. The fortuitous encounters in the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm could include a king-grade celestial weapon, a king-grade celestial method, a divine ability, a cultivation method, a precious pill, or a precious celestial talisman. There were also some other precious items. Nobody knows about the Celestial Lord Temple. However, many people who have entered the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm are talking about places of fortuitous encounters. Duan Lingtian looked at Huang Jiachao and said, Jiachao, I have to admit that both of us are very unlucky. It's been 2 months since we entered the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, and we only found a place of fortuitous encounter. Although there were not many people who managed to obtain fortuitous encounters in the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, there were still many who managed to obtain fortuitous encounters. However, this did not mean one would not be able to obtain fortuitous encounters if one did not encounter a place of fortuitous encounters. Some unlucky overarching heavenly supreme celestials who managed to obtain fortuitous encounters died in the hands of other overarching heavenly supreme celestials. Those who managed to obtain fortuitous encounters in places of fortuitous encounters would be able to obtain the fortuitous encounters of other overarching heavenly supreme celestials if they were strong enough. Although Duan Lingtian did not encounter any places of fortuitous encounters, he had killed quite a number of people who managed to obtain fortuitous encounters in the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Some of them even had more than 2 king-grade celestial weapons in their spatial rings. However, since Duan Lingtian was not certain which king-grade celestial weapon came from the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, he did not dare to use it recklessly. Most of the overarching heavenly supreme celestials who entered the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm had powerful backgrounds. If he used their king-grade celestial weapons recklessly, he would be discovered and killed. If that was the case, he would definitely attract unnecessary trouble. Shall we go in and have a look? Huang Jiachao looked at Duan Lingtian eagerly. If he was alone, he would definitely hide as far away as possible after discovering that there were people fighting in this place that was suspected to be a land of opportunity. This was because he knew his own strength very well. "Let's go." Duan Lingtian nodded. He was just about to enter the lake when he saw Huang Jiachao and Huang Jiachao entering the lake. Their celestial origin energies surged out of their bodies and blocked the water from entering the lake. It was as though they were walking on flat ground. Boom, 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 bang, 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 bang. The deeper they went, the louder the sounds in Duan Lingtian and Huang Jiachao's ears became. All of a sudden, Duan Lingtian and Huang Jiachao came to an abrupt halt when they discovered the voice had suddenly stopped. It was as if the voice just now was just an auditory hallucination. Duan Lingtian and Huang Jiachao exchanged a look. "It seems like they've discovered us?" Huang Jiachao asked through voice transmission. "It's obvious. If they didn't discover us, they wouldn't have stopped fighting so abruptly." Duan Lingtian nodded. Following that, Duan Lingtian and Huang Jiachao continued to explore the lake with their divine consciousness. Soon, they discovered that there was a water-repelling array formation at the bottom of the lake, blocking a dilapidated door inside. A sword-shaped stone tablet could be seen at the side of the dilapidated door with 2 large words carved on it. Sword Tomb. Duan Lingtian and Huang Jiachao passed through the formation and stood in front of the dilapidated door. They looked at the sword-shaped stone tablet at the side of the door. Sword Tomb. It seems like there's a place with fortuitous encounters with divine weapons. Huang Jiachao said to Duan Lingtian, "In the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, there's a king-grade celestial weapon fortuitous encounters in each of the fortuitous encounters. All the weapons in the fortuitous encounters are king-grade celestial weapons that have been nurtured by celestial lords with their celestial origin energy. These king-grade celestial weapons are no different from ordinary king-grade celestial weapons. However, since they've been nurtured by celestial lords with their celestial origin energy, they're much more powerful than ordinary king-grade celestial weapons." Upon hearing Huang Jiachao's words, Duan Lingtian came to a realization. There was a huge difference between king-grade celestial weapons that had been nurtured by celestial lords with their celestial origin energy. Since this place is called the Sword Tomb, it means there's a king-grade celestial sword that has been nurtured by celestial lords with their celestial origin energy. The people here must be fighting for the king-grade celestial sword. Huang Jiachao said confidently. As soon as Huang Jiachao's voice fell, a deep and loud voice came from within the sword tomb at the right time. "Since both of you are here, please come in." From the beginning until the end, the people inside the sword tomb had no intention of attacking Duan Lingtian and Huang Jiachao. Since they were both peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials, it was impossible for them to hide from Duan Lingtian and Huang Jiachao's divine consciousness unless they used a concealment celestial talisman. Celestial talismans that could hide from Duan Lingtian and Huang Jiachao's divine consciousness were usually inscribed by celestial dukes or stronger. Therefore, they were useless in the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. After stepping through the dilapidated door of the Sword Tomb, they arrived at a passage that was about 10 meters long. After passing through the passage, they arrived at a spacious cave abode. The cave abode was square and had tens of thousands of sword marks on its walls. Some were deep while some were shallow, some were deep. It was as though someone had frequently practiced swordsmanship in the cave. At the end of the cave abode, there was a sword-shaped stone platform. Tens of thousands of swords were engraved on the stone platform. None of the swords were the same. Even if they looked similar, their sizes were completely different. The most eye-catching thing was the huge sword that was as long as a 7-foot-long spear that was stabbed into the ground behind the stone platform. The huge sword did not have a blade, making it look like an ordinary stone sword. However, the huge sword that was stabbed into the ground behind the sword-shaped stone platform was emitting 7-colored sword rays. This 7-colored sword light was the sword chi that extended from the engravings on the sword-shaped stone platform. It constantly penetrated into the huge sword and then flew out of the huge sword and re-entered the engravings on the sword-shaped stone platform. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. From time to time, some sword chis would shoot out from the huge sword, and when they shot a little further, they would leave a new sword mark on the stone wall of the cave. Clearly, The sword marks on the walls of the cave abode were left by the sword chi that extended from the huge sword. As soon as Duan Lingtian and Huang Jiachao entered the cave abode, Duan Lingtian sensed the killing intent from the two men standing in the middle of the cave abode. Chapter 3004. A middle-aged man and a young man stood in the middle of the sword tomb as they stared at Duan Lingtian and Huang Jiachao with sharp eyes. Just as Huang Jiachao had said, this was a land of opportunity that contained a divine weapon. It was discovered by the middle-aged man and the young man together. The reason they were fighting earlier was to determine the ownership of the king-grade celestial sword. It was not an ordinary king-grade celestial weapon. It was a king-grade celestial weapon that had been nurtured by a celestial lord with his celestial origin energy. Such a king-grade celestial weapon was much more powerful than ordinary king-grade celestial weapons. Both of them had ordinary king-grade celestial weapons, and their strength was on par. However, if one of them obtained the king-grade celestial sword, they would be able to break the balance. They would be able to take advantage of the difference in strength between the king-grade celestial weapon and ordinary king-grade celestial weapons to defeat or kill the other party. Initially, the two of them were fighting fiercely over the king-grade celestial sword. However, when they realized that someone else had also discovered this place and was approaching, they tacitly retracted their attacks. After all, neither of them wanted to be the prey of the mantis stalking the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Both of us discovered the sword tomb. Let's join forces and kill them. After that, we'll continue to fight for the ownership of the king-grade celestial sword. What do you think? All right. Before Duan Lingtian and Huang Jiachao entered the sword tomb, the middle-aged man and the young man agreed to join forces and kill Duan Lingtian and Huang Jiachao before they continued to fight for the king-grade celestial sword. That sword seems pretty good. Although Duan Lingtian could sense the killing intent from the middle-aged man and the young man, his expression remained calm as he looked at the huge sword behind the sword-shaped stone platform. Lad, this sword suits you very well. At this moment, the Chaos Divine Earth's childish voice rang in Duan Lingtian's body again, as he looked at the gigantic sword behind the sword-shaped stone platform. Generally speaking, it's best for those who have comprehended the law of wind to use light and sharp weapons. Since you've comprehended the law of earth, it's best for you to use a heavy weapon like this huge sword or a saber or an axe. The Chaos Divine Earth said. As soon as the Chaos Divine Earth finished speaking, Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up as he looked at the huge sword on the sword-shaped stone platform. It was a king-grade celestial weapon that suited him. Moreover, it was a king-grade celestial weapon that was nurtured by a celestial lord. I want this sword, Duan Lingtian said loudly as he stared at the gigantic sword. It was as though he had completely ignored the two people who were glaring at him and Huang Jiachao. Duan Lingtian's is kings. Of Duan Lingtian's Duan Lingtian. Duan of Duan kings Tians. S sword Duan Ling. Of Tian Duan Sun Lingtian. Duan Tian had heard. S Duan Tian. Duan Lingtian Tian sword, Duan Dun sword and a. Before Duan Lingtian entered the sword tomb cave, he had heard from the Chaos Divine Earth that the two people fighting inside had yet to comprehend any profundities from a law. No matter how strong and overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial was, there was a limit to their strength. For this reason, Duan Lingtian did not feel any pressure when he entered the sword tomb cave. It was as though he was returning to his own home. No? The middle-aged man was about to say not bad when Duan Lingtian, whose celestial origin energy had been boosted by the earth elemental profundity, appeared in front of the middle-aged man like a ghost. Bang! The staff rose and fell. With just a swing of the staff, the middle-aged man fell to the ground, dead. All of this happened in the blink of an eye, and it was so fast that the young man at the side didn't even have time to react. When he regained his senses, he discovered the middle-aged man, who was as strong as him, was lying in a pool of his own blood. He's dead. The middle-aged man's expression changed drastically. He looked at Duan Lingtian and said in a trembling voice, "Sir, I don't want that sword. I don't want it anymore. I don't want it anymore. Please spare my life so that I can leave the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm alive. A hint of pleading could be heard in the middle-aged man's voice when he spoke. However, Duan Lingtian's response was another swing of the staff. Bang! In just a blink of an eye, the middle-aged man's accumulative point jade shattered as well. The points in the accumulative point jade shattered and became Duan Lingtian's. Unlike the middle-aged man, who was unaware of Duan Lingtian's strength, the middle-aged man was completely unprepared. Although this young man had learned of Duan Lingtian's strength after the middle-aged man's death, he did not have any intention of resisting Duan Lingtian at all because he knew the gap between him and Duan Lingtian. If he had the courage to fight back, he might have been able to withstand a few moves from Duan Lingtian. However, since he did not have the courage to fight back, he was destined to be killed by Duan Lingtian's staff. After killing the two middle-aged men, Duan Lingtian removed the giant sword from the sword-shaped stone platform. The moment the giant sword left the sword-shaped stone platform and entered his hand, the sword chi that had originally entered the giant sword from the sword-shaped carvings on the stone platform suddenly scattered in all directions, filling the surroundings of the cave dwelling. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. Tens of thousands of sword chi swirled around the walls of the cave. The number of sword chi continued to increase, emitting a menacing aura. Brother Duan, it said that one has to pass a test to obtain the fortuitous encounter in the fortuitous encounter. It seems like the two middle-aged men haven't passed the test to obtain the king-grade celestial sword. They're just trying to obtain the fortuitous encounter, Huang Jiachao said to Duan Lingtian. In the history of the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm, there are many overarching heavenly supreme celestials who died in the fortuitous encounter due to their lack of strength. Test. Upon hearing Huang Jiachao's words, Duan Lingtian glanced at the colorful sword chi in the surroundings. Currently, there were tens of thousands of sword chi. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. When the sword-shaped stone platform stopped emitting sword chi, the tens of thousands of sword chi that were circling around the cave suddenly changed direction and flew in another direction. The direction they flashed towards was precisely the direction Duan Lingtian was at. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. Over 1,000 sword chis flashed past Huang Jiachao's body, and the ear-piercing sword whistles caused his scalp to go numb. His entire body stood on the spot, and his legs seemed to be filled with lead, and he didn't dare to move at all. As the tens of thousands of sword chi flew toward him, Duan Lingtian held his sword horizontally. A crimson silhouette appeared on his back. It was none other than his purely defensive king-grade celestial weapon, the red scale garment. It was also a king-grade celestial weapon given to him by Hu Lin Yi, the emperor of the supporting Fall Nation. As soon as the silhouette of the red scale garment appeared, it shone with a golden light and purple energy that resembled lightning bolts. Apart from that, a whirlpool appeared in the silhouette of the red scale garment and began to devour the heaven and earth spirit energy in the surroundings. At the same time, an earthy yellow light began to swirl around the silhouette of the red scale garment. At this moment, Duan Lingtian cast his strongest defense. Of course, this was the strongest defense that the Chaos Divine Earth could muster without the Chaos Divine Earth making a move. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. Several tens of thousands of sword chi intertwined with each other, as though they had transformed into a terrifying sword net that was intertwined with each other as they swept down towards Duan Lingtian. In just a blink of an eye, the sword chi landed on the silhouette of the red scale garment on Duan Lingtian's body, creating ripples on its surface. Chi, 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 chi. When the sword chi landed on the silhouette of the red scale garment, it evaporated like water droplets falling on a red-hot iron plate. In the end, the tens of thousands of sword chi failed to penetrate Duan Lingtian's defense. Duan Lingtian had successfully passed the test and officially obtained control of the gigantic sword. The formation on the sword has disappeared. When Duan Lingtian obtained the gigantic sword, he discovered that there was a formation on the surface of the gigantic sword. Moreover, it was the kind of formation that prevented people from dripping blood on it. At that time, He knew the gigantic sword did not completely belong to him even though he had obtained it. Now that he had passed the test and the formation had disappeared, the gigantic sword finally belonged to him. Congratulations, Brother Duan. Huang Jiachao was not surprised when he saw Duan Lingtian had easily passed the test. However, he could not help but sigh inwardly. If he was in Duan Lingtian's shoes, he was not confident he would be able to pass the test. Drip. This energy. It's so powerful. After Duan Lingtian dripped blood on the gigantic sword and infused it with his celestial origin energy that had been boosted with the earth elemental profundity, he could clearly feel the terrifying energy surging in the sword. This energy was much stronger than the energy he had boosted with the long rod earlier. It was on a completely different level. Previously, I've only heard that a king-grade celestial weapon nurtured by a celestial lord is extraordinary. However, I've never used such a celestial weapon before. However, now, initially Duan Lingtian did not have much of an idea about a king-grade celestial weapon that had been nurtured by a celestial lord. However, after obtaining the gigantic sword, he was enlightened. A king-grade celestial weapon that had been nurtured by a celestial lord was much stronger than an ordinary king-grade celestial weapon. In fact, it could be said that the gigantic sword was extremely powerful. They were not on the same level at all. Although a king-grade celestial weapon that had been nurtured by a celestial lord was powerful, it was still inferior to Duan Lingtian's royal-grade celestial weapons, the mystical E9 water chestnut ring and the mystical Yang 9 water chestnut ring. Duan Lingtian was not surprised by this. Chapter 3005. Jiachao. Is it possible that the people I killed possessed king-grade celestial weapons that had been nurtured by celestial lords before they entered the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm? When Duan Lingtian saw the difference between an ordinary king-grade celestial weapon and a king-grade celestial weapon that had been nurtured by a celestial lord, he was reminded of his loot. Of course, it's possible. Huang Jiachao nodded. In the past, when the entrance to the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm opened, some of the forces that recommended the top overarching heavenly supreme celestials were given king-grade celestial weapons that were nurtured by celestial lords from the 3 sects and 2 clans. For ordinary forces in the profound nether mansion, a king-grade celestial weapon that has been nurtured by a celestial lord is extremely rare. However, for grade 7 forces like the 3 sects and 2 clans who have a close relationship with the profound nether mansion, it's not impossible to obtain a king-grade celestial weapon that has been nurtured by a celestial lord. Huang Jiachao said. Most of the overarching heavenly supreme celestials who entered the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm came from grade 8 forces. Some grade 8 forces have king-grade celestial weapons that have been nurtured by celestial lords. Even the imperial family of the supporting Fall Nation has king-grade celestial weapons that have been nurtured by celestial lords. Huang Jiachao paused for a moment before he continued to say, based on what I know, His Majesty gave the 4th prince, Hu Jiong, a king-grade celestial weapon that has been nurtured by a celestial lord during his trip to the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. Duan Lingtian nodded. Huang Jiachao's words had undoubtedly dispelled some of his thoughts. After witnessing the difference between the gigantic sword in his hand and an ordinary king-grade celestial weapon, he wanted to confirm if there were any king-grade celestial weapons that had been nurtured by a celestial lord among the king-grade celestial weapons he had obtained earlier. If there were any, they must have obtained them in the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm, and their forces were unaware of it. Under such circumstances, even if the king-grade celestial weapons were exposed, their forces would not be able to trace it back to Duan Lingtian. Naturally, this was Duan Lingtian's thought before he asked Huang Jiachao about it. After asking Huang Jiachao, he knew that his idea was not feasible. It seems like these king-grade celestial weapons are still a secret, unless we can confirm they obtained the king-grade celestial weapons after they entered the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. However, this is almost impossible. After all, they are all dead now. Although he felt that it was a pity, Duan Lingtian did not continue to be entangled in this matter. After putting the giant sword in his hand into the storage ring, he called Huang Jiachao and left the sword tomb cave together. After Duan Lingtian walked out of the sword tomb and passed through the formation that separated the sword tomb from the lake, he could feel the vibrations behind him. It actually collapsed. Looking back, Duan Lingtian found that the sword catacomb had collapsed. The sword-shaped stone tablet on one side of the dilapidated door was also buried under a pile of rubble. At the same time, the formation that separated the sword tomb from the lake also disappeared. The lake water swept out and shrouded the ruins of the sword tomb. Usually, a place with fortuitous encounters will self-destruct after someone obtains the fortuitous encounter. Huang Jiaqiao explained when he saw the shocked expression on Duan Lingtian's face. Although this was his first time entering the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, and he had not come across any fortuitous encounters before today, he had heard about the various fortuitous encounters in the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. All right, Duan Lingtian nodded and left the bottom of the lake with Huang Jiaqiao. After leaving the lake, they continued to make their way to the Celestial Lord Temple. In the Devata realms, the 7 deadliest lands were places that would strike fear into the hearts of many. It was said that even heavenly emperors from Devata realms would most likely die if they entered one of the 7 deadliest lands. Among the 7 deadliest places in the Devata realms, even the deadliest place in the Devata realms was a place that struck fear in people's hearts. Even the strongest heavenly emperors in the Devata realms did not dare to enter the last fearsome place among the 7 great fearsome places. The Azura Hell was ranked 4th among the 7 deadliest lands in the Devata realms. There was no day or night in the Azura Hell. There was only an endless night of blood. The Azura Hell could be considered an independent realm. Although it was smaller than a Devata realm, it was not smaller than a realm of gods. Upon entering the Azura Hell, one could see that the sky was blood red, and the ground was blood red as well. Even the air between heaven and earth was filled with the thick stench of blood. In fact, even without entering the Azura Hell, even the area near the entrance to the Azura Hell was blood red. Kill! Near the entrance of the Azura Hell, a middle-aged man covered in blood stepped into the air with a loud roar. He faced the giant python that was sweeping over from afar. The giant python was blood-red in color, and its body was covered in blood-red scales. Its body was over 100 meters long, and its sturdy body was intimidating. Its eyes were crimson red, and its fangs were extremely sharp. It charged at the middle-aged man at lightning speed. Its mouth was filled with a bloody aura as though it was going to swallow the middle-aged man whole. In just a blink of an eye, the man and the snake passed each other. The moment the middle-aged man approached the giant python, his body nimbly dodged and avoided the giant python's bloody mouth. The giant axe in his hand swept through the air and fell between the giant python's eyebrows, forcibly splitting the giant python's head into 2 halves from top to bottom. Bang! In the next moment, the strong tail of the giant python that had already lashed out also fell on the middle-aged man's body in a timely manner, slapping the middle-aged man away. Barf! The middle-aged man spat out a mouthful of blood as he crashed heavily on the ground. He looked wretched, but a ferocious smile was plastered on his face. I finally killed it. The middle-aged man looked at the giant python. The middle-aged man stared into the distance. The 100-meter-long python fell to the ground with a loud crash, completely silent. All of a sudden, boom! Rumble! When the middle-aged man heard the commotion in the distance, he instinctively looked up and saw a gigantic figure approaching him. Is this a nether blood eagle? The middle-aged man's heart trembled when he saw that the huge figure in the air was an extremely huge goshawk with blood-red wings all over its body that were like blades. Next, he looked down and fixed his gaze on the goshawk's claws. He could vaguely see a few blood-red scales on them. Could it be that the injured crimson blood python I just killed is its prey? The crimson blood python was the giant python that the middle-aged man had just killed. Otherwise, with his cultivation base as a 7-star celestial emperor, it would be impossible for him to kill the crimson blood python that was a 9 palaces celestial emperor even if he had comprehended extraordinary profundities from the law. Since the crimson blood python was a 9 palaces celestial emperor, it was only natural that the profundities it had comprehended would not be weak. Based on the nether blood eagle's speed, it's most likely a 9 palaces celestial emperor as well. Suddenly, the middle-aged man saw the nether blood eagle's figure flash and leave a blood-red afterimage before his eyes. Instantly, a bitter smile appeared on the corners of his mouth. In the next moment, The middle-aged man closed his eyes in despair when he sensed the stench of blood in the air. He knew he would not be a match for the nether blood eagle even if he was at his peak, let alone now. He only had one choice if the nether blood eagle wanted to kill him. He had no choice but to resign himself to death. However, the death that the middle-aged man had imagined did not come. Instead, the stench of blood in the air disappeared. With your cultivation base, you're seeking death by staying near the entrance of the Azura Hell. Leave now. A faint voice sounded, causing the middle-aged man to subconsciously open his eyes. Boom! The moment he opened his eyes, he saw the nether blood eagle lying on the ground not far from him. It had been full of energy just a moment ago, but now it had turned into a corpse. Upon closer inspection, he could see the nether blood eagle's forehead had been pierced. It was a fatal wound. At the same time, the nether blood eagle's body was riddled with holes as though it had been pierced by thousands of arrows. The middle-aged man's heart skipped a beat when he sensed the faint aura of the law of profundities spreading in the air. This is the law of destruction? In the next moment, the middle-aged man's eyes narrowed as he looked at the figure that flew away on the sword and turned into a small black dot in the blink of an eye. He said loudly, "Thank you, Senior, for saving my life. May I know Senior's name? If there's a chance in the future, I'll do my best to repay your kindness." With the middle-aged man's cultivation base, he could tell the black dot was a young man's back even though he was injured. However, he did not dare to underestimate the other party just because of his young back. Someone who could kill the nether blood eagle in just a blink of an eye was most likely a 10 Directions celestial emperor who had comprehended powerful profundities. If you want to repay my kindness, help me go to a mundane realm called the Saint Province Realm and look for a young man called Duan Lingtian. Once you find him, bring him to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven, the middle-aged man said. Under the gaze of the middle-aged man, the figure on the sword turned around, revealing a young, handsome, and stern face. My name is Feng Qingyang. As soon as the young man finished speaking, he turned around and disappeared from the middle-aged man's sight. Feng Qingyang, the middle-aged man's eyes widened, and his expression changed drastically. Isn't that the name of the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven? Wasn't that Lord Heavenly Emperor chased by someone and fled into the Azura Hell and died? He's still alive. The middle-aged man inhaled sharply. Although he was not a member of the solitary destructive heaven, he had heard of the legend of the Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. He knew that the Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven was a terrifying figure. Chapter 3006. The guidance stopped? Duan Lingtian and Huang Jiachao followed the guidance and flew up and down. Finally, they arrived in the middle of the void. At this point, the guidance disappeared. Duan Lingtian and Huang Jiachao looked at each other in confusion when they discovered their accumulative points jade vibrating. In the next moment, before they could react, they felt waves of mysterious power appear out of nowhere in the void around them. The energy shrouded their bodies, causing them to stiffen and lose their ability to move. What a terrifying energy! After being restrained by the energy, Duan Lingtian's vision turned dark. He could no longer see Huang Jiachao or the vast desert beneath his feet. At the same time, he subconsciously tried to break free from the shackles of that power. However, no matter what he did, his power was like a stone sinking into the ocean. It did not cause any waves. Boy, there's no need to struggle. That's the energy of a celestial lord. If I'm not mistaken, the energy must be taking you somewhere. The Chaos Divine Earth's childish voice rang in Duan Lingtian's body. It feels like a transportation formation. Transportation formation. Upon hearing the Chaos Divine Earth's words, Duan Lingtian gave up resisting. His eyes lit up immediately. It must be taking me to the Celestial Lord Temple. With this thought in mind, Duan Lingtian gave up on resisting. After more than 10 breaths of time, Duan Lingtian discovered that he felt as though he was standing on solid ground even though he was originally flying in the air. At the same time, the darkness in front of him disappeared and was replaced by light. After looking around, Duan Lingtian discovered he was in a small room. There was nothing else in the room other than a stone bed. There were no windows in the small room. There was only a door that led outside. However, the door flashed with a mysterious light. It was clear there was a formation set up on the door. "Where's Jia Chao?" After Duan Lingtian finished observing the room, he finally remembered Huang Jiachao. However, he discovered Huang Jiachao was not by his side at all. Could it be that Jiachao was also sent to another small room? Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Just as Duan Lingtian had expected, Huang Jiachao was also sent to another small room when Duan Lingtian was sent to his room. When Huang Jiachao discovered Duan Lingtian was not by his side, he instinctively wanted to open the door and look for Duan Lingtian. However, just as he was about to open the door, a mysterious light flashed on the door. In the next moment, the voice that had sounded when he obtained 10 points from his accumulative points Jade token appeared. "Welcome to the Celestial Lord Temple. Now you're in a sealed room in the Celestial Lord Palace. Even a 10 Directions Celestial King wouldn't be able to break into this room. Now you have 2 choices. The first choice is to cultivate here and wait until you leave the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Since you've obtained 10 points, you'll be sent out of the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm by the transporting formation. The second choice is to open the door and search for fortuitous encounters in the Celestial Lord Temple. However, you'll have to face other people who are also searching for fortuitous encounters in the Celestial Lord Temple. Think about it carefully before you make your choice." At this point, the voice completely disappeared. Huang Jiachao smiled wryly when he heard the voice. Did he have any other choice? He was certain he would be safe if he stayed by Duan Lingtian's side. However, if he left the Celestial Lord Temple, he could not guarantee he would not encounter and be killed by other overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestials before he could find Duan Lingtian. "Forget it. With my strength, I'm already very lucky to be alive. There's no need for me to risk my life for the fortuitous encounters in the Celestial Lord Temple." In the end, Huang Jiachao made up his mind and decided to stay in the room until he left the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. He knew his limits. With his strength, without Duan Lingtian's help, it was unlikely he would be able to obtain any fortuitous encounters in the Celestial Lord Temple. Even if he was lucky enough to obtain a fortuitous encounter, he would not be able to keep it. After making his choice, Huang Jiachao sat cross-legged on the bed and began to cultivate. He would be sent out of the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm when the time was up. When Huang Jiachao made his choice, Duan Lingtian heard the voice and knew the small room was inside the Celestial Lord Temple. Jiachao is a smart person. I don't think he'll risk his life. With this thought in mind, Duan Lingtian sighed in relief. Without any hesitation, he opened the door and walked out of the room. At the same time, Duan Lingtian extended his divine consciousness to check if there were any overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestials hiding in the dark. However, as soon as he left the room, he realized he was overthinking things. This was because he found himself in a spacious hall. The hall was dazzling with gold and jade, but it was empty. It gave off a lonely feeling. At the same time, Duan Lingtian turned around and discovered the room behind him had disappeared. It was clear he had stepped into a transportation formation as soon as he left the room. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. As soon as Duan Lingtian regained his senses, he heard the sound of wind whistling in the air. Immediately after, he saw that in the originally empty hall, many solid figures had appeared. There were men and women, old and young, but all of them were emitting powerful auras. They're all peak overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestials. Duan Lingtian scanned the hall with his divine consciousness and discovered there were more than 100 peak overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestials in the spacious hall. At the same time, Duan Lingtian discovered these people looked no different from ordinary humans. However, their eyes were dim as though they had lost their souls. Are they battle souls formed by formations? Previously, Duan Lingtian had some understanding of formations in the Devata realms. He knew there were many formations in the Devata realms that could be used to form battle souls. Naturally, these formations required a large number of high-grade celestial crystals to maintain. It was like burning money to form battle souls. The strength of a battle soul depended on the grade of the formation used to form it. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was facing a group of battle souls formed by formations. Moreover, all of them were peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials. Although peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials battle souls can't cast profundities of laws, celestial methods, or divine abilities, they can still fuse with each other to increase their strength. While Duan Lingtian was thinking about the battle souls, the 100 peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials battle souls began to fuse with each other. In just a blink of an eye, the 100 peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials battle souls became 10 battle souls and merged into one. These 10 battle souls, Duan Lingtian muttered to himself. Although the 10 battle souls before Duan Lingtian were only peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials battle souls, Duan Lingtian could clearly sense there was something different about them. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. Duan Lingtian did not even have the time to carefully examine the differences between the 10 battle souls when their eyes flashed with a blood-red light. At the same time, they made their move and surrounded Duan Lingtian as they charged toward him. These battle souls are... Duan Lingtian muttered to himself. Based on the speed of the 10 battle souls, Duan Lingtian could tell each of them was much stronger than Wuxia. These 10 battle souls are comparable to peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials who have comprehended various Duke-grade celestial methods and divine abilities. Even peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials who haven't comprehended any profundities of laws would feel pressured facing one of them, let alone 10 of them. Is this the first trial after entering the Celestial Lord Temple? At this moment, Duan Lingtian's expression turned grim. I hope Jia Chao didn't come out. Although Duan Lingtian was certain Huang Jiachao had not come out, he could not help but worry if Huang Jiachao thought he would be able to find him as soon as he stepped out of the room. With Huang Jiachao's strength, he would definitely die if he came out of the room. Any one of the 10 battle souls could easily kill Huang Jiachao. Swoosh! Faced with the 10 battle souls, Duan Lingtian raised his hand and took out the gigantic sword he had just obtained. The gigantic sword was a king-grade celestial weapon that had been nourished by a celestial lord's celestial origin energy. It was much more powerful than ordinary king-grade celestial weapons. Elementary devouring tactic. Earth elemental profundity. Purple chi from the east. Akala king art. After retrieving the gigantic sword, Duan Lingtian did not hesitate to unleash his full strength against the 10 powerful battle souls. The gigantic sword soared through the air like an eagle. It contained Duan Lingtian's full strength, causing the void to tremble and explode in its wake. Buzz! In just a blink of an eye, the gigantic sword collided with one of the battle souls. Before the battle soul could react, it was sliced into two by the gigantic sword and turned into ashes. Buzz! Buzz! The gigantic sword continued to slash through the air and killed 2 more battle souls. After killing 3 more battle souls, it moved toward the 4th battle soul. At this moment, the void in the main hall began to tremble. In the next moment, Duan Lingtian saw his gigantic sword froze in the air, as though it was being restrained by some unknown force. However, Duan Lingtian was certain there was no force restraining his gigantic sword. What's going on? Duan Lingtian felt goosebumps rising on his skin when he saw this strange scene. He had no idea what was going on. Moreover, at this moment, he could feel there was no obstruction in his control of the gigantic sword. However, the gigantic sword was still frozen in the air. It's the law of time. Chapter 3007. The law of time? Duan Lingtian was stunned. Yes, it's the law of time. The Chaos Divine Earth replied, after you killed the 3rd war soul, the law of time's energy surged out of the formation in the hall and shrouded the area where your sword is, causing the time in that area to stop. If I'm not mistaken, the appearance of the temporal law at this time is definitely to prevent you from attacking the 7 battle souls. It wants the other 7 battle souls to complete the fusion. As soon as the Chaos Divine Earth finished speaking, what happened next seemed to confirm the Chaos Divine Earth's words. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The remaining 7 fighting souls converged at lightning speed and merged into one, forming a single fighting soul. This war soul was a middle-aged man who was more than 2 meters tall. He was as sturdy as an iron tower. His upper body was bare, and his muscles were taut and his veins were pulsating. It was as if he had been suppressing his strength for a long time and was about to release it. In the next moment, a sword that was identical to the one in Duan Lingtian's hand appeared in the muscular middle-aged man's hand. The aura emitted from the sword was similar to the aura emitted by the sword in Duan Lingtian's hand. It was a king-grade celestial weapon that had been nourished by a celestial lord's celestial origin energy. It's moving. Right at this moment, Duan Lingtian noticed that his sword that was frozen in place had finally moved. However, because the target of his attack was no longer there, this sword strike had missed its target. Lad, this battle soul is not to be underestimated. His current strength is on par with a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial who has comprehended a law's fundamental profundity. In fact, he's slightly stronger than peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials who have comprehended a law's fundamental profundity. The Chaos Divine Earth said. The Chaos Divine Earth said, I'll lend you a hand when the time comes. However, I'll only be able to prevent him from breaking through your defenses. You'll have to rely on yourself to kill him. It's a pity the profound divine metal is still asleep. If he wakes up and fuses with the first form profound divine metal, he'll be able to transform into a third form profound divine metal. At that time, he'll be able to fuse with your offensive celestial weapon to further enhance your offensive strength. Upon hearing the Chaos Divine Earth's words, Duan Lingtian realized the battle soul's strength was not to be underestimated. The law of time won't appear again, right? If it appears again and immobilizes me, won't I be killed by the battle soul? Duan Lingtian was most concerned about this. Just now, the power of time law had caused the space where his weapon was to stop in time, allowing his attacking fighting soul to escape. Now, if the laws of time directly stopped the time in the space he was in, then he would definitely die. Duan Lingtian felt his scalp go numb when he thought of this. The law of time was too strange, too terrifying, and impossible to guard against. That's impossible. If that's the case, the Celestial Lord Temple would be treating human lives like grass. How would it benefit the Southern Heaven Celestial Lord who created the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm? The Chaos Divine Earth dispelled Duan Lingtian's doubts. The law of time must have interfered with the battle soul to fuse with the battle soul. Now that the battle soul has fused with the battle soul, the law of time has accomplished its mission. If the law of time wanted to help the battle souls kill you, it could have just immobilized the space around you. Duan Lingtian agreed with the Chaos Divine Earth's words. You've passed the first test after entering the Celestial Lord Temple after killing this battle soul. However, if this is the first test of the Celestial Lord Temple, the subsequent tests you'll have to face will be even more difficult. The Chaos Divine Earth said again, trying to give Duan Lingtian a heads up. I know that. Duan Lingtian nodded. Then, he looked at the battle soul that had fused with the battle soul and said, as long as the law of time doesn't appear again, I'll be fine. Swoosh! As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, the battle soul charged forward with its huge sword in its hand. Similar to how Duan Lingtian had attacked earlier, the battle soul slashed at Duan Lingtian's waist as though it was trying to cut Duan Lingtian in half. Humph! Duan Lingtian unleashed his full strength again when he saw the battle soul charging toward him. His huge sword shook the void as a thunderous sound rang in the air. Clang! Duan Lingtian fought head-on with the battle soul, and the enormous sword in his hand directly collided with the enormous sword in the battle soul's hand. At the same time that they fiercely collided, it emitted an ear-piercing sound of collision. Meanwhile, boom! Rumble! At this moment, the huge sword in Duan Lingtian's hand collided with the huge sword in the battle soul's hand and the huge sword in Duan Lingtian's hand. What was even more exaggerated was the collision of the two huge swords. When the two swords collided, the sky abruptly trembled as a terrifying wave of air swept out in all directions. At the next moment, The entire hall started to tremble due to the airwaves that swept out. It was as if an earth-shattering earthquake had occurred. What a powerful strength. It's on par with mine. The vibration that came from his hand allowed Duanling Tian to clearly feel the strength of the battle soul. It was actually on par with his full strength. At this moment, Duanling Tian realized that it would be difficult to determine the victor if he continued to fight head-on. He had to use his wits. Moreover, he still had the Chaos Divine Earth as his trump card. While Duanling Tian and the battle soul were engaged in a fierce battle, a gray-clad young man who had just passed the test walked out of another hall. After walking out of the hall, the gray-clad young man turned around and saw that the hall behind him was clearly visible to him. From this side, the wall that separated the hall was actually completely transparent. Soon after, the gray-clad young man discovered a group of people gathered outside the hall to watch the battle. The purple-clad young man must have brought someone with him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have encountered such a terrifying battle soul. Hong Tao, the genius from Compassionate Cloud Sect, was killed by the battle soul. Hong Tao had comprehended the law of wood's fundamental profundity, the wood elemental profundity. However, he was still killed by the battle soul in less than 100 moves. Hong Tao. He seemed to have helped his junior brother accumulate 10 points in his accumulative points jade before they entered the Celestial Lord Temple together. I'm sure his junior brother didn't dare to come out of the small room. Even so, Hong Tao still had to pay the price for helping his junior brother cheat. The Celestial Lord Temple will increase the difficulty of the test by targeting those who help others cheat. I see. In the same test, we only have to face 10 battle souls who are peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials. However, the purple-clad young man and the dead Hong Tao have to face such a terrifying battle soul. I've watched the battle between Hong Tao and the battle soul. In the beginning, they were evenly matched. However, after 100 moves, the battle soul's strength increased to a whole new level. It's comparable to a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial who has comprehended 2 profundities from a law. It easily killed Hong Tao. Now, the purple-clad young man is equally matched with the war spirit. After 100 moves, when the war spirit's strength increases, he will definitely die. There were about 5 or 6 people standing outside a large hall, watching the situation inside while discussing spiritedly. So many people. The gray-clothed youth who had just walked out of the main hall looked around and saw that there were many separate halls around him. There was an empty space in the middle where one could stand and see the situation in any of the surrounding halls. He saw people fighting in a few other halls apart from the 5 or 6 people who were watching the battle. Their opponents were the same as the gray-clad young man. They were the battle souls of peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials who had comprehended all kinds of Duke-grade celestial methods and divine abilities. The young man glanced at the main hall where these people were. He could tell that these people were very strong. 2 of them had crushed War Soul one-sidedly. The strength they displayed was not much weaker than his. They had all comprehended the fundamental profundity of one kind of law. That hall? Retracting his gaze, the young man curiously walked towards the main hall where the 5 or 6 people were watching. At the same time, his gaze also fell on the main hall. It's him! With just a glance, the gray-clad young man saw the purple-clad young man who was fighting one of the battle souls. It was Duanling Tian, the genius sectless cultivator from the supporting Fall Nation. His opponent. The gray-clad young man's attention was drawn to Duanling Tian's opponent. Although it was also a battle soul, it was much stronger than the 10 battle souls he had faced earlier. This battle soul, even with my current strength, I'm afraid I'll need more than 30 moves to kill it. Based on what I've just heard, the battle soul's strength will increase after 100 moves. The gray-clad young man's expression turned grim. It's already been 22 moves. Although the purple-clad young man is strong, he'll definitely die if he can't kill the battle soul within 100 moves. Even I can only wait for my death if I face this battle soul. The battle soul is too strong. Most importantly, we can't rely on celestial talismans, pills, and other external forces in the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. That's right. Celestial talismans that contain the celestial origin energy of a celestial duke or above are useless here. As for pills, if a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial consumes a pill to raise his celestial origin energy, his celestial origin energy will definitely be raised to the level of a celestial duke. At that time, he'll be killed by the formation in the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. Unless one has comprehended two profundities from a law, it'll be difficult to kill the battle soul. After all, the battle soul is using a king-grade celestial weapon that has been nurtured by a celestial lord. Chapter 3008. He's dead for sure? However, the gray-clad young man did not comment when he heard the words of the people around him. Duan Lingtian is definitely not as simple as he seems. He was born with an extraordinary background, and because of that, he had a good eye for people. When he first saw Duan Lingtian, he sensed a familiar aura on Duan Lingtian. Although he was not sure what kind of aura it was, he seemed to have only sensed it in his clan and the realm where his clan was located. That aura feels a little like the aura of a divine weapon, but it doesn't seem like it. Feels like something's missing. The gray-clad young man muttered to himself in a voice that only he could hear. It's missing the divine weapon's soul. As soon as the gray-clad young man finished speaking, a voice rang in his mind. It was a woman's voice. The voice was elegant and cold, giving off a chilly vibe. Sister Huang, why you're awake? The gray-clad young man was not frightened when he heard the voice in his mind. Instead, his eyes widened in excitement as though he had encountered a joyous occasion. Yes, the woman's elegant voice rang again. When you met him previously, I regained consciousness. However, at that time, I couldn't communicate with you. The woman paused for a moment before she continued to speak. Little Feng, you've grown up. Upon hearing the woman's words, the eyes of the gray-clothed young man, which had always been sharp, involuntarily reddened. He clenched his fists tightly before he said to the woman, Sister Huang, one day, I'll avenge my sister and my clan. I believe in you. The woman said, Sister Huang will help you as well. Sister Huang, you? Just when the gray-clad young man's eyes dimmed and he was about to say something, the woman interrupted him and said, Little Feng, I plan to fuse with the divine artifact in Duan Lingtian's body and become its artifact soul. To the divine weapon's soul in his body. The gray-clad young man's eyes widened when he heard the woman's words. His expression changed drastically. Sister Huang, why you're the soul of a prominent divine weapon. Even a mediocre divine weapon won't be able to withstand you, let alone a primitive divine weapon. Don't tell me the divine weapon in Duan Lingtian's body that has lost its soul is a prominent divine weapon? The gray-clothed young man asked in a trembling voice as he looked at the purple figure in the hall. Apart from shock, there was still shock in his voice. You've heard of the divine weapon in his body, the woman said. I've heard of it? The gray-clad young man was stunned. Then his eyes flashed. Sister Huang, are you trying to say that the Devata artifact in Duan Lingtian's body is not only a prominent Devata artifact, but it's also a prominent Devata artifact from the divine offering land? The deity weapon in his body is called the Seven Orifices Exquisite Sword. The woman continued. What? The Seven Orifices Exquisite Sword. The gray-clad young man's eyes widened when he heard the woman's words. That sword, isn't it in the hands of Xiajie, the third master of the Xia clan? How did it end up in Duan Lingtian's hands? Naturally, he had heard of the Seven Orifices Exquisite Sword before. In fact, most people in the divine offering land had heard of the Seven Orifices Exquisite Sword before. The Seven Orifices Exquisite Sword was famous not because it was a prominent divine weapon, but because its original owner was very famous in the divine offering land. I'll have to ask him to find out. However, since the Seven Orifices Exquisite Sword is in his hands, it means he has a special relationship with Xiajie. The woman said, if you can befriend Xiajie through him, you'll have a powerful ally when you seek revenge in the future. The third master of the Xia clan is not a simple person. Sister Huang, the gray-clad young man's heart trembled. The soul in his mind was the artifact soul of his elder sister's high-grade god artifact in the past. After her main body was destroyed, she hid in his mind at the risk of her soul being heavily injured. Then, she had guided him to escape from the divine offering land and the spirit overarching heaven, one of the Devata realms. Fortunately, Duan Lingtian did not hear the conversation between the woman and the gray-clad young man. Otherwise, he would have been shocked to see the gray-clad young man. After all, he knew the gray-clad young man did not have the word Feng in his name. However, that woman's voice had addressed him as Little Feng. Duan Lingtian? At this moment, another person appeared near the gray-clad young man. This person was none other than one of the people who were fighting in the other halls. He had passed the test and walked out of the hall. With just a glance, he recognized the gray-clad young man and the others who were surrounding Duan Lingtian. This person was none other than Xue Jingyu, the second prince of the southern Qi nation, who had fought with Duan Lingtian before entering the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. Not only was Xue Jingyu the second prince of the southern Qi nation, but he was also a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial who had comprehended the law of thunder's fundamental profundity, the thunder elemental profundity. It was due to his strength that he was able to reach this place. Cheating. When Xue Jingyu heard that Duan Lingtian had been punished by the Celestial Lord Temple for cheating, he could not help but feel shocked. At the same time, he was relieved that he did not help Duan Lingtian accumulate more than 10 points. He'll definitely die? Xue Jingyu sneered when he heard the others say that Duan Lingtian would definitely die. After all, Duan Lingtian was not as weak as they had thought. Although the battle soul is strong and its attack is much stronger than the attack I used on Duan Lingtian, it's not strong enough to penetrate Duan Lingtian's defense. Back then, Duan Lingtian easily blocked my attack. Moreover, he didn't have a purely defensive king-grade celestial weapon at that time. Now that he has a purely defensive king-grade celestial weapon, his defense must be even stronger. There's no way the battle soul can penetrate his defense. Now, if Duan Lingtian chooses to let the battle soul attack him, it won't be difficult for him to kill his opponent. Although Xue Jingyu had been defeated by Duan Lingtian before, he was convinced that Duan Lingtian would definitely be able to kill the battle soul. However, I'm afraid I won't be a match for the battle soul. After all, Duan Lingtian has comprehended 2 profundities from the law of earth. Xue Jingyu muttered to himself, Duan Lingtian has comprehended 2 profundities from the law of earth. Moreover, the other profundity from the law of earth is a defensive profundity. At this moment, Xue Jingyu was still lost in his thoughts. In the main hall, just as Xue Jingyu had expected, Duan Lingtian no longer fought the battle soul head-on. Instead, he allowed the battle soul to attack him with all its might. In the next moment, the crimson scale robe appeared on Duan Lingtian's body. The crimson scale robe seemed to have become more corporeal as well. At the same time, the giant sword in Duan Lingtian's hand swept out like a thunderbolt towards the battle soul, who could not defend himself in time. However, the battle soul did not show any signs of stopping. It was obvious that it wanted to perish together with Duan Lingtian. In fact, the battle soul's goal was to kill Duan Lingtian. It did not care if it perished together with Duan Lingtian. Seeing this scene, the onlookers outside the main hall shut their mouths. They were dumbstruck. At the same time, they felt that this purple-clothed youth was crazy. He actually planned to die together with the battle spirit. Could it be that he did not know that by doing this, even if he really killed the battle spirit, he would still die? However, the sudden change in the next moment was completely out of their expectations. As expected, Xue Jingyu smiled faintly, as if he had guessed correctly. Oh my God! What a terrifying defense! At this moment, the gray-robed young man who was still communicating with the woman in his mind was completely awakened by the sudden exclamation in his ears. He managed to block the battle soul's full-force attack with his purely defensive king-grade celestial weapon? How did he do it? His purely defensive king-grade celestial weapon doesn't seem to have been nurtured by a celestial lord. Even if it was nurtured by a celestial lord, it shouldn't be strong enough to block the battle soul's full-force attack, right? He must have comprehended the second profundity from the law of earth. Moreover, ordinary profundities aren't enough to grant him such a terrifying defense. The second profundity from the law of earth he has comprehended must be a defensive profundity. The gray-clad young man heard the exclamations in the hall. In the front hall, the Battle Soul's full-force attack landed on the defense formed by the crimson vest silhouette on the surface of Duanling Tian's body, but it was unable to break through the defense. However, Duanling Tian's thunderous attack had killed the Battle Soul. This guy is terrifying. How terrifying! I'm afraid only a handful of people below Celestial Dukes can break through his defense, right? Who's he? How can he be so powerful? I've never heard of him before. The young man who just came out called out his name. Perhaps he knows him. As they discussed, their doubtful gazes quickly landed on Xue Jingyu. His name is Duanling Tian. He's a genius sectless cultivator recruited by the supporting Fall Nation in the Thousand Nations territory. Xue Jingyu said indifferently in the face of their doubtful gazes. A genius sectless cultivator recruited by the supporting Fall Nation in the Thousand Nations territory? The people who thought the purple-clad young man was from a Grade 7 force were shocked by Xue Jingyu's words. Duanling Tian did not expect to see so many people staring at him as soon as he walked out of the hall. He recognized two of them. They were Xue Jingyu, the second prince of the Southern Qi Nation. Chapter 3009. It seems like all of them have just passed the test. At the same time, Duanling Tian glanced at his surroundings. He discovered he could not only see everything that was happening in the hall he had just walked out of, but he could also see what was happening in the other halls as well. Duanling Tian looked around and counted the number of main halls. There were a total of 10 main halls. Currently, there were still 3 main halls where people were undergoing the test. A frown appeared on Duanling Tian's face when he saw the results of the tests. He realized that one of them had killed 7 out of the 10 Battle Souls, but the remaining 3 Battle Souls did not show any signs of merging. In the end, they were all killed by him. The other 2 had also killed more than 5 out of the 10 Fighting Souls. What's going on? Why is my test so much more difficult than theirs? Duanling Tian was slightly bewildered in his heart and felt that it was unfair. Duanling Tian. Xue Jing, you seem to have noticed Duanling Tian's confusion, so he asked, "Did you help someone to accumulate 10 points and enter the Celestial Lord Temple?" Duanling Tian looked at Xue Jingyu in confusion. Although he did not know why Xue Jingyu would suddenly ask this question, he still nodded. He was the one who helped Huang Jiachao accumulate 10 points. That's right. Upon seeing Duanling Tian's nod, Xue Jingyu continued to say, "Since you helped someone to enter the Celestial Lord Temple by cheating, the first test you'll face after entering the Celestial Lord Temple will be more difficult. Before you, someone who's as strong as me died in the same test as you," Xue Jingyu said. Duanling Tian frowned. Cheating? Duanling Tian frowned. He did not expect there to be such a rule in the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. However, when Duanling Tian recalled that those who left the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm and accumulated more than 10 points would lose their memories of what happened after they left the lower realm, he felt relieved. Under such circumstances, even if someone had experienced something similar, it was impossible for them to tell others. Duanling Tian. At the same time, a scene that surprised Duanling Tian happened. The East Ming rogue cultivator, Ling Jueyun, actually took the initiative to greet him and walk towards him. Ling Jueyun. Duanling Tian looked at Ling Jueyun and nodded slightly. "Can we talk in private?" Ling Jueyun asked. Although he didn't know why Ling Jueyun asked this question, Duanling Tian didn't ask and just nodded. "Thank you." Seeing Duanling Tian nod, Ling Jueyun expressed his gratitude and entered the hall that Duanling Tian had just exited from. Duanling Tian followed him in. Ling Jueyun? When Xue Jingyu heard how Duanling Tian addressed Ling Jueyun, he found the name familiar. However, when he thought about it, he recalled Ling Jueyun was the prodigious rogue cultivator he had found in the East Ming Nation. Ling Jueyun, a prodigious rogue cultivator who has comprehended the power of the law. He defeated all the overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestials in the East Ming Nation with his Heaven Stage overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial Cultivation base. When Xue Jingyu thought about this, Duan Lingtian and Ling Juyun had already entered the hall. At this moment, Xue Jingyu and the others could only see Ling Juyun's back. Duan Lingtian and Ling Juyun were standing opposite each other. Did you say the purple-clad young man is from the Thousand Nations territory? At this time, a middle-aged man among the other people looked curiously at Xue Jingyu and asked. The others also looked at Xue Jingyu. Yes, Xue Jingyu nodded. He's not the only one from the Thousand Nations territory. I'm from the Thousand Nations territory as well. The person who entered with him is also from the Thousand Nations territory. However, unlike me who's from the Southern Qi Nation, both of them are just rogue cultivators who entered the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm with the help of the supporting Fall Nation and the East Ming Nation. Xue Jingyu said. I didn't expect there to be 3 people from the Thousand Nations territory in the Celestial Lord Temple. The middle-aged man sighed. I vaguely sensed that the purple-clad young man is younger than 100 years old, right? An old man standing next to the middle-aged man asked with a solemn expression on his face. When Duan Lingtian and Ling Juyun entered the hall, the old man instinctively extended his divine consciousness and discovered Duan Lingtian was younger than 100 years old. However, he was not certain. What? Younger than 100 years old? That purple-clad young man? Impossible. It's impossible. With that kind of strength, if he's younger than 100 years old, wouldn't we have wasted our lives? Upon hearing the old man's words, everyone, including the middle-aged man, shook their heads. They did not think it was possible. He's right, Xue Jingyu said indifferently. Not only the purple-clad young man, but the gray-clad young man is also younger than 100 years old as well. If you don't believe me, when they come out later, you can check and confirm that I'm not lying. Xue Jingyu said. What? Both of them are younger than 100 years old. The purple-clad young man has comprehended 2 profundities from the law of earth. How could someone like that be younger than 100 years old? Are you kidding me? Although the few of them still did not believe Xue Jingyu's words, they began to believe him. They did not think Xue Jingyu was lying. After all, as Xue Jingyu had said, they would be able to verify their age with their divine consciousness after the purple-clad young man came out of the hall. Naturally, if they wanted to verify their age, they could also enter the hall to verify their age. However, when they thought about the purple-clad young man's terrifying strength, they either dismissed the idea or did not dare to think about it at all. Although they were strong, they had only comprehended 1 profundity from a law. Their strength was far inferior to the purple-clad young man's. In the hall. Is there something you need? Duan Lingtian asked as he looked at Ling Juyun. Although he did not know why Ling Juyun wanted to speak to him, he could not help but feel curious. Duan Lingtian, do you know Xiajie? Ling Juyun asked as he looked at Duan Lingtian. Xiajie? Duan Lingtian's eyes widened slightly when he heard Ling Juyun's question. At the same time, a storm rose in his heart. Xiajie. This name was not unfamiliar to him. In fact, it could be said that the name left a deep impression on him. After all, Xiajie was Ker's 3rd uncle in her past life. Xiajie had saved Duan Lingtian's life in the mundane realm and given him a first-form profound divine medal and a Devata divine sword. Who's this Xiajie you're talking about? Duan Lingtian asked after taking a deep breath. He found it hard to imagine how a mere overarching heavenly supreme celestial like Ling Juyun would know someone like Xiajie. Xiajie was stronger than the heavenly emperors in the Devata realms. He was from the divine offering land, one of the realms of gods. Xiajie, the 3rd master of the Xia clan, from the divine offering land. Ling Juyun enunciated each word clearly. Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat when he heard Ling Juyun mention the divine offering land. At the same time, he was certain Ling Juyun was referring to the Xiajie he knew. Ling Juyun is just an overarching heavenly supreme celestial. How does he know about Xiajie? How does he know about the divine offering land? Duan Lingtian was confused. He could not figure out how a mere overarching heavenly supreme celestial like Ling Juyun would know about the divine offering land. How do you know I know him? Duan Ling Tian secretly gasped as he focused his gaze and asked in a deep voice. That's because the prominent 7 orifices exquisite sword in your body is in his possession. Since it's with you now, I'm sure he gave it to you. Ling Jueyun replied. The 7 orifices exquisite sword. Duan Ling Tian looked at Ling Jueyun warily. Who are you? Ling Jueyun looked at Ling Jueyun warily and asked, Who are you? I'm from the divine offering land. Ling Jueyun seemed to have guessed Duan Ling Tian would ask such a question. To be more precise, I'm from the Ling clan in the divine offering land. It's a reclusive clan that stands aloof from worldly affairs. Ling Jueyun clenched his fists tightly when he mentioned the Ling clan. His eyes were bloodshot as killing intent surged out of his body. Although our Ling clan is not as famous as the Xia clan, and we're slightly weaker than the Xia clan, the Ling clan used to be as glorious as the Xia clan. Ling Jueyun's voice turned cold as he spoke. It was as if he had fallen into the depths of winter. Does he hate his clan? Or perhaps, did something happen to his clan? Although Ling Jueyun did not continue speaking, Duan Ling Tian could sense Ling Jueyun's hatred from Ling Jueyun's killing intent. Duan Ling Tian's hatred was so strong that it was irreconcilable. You wanted to talk to me in private, just to say this? Duan Ling Tian asked. Duan Ling Tian and Ling Jueyun had been conversing through voice transmission ever since they entered the main hall. Apart from Duan Ling Tian's first sentence, Duan Ling Tian and Ling Jueyun had been conversing through voice transmission. No. Ling Jueyun shook his head and continued to speak through voice transmission. I'm here to discuss. Let one of my sisters become the sword soul of the 7 orifices exquisite sword in your body. 7 orifices exquisite sword? Sword soul? Duan Ling Tian narrowed his eyes again. What do you mean? My sister used to be the weapon soul of a prominent god weapon. That prominent god weapon was my sister's personal weapon. When my sister passed away, the prominent god weapon was taken away. My sister took advantage of the fact that the prominent celestial weapon had yet to be recognized as its master and escaped from the prominent god weapon at the cost of being severely injured. She's currently residing in my spiritual sea. Ling Jueyun said, once she becomes the sword soul of the 7 orifices exquisite sword, her life will be in your hands. You don't have to worry about her harming you. Chapter 30:10. Ling Jueyun's words were clearly meant to lower Duan Ling Tian's guard. Chaos Divine Earth? How much do you know about Devata artifacts? Is he telling the truth? Although Ling Jueyun's words were flawless, Duan Ling Tian was still wary. He quickly asked the Chaos Divine Earth. Before today, he only knew the 7 orifices exquisite sword was a Devata artifact. Without a sword soul, its strength was comparable to a Duke-grade celestial weapon. You really have a Devata artifact in your body? The Chaos Divine Earth was shocked by Duan Ling Tian's question. If he can find it, why can't you? Duan Ling Tian asked curiously. With just a thought, the 7 orifices exquisite sword merged with his body and moved closer to the Chaos Divine Earth. It's really a Devata artifact. It's a prominent Devata artifact. The Chaos Divine Earth exclaimed. It could not help but grumble. Lad, if you have this Devata artifact, why did you have to use a royal-grade celestial weapon to kill Sima Chun? Although this Devata artifact doesn't have a soul, with your current strength, you'll still be able to unleash the strength of an Emperor-grade celestial weapon. If you used this Devata artifact to kill Sima Chun, you would have been able to kill him before he could even finish his attack. The Chaos Divine Earth's childish voice was laced with a hint of resentment as it said, under those circumstances, there was no need for me to defend against his attack. Emperor-grade celestial weapon? Duan Ling Tian was stunned. Although the 7 orifices exquisite sword is a Devata artifact, its strength is only comparable to an ordinary Duke-grade celestial weapon. How can it compare to an Emperor-grade celestial weapon? Duan Ling Tian had tested the strength of the 7 orifices exquisite sword more than once, and it was indeed only comparable to a Duke-grade celestial weapon. You must have used this Devata artifact before comprehending the profundities of the laws, right? The Chaos Divine Earth asked. Yes. Duan Ling Tian nodded. Then, A thought occurred to him and his eyes widened. You mean, I'll be able to unleash the Devata artifact's strength after comprehending the profundities of the laws? Of course, the Chaos Divine Earth said, let alone a prominent divine artifact. Even a primitive divine artifact without an artifact soul would be able to wield the power of an emperor-grade celestial artifact. Why are you still using a royal-grade celestial weapon when you have such a powerful weapon? What a waste. The Chaos Divine Earth continued to ridicule Duan Ling Tian for not knowing how to use treasures. Duan Ling Tian smiled bitterly. He did not know this. As for what he said just now, it's all true. If this divine sword of yours has a ready-made artifact soul, it'll be a good thing for you. Because that also means that this divine sword will recover its full power. Of course, with your strength, you still can't fully display the divine sword's full power. At most, you can only display a portion of its power. However, even a portion of its power is stronger than a purely offensive emperor-grade celestial weapon, said the Chaos Divine Earth. Duan Ling Tian. Ling Juyun frowned when he saw Duan Ling Tian in a daze. You don't want to? Although he did not think Duan Ling Tian would reject such a good offer, he could not help but wonder why Duan Ling Tian was so hesitant. Upon hearing Ling Juyun's words, Duan Ling Tian regained his senses. He looked at Ling Juyun meaningfully before he said, of course, I'm willing to, however, I'm afraid there's a condition, right? How could Duan Ling Tian not accept such a good offer? Moreover, he knew he would have to pay a price for such a good offer. I'll have to ask my sister to discuss this with you, Ling Juyun said. As soon as Ling Juyun finished speaking, a voice transmission rang out from Ling Juyun's body. However, it was not Ling Juyun's voice. I can become the sword soul of the 7 orifices exquisite sword in your body. However, you have to promise me one thing. This was the voice of a woman. It was elegant yet carried a trace of coldness. And when it entered Duan Ling Tian's ears, it gave Duan Ling Tian a feeling as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. What is it? Duan Ling Tian asked. When you're strong enough, you have to avenge my former master and kill the person who killed her. The woman said, avenge my former master? Duan Ling Tian raised an eyebrow before he said indifferently, if the person who killed your former master deserves to be killed, I can avenge your former master. However, if your former master is a heinous person who deserves to be killed, then the person who killed your former master is merely enforcing justice on behalf of the heavens. I'm afraid I can't comply with your request. Although the offer of a divine weapon soul was tempting, Duan Ling Tian was not the kind of person who would kill the innocent for the sake of benefits. You have some principles, as expected of someone whom Xia Jie has taken a liking to, the woman said. Based on her tone, it was obvious she was not affected by the offer. I'll do as you say. Upon hearing the woman's words, Duan Ling Tian knew the person she wanted him to help her kill was someone who deserved to be killed. I'll enter your sea of consciousness now. Don't resist. After entering your sea of consciousness, I'll gradually merge with the 7 orifices exquisite sword in your body and become its new sword soul. As soon as the woman finished speaking, Duan Ling Tian saw a flash before his eyes. Then, a green light that resembled smoke entered his body. Chaos Divine Earth. When the green light entered his body and entered his sea of consciousness, Duan Ling Tian hurriedly called out to the Chaos Divine Earth, hoping it could restrict the profound divine metal's energy that was protecting his sea of consciousness. Although the profound divine metal was in a deep slumber, it was still protecting his sea of consciousness. Therefore, the woman would not be able to enter his sea of consciousness. Don't worry. However, the Chaos Divine Earth seemed to know what Duan Ling Tian wanted to say. Her soul isn't something the profound divine metal can block. Profound divine metal? Chaos Divine Earth? Chaos Divine Flame? At the same time, Duan Ling Tian felt a fluctuation in his sea of consciousness. Then, the woman's voice rang in his sea of consciousness. The woman's clear and cold voice was clearly filled with astonishment at this moment. And the divine tree of life, you actually made it acknowledge you as its master? She knew Duan Ling Tian had won the divine tree of life, but she did not expect Duan Lingtian would be able to make the divine tree of life acknowledge him as its master. As it turns out, you have 99 heavenly veins. No wonder Xia Jie likes you. A hint of emotion could be heard in the woman's voice as she spoke. What do you mean Xia Jie likes me? What do you mean? Duan Lingtian frowned. Aren't you Xia Jie's successor in the Devata realms? The woman was puzzled. No. Duan Lingtian said indifferently. Xia Jie and I are relatives at most. I call him third uncle. Relatives? You call him third uncle? Are you from the Xia clan? No. Your surname is Duan. The woman asked, are you the illegitimate child of the patriarch of the Xia clan? You're his illegitimate daughter. Duan Lingtian scoffed. Then why did you call him third uncle? The woman asked again. My wife is the daughter of the Xia clan, Xia Ningshui. Duan Lingtian replied. Xia Ningshui was Ker's name in her past life. Xia Ningshui. The woman exclaimed in shock when she heard Duan Lingtian's words. How's that possible? Xia Ningshui died because she refused to marry into the Yun clan. Even if she's still alive, how could she have such a weak husband like you? Believe it or not, it's up to you. When Ku'er was mentioned, Duan Lingtian's mood was slightly heavy and irritated. The woman seemed to have sensed Duan Lingtian's emotions as well. She remained silent and remained in Duan Lingtian's sea of consciousness. After a while, Duan Lingtian regained his senses and looked at Ling Jueyun indifferently. I didn't expect you to be from the divine offering land. Duan Lingtian. Ling Jueyun looked at Duan Lingtian seriously and said in a deep voice, although my sister Huanger has chosen to become the sword soul of your 7 orifices exquisite sword and serve you as its master, if I find out that you've humiliated her and forced her to do something she doesn't want to do, I, Ling Jueyun, will seek justice for her even at the cost of my life. Keep your dirty thoughts to yourself. Duan Lingtian glanced at Ling Jueyun sarcastically and walked out of the hall, leaving Ling Jueyun with his back to him. He knew what Ling Jueyun meant. He was worried that he would force the future sword soul of the 7 orifices exquisite sword to do something she didn't want to do. For example, to serve him and do the things between men and women. However, was Duan Lingtian that kind of person? Although Duan Lingtian knew Ling Jueyun was doing this to protect the sword soul, and he could understand why Ling Jueyun would do this, he still felt insulted. However, when he followed Duan Lingtian out of the hall, not only was Ling Jueyun not displeased by Duan Lingtian's attitude, but he even smiled. At this moment, he was certain. Duan Lingtian was a trustworthy person. The third form of the Chaos Divine Earth, the third form of the Chaos Divine Flame, and the second form of the Profound Divine Metal. How did you do it? When Duan Lingtian walked out of the audience hall, the woman's extremely surprised voice sounded out in his spiritual sea. Little girl, you should be talking about the third form of the Profound Divine Metal. Once the Profound Divine Metal wakes up, it'll be able to merge with the first form of the Profound Divine Metal and evolve into the third form of the Profound Divine Metal. The Chaos Divine Earth chuckled. Chaos Divine Earth, why are you willing to share a body with the Profound Divine Metal and the Chaos Divine Flame? Aren't the 5 divine elements very arrogant and unwilling to share a body with the other divine elements? The woman asked in surprise. Girl, before you ask me this question, shouldn't you introduce yourself first? The Chaos Divine Earth asked. My name is Huang and I'm the soul of a prominent divine weapon. Soon, I'll become the sword soul of the 7 orifices exquisite sword in his body. The woman replied. Huang that's a nice name. Chapter 30:11. After Duan Lingtian and Ling Jueyun left the main hall, another person walked out of the main hall. It was none other than the person who had almost passed the test earlier. At this moment, there were 9 people, including Duan Lingtian, who had walked out of the main hall. As expected, they're not even 100 years old. Both of them are not even 100 years old. Heavens! Who are these people? They're already so talented at such a young age. How terrifying will they be when they grow up? Duan Lingtian and Ling Jueyun, as long as they don't die prematurely, they'll definitely become prominent figures in the profound nether mansion. With their innate talent and comprehension skills, they won't be limited to the profound nether mansion. The southern heaven territory will be their stage. As soon as Duan Lingtian and Ling Juiyun left the main hall, everyone, except for Xue Jingyu, immediately used their divine consciousness to check their ages. Based on their divine senses, they were certain they were not even 100 years old. Not even 100 years old. At this moment, the young man who had just walked out of the main hall turned to look at Duan Lingtian and Ling Juiyun. He discovered the duo was indeed younger than 100 years old. They're not even 100 years old, but they're already here. Moreover, they even passed the difficult test. The young man felt a blow to his confidence. In the past, he had thought he was a genius. However, compared to these two people, he was not a genius at all. He was more than 300 years old, and these two people were not even 100 years old, but their strength was already on par with him. He knew those who had passed the test earlier were peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials who had comprehended at least one profundity from a law. What should we do next? Should we continue to wait here? Xue Jingyu looked around and frowned. He did not see any passageways that would lead to other places. As soon as Xue Jingyu finished speaking, everyone's attention shifted from Duan Lingtian and Ling Juiyun to their surroundings. I think, could it be that we need to gather a certain number of people before we can leave? A middle-aged man guessed. That makes sense. His words were quickly acknowledged by the others. Right now, we have a total of 8 people here. 2 more people will be coming out soon. Aside from one person who died in the test, another person appeared in the hall he appeared in after he died. No one else appeared in the halls where the other people passed the test. There are a total of 10 halls here. I'm guessing that we'll have to wait until all 10 of them are gathered before we'll be given a hint or change. As they discussed among themselves, they all came to the same conclusion. For a moment, their gazes landed on the 2 people undergoing the test in the 2 large halls. The test they were currently facing was nearing its end. It seems that their strength is not bad. They were able to pass the test smoothly. Isn't that normal? Those who have the ability to obtain 10 points by themselves, which one of them doesn't have some skills? Some people are really unlucky. They cheated to help others accumulate 10 points, but in the end, they lost their lives. Are you talking about Hong Tao from the Compassionate Cloud sect? He was indeed unlucky. Originally, he could have stood here with us, but because he helped others cheat, he ended up dying here. He didn't expect this to happen. In fact, we didn't know this would happen as well. I have a feeling that we won't be able to bring our memories of the Celestial Lord Temple out of the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Humph! If his strength was as strong as this little brother Duan Lingtian, how could he have ended up in such a sorry state? The group of people continued to whisper among themselves as they shifted their gazes to Duan Lingtian. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was resting with his eyes closed. Ling Juiyun, who was standing nearby, looked at Duan Lingtian with a gentle expression on his cold face. These 2 people, Xue Jingyu, who was standing at the side, was shocked when he saw the expression on Ling Juiyun's face. Before the 2 of them entered the main hall, he was certain Ling Juiyun was indifferent to Duan Lingtian. However, when he looked at Duan Lingtian, it was as though he was looking at a friend. What did they talk about inside? From the beginning until the end, Xue Jingyu only saw Duan Lingtian and Ling Juiyun talking face to face in the main hall. He did not know what they were talking about. In fact, before they left the main hall, he saw Duan Lingtian looking at Ling Juiyun coldly. Based on his expression, he could tell Duan Lingtian was not happy at all. However, Ling Juiyun had a smile on his face when he followed Xue Jingyu out. At that time, Xue Jingyu had thought it was strange. Now that he saw Ling Juiyun's attitude toward Duan Lingtian, Xue Jingyu found it even stranger. What kind of divine weapon were you in the past? Duan Lingtian seemed to be resting with his eyes closed, but he was actually communicating with Huang the divine weapon soul in his mind. The heavenly phoenix glazed sword, a high-grade divine weapon. Huang replied, "You're also a sword soul?" The chaos divine earth's surprised voice rang in the air. If you were the soul of a high-grade divine sword, It would be much easier for you to become the soul of another high-grade divine sword in this brat's body than it would be for an ordinary high-grade divine weapon to become the soul of another high-grade divine sword. Moreover, you'd be able to work together better. There's one more thing you might not know. The heavenly phoenix glazed sword and the 7 orifices exquisite sword in his body were forged by the same supreme expert. Moreover, they were forged one after the other. Moreover, the 7 orifices exquisite sword and I were born at almost the same time, Huang said. Under such circumstances, I would have addressed the 7 orifices exquisite sword's sword soul as elder sister. If the 7 orifices exquisite sword in his body was not the 7 orifices exquisite sword but another high-grade divine sword, I would have made the same decision. I wouldn't have acted so rashly. Based on Huang Er's words, it was clear she had a close relationship with the 7 orifices exquisite sword's sword soul. Apart from that, it was clear she missed the 7 orifices exquisite sword's sword soul. You know the 7 orifices exquisite sword's sword soul? If that's the case, how do you know who the 7 orifices exquisite sword's original owner is? Duan Lingtian asked. High-grade divine weapons are rare even in the realms of gods. In the divine offering land, any high-grade divine weapon is famous. Their owners are also powerful figures. Huang Er continued to say, with the 7 orifices exquisite sword's reputation, there are very few people in the divine offering land who don't know who its original owner is. As for the relationship between Xia Jie and the 7 orifices exquisite sword's original owner, you'll have to ask Xia Jie yourself. It's not convenient for me to say. Huang Er sighed when she reached the end of her sentence. This made Duan Lingtian even more certain the 7 orifices exquisite sword's original owner had a special relationship with Xia Jie. You said the 7 orifices exquisite sword is a high-grade divine weapon. Does this mean divine weapons are divided into primitive, mediocre grade, and high-grade divine weapons? Duan Lingtian asked. In the past, he only knew Devata divine weapons were superior to all celestial weapons. Moreover, Devata divine weapons had innate souls. He did not know Devata divine weapons were divided into different grades as well. Yes. Huang Er replied. There are different grades of Devata divine weapons as well. They are the primitive, mediocre grade and high-grade divine weapons. Are there any divine weapons above high-grade divine weapons? Duan Lingtian asked. No. Huang Er continued to say, high-grade divine weapons are the pinnacle of divine weapons. Only supreme powerhouses who are skilled in refining weapons are able to refine them. The refinement of a high-grade divine artifact doesn't just have high requirements for the refiner, it also has very strict requirements for the materials. Moreover, the refinement environment and time are also very particular. The right time, the right place, and the right people are all indispensable. Based on Huang Er's words, Duan Lingtian gained a better understanding of high-grade divine weapons. Moreover, Huang Er also mentioned mediocre and primitive Devata weapons, allowing Duan Lingtian to have a better understanding of the 2 types of Devata weapons. As it turns out, most heavenly emperors in the Devata realms only possess primitive divine weapons. Only a few people possess mediocre-grade divine weapons. As it turns out, there are only 3 grades of Devata divine weapons, unlike celestial weapons that are divided into the Duke, King, Royal, and Emperor grades. Only Devata divine weapons can give birth to innate souls. As for celestial weapons, only Emperor-grade celestial weapons can give birth to a celestial weapon spirit. The difference between a divine weapon spirit and a divine weapon spirit is like heaven and earth. The former is born naturally. On the other hand, the latter is acquired through birth. An innate divine weapon spirit is much better than an acquired Emperor-grade celestial weapon spirit. Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes as he thought about the Emperor-grade celestial weapon, the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda, in the past. There was an acquired artifact spirit in the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda. It was the 3-legged golden crow Hualao. Although the 7 orifices exquisite sword strength is comparable to an Emperor-grade celestial weapon without an acquired artifact spirit, it's still an Emperor-grade celestial weapon without an acquired artifact spirit. An Emperor-grade celestial weapon with an acquired artifact spirit is much stronger than an Emperor-grade celestial weapon without an acquired artifact spirit. Duan Lingtian learned that there was a huge difference in strength between Emperor-grade celestial weapons. Some Emperor-grade celestial weapons without artifact spirits were not as powerful as Emperor-grade celestial weapons with artifact spirits. They're coming out. They're coming out. All of a sudden, a clamor entered Duan Lingtian's ears, causing him to instinctively open his eyes. With just a glance, he saw two people walking out from the other two palaces. In just a blink of an eye, there were 10 people gathered together. Congratulations on passing the first trial in the Celestial Lord Temple. At this moment, the voice that Duan Lingtian suspected belonged to the Southern Heaven Celestial Lord rang in the air again. Chapter 30:12. 3 purely defensive king-grade celestial weapons that had been nurtured by a celestial lord. When the voice that sounded like the Southern Heaven Celestial Lord's voice rang in the air, the eyes of the 10 people, including Duan Lingtian, lit up. In the next moment, under everyone's gazes, 3 completely black armors appeared high up in the sky. They were like the armors of a demon god, emitting bursts of black mysterious light. Moreover, there were streaks of faint purple lightning circling around them. Every time the faint purple lightning struck, it would cause the air to tremble. A faint mysterious aura spread out in the air and swept toward Duan Lingtian and the others. At this moment, Duan Lingtian and the others felt as though they were in a ghastly place. So these are the 3 purely defensive king-grade celestial weapons that had been nurtured by a celestial lord? Duan Lingtian was overjoyed. His eyes shone brightly. The defensive strength of the purely defensive king-grade celestial weapons that had been nurtured by a celestial lord was much stronger than the red scales garment that he currently possessed. It was only slightly weaker than the purely defensive royal-grade celestial weapons. Bang! 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 Just as Duan Lingtian was thinking about this, a series of loud noises rang in the air. The other 8 celestial sovereigns leaped into the air and shot toward the 3 purely defensive king-grade celestial weapons that had been nurtured by celestial lords at lightning speed. Xue Jingyu was among the 8 people. Perhaps they might possess purely defensive king-grade celestial weapons, but they were all ordinary king-grade celestial weapons that had not been nurtured by a celestial lord. Purely offensive king-grade celestial weapons that had been nurtured by a celestial lord were extremely rare. Even the 3 sects and 2 clans did not have many of them, let alone the other forces. As for sectless cultivators, it was even rarer for them to possess purely defensive king-grade celestial weapons that had been nurtured by a celestial lord. For this reason, purely defensive king-grade celestial weapons that had been nurtured by a celestial lord were so precious. Who would not want 3 king-grade celestial weapons at this moment? Swoosh! 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 The 8 of them flew toward the 3 king-grade celestial weapons at lightning speed. All of them wanted to be the first to obtain the 3 king-grade celestial weapons. Duan Lingtian and Ling Jueyun were the only ones who remained standing. I want one. Ling Jueyun looked at Duan Lingtian. Duan Ling king-grade celestial lord spoke. You're lacking king-grade celestial weapons? Duan Lingtian's words. Duan Lord's words. Naturally, Duan Lingtian, who had a king-grade celestial weapon that was from Duan Possession, who had a celestial weapon that had a king-grade weapon was more than a weapon, who had weapons in as well. Were who? Ling Lord. I Lord. Ling Jueyun said, when I left the Divine Offering Land, I only had a few king-grade celestial weapons and emperor-grade celestial weapons. I only have a few king-grade celestial weapons after I left. However, do you think I'll easily use king-grade celestial weapons and emperor-grade celestial weapons in front of others? Ling Jueyun paused for a moment before he looked at Duan Lingtian meaningfully. Just like the king-grade celestial weapon in your body, do you dare to use it in front of others? If the 3 sects and 2 clans find out you have a king-grade celestial weapon, regardless of how high your innate talent is, they'll definitely kill you if you don't hand it over to them. I've obtained a king-grade celestial sword that was nurtured by a celestial lord in the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, but I've been lacking a purely defensive king-grade celestial weapon. Ling Jueyun said. Alright. Duan Lingtian nodded in agreement after learning about Ling Jueyun's situation. If that was the case, he could understand Ling Jueyun's decision. Just as Ling Juyun had said, he would not use his divine artifact, the Seven Orifices exquisite sword, unless he could guarantee that he could kill his opponent without anyone seeing him do it. Moreover, if he fought with Ling Juyun, he might not necessarily win. After all, Ling Juyun had a king-grade celestial weapon with a king-grade celestial weapon that had a king-grade celestial weapon soul. Naturally, even if he had a chance of winning, he would not make a move on Ling Juyun. Putting everything else aside, just the fact that Ling Juyun had given him the soul of a high-grade divine artifact was enough for him to owe Ling Juyun a favor, even if there was some element of trade involved. Then, one of the king-grade celestial weapons will belong to you, and the other two will belong to me. After nodding, Duan Lingtian looked at Ling Juyun again. It was as though he did not care about the other 8 people at all. It doesn't matter. I can only use one anyway, Ling Juyun said with a shrug. Bang, 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 bang. While Duan Lingtian and Duan Lingtian were talking, the 8 people who were charging toward the 3 king-grade celestial weapons were engaged in a fierce battle. They attacked indiscriminately, regardless of who their opponents were. When Duan Lingtian glanced at them, he could clearly see that they were all extremely powerful. Among the 8 people who were engaged in an intense battle, if one of them tried to snatch one of the 3 king-grade celestial weapons, he would become the target of everyone. Nobody was willing to let anyone else take the king-grade celestial weapon first. Under such circumstances, nobody dared to make a move on the 3 king-grade celestial weapons. The 8 people were evenly matched, and it was difficult to determine the outcome of the battle. Why are there only 8 people? Among the 8 people fighting in the air, one of them was the first to come back to his senses after a while. He realized that there were only 7 people fighting with him. Bang! He stomped his feet in the air and retreated from the battle. When he looked down, he saw the 2 young men standing motionlessly in the same spot. It was as though they did not care about the 3 king-grade celestial weapons at all. Both of you, are you not interested in the 3 king-grade celestial weapons? The person who retreated from the battle was a middle-aged man. He looked at Duan Lingtian and Ling Juyun before he suddenly asked in a loud voice. Ling Juyun's voice was so loud that it drowned out the sounds of the other 7 people fighting. The 7 people regained their senses and looked at each other before they tacitly retreated. Then, they turned to look at Duan Lingtian and Ling Juyun. When they saw Duan Lingtian, the hearts of 4 of the 7 people trembled slightly. The purple-clad young man seemed to have comprehended 2 profundities from the law of earth. His strength was far stronger than any of them. The purple-clad young man's terrifying defense made them tremble in fear. They were certain they would not be able to hurt the purple-clad young man even if they attacked with all their might. After all, the purple-clad young man's defense was too terrifying. It seemed like he had comprehended a defensive profundity from the law of earth. When the 4 of them looked at Duan Lingtian, a hint of dread flashed in their eyes. This was noticed by the other 3 as well. These 3 people were the ones who had retreated from the battle earlier. They did not see Duan Lingtian making a move, so they had no idea how strong Duan Lingtian was. Is this purple-clad young man very strong? He's not even 100 years old. How strong can he be? 2 of the 3 people asked as they looked at the 4 people and the middle-aged man who was the first to retreat. You can go and see if he's strong or not. The middle-aged man who was the first to retreat smiled mockingly as though he was watching a show. The 3 people who had retreated from the battle earlier were as strong as him. However, if they were to fight Duan Lingtian together, they might not be a match for Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian. An old man who had witnessed Duan Lingtian's strength stepped forward. He looked at Duan Lingtian and said loudly, "Your strength speaks for itself. You can choose one of the 3 king-grade celestial weapons, and we'll split the remaining 2 among ourselves. What do you think?" Upon hearing the old man's words, apart from the 3 people who had retreated from the battle earlier, the other 4 people, including Xue Jingyu, nodded. That's right. Duan Lingtian, you can choose one of the 3 king-grade celestial weapons. Duan Lingtian, you can choose first. That's right. We'll split the remaining 2 among ourselves. The 3 people who had retreated from the battle earlier were shocked. Based on the reactions of the 4 people, they could tell Duan Lingtian was not as simple as they thought. Is it possible that this purple-clad young man is a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial who has comprehended two profundities from a law? It's possible. Otherwise, why would these four people who are on par with us give up on a king-grade celestial weapon so easily? That's a purely defensive king-grade celestial weapon that has been nurtured by a celestial lord. I'm afraid we're no match for someone they're afraid of. Since he wants one of the king-grade celestial weapons, let's just give it to him. Soon after, the three people made up their minds to let Duan Lingtian choose one of the king-grade celestial weapons. All 8 of them looked at Duan Lingtian as they waited for Duan Lingtian's reply. In the opinion of the 3 people who had retreated from the battle earlier, Duan Lingtian would most likely agree to it. However, the other 5 people were worried that Duan Lingtian would take all 3 of the king-grade celestial weapons. At that time, unless more than 5 of them joined forces, they would not be a match for Duan Lingtian. Naturally, even if they joined forces, they would only be able to fight Duan Lingtian to a draw at most. It was almost impossible for them to defeat or kill Duan Lingtian. However, even if they joined forces to fight Duan Lingtian to a draw, there was no room for distrust. Otherwise, they would be defeated by Duan Lingtian one by one. However, their relationship was based on their own interests. If one of them died, there would be one less competitor. It was impossible for them to trust each other completely. They had reached a dead end. 1. Chapter 30:13. 2. Duan Lingtian did not hesitate to ask for 2 king-grade celestial weapons as soon as he spoke. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, the 5 people, including Xue Jingyu, frowned slightly. They found Duan Lingtian's words to be too overbearing. Even so, they did not intend to disobey Duan Lingtian's overbearing words. After all, Duan Lingtian did not intend to take all 3 king-grade celestial weapons for himself. The expressions of the other 3 people who had not witnessed Duan Lingtian's strength changed drastically when they heard Duan Lingtian's words. "Brat, aren't you being too greedy?" One of the 2 people who had come out from the back looked at Duan Lingtian grimly. "What? Do you have a problem with that?" As soon as this person finished speaking, before the other 2 people could even open their mouths, Duan Lingtian's lightning-like gaze had already landed on him. "You're not even 100 years old. How can you ask for 2 king-grade celestial weapons? Can you even take them?" The person who had spoken was a middle-aged man. He stared at Duan Lingtian and sneered. He had just discovered that Duan Lingtian was not even 100 years old. Therefore, he did not think Duan Lingtian was very strong. After all, the strongest person in the history of the profound nether mansion who was not even 100 years old was on par with him. Not even 100 years old? The other young man extended his divine consciousness and discovered that Duan Lingtian was not even 100 years old. He's really not even 100 years old. How cowardly of you to be so afraid of a brat who's not even 100 years old. Then, the young man looked at Xue Jingyu and the other 4 people and said mockingly. However, Xue Jingyu and the other 4 people were not embarrassed by the young man's mockery at all. Instead, they looked at the young man as though he was an idiot. They had also paid attention to this young man's strength. He was at the same level as them, having comprehended one profundity of law. If that's the case, both of you have objections? Duan Lingtian's gaze moved away from the middle-aged man and landed on the young man. A meaningful smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. "Brat, stop trying to mystify things in front of me. I don't buy it. If you want 2 king-grade celestial weapons, you'll have to defeat me first." The young man sneered when he saw the smile on Duan Lingtian's face. Obviously, he only thought that Duan Lingtian was deliberately mystifying things. "What about you? Do you have a problem with that?" Duan Lingtian ignored the young man's words as his eyes fell on the last person of the 3. This person was the one who had passed the test in the other palace at the same time as Duan Lingtian and Ling Juyun. This person glanced at Duan Lingtian and recalled the words of the other 4 people when they rushed out. For a moment, he fell silent again. At that time, he could still hear the words of those people. As expected, they're not even 100 years old. Both of them are not even 100 years old. Heavens! Who are these people? They're so talented at such a young age. I wonder how terrifying they'll be when they grow up. Duan Lingtian and Ling Juiyun, as long as they don't die prematurely, they'll definitely become prominent figures in the profound Nether Mansion in the future. With their innate talent and comprehension skills, they won't just be limited to the profound Nether Mansion. The Southern Heaven territory will be their stage. Due to these words, he chose to remain silent when faced with Duan Lingtian's question. It seems like you're the only one who doesn't have any objections. Duan Lingtian looked at the last person before he shifted his gaze to the other two people and said indifferently, "Since both of you have objections, all of you can come at me together." As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, he stomped his feet on the ground, causing the ground to tremble. In the next moment, swoosh, in just a blink of an eye, Duan Lingtian was standing in front of the middle-aged man and the young man. These two people were the ones who were displeased with Duan Lingtian's request for 2 king-grade celestial weapons. Based on their sharp words, it was clear they were confident in their strength. "Come at me together?" The young man scoffed when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. He said disdainfully, "Brat, I'm more than enough to deal with you." "Oh?" Duan Lingtian took a deep look at the young man before a meaningful smile appeared on the corners of his mouth. "I'll wait and see." Humph! Almost at the instant Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, the young man snorted coldly. His figure flashed as he attacked Duan Lingtian like a bolt of lightning. A short saber, a king-grade celestial weapon, appeared in his hand. Based on the cold light and the sharp aura it emitted, one could tell this king-grade celestial weapon was not an ordinary king-grade celestial weapon. Clearly, it was an offensive king-grade celestial weapon that had been nurtured by a celestial lord. Apart from that, the young man had cast all the Duke-grade celestial methods and divine abilities that he had mastered. Apart from that, his celestial origin energy had also turned golden, causing the celestial weapon to emit a sharp aura. The law of metal's fundamental profundity, the metal elemental profundity? When Duan Lingtian sensed the sharp aura in the young man's celestial origin energy, he guessed the young man had comprehended the law of metal's fundamental profundity, the metal elemental profundity. The law of metal was an offensive law. Most profundities from the law of metal were offensive profundities. The metal elemental profundity could also enhance one's celestial origin energy and sharpen one's celestial weapon. Buzz, 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 buzz. A dazzling saber ray shot out from the saber, leaving saber shadows in its wake. It was as dazzling as 10,000 suns. When the saber shadows were still some distance away from Duan Lingtian, they merged into the saber ray, causing it to shine even more brightly. Swoosh! At this moment, the saber ray was so dazzling that it looked like a sun had appeared in the darkness. Everyone's attention was completely attracted by the saber ray. However, in the next moment, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Duan Lingtian stepped into the air unhurriedly. He actually used his body of flesh and blood to directly meet the dazzling saber ray that was heading towards him. On the surface of his body, his celestial origin energy pulsated. The earth elemental essence fused into his celestial origin energy. The rest of his celestial techniques and divine abilities were also cast. At the same time, they fused into the huge sword that suddenly appeared in his hand. At the same time, a majestic aura surged out of the gigantic sword. He actually comprehended the law of Earth's fundamental profundity, the earth elemental profundity? The young man who attacked Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes when he saw this. His expression turned solemn. Of course, he wasn't surprised by this scene. After all, those who were able to stand here were those who had passed the previous tests. Their strength was at least at his level. Naturally, it was not certain if they were stronger than him. Even if he has comprehended the law of Earth's earth elemental profundity, he's not even 100 years old. His combat experience is far inferior to mine. The young man was filled with confidence when he thought about this. It was as though he could see the light of victory at this moment. However, in the next moment, the sudden scene in front of him caused the young man's pupils to shrink, and a look of shock appeared on his face. How's this possible? Is he not afraid of death? Under the young man's gaze, although Duan Ling Tian, who he thought would use his gigantic sword to block his attack, also launched an attack, Duan Ling Tian did not attack his attack. Instead, Duan Ling Tian attacked him. Faced with the young man's attack, Duan Ling Tian continued to charge forward with his body. It was as though he was determined to perish together with the young man. In the blink of an eye, when the young man saw Duan Ling Tian charging forward with an unwavering gaze, it was not difficult for him to see that Duan Ling Tian did not have the intention to scare him, and it was obvious that Duan Ling Tian really intended to perish together with him. "You're crazy!" After cursing, the young man's figure flashed as he hurriedly dodged the thunderous attack from Duan Ling Tian's gigantic sword. His attack was abandoned when he dodged, and only his remaining strength whistled as it landed on Duan Ling Tian's body. When the saber ray landed on Duan Ling Tian, the shadow of the red scale robe appeared on his body and easily blocked the young man's attack. Although the young man dodged Duan Ling Tian's attack in a hurry, Duan Ling Tian gained the upper hand because of this. After a while, he was suppressed by Duan Ling Tian. In the end, the young man could no longer hold back. He attacked with all his might in an attempt to block Duan Ling Tian's gigantic sword. However, Duan Ling Tian did not intend to fight him head-on. The gigantic sword dodged the young man's attack and continued to land on his body. At the same time, Duan Ling Tian exposed his body in front of the young man again. This time, the young man chose to dodge again. The outcome was the same as before. After this, the young man became more and more passive. Soon after, the young man attacked for the third time. When he saw Duan Ling Tian was still fighting with all his might, he gritted his teeth and decided not to dodge anymore. "Brat, let's see if you have the courage to perish together with me." This time, the young man didn't dodge when faced with Duan Ling Tian's ferocious attack, and he exerted all his strength to urge the attack to descend onto Duan Ling Tian. However, when his attack landed on Duan Ling Tian, although it was not as weak as the previous two attacks, it still could not break through Duan Ling Tian's defense. Above the silhouette of the crimson scale robe on the surface of Duan Ling Tian's body, there was a layer of earthen yellow light twined around it, as if it was airtight and impenetrable. It was the power of the chaos divine earth. You've comprehended the second profundity from the law of earth? The young man's expression changed drastically. At this moment, he finally understood why the other 5 people were so afraid of Duan Ling Tian. It was as though they were willing to let Duan Ling Tian take the 2 king-grade celestial weapons. As it turned out, the purple-clad young man had comprehended another profundity from the law of earth. Moreover, it was a defensive profundity. Bang! Chapter 30:14. Under the watchful eyes of the others, the young man was killed by Duan Ling Tian's gigantic sword after his defenses were shattered. No! Before the young man died, he only left behind a mournful cry of grief. The cry of grief was filled with regret and unwillingness. "Idiot! Do you really think that all of us are incompetent people? We're afraid of the purple-clad young man, but he's not. He's courting death. If we didn't know how strong the purple-clad young man is, we wouldn't have allowed him to ask for 2 king-grade celestial weapons. Humph! With his strength, even if he asked for 3 king-grade celestial weapons, I wouldn't have interfered, let alone 2. The 5 people, including Xue Jingyu, thought of the mocking look the young man gave them before he died, and they all sneered, taking pleasure in their misfortune. How fortunate! As for the other young man, although he had not witnessed Duan Ling Tian's strength before this, he chose to remain silent when Duan Ling Tian asked him if he had any objections due to the words of the others. However, after witnessing Duan Ling Tian's strength, he broke out in cold sweat. He was glad he had chosen to remain silent at that time. This guy, I'm afraid he's in for it. The young man who still had a lingering fear in his heart looked at the middle-aged man who came out of the main hall behind him. He saw the middle-aged man's face was as pale as a sheet of paper, and his body was trembling violently. He looked at Duan Ling Tian as though he had seen a ghost. Earlier, when Duan Ling Tian asked for 2 king-grade celestial weapons, this middle-aged man was the first to speak up. He was one of the 2 people who objected to Duan Ling Tian's request for 2 king-grade celestial weapons. The other person was the young man who had just been killed by Duan Ling Tian. After killing the young man, Duan Lingtian casually took the young man's spatial ring and king-grade celestial weapons. At the same time, he took the young man's points from his accumulative point jade. In the next moment, his gaze landed on the middle-aged man who was the first to stand out and make a fuss. Now, it's your turn. Duan Lingtian looked at the middle-aged man with a calm expression. Those who didn't know would think that he was just chatting with the middle-aged man. You. Seeing Duan Lingtian looking over, the middle-aged man's face grew paler and paler. He slowly opened his mouth and said in a trembling voice, "You can't kill me. If you kill me, my family won't let you off. My family is... If you die, who will know that I killed you?" Duan Lingtian interrupted the middle-aged man with a sneer. At the same time, he raised the giant sword in his hand slightly. His celestial elemental energy, which had fused with the earth elemental element, started to surge and pulsate. In addition, around the giant sword, there were golden rays of light and purple rays of light intertwining, giving people a dreamy feeling. This guy is really an idiot. Now, let alone us who have entered the Immortal Emperor Palace. Those who know about the existence of the Immortal Emperor Palace are probably frozen in their memories before they knew about the existence of the Immortal Emperor Palace, right? Xue Jingyu sneered. That's right. In the past, there were many people who entered the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm who entered the Immortal Emperor Palace. However, after they left the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, they didn't have any memories of the Immortal Emperor Palace. It's obvious that there's a formation in the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm that erases memories. Even if you kill someone in the Immortal Emperor Palace, those who witnessed it won't be able to remember who killed whom after they leave the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. It's normal for him to forget about this in the face of death. The others looked at the middle-aged man with a hint of pity in their eyes. How dare he offend the monstrous purple-clad young man? He's seeking death. After listening to the words of Duan Lingtian and the others, the middle-aged man finally remembered this. His expression changed again as despair filled his eyes. If you spare my life, I'll give you my spatial ring and all my wealth. In the face of death, the middle-aged man knelt in the air and repeatedly kowtowed to Duan Lingtian, hoping for a way out. After all, it was not easy to cultivate. If he died, he would lose everything. At this moment, the middle-aged man no longer cared about his dignity. Even if I kill you, your possessions will still be mine. A mocking smile appeared on Duan Lingtian's face. The middle-aged man's expression changed again as he said, "If you spare my life, I'll definitely give you more gifts after we leave the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm." However, this time, Duan Lingtian responded to the middle-aged man's words by charging at him with a sword in his hand. Duan Lingtian looked like the Grim Reaper who was about to reap the middle-aged man's life. Upon hearing the middle-aged man's words and seeing Duan Lingtian's actions, Xue Jingyu and the others shook their heads and cursed under their breaths. This idiot? After all, they would not remember what had happened in the Celestial Lord Temple after they left the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Even if they remembered, why would Duan Lingtian trust them? Once the middle-aged man left the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, he would have his clan to rely on. It would be impossible for them to take advantage of him, unless they chose to offend the middle-aged man's clan. Boom! 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 Duan Lingtian flashed out with his sword in hand. His speed was so fast that it shook the sky and caused a series of deafening explosions to resound in the air. Although the middle-aged man knew he was no match for Duan Lingtian, he did not sit back and do nothing when he saw Duan Lingtian charging at him. However, even if he did not choose to resign himself to death, he still died in Duan Lingtian's hands in just 2 moves. Bang! A loud explosion rang in the air as the middle-aged man's body was sent flying. His body exploded into a cloud of blood mist, leaving behind 2 king-grade celestial weapons and a spatial ring. Swoosh! After collecting the spoils, Duan Lingtian flew toward the 3 purely defensive king-grade celestial weapons that had been nurtured by celestial lords. Xue Jingyu and the others made way for Duan Lingtian so he could approach the 3 king-grade celestial weapons without having to turn around. Congratulations, Duan Lingtian. When Duan Lingtian flew past him, Xue Jingyu congratulated him. There was only envy in his eyes, not jealousy. MHM. Duan Ling Tian turned his head slightly and nodded at Xue Jingyu. Congratulations. Congratulations, brother. After Xue Jingyu took the lead, the remaining 5 people congratulated Duan Ling Tian as well. They knew they could only try their best to befriend the purple-clad young man. Otherwise, they would be the next to die. Xue Jingyu did not expect he would inadvertently give Duan Ling Tian an opportunity to befriend Duan Ling Tian when he congratulated him. However, Duan Ling Tian ignored the congratulatory words and walked up to the 3 king-grade celestial weapons. The 3 black armors hovered in the air. They looked like the armors of a devil god. They shone with a black light and were surrounded by faint purple lightning bolts. Every time the lightning around the armor jumped, it would cause the void to tremble slightly, and circles of faint ripples would appear. Duan Ling Tian could clearly feel a gust of eerie wind blowing against his face when he was near it. This eerie wind came from the armor that was hovering in the air before him. A purely defensive king-grade celestial weapon that has been nurtured by a celestial lord. Duan Ling Tian's eyes glinted as he reached out with both hands and grabbed the 2 king-grade celestial weapons. Drip! Duan Ling Tian raised his hand and dripped a drop of blood on one of the king-grade celestial weapons to claim ownership of the king-grade celestial weapon, the red scale garment. Its defense is indeed much stronger than before. With just a thought, the silhouette of a black armor appeared on Duan Ling Tian's body. It was none other than the king-grade celestial weapon that had just claimed ownership of the king-grade celestial weapon. Since both of them were purely defensive king-grade celestial weapons, their effects would be much weaker if they were not nurtured by a celestial lord's celestial origin energy. After putting away the other king-grade celestial weapon and the red scale garment, Duan Ling Tian slowly descended from the sky and landed on the ground in just a blink of an eye. Although the others were jealous of Duan Ling Tian for taking away the 2 king-grade celestial weapons, they did not make a move. To be more precise, they did not dare to make a move. What a joke! After all, the purple-clad young man had comprehended 2 profundities from the law of earth. They were no match for him at all. If they tried to snatch the 2 king-grade celestial weapons from him, they would only be asking for trouble. Fortunately, he didn't go overboard and left one for us. Xue Jingyu muttered to himself. Soon after, they shifted their eyes away from Duan Ling Tian and looked at the last king-grade celestial weapon hovering in the air. All of a sudden, a strong smell of gunpowder was once again emitted between them. While Xue Jingyu and the others were fighting, Duan Ling Tian, who had just landed on the ground, raised his eyebrows. He felt a gust of wind blowing past his ears. In the next moment, he saw that Ling Juyun, who was standing nearby when he landed, was nowhere to be seen. When Duan Ling Tian discovered that Ling Juyun had disappeared, the expressions of Xue Jingyu and the others changed drastically, as though they had sensed something was amiss. Swoosh! In the next moment, their eyes landed on the last king-grade celestial weapon, and they saw a gray-clad figure standing in front of them. Ling Juyun. Xue Jingyu recognized Ling Juyun with just a glance. However, his eyes were brimming with battle intent. He no longer cowered in front of Duan Ling Tian. After all, in his opinion, Ling Juyun was only a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial like him. I'll take this king-grade celestial weapon. Ling Juyun hovered next to the king-grade celestial weapon. He was not in a hurry to take the king-grade celestial weapon. Instead, he glanced at Xue Jingyu and the others indifferently. This brat, does he think he's Duan Ling Tian? How arrogant. There's only one king-grade celestial weapon left. How can we let him take it away so easily? Humph. There's a price to pay for being arrogant. Chapter 30:15. Although Xue Jingyu and the others were reluctant to accept Duan Ling Tian taking the 2 king-grade celestial weapons, they knew there was nothing they could do. After all, Duan Ling Tian, who had comprehended 2 profundities from the law of earth, was not someone they could contend with. However, after Duan Ling Tian took the initiative, another person came forward and said he wanted the last king-grade celestial weapon. How could they tolerate this? Lad, although you and Duan Ling Tian are both monstrous geniuses below the age of 100, Duan Lingtian has comprehended two profundities from the law of earth. It's understandable that he wants the two king-grade celestial weapons. What makes you think you're worthy? Don't tell me you've also comprehended two profundities from the law of earth? An old man asked. He was already frustrated that Duan Lingtian had taken the two king-grade celestial weapons away. However, he had nowhere to vent his anger. After all, he could not afford to offend Duan Lingtian. Now that Ling Jueyun had shown up, it was only natural for him to vent his anger. What? Do you want to give it a try? While Xue Jingyu and the others were looking at Ling Jueyun mockingly, Ling Jueyun took a deep look at the old man and asked in a meaningful voice, "What do you mean by that?" The old man was stunned. Xue Jingyu and the others were stunned as well. Ling Jueyun's calm expression reminded them of Duan Lingtian. It was as though Duan Lingtian had come out to compete for the king-grade celestial weapons. Don't tell me he has comprehended two profundities from the law of earth as well? Impossible. He's not even 100 years old. How can he be so monstrous? Duan Lingtian isn't even 100 years old, right? We witnessed Duan Lingtian comprehending two profundities from the law of earth when he's not even 100 years old. However, do you think there'll be two monstrous geniuses who have comprehended two profundities from the law of earth in the same era in the profound nether mansion? I don't think so as well. It's rare for a monstrous genius like Duan Lingtian to appear in the profound nether mansion. How can there be two monstrous geniuses like Duan Lingtian? Based on their words, it was clear they did not think Ling Jueyun was the same as Duan Lingtian, who had comprehended two profundities from the law of earth. Ling Jueyun. At this moment, Duan Lingtian turned to look at Ling Jueyun. If there was anyone present who thought Ling Jueyun would be able to obtain the king-grade celestial weapon, it would be him. In fact, he had intentionally left the king-grade celestial weapon for Ling Jueyun. If Ling Jueyun did not say he wanted one as well, he would have taken all three king-grade celestial weapons. Although he could not use so many king-grade celestial weapons, he could give them to the people around him. A purely defensive king-grade celestial weapon that had been nurtured by a celestial lord was considered a rare treasure in the profound nether mansion. If it was not for Ling Jueyun, why would he keep one for himself? Boy, stop trying to be mysterious. The old man regained his senses and looked at Ling Jueyun with a mocking smile on his face. He said fearlessly, "If you want to try, go ahead." As soon as the old man finished speaking, his celestial origin energy surged out of his body without waiting for Ling Jueyun's reply. At the same time, a pair of spiked maces appeared in his hands. At the same time, the old man's celestial origin energy turned blue in just a blink of an eye. It was obvious the old man's celestial origin energy had merged with the fundamental law of earth. This is the law of water's fundamental profundity, the water elemental profundity? As soon as the old man's celestial origin energy began to change, Duan Lingtian could feel a chill coming from his celestial origin energy. If one carefully observed the changes in his celestial elemental energy, they would discover that his celestial elemental energy had become much more flexible after it had turned blue. This was the property of water. Swoosh, swoosh. Before Xue Jingyu and the others could react, the mace in the old man's hands had already whizzed out like a meteor. Apart from the blue celestial origin energy, the spiked maces were shrouded in blood mist and black spots. It was clear the old man had used other techniques apart from the law of water's fundamental profundity, the water elemental profundity. Not only is Oldly taking his opponent by surprise, but he's also using his full strength to gain the initiative. He's clearly trying to kill his opponent while he has the upper hand. A middle-aged man standing near Xue Jingyu said with a sigh. In the southern heaven ancient realm, the slightest carelessness could lead to death. He's doing this to ensure nothing goes wrong. Another young man said, clearly understanding the old man's actions. Boom! Rumble! The two spiked maces flew across the sky like meteors streaking across the sky. The sound of the air exploding was as deafening as the rumbling of thunder. Roar! Roar! Just as the two spiked maces were about to hit Ling Jueyun, the blue celestial origin energy at the tips of the spiked maces transformed into two ferocious-looking wolf silhouettes that opened their mouths to bite Ling Jueyun. Why isn't he dodging? Can't he react in time? He's dead meat. How dare he claim the king-grade celestial weapon when he's so weak? Xue Jingyu and the others watched as the two spiked maces landed on Ling Jueyun's body. At the same time, the two ferocious-looking wolf silhouettes bit Ling Jueyun's shoulders. Boom! A loud explosion rang in the air, accompanied by two cracking sounds. The sound of the spiked maces landing on Ling Jueyun's body and the wolf silhouettes biting Ling Jueyun's body rang in the air. What kind of technique is this? Unlike Xue Jingyu and the others who were certain Ling Jueyun would die, Duan Lingtian discovered something was amiss with Ling Jueyun. In other words, the Ling Jueyun who stood there and endured the old man's attacks was no longer Ling Jueyun. It's the undead clone profundity from the law of death. As though she had heard Duan Lingtian's muttering, Huang Er's cold voice resonated in his spiritual sea in a timely manner. Currently, Little Feng has comprehended two profundities from the law of death. Apart from the death elemental profundity, he has also comprehended the undead clone profundity. Huang Er explained in one breath, "Undead clone profundity?" In the next moment, while Xue Jingyu and the others were still shocked by Ling Jueyun's lack of movement, Duan Lingtian saw Ling Jueyun's eyes glowing with a blood-red light as his body emitted a powerful aura. "Is that all you're capable of?" As soon as Crimson Eye Ling Jueyun spoke, the silhouette of a cloak appeared behind him. It grew longer with the wind. The patterns on the cloak seemed to be ancient words and patterns. As soon as the cloak appeared, the two ferocious wolf silhouettes that were about to land on Crimson Eye Ling Jueyun's shoulders were dispelled. Crimson Eye Ling Jueyun's body trembled, causing the two spiked maces to retreat. Whoosh! Crimson Eye Ling Jueyun's aura surged even higher. The cloak behind him seemed to be dyed red as it fluttered even though there was no wind. That cloak! It's definitely not just a king-grade celestial weapon. In fact, even a king-grade celestial weapon might not be this powerful. Duan Lingtian's attention was completely attracted by the cloak behind Ling Jueyun. The cloak fluttered in the wind as it complemented Ling Jueyun's aura. The complicated patterns on the cloak seemed to have come to life. From afar, it looked like rivers of blood were flowing on the cloak. "Huang Er, his cloak?" Duan Lingtian asked. "It's a purely defensive Emperor-grade celestial weapon." Huang Er replied. "An Emperor-grade celestial weapon?" Although he was mentally prepared, Duan Lingtian was still shocked at this moment. It was not difficult for him to figure out why Ling Jueyun dared to use an Emperor-grade celestial weapon here. It was obvious Ling Jueyun knew those who knew about the Celestial Lord Temple would not leave the Southern Heaven ancient realm with their memories of the Celestial Lord Temple. For this reason, the news of Ling Jueyun possessing an Emperor-grade celestial weapon would not spread. That cloak! It seems to be extraordinary. At the same time, Xue Jingyu and the others also noticed Ling Jueyun's cloak. It did not seem to be a simple king-grade celestial weapon. You have a royal-grade celestial weapon?" The old man's expression changed drastically when he saw his attack had failed to injure Ling Jueyun. A hint of dread could be seen in his eyes as he looked at the cloak behind Ling Jueyun. Even a purely defensive king-grade celestial weapon that had been nurtured by a celestial lord would not be able to compare to the cloak. A royal-grade celestial weapon? Blood Eye Ling Jueyun sneered. However, he had no intention of explaining himself. His aura surged as he shot toward the old man like a ray of light. Faced with Ling Jueyun's ferocious attack, the old man knew he could not break through his defenses. However, he had no choice but to block Ling Jueyun's attack. "I hope he won't fight as recklessly as Duan Lingtian. If he does, I'll definitely die." At this moment, the old man could only hope his attack would be able to block Ling Jueyun's attack. Even if he could not defeat Ling Jueyun, he would still be able to survive. Boom! Rumble! Scarlet-eyed Ling Jueyun attacked. He punched with both fists and met the old man's two spiked clubs. Fists collided violently with the clubs. Thank goodness! The old man sighed in relief when he saw Ling Jueyun's attack colliding with his own. After all, he could still block Ling Jueyun's attack. However, in the next moment, the old man's expression changed drastically. Swoosh! An ear-piercing sound rang in the air as though it was a flash in the pan. Under everyone's gazes, A figure dashed out of Ling Juyun's body as he fought with the old man. Black and red light surrounded him as he turned into a sword and pierced through the old man's body, tearing him in half. This. How did Ling Juyun come out of his body? Heavens! What kind of technique is this? Xue Jingyu and the others narrowed their eyes when they saw the figure that shot out of blood-eye Ling Juyun's body was none other than Ling Juyun himself. Chapter 30:16. That's his true body. A middle-aged man cried out in shock after the old man was killed by the blood-eyed Ling Juyun, who had transformed into a sword. That person with blood-red eyes is only his clone. To be more precise, it's his profundity clone. The middle-aged man said. Based on his attack, it seems like he has comprehended the law of death, one of the 4 supreme laws. The other young man's eyes narrowed, and his face was filled with shock. As far as I know, among the profundities in the law of death, there's a profundity called the undead doppelganger. The undead clone profundity allows the person who has comprehended the profundity to have a body that's almost corporeal. Moreover, its defense and combat strength are not inferior to the original. At the same time, the clone can use the original's celestial weapon and other profundities that the original has comprehended. The main body can fight side by side with the doppelganger, or it can hide in the doppelganger and wait for an opportunity to launch a fatal blow at the most critical moment. When the young man reached the end of his sentence, the way he looked at the 2 Ling Juyun in the air changed completely. Swoosh! At the same time, under everyone's watchful eyes, the blood-eyed Ling Juyun disappeared into the body of the other Ling Juyun in just a blink of an eye. At the same time, the celestial origin energy surging from Ling Juyun's body vanished. The law of death? The law that Ling Juyun has comprehended is the law of death. Heavens! The law of death is one of the 4 supreme laws. It's not a law that can be comprehended through celestial methods or divine abilities. It requires fortuitous encounters or legacies. Among the laws in heaven and earth, comprehending the 4 supreme laws is the most demanding. Ling Juyun is not even 100 years old, but he has comprehended the law of death. Moreover, it's obvious that he has comprehended 2 profundities from the law of death. He's a monster among monsters. His innate talent is much higher than Duan Lingtian. After all, he has comprehended the law of death, one of the 4 supreme laws. Xue Jingyu and the others regained their senses at this time. They were also shocked by the strength displayed by Ling Juyun. None of them had expected Ling Juyun to possess such terrifying strength. He was even stronger than Duan Lingtian. Immediately, they looked at each other and saw bitter smiles on each other's faces. In the past, they felt that they were already considered rare geniuses. But now, in front of Duan Lingtian and Ling Juyun, they no longer dared to think that they were geniuses. They had been beaten black and blue. Duan Lingtian, less than 100 years old, comprehended 2 profundities of the laws of earth. Ling Juyun was not even 100 years old, but he had comprehended 2 profound meanings of the law of death. Whoosh! After killing the old man, Ling Juyun made his move to collect the last king-grade celestial weapon. Xue Jingyu and the others could only watch helplessly. They did not dare to stop him at all. They knew very well that they would definitely die if they made a move now. His cloak is a purely defensive royal-grade celestial weapon, right? Why would he need a king-grade celestial weapon if he has one? Xue Jingyu was puzzled. As soon as Xue Jingyu finished speaking, a young man standing nearby sneered. Let me ask you, if you have a purely defensive royal-grade celestial weapon, would you dare to use it? That's right. Since this is the Celestial Lord Temple, we won't remember anything that happened here. That's why he dares to use a purely defensive royal-grade celestial weapon. He knows no one will reveal the fact that he possesses a purely defensive royal-grade celestial weapon. That's right. This is the Celestial Lord Temple. If it weren't for the Celestial Lord Temple, I'm afraid he would have killed us. I don't think he dares to kill us. After all, if we die, he'll be able to leave the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm faster. After all, the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm will reopen after a certain number of people have died. That's right. Even those from the Celestial Lord Temple won't be able to stay in the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm for long. Otherwise, they'll be trapped in the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. It was obvious the others had figured out the reason why Ling Jueyun dared to use a royal-grade celestial weapon here. They knew people like Ling Jueyun and Duan Lingtian would not kill people here unless it was absolutely necessary. Now that both of them have obtained the rewards from the first trial in the Celestial Lord Temple, what should we do next? Xuejing Yu looked left and right. Apart from the 10 palaces, all he could see was the boundless darkness in the distance. The others began to look around, but they could not find a way to leave the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Let's wait. I think we'll have to wait for a while. All of them agreed. At this moment, Xuejing Yu and the others saw Ling Jueyun descending from the sky and landing next to Duan Lingtian after obtaining the last king-grade celestial weapon. It's strange that they're able to coexist peacefully. Did they come to an agreement when they entered the palaces? That's possible. Based on my speculation, Duan Lingtian must have discussed this with Ling Jueyun before he left the royal-grade celestial weapon for Ling Jueyun. That's what I think as well. Otherwise, with Duan Lingtian's strength, he could have obtained the 3 royal-grade celestial weapons. Initially, I thought they'd fight it out. However, it seems like they won't be fighting for the time being. Xuejing Yu and the others looked at Duan Lingtian and Ling Jueyun. They were slightly disappointed when they saw the two of them coexisting peacefully. Just by standing there, the two of them were like 2 dark clouds that shrouded their hearts, causing them to feel somewhat gloomy. If I can leave them, I'll definitely stay away from them. What good will it do to us if they're here? I agree. I hope we can leave them. Otherwise, even if we manage to leave the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm alive, we won't be able to obtain anything in the Celestial Lord Temple. At this moment, Xuejing Yu and the others were looking forward to parting ways with Duan Lingtian and Duan Lingtian. After all, as long as they were here, they would not be able to obtain anything they wanted. After a while, seeing that there was still no movement, some people began to chat. Speaking of which, based on what I know, there are 7 peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials who have comprehended 2 profundities from a law in the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. A middle-aged man said, 7? So many? I only know 5 of them. Another young man chimed in. Time passed quickly as everyone was chatting. There's also Sima Chun, the genius from the Sima clan. He has comprehended 2 profundities from the Law of Wind. It's said that apart from the Law of Wind's fundamental profundity, the Wind Elemental Profundity, he has also comprehended another profundity from the Law of Wind, the Gale Profundity. The Gale Profundity? One of the profundities from the Law of Wind that focuses on speed. Not only does the Gale Profundity increase one's attack speed, but it can also increase one's movement speed as well. The Law of Wind excels in one's speed and one's body as the wind. Sima Chun has comprehended the Law of Wind's Gale Profundity. Apart from those who have comprehended 3 profundities from the Law of Wind, it's almost impossible for them to defeat him, let alone kill him. Of course, Sima Chun has comprehended the Law of Wind's Wind Elemental Profundity and the Gale Profundity. His speed is second to none among those who have entered the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm this time. If he can't defeat Sima Chun, he can always escape. If he's fast, he's invincible. In the beginning, Duan Lingtian did not pay much attention to their conversation. However, when they mentioned Sima Chun, a strange expression appeared on his face. Sima Chun? If he's fast, he's invincible? What? Do you know Sima Chun? Ling Jueyun asked curiously through voice transmission. He had been observing Duan Lingtian for a long time. Naturally, he had noticed the changes in Duan Lingtian's expression. Not really. We just happened to bump into each other before we entered the Celestial Lord Temple. Duan Lingtian replied indifferently through voice transmission. Did they fight? Ling Jueyun asked again. Duan Lingtian nodded. He has comprehended 2 profundities from the Law of Wind. One of them is the Gale Profundity. I won't be able to kill him unless I use an Emperor-grade celestial weapon or a divine weapon. Ling Jueyun paused for a moment before he continued to ask. With his speed, it's almost impossible for you to kill him unless you use an Emperor-grade celestial weapon. Is he dead? Ling Jueyun asked again. Duan Lingtian nodded again. You used an Emperor-grade celestial weapon? Ling Jueyun asked again. Duan Lingtian shook his head again. Ling Jueyun frowned when Duan Lingtian said indifferently, although I didn't use an Emperor-grade celestial weapon, I did use a Royal-grade celestial weapon. Even if you used an offensive Royal-grade celestial weapon, it won't be easy for you to kill him, right? After all, based on the profundities from the law of Earth that you've comprehended, speed isn't your forte. Ling Jueyun hit the nail on the head. You're quite good at calculating. You even used a little trick. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly. Ling Jueyun had accurately predicted his battle with Sima Chun. Although he had used a royal-grade celestial weapon, he would not have been able to kill Sima Chun without the help of the gravitational space profundity. Although he had only comprehended a little bit of the gravitational space Upanishad and was still a distance away from the entry level, it would not affect his overall strength much. However, at the critical moment it could still play a role. Just like the battle between him and Sima Chun. Because of the little bit of gravitational space Upanishad, he killed Sima Chun. Otherwise, Sima Chun would have been able to escape. What little trick? Ling Jueyun asked again. Before Duan Lingtian could respond, Ling Jueyun felt the ground beneath his feet disappear. After a while, he felt as though he was standing on solid ground. Chapter 30:17. Duan Lingtian's vision flickered between darkness and light. His feet felt light and heavy. In the next moment, he discovered he had appeared on a spacious stone platform. In front of him was a divine pit that stretched as far as the eye could see. What's this place? Did we leave the first trial? Could this be the location of the second test set by the Celestial Lord Palace? When Duan Lingtian heard the commotion, he looked around and discovered that apart from Ling Jueyun, Xue Jingyu, and the others, there were 8 more people in the surroundings. Duan Lingtian, Ling Jueyun, Xue Jingyu, and the others turned to look at the 8 people. Among these 8 people there was a middle-aged man, a young man, and a young woman. Her appearance was delicate and pretty, and her temperament was elegant. Although she could not be considered to be extremely beautiful, she had her own unique charm. That's Dongfang Jinluan. Xue Jingyu exclaimed in surprise when he saw a finely dressed young man among the 8 people. A hint of dread could be seen on his face. Dongfang Jinluan? Immediately, several people not far from Xue Jingyu followed Xue Jingyu's gaze and saw the young man in luxurious clothes. It's really Dongfang Jinluan. Dongfang Jinluan is the most outstanding genius in the Eastern Fang family in recent years. He's only slightly over 200 years old, but he has already comprehended 2 profundities from the law of thunder. Many people in Duan Lingtian's group recognized the finely dressed young man. Dongfang Jinluan? Duan Lingtian looked in the direction Xue Jingyu and the others were looking at and saw the finely dressed young man. The finely dressed young man was tall, had a square face, thick eyebrows, and large eyes. He gave off a stern aura. He stood there like an iron tower, unmoving like a mountain. Although he heard Xue Jingyu and the others' exclamations, he remained indifferent. Dongfang Jinluan, a member of the Dongfang family, a rank 7 clan. He's a little over 200 years old and has comprehended the fundamental profundity of the law of lightning, the thunder elemental profundity, and the lightning profundity of the law of lightning. Previously, Xue Jingyu and the others had mentioned Dongfang Jinluan when they were talking about the people who had comprehended 2 profundities. For this reason, Duan Lingtian knew Duan Lingtian was a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial whose speed was on par with Sima Chun whom he had killed. In terms of speed, the lightning profound of the laws of lightning wasn't any slower than the gale profound of the laws of wind. In fact, it even had a bewitching property that the gale profound didn't have. It was a relatively powerful and practical profound of the laws of lightning. Whoosh! 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 Xue Jingyu and the others descended from the sky and landed near where Duan Lingtian and Ling Jueyun were, obviously intending to approach Duan Lingtian and seek shelter. Compared to Duan Lingtian and Ling Jueyun, the 8 people were more threatening. That young woman looks familiar as well. A young man standing next to Xue Jingyu said with a frown as he looked at the only woman among the 8 people. She's Oya from the Frost sect. Xue Jingyu said in a deep voice. As the most outstanding prince of the Southern Qi Nation's emperor in the profound Nether Mansion's Thousand Nations territory, Xue Jingyu often accompanied the emperor of the Southern Qi Nation to visit various forces. Therefore, he was familiar with the geniuses in the profound Nether Mansion. Whether it was Dongfang Jinluan from the Dongfang family or Oya from the Great Eight Frost sect, Xue Jingyu had met both of them before. Naturally, they might not remember him even if he remembered them. Frost sect? Oya? I've heard of Oya from the Frost sect. She's a rare female prodigy in the profound Nether Mansion. She's not even 200 years old, but she's already comprehended 2 profundities from the law of ice. In terms of innate talent, Oya is even more talented than Dongfang Jinluan. Only Duan Lingtian and Ling Jueyun are stronger than her. The few people on Duan Lingtian's side shifted their attention from the young woman to Duan Lingtian and Ling Jueyun. Oya? Duan Lingtian glanced at the young woman. He had heard about Oya from Xue Jingyu and the others. She was a female prodigy from the Great Eight Frost sect. Although the Frost sect was only a Great Eight sect, it was much stronger than ordinary Great Eight forces. At the very least, none of the 1,000 Great Eight celestial kingdoms in the Thousand Nations territory could compare to the Frost sect. The Guardian Celestial method of the Frost sect was a king-grade celestial method that allowed one to comprehend the law of ice's fundamental profundity, the ice elemental profundity, and the law of ice's frost profundity. The frost profundity, based on the name of the profundity, it should be able to freeze one's opponent. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Swoosh, swoosh. Not long after the 2 groups of people appeared, there was a sudden loud noise in front of them. It was like the sound of a flood breaking through a dam. That's... Duan Lingtian snapped out of his daze and looked ahead. He saw waves surging toward them from the distance. At this moment, Duan Lingtian finally saw clearly that the place he was standing at was similar to a riverbank. In the distance, waves of water swept over like a roaring water dragon. The momentum was terrifying. Moreover, with his divine consciousness, Duan Lingtian could tell the waves were no ordinary waves. The waves were filled with an extremely terrifying aura. That aura even gave him an extremely strong sense of danger. His soul was slightly throbbing because of this. It's the soul-extinguishing water. Huang Er's voice rang in Duan Lingtian's mind. Once the soul-extinguishing water comes into contact with a person's body, it'll be able to destroy one's soul. Without a Duke-grade soul defense celestial weapon, those below the level of celestial dukes will definitely die in the face of the soul-extinguishing water. Huang Er said, Soul-extinguishing water? Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed as he hurriedly soared into the air. This was because the soul-extinguishing water would soon hit the riverbank he was standing on. Of course, the soul-extinguishing water won't be able to hurt you. After all, your soul is protected by the profound divine metal outside your sea of consciousness. Upon hearing Huang Er's words, Duan Lingtian realized he had been overly anxious. As it turned out, he did not need to fear the soul-extinguishing water at all. Heavens! This is the soul-extinguishing water. The soul-extinguishing water can destroy one's soul. Those below the level of celestial dukes will definitely die if they touch it. So this is the second test of the Celestial Lord Temple. When Duan Lingtian soared into the sky, the others also regained their senses and soared into the sky as well. Some of them recognized the soul-extinguishing water, and some of them did not as well. As the first wave of soul-extinguishing water splashed onto the river bank, those who had just learned of the terror of the soul-extinguishing water all sucked in a breath of cold air. Look, there are boxes and chests on the soul-extinguishing water. A voice rang in Duan Lingtian's ears, prompting him to look in the direction of the voice. With just a glance, he saw the boxes and chests floating on the soul-extinguishing water. However, due to the formation that had been set up above, he could not use his divine consciousness to probe the contents of the boxes and chests. Naturally, Duan Lingtian knew if he could not probe the contents of the boxes and chests, the others would not be able to do so as well. After all, most of the people present were peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials like him whose divine consciousness was on par with his. These boxes and chests most likely contain treasures left behind by the Southern Heaven Celestial Lord. Among the group of 8 not far away, a middle-aged man's eyes lit up. He was the first to descend from the air and approach the nearest box. The box was 5 feet long, so it could contain most celestial weapons. Naturally, the middle-aged man did not dare to be careless as he approached the box. His celestial origin energy that had been boosted with the fundamental profundity of the law he had comprehended wrapped around his body. Apart from that, a faint blue silhouette of armor could be seen on his body. It was clear he was well prepared. He did not dare to be careless in front of the soul-extinguishing water. "This box is mine." In just a blink of an eye, the middle-aged man arrived above the box, hovering above the soul-extinguishing water. He only needed to reach out his hand to touch the box. Swoosh! The middle-aged man stretched out his hand and touched the box with lightning speed, intending to lift it up. However, the moment the middle-aged man's hand touched the box, a mysterious power suddenly extended from the surface of the box. Ripples of energy spread out in all directions. Swoosh! Swoosh! As the shockwave swept out, the soul-extinguishing water around the box seemed to have come to life. It rose up like angry dragons in the water, soaring into the sky. "It's heavy." As soon as the middle-aged man touched the box, he discovered it was extremely heavy. Even with all his might, he could only move the box at a very slow speed. Now, the surrounding soul-extinguishing water rose into the air and interweaved into a net that enveloped him. His expression changed drastically. "No!" A shrill cry rang in the air as the middle-aged man's body was enveloped by the soul-extinguishing water. When the soul-extinguishing water receded, Duan Lingtian and the others saw the middle-aged man's body lying on top of the box. His eyes were filled with unwillingness, as though he had died with a remaining grievance. His vitality was rapidly dissipating, and his soul had been completely destroyed by the soul-extinguishing water earlier. How terrifying! The soul-extinguishing water destroyed his soul in just a blink of an eye. How terrifying! It's too terrifying. I was just about to make a move to collect the boxes earlier. Fortunately, he took the lead. Otherwise, I would have been the one who died. The remaining people felt a lingering fear when they saw the middle-aged man's death. Some of them were even glad they did not make a move first. "Humph! You overestimate yourself." Chapter 30:18. As soon as Dongfang Jinluan finished speaking, the space around him trembled, and he disappeared from where he was standing. Everyone could only see a huge bolt of lightning streaking across the sky. It was none other than Dongfang Jinluan's body. It was the law of thunder, the lightning profundity. In order to use the lightning profundity, one had to have the thunder elemental profundity as a foundation. For this reason, Dongfang Jinluan had used the 2 profundities from the law of thunder that he had comprehended. Naturally, he had other tricks up his sleeve as well. Swoosh! Swoosh! Dongfang Jinluan's target was the box that the middle-aged man had his eyes on. When he made his move, the soul-extinguishing water stirred again. However, just as the soul-extinguishing water was about to descend on Dongfang Jinluan, Dongfang Jinluan quickly moved away from the soul-extinguishing water with the box and the middle-aged man's corpse. For this reason, the soul-extinguishing water missed its target. Bang! Dongfang Jinluan moved at lightning speed and returned at lightning speed. He easily retrieved the box and flipped it over. The middle-aged man's corpse fell into the soul-extinguishing water and was completely submerged by it. "He's so fast. His speed. It seems like he's even faster than Sima-chun." Duan Lingtian looked at Dongfang Jinluan in shock. Dongfang Jinluan's speed was so fast that the soul-extinguishing water couldn't catch up to him, so it couldn't touch him and annihilate his soul. Smack! Under everyone's watchful eyes, Dongfang Jinluan raised his hand and slapped the box. The box opened, revealing its contents. When the box was opened, everyone, including Duan Lingtian, was stunned. Even Dongfang Jinluan had a slight frown on his face. The reason for that was because after the chest was opened, there was nothing inside. Upon seeing this, many people could vaguely guess what was going on. It seems like not all of the boxes in the soul-extinguishing water have something in them. However, despite knowing this, everyone's attention was still attracted by the boxes and boxes in the soul-extinguishing water. Some of the boxes and boxes might be empty, but there were definitely some that had something in them. Whoosh! Suddenly, a gust of wind blew by. This wind brought with it a chilling coldness. Once it blew by, it gave people the feeling that winter had arrived. Oya has made a move. It was none other than Oya, the only female peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial present on the scene. Oya's body floated toward the soul-extinguishing water. In the blink of an eye, she was near a small box. Whoosh! Crash! When Oya approached the small box, the soul-extinguishing water surged up as usual and enveloped Oya. Seeing that Oya's slim figure was about to be submerged by the soul-extinguishing water, most of the people present couldn't help but gasp and stare at Oya with a solemn expression. In the blink of an eye, chi, 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 following a series of crisp sounds, before the crowd's gazes, the soul-extinguishing water that was about to envelop Oya actually froze and turned into ice. Bang! Oya held the small box in her hand as a layer of ice enveloped her body. She seemed to have transformed into an ice ball as she shot up into the air, shattering the soul-extinguishing water that had frozen into ice. When Oya returned to the void where she had been standing, the soul-extinguishing water that had turned into ice melted again. The surface of the soul-extinguishing water had also returned to normal. Amazing! She's too powerful, as expected of someone who has comprehended two profundities from the law of ice. She can even freeze the soul-extinguishing water. The freezing profundity from the law of ice is really terrifying. Many people present on the scene exclaimed in surprise when they saw Oya was unharmed and had obtained a small box. Most of them had only comprehended one profundity from a law. Moreover, they had only comprehended the fundamental profundity. They were not on the same level as those who had comprehended two profundities from the same law. Although the fundamental profundities were the foundation of a law, they were not as powerful and useful as the other profundities. It's empty as well? Under everyone's watchful eyes, Oya opened the small box that she had obtained and discovered that it was empty as well. Oya shook her head and smiled wryly. My luck isn't too good. That's a clone. At this moment, someone exclaimed in surprise. Came from Dongfang Jinluan, Oya, and the other 6 people. Dongfang Jinluan and Oya had lost one of their members, leaving them with only 7 people left. The sudden exclamation startled Dongfang Jinluan and Oya. Whoosh! In the next moment, they saw a young man with blood-red eyes descending from the sky. In just a blink of an eye, he had arrived near one of the boxes in the soul-extinguishing water. Swoosh! Swoosh! The soul-extinguishing water swept up and fell on the young man with blood-red eyes. However, it did not affect him in the slightest. The young man with blood-red eyes took the soul-extinguishing water head-on and stepped into the air with the box in his hand. In just a blink of an eye, he had left the area covered by the soul-extinguishing water. The young man with blood-red eyes was none other than the undead clone that Ling Jueyun had comprehended from the law of death. He did not have a soul, only a physical body. Without a soul, the soul-extinguishing water was, naturally, ineffective against him. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Ling Jueyun and his clone merged into one. However, the box remained in his hand. Smack! Ling Jueyun opened the box to reveal a 4-foot-wide saber. Based on the saber's aura, it was not difficult to tell that it was a king-grade celestial weapon that had been nurtured by a celestial lord. Seems like I'm quite lucky. Ling Jueyun looked at Duan Lingtian and said proudly, What do you think? Do you want to give it a try as well? In response to Ling Jueyun's boasting, Duan Lingtian flew toward a small box that was floating above the soul-extinguishing water. This small box was one of the smallest boxes floating above the soul-extinguishing water. When Duan Lingtian approached the small box, the soul-extinguishing water surged again, trying to drown Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian did not dodge the soul-extinguishing water. Based on his actions, it was as though he was trying to emulate Ling Jueyun's undead clone and take the soul-extinguishing water head-on. Upon seeing this, Ling Juiyun could not help but frown. He only dared to take the soul-extinguishing water head-on with his clone. He did not dare to take the soul-extinguishing water head-on. For this reason, he was puzzled when he saw Duan Lingtian's action. Naturally, he did not think Duan Lingtian was courting death, because he knew that a person like Duan Lingtian would absolutely not do something as stupid as giving his life away. Is he crazy? Does he think he is Ling Juiyun's undead clone, taking the soul-extinguishing water head-on with his body? Isn't that just courting death? Duan Lingtian is crazy. Crazy. Xue Jingyu and the others were shocked by Duan Lingtian's intrepid behavior. They could not understand why Duan Lingtian would do such a thing. How could a body of flesh and blood be compared to an undead clone? Now, even if Duan Lingtian were to use defensive means, they would not be so shocked. However, the problem was Duan Lingtian did not even have the slightest intention of defending himself. It was obvious that he wanted to take the soul-extinguishing water head-on with his body of flesh and blood. Courting death. Dongfang Jinluan looked at Duan Lingtian with a mocking smile on his face. Meanwhile, Oya was also looking at Duan Lingtian. There was a hint of confusion in her eyes that were as clear as water. A woman's sixth sense was usually very accurate. Although the purple-clad young man in front of her seemed to be courting death, Oya's intuition told her that things were not that simple. Those who could enter the Celestial Lord Temple were not simple people. It was impossible for them to court death in such a stupid way. I've got it. As soon as Duan Lingtian took the box, he felt the soul-extinguishing water pouring on his head. It was cold to the touch, as though a bucket of cold water had been poured on him. It's coming? At the same time, Duan Lingtian could clearly feel a powerful destructive force entering his body the moment the soul-extinguishing water touched his body. It went straight for his sea of consciousness and targeted his soul. However, when the destructive force approached his sea of consciousness, it was blocked by the profound divine metal that was guarding it like a guardian. A golden light screen extended from the profound divine metal and blocked the destructive force of the soul-extinguishing water, preventing it from entering Duan Lingtian's sea of consciousness. Since it could not enter Duan Lingtian's sea of consciousness, it was only natural that it could not destroy his soul. Under everyone's shocked gazes, Duan Lingtian endured the soul-extinguishing water with his body. Then, he rose into the air and returned to his original spot. Heavens! What's going on? He didn't die. Many people exclaimed in shock. This purple-clad young man must have a soul defense celestial weapon above the Duke grade. As far as I know, as long as it's a soul defense celestial weapon above the Duke grade, it'll be able to withstand the soul-extinguishing water. Some people who were more knowledgeable figured this out. A soul defense celestial weapon above the Duke grade? Among all celestial weapons, soul defense celestial weapons are the rarest. A soul defense Duke grade celestial weapon is worth more than a pure defense King grade celestial weapon. If he has such a celestial weapon, it's not surprising that he can withstand the soul-extinguishing water with his body. Since he has a soul defense celestial weapon above the Duke grade, the Celestial Lord Temple is obviously giving him a treasure. Xue Jingyu and the others who knew about Duan Lingtian's strength were not affected. On the other hand, Dongfang Jinluan and the others looked at Duan Lingtian enviously. It was as though they could not wait to snatch the soul defense celestial weapon from Duan Lingtian. Brat, do you have a soul defense celestial weapon above the Duke grade? Dongfang Jinluan asked in a deep voice as he stared at Duan Lingtian coldly. Chapter 30:19. Although the value of a soul defense Duke grade celestial weapon was comparable to a purely defensive King grade celestial weapon, most people would not trade it for a purely defensive King grade celestial weapon. In fact, even if a purely defensive King grade celestial weapon had been nurtured by a celestial lord, those who owned a soul defense Duke grade celestial weapon would not trade it for a purely defensive King grade celestial weapon. This was because soul defense Duke grade celestial weapons were extremely rare. Not only was it difficult to refine them, but the materials required were also extremely rare. A soul defense Duke grade celestial weapon could withstand any soul attack from a celestial Duke or below. It could even withstand soul attacks from a celestial Duke or below that contained profundities from a law. Naturally, It could only withstand the sole attack from a celestial duke who had not comprehended any profundities from a law. If it was a celestial duke who had comprehended a profundity from a law, even a one basic celestial duke would not be able to withstand it. The power of the soul-extinguishing water was comparable to the soul attack from a celestial duke who had not comprehended any profundity from a law. For this reason, a soul defense duke-grade celestial weapon was more valuable than a purely defensive king-grade celestial weapon that had been nurtured by a celestial lord. Lad, you have a soul defense celestial weapon that's at the duke grade or above? Dongfang Jinluan stared at Duan Lingtian greedily. Everyone could see that Dongfang Jinluan was interested in Duan Lingtian's soul defense celestial weapon. What? Do you want it? Duan Lingtian asked indifferently as he stared at Dongfang Jinluan. Hand over your soul defense celestial weapon, and not only will I spare your life, but I'll also guarantee your safety in leaving the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, Dongfang Jinluan said. Dongfang Jinluan did not think the purple-clad young man in front of him was a threat to him. Even if the purple-clad young man had comprehended two profundities from a law like him, he would not be afraid. A soul defense celestial weapon is indeed valuable, but it's not as valuable as your life, Dongfang Jinluan said. Dongfang Jinluan said again, his eyes flashing with killing intent. That's right, right. Duan Lingtian nodded solemnly. Not to mention a soul defense type immortal artifact, no matter how precious it is, it's only a worldly possession. It's not as precious as one's own life. Since you know this, quickly hand over your soul defense celestial artifact. If I make a move, you won't be able to regret it. Dongfang Jinluan sneered. In Dongfang Jinluan's opinion, he could easily kill the purple-clad young man and seize his soul defensive celestial artifact. However, if possible, he didn't want to kill too many people in the immortal sovereign palace. Who knew if his journey in the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm would end after he killed the purple-clad young man? After all, if 70% of the people who entered the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm died, the trip to the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm would come to an end. For this reason, Duan Lingtian did not want to kill anyone in the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm as soon as possible. He wanted to find more fortuitous encounters in the Celestial Lord Temple. In Dongfang Jinluan's eyes, even if this purple-clothed youth had other things on him, he wouldn't be too interested. After all, he didn't lack those things. He was only interested in soul defense type immortal artifacts. Is that so? Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes and smiled faintly. I'd like to see how you're going to make me regret it. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, with just a thought, energy that had been dormant for a long time began to awaken in his body. Since you're seeking death, I'll fulfill your wish. Dongfang Jinluan did not expect the purple-clad young man to be so foolish. His expression darkened as his celestial origin energy surged out of his body. Boom! In the next moment, a saber appeared in Dongfang Jinluan's hand as he charged toward Duan Lingtian at lightning speed. At this moment, Dongfang Jinluan seemed to have become one with the celestial saber in his hand. Although Dongfang Jinluan did not think the purple-clad young man was a match for him, he still went all out when he attacked. When the crowd saw Dongfang Jinluan trying to kill Duan Lingtian without saying a word, their hearts were in their mouths. At this moment, a seven-colored sword ray appeared where Duan Lingtian was standing. Among the seven colors, red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and purple, the purple was particularly bright. Apart from that, there was also a golden light and an earthy yellow light. Whoosh! A short-lived sword whistle sounded. It was extremely ear-piercing, and it even caused the group of people present to involuntarily shiver, even though the rainbow sword light was not aimed at them. At the same time, the crowd was shocked to see Dongfang Jinluan, who had transformed into a gigantic bolt of lightning, was pierced between his brows by the seven-colored sword ray when he was about to reach Duan Lingtian. Wherever the rainbow-colored sword light passed, the void remained calm as if it was walking on snow without leaving a trace. When it came into contact with the lightning formed by Dongfang Jinluan's one with the saber, it easily broke through it as if it did not encounter any resistance. Spurt! A stream of blood spurted out from Dongfang Jinluan's forehead. Following that, the lightning energy around him dissipated. Dongfang Jinluan's eyes were wide open as his body flew toward Duan Lingtian due to inertia. Duan Lingtian raised his hand and sent Dongfang Jinluan's body flying with a palm seal. At the same time, an invisible energy swept out and retrieved Dongfang Jinluan's celestial saber, spatial ring, and purely defensive king-grade celestial weapon. Splash! It was not until Dongfang Jinluan's body fell into the soul-extinguishing water that everyone finally regained their senses. At this moment, apart from Ling Juyun, the others, including the Frost Sect's genius disciple, Oya, were staring at Duan Lingtian in shock. That sword. Oya looked at the seven-colored sword ray that had returned to Duan Lingtian's hand with a hint of shock in her eyes. Apart from the celestial methods and divine abilities that are below the king grade, the earth elemental profundity is the earth elemental profundity. He must have relied on that sword to kill Dongfang Jinluan. That sword, is it a royal grade celestial weapon? No. Even if it's a royal grade celestial weapon with Dongfang Jinluan's speed and reflexes, he should have been able to dodge it. That's an emperor grade celestial weapon? Oya's eyes narrowed when she saw the seven-colored light sword transforming into a ray of seven-colored light that entered Duan Lingtian's palm and fused into Duan Lingtian's body. As far as she knew, it was impossible for a royal-grade celestial weapon to merge with one's body in such a manner. Only an emperor-grade celestial weapon could do that. This is. When Oya saw the seven-colored light sword fusing with Duan Lingtian's body, the others present on the scene also saw it. At once, several people who knew what this meant felt their scalps go numb. Heavens! What did they just see? The weapon Duan Lingtian had used to kill Dongfang Jinluan had merged with his body as though it was a part of him. What's going on? The sword has merged with Duan Lingtian's body? What weapon is that? Is it a royal-grade celestial weapon? I've never seen anyone who can merge a weapon like that. How did it merge with his body? Did Duan Lingtian create a little world in his body? What a joke! Duan Lingtian is only an overarching heavenly supreme celestial. It's impossible for him to create a little world without becoming a celestial duke. What's going on then? Most of the onlookers were shocked that Duan Lingtian was able to merge the seven-colored sword ray into his body, but they did not know what it meant. Although a celestial duke can create a little world, it's impossible for him to store his celestial weapon in it. After all, it's more troublesome to take a celestial weapon out of a little world than to take a celestial weapon out of a spatial ring. A middle-aged man looked at Duan Lingtian in shock before he said in a deep voice, Duan Lingtian is an overarching heavenly supreme celestial. It's impossible for him to create a little world to store his celestial weapon. Based on what I know, there's another type of celestial weapon that can merge with one's body. It's an emperor-grade celestial weapon. When the middle-aged man reached the end of his sentence, not only did his voice become louder, it also began to tremble violently. An emperor-grade celestial weapon. When Xue Jingyu and the others who did not know the characteristics of emperor-grade celestial weapons heard the middle-aged man's words, they were dumbfounded. At the same time, they could not help but tremble in fear. An emperor-grade celestial weapon? Even the 3 sects and 2 clans that they were planning to join did not have a royal-grade celestial weapon in the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Emperor-grade celestial weapons were superior to royal-grade celestial weapons. There were only a handful of emperor-grade celestial weapons in the Southern Heaven territory. However, one of them had appeared in Duan Lingtian's hands. Who's this Duan Lingtian? Xue Jingyu, who had fought with Duan Lingtian before, regained his senses. He was shocked when he looked at Duan Lingtian again. An overarching, heavenly supreme celestial possessed an emperor-grade celestial weapon. In the past, if someone had told him this, he would not have believed it even if he was beaten to death. Even the descendants of the Southern Heaven Celestial Lord, who ruled the Southern Heaven territory, did not possess an emperor-grade celestial weapon when they were only overarching heavenly supreme celestials. Who's this Duan Lingtian? Why does he have an emperor-grade celestial weapon? Is this a joke? An emperor-grade celestial weapon. I didn't expect to see an Emperor-grade celestial weapon in my lifetime. Meanwhile, the others regained their senses and looked at Duan Lingtian in disbelief. Don't tell me he found his Emperor-grade celestial weapon in the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm? A young man speculated. However, his words were quickly refuted by the others. You're thinking too much. It's impossible for an Emperor-grade celestial weapon to appear in the middle and upper realms of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, let alone the lower realm. Chapter 30-20. An Emperor-grade celestial weapon? A hint of disdain flashed on Ling Jueyun's cold face when he heard everyone's words. Earlier, Duan Lingtian did not use an Emperor-grade celestial weapon. Instead, it was a Devata artifact. Moreover, it was one of the highest-grade Devata artifacts. A prominent Devata artifact. Unfortunately, our memories of the Celestial Lord Temple will be erased after we leave this place. We won't be able to bring Duan Lingtian's Emperor-grade celestial weapon out with us. You can imagine how much of an uproar the profound Nether Mansion and the Southern Heaven territory will be when news of the Emperor-grade celestial weapon spreads. Have you ever thought about the possibility of Duan Lingtian taking out an Emperor-grade celestial weapon so easily if we can bring the memories of the Celestial Lord Temple out with us? Regardless of his background, he'll definitely become a target for many powerhouses if news of him possessing an Emperor-grade celestial weapon spreads. Many powerhouses will risk their lives to kill him for the Emperor-grade celestial weapon. You can't say that, based on the situation earlier, I don't think Duan Lingtian would be able to withstand Dongfang Jinluan's attack unless he uses an Emperor-grade celestial weapon, right? Most of the people on Oya's side said these words. Their words were quickly refuted by Xue Jingyu and the others from Duan Lingtian's side. Duan Lingtian isn't afraid of Dongfang Jinluan, even if he doesn't use an Emperor-grade celestial weapon. That's right. Although Dongfang Jinluan has comprehended 2 profundities from the Law of Thunder and is very strong, it's almost impossible for him to kill Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian has also comprehended 2 profundities from the Law of Earth. One of them is a defensive profundity from the Law of Earth. Dongfang Jinluan might be strong, but he might not be able to break through Duan Lingtian's defenses. Moreover, Duan Lingtian isn't as fast as Dongfang Jinluan. Even if Duan Lingtian doesn't use his Emperor-grade celestial weapon, he'll be able to tie with Dongfang Jinluan. In my opinion, Duan Lingtian only took out his Emperor-grade celestial weapon to kill Dongfang Jinluan. If it weren't for that, he wouldn't have needed to use his Emperor-grade celestial weapon to fight Dongfang Jinluan to a draw. No one knew Duan Lingtian's strength better than Xue Jingyu and the others. As soon as Oya and the others heard the words of Xue Jingyu and the others, they were in an uproar again. Duan Lingtian has comprehended 2 profundities from the Law of Earth. At this time, they have no reason to deceive us. From the looks of it, they don't seem to be speaking without thinking. But this Duan Lingtian seems to be less than 100 years old, right? He's not even 100 years old, but he's already comprehended 2 profundities of the Law of Earth. This level of comprehension ability is simply monstrous. Terrifying. It's too terrifying. The 6 people around Oya exclaimed in surprise. When Oya looked at Duan Lingtian again, a hint of dread could be seen in her eyes. Not even 100 years old. Xue Jingyu chuckled. Earlier, all of you must have seen the technique of our opponent, right? He cast the undead clone profundity from the Law of Death, one of the 4 supreme laws. Moreover, he's also not even 100 years old. Upon hearing Xue Jingyu's words, Ling Jueyun instantly became the center of attention for Oya and the others. The undead clone profundity? At this moment, realization dawned on them. Before Duan Lingtian made his move, Duan Lingtian had already retrieved a celestial saber from one of the boxes. Since Duan Lingtian had made his move, they had completely forgotten about Duan Lingtian. Now that they thought about it, it seemed like Duan Lingtian had used the undead clone profundity. As it turns out, his undead clone profundity is the undead clone profundity. He has comprehended the Law of Death. The Law of Death is one of the 4 supreme laws. It's not comprehended through celestial methods or divine abilities. It's either inherited from a legacy, fortuitous encounter, or fortuitous encounter. As expected, he's not even 100 years old. To comprehend the undead clone profundity, one must first comprehend the elemental death profundity. In other words, he has comprehended at least two profundities from the law of death. How can there be two such monstrous geniuses in the profound nether mansion? When Oya and the others regained their senses, they recalled Ling Jueyun's earlier attack. When they looked at Ling Jueyun again, a hint of dread could be seen in their eyes. It's empty. Everyone's attention was on Ling Jueyun when Duan Ling Tian opened the small box in his hand. Seems like you're not as lucky as me, Ling Jueyun said with a smile on his face. Duan Ling Tian ignored Ling Jueyun and continued to collect boxes and boxes. No one dared to interfere as he continued to collect boxes and boxes. Even Oya did not dare to compete with Duan Ling Tian for the boxes and boxes. If Duan Ling Tian became enraged and swung his sword at her, she would end up like Dongfang Jinluan. However, there were some people who were not afraid of Duan Ling Tian. That person was none other than Ling Jueyun. While Duan Ling Tian was collecting the boxes and boxes in the soul-extinguishing water, Ling Jueyun joined in as well. Although the others were envious of Duan Ling Tian, they knew they could only be envious. Apart from Oya, none of them were capable of obtaining the boxes and boxes even if they wanted to. Although Oya was strong, she did not dare to act recklessly, since she was wary of the sword Duan Ling Tian had fused with his body. She thought it was an emperor-grade celestial weapon. About 15 minutes later, Duan Ling Tian and Ling Jueyun finished collecting all the boxes and boxes in the soul-extinguishing water. Naturally, most of the boxes and boxes were empty. In the end, Duan Ling Tian obtained 5 king-grade celestial weapons, 3 pill bottles, and 6 celestial talismans. Ling Jueyun obtained 6 king-grade celestial weapons, 2 pill bottles, and 3 celestial talismans. Swoosh! Swoosh! After all the boxes and boxes were collected by Duan Ling Tian and Ling Jueyun, the soul-extinguishing water began to boil again. In just a blink of an eye, the boiling soul-extinguishing water beneath Duan Ling Tian and the others' feet receded as though it had never existed. If it were not for the 2 corpses on the ground, they would have thought that everything that had happened was just a dream. After the soul-extinguishing water receded from their sight, Duan Ling Tian could clearly feel the air around them trembling. In the next moment, a mysterious and gentle force swept over from all directions, and its target was him and the others. We're going to change locations? Although the energy that swept towards them was majestic and vast, everyone was certain that this energy did not have any ill intentions. It was more like a force that was leading them somewhere. In fact, it was indeed so. When the energy that swept over from all directions neared Duan Ling Tian and the others, it gathered together and seemed to have transformed into a swift boat that brought Duan Ling Tian and the others into the depths of the darkness ahead. Congratulations on passing the second test in the Celestial Lord Temple. The place you're heading to will be your last stop in the Celestial Lord Temple. While Duan Ling Tian and the others were being transported to the depths of the darkness, the voice that seemed to have been left behind by the Southern Heaven Celestial Lord rang in everyone's ears again. The last stop? Is it going to end so soon? Where's the last stop? Don't tell me we're going to end up in the same place again? Based on the situation, it seems like we won't be able to reap any benefits. It's impossible for us to reap any benefits under the watchful eyes of monstrous geniuses like Duan Ling Tian and Ling Jueyun. Everyone, including Oya, smiled wryly when they found out they were going to the last stop in the Celestial Lord Temple as a group, at the center of Scaling Cloud Lake outside the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Jinluan, a mournful cry rang out. It was a middle-aged man in a green robe. His expression changed drastically, revealing pain and disbelief. At this moment, a name that was at the top of the scoreboard suddenly disappeared. It's the second master of the Eastern Fang clan. Dongfang Jinluan's name has disappeared. Dongfang Jinluan is the most outstanding son of the second master of the Eastern Fang clan. He's also a monstrous genius in the Eastern Fang clan. How did he die? Rumor has it that Dongfang Jinluan has comprehended 2 profundities from the law of thunder. Apart from the thunder elemental profundity, he has also comprehended the law of thunder's lightning profundity. The lightning profundity is one of the most practical profundities from the law of thunder. It's mainly used for speed and offense. Even someone as strong as Dongfang Jinluan died in there? Who's strong enough to kill him? An uproar broke out in the sky above the center of Scaling Cloud Lake when the news of Dongfang Jinluan's death spread. This is the second person who has comprehended two profundities from the law of thunder to die. The first one was Sima Chun from the Sima clan. Now, it's Dongfang Jinluan from the Eastern Fang clan. Is there a peak overarching, heavenly supreme celestial who has entered the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm, who has comprehended three profundities from the same law? It's possible. Otherwise, why would Sima Chun and Dongfang Jinluan die? Sima Chun and Dongfang Jinluan's deaths caused the air above the center of Scaling Cloud Lake to turn heavy. Many people shifted their attention to the scoreboard. There was not much difference between the points of those at the top of the scoreboard. Morong Xiao was ranked first on the scoreboard. Duan Lingtian was ranked second on the scoreboard. Ling Juiyun was ranked third on the scoreboard. Although Duan Lingtian has gained some points, he's still ranked second on the scoreboard. Morong Xiao seems to be the most outstanding genius in the Morong clan in the past 10,000 years. Moreover, she's a woman. Hu Lin Yi, the emperor of the supporting Fall Nation, exclaimed excitedly as he looked at the scoreboard. As long as Duan Lingtian maintained the scoreboard, he would be rewarded handsomely by the 3 sects and 2 clans after his trip to the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm was over. However, Ling Juiyun is only a few points away from catching up to him. Chapter 30:21. At this moment, Hu Lin Yi was unaware of this. The reason Duan Lingtian was ranked second was due to the protective mechanism of the scoreboard to prevent those who obtained a large number of points from being in the limelight. Currently, the points he obtained from Dongfang Jinluan had yet to be fully revealed. Once they were fully revealed, he would be ranked first on the scoreboard. The supporting Fall Nation and the East Ming Nation are really lucky to find such outstanding sectless cultivators. Some of the emperors from Great 8 celestial kingdoms in the Thousand Nations territory knew that Duan Lingtian and Ling Juiyun were from the supporting Fall Nation and the East Ming Nation. Their eyes were filled with envy as they looked at the emperors of the supporting Fall Nation and the East Ming Nation. Meanwhile, at the place where the people from the 3 sects and 2 clans were gathered, Duan Lingtian and Ling Juiyun, who are ranked second and third, seemed to be younger than 100 years old. The leader of the Zhangsun clan, Zhangsun Xiongqi, looked at the 2 names that were ranked second and third on the scoreboard and sighed. Moreover, they are both from the 8-rank celestial kingdoms of the Thousand Lands. It is said that they are all loose cultivators. Even if Ling Juiyun has comprehended the law of death, it's highly likely that he has comprehended 2 profundities from the law of death. Gong Yongyu, the leader of the Zhangsun clan, said with a hint of conviction in his eyes. Ling Juiyun and Duan Lingtian seem to be younger than 100 years old as well. Elder Gongyang, I'm sure Duan Lingtian has comprehended 2 profundities from the law of death as well. Hung Chan, the leader of the Cloud Platform Celestial Sex Group, said. Both of them are monstrous geniuses. Moreover, Morong Xiao is the strongest genius in the Morong clan in the past 10,000 years. Moreover, she's a woman. Zhang Guangzhang, one of the vice sect leaders of the Simplicity Celestial Sect, paused for a moment before he looked at Hung Chan and said, Hung Chan, Morong Xiao is a woman. She's destined not to join the Cloud Platform Celestial Sect. Humph! Hung Chan snorted coldly. The Yuntai Celestial Sect only accepted male disciples. No matter how talented Morong Xiao was, it was impossible for him to accept her into the sect. However, when Hung Chan's eyes fell on the names of Duan Lingtian and Ling Juiyun, his eyes lit up. His target was these 2 people. Even if the 2 of them were not as strong as Morong Xiao, their talents far surpassed Morong Xiao. This was because Morong Xiao was almost 200 years old. And these 2 people were not even 100 years old. Bihai Mingfeng, the 3rd sect leader of the Coupling Celestial Sect, was the only one among the leaders of the 3 sects and 2 clans who remained silent. Even though he did not say anything, His eyes were fixed on the top 3 names on the scoreboard. The lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. Duan Ling Tian and the others were brought into an abyss-like canyon by the mysterious force that appeared out of nowhere. Only when they reached the abyss of the canyon did the power that enveloped them completely dissipate. This canyon? Duan Ling Tian narrowed his eyes and looked at the canyon that was as deep as an abyss. There was a stone platform hovering in the air above the canyon that was as deep as the abyss. These stone platforms were very small. They could only accommodate 1 person sitting cross-legged at most. Moreover, the higher the platform, the fewer the number of stone platforms. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian and the others were in the deepest part of the abyss of the canyon. They had come from one of the directions in the abyss of the canyon. At this moment, all they could see was darkness. It was as though they could not see the end of it. Apart from that, Duan Ling Tian saw 2 other places that were also shrouded in darkness. Someone's here. There's someone there as well. When Duan Ling Tian regained his senses, he saw a group of people had appeared in 2 other dark places in the depths of the abyss. When these 2 groups of people appeared in front of him, it was not difficult for Duan Ling Tian to see that they had also been brought here by a force similar to the one that had brought them here before. Moreover, they should be the remaining people who had entered the Celestial Emperor Temple. Sister Oya. A soft and pleasant voice came from one of the groups of people. Following that, a slender green figure appeared in the air. In just a blink of an eye, she arrived at the place where Duan Ling Tian and the others were standing. It was none other than Oya, the genius disciple of the Frost sect. Sister Murong. When Oya saw the newcomer, a rare smile appeared on her calm face. The newcomer was a graceful woman. Her appearance was even more beautiful than Oya's. She had a valiant temperament and gave people the impression that she was not inferior to men. Murong Xiao. Xue Jingyu, who was not far from Duan Ling Tian, saw the newcomer. His pupils shrank as he cried out involuntarily. Murong Xiao? Upon hearing Xue Jingyu's words, Duan Ling Tian looked at the green-clad woman in surprise. She's Murong Xiao? Murong Xiao was a genius disciple of the grade 7 Murong clan. She was almost 200 years old and had comprehended 2 profundities from the law of water. Rumor had it that she had come into contact with the 3rd profundity from the law of water and had comprehended a superficial level of it. For example, Duan Ling Tian had comprehended a superficial level of the law of Earth's gravitational space profundity. Although it was not a great help, it was still helpful. It was not a great help at a critical moment, but it was just right. Duan Ling Tian had used a royal-grade celestial weapon to kill Sima Chun. However, if he had not comprehended a superficial level of the gravitational space profundity, he might not have been able to kill Sima Chun. Oya flew toward Murong Xiao and greeted her. Based on their familiarity, it was not difficult for the onlookers to see that they were close. In fact, the 2 of them were not only close, but they could be considered best friends. Women were at a disadvantage when it came to cultivation. There were only a handful of women in the profound nether mansion who were as talented as Murong Xiao and Oya. For this reason, they appreciated each other and became best friends. Sister Oya, you must have had a good harvest, right? Murong Xiao asked with a smile. Oya smiled wryly when she heard Murong Xiao's words. She turned to look at Duan Ling Tian. If it were not for Duan Ling Tian, she would have had a good harvest. However, Duan Ling Tian had used an emperor-grade celestial weapon to kill Dongfang Jinluan during the 2nd test in the Celestial Lord Temple. Due to this, she did not dare to compete with him for the treasures in the soul-extinguishing water. What's wrong? Murong Xiao saw the wry smile on Oya's face as she looked at the purple-clad young man. Nothing. Oya shook her head. Then, she looked at Murong Xiao and asked, Sister Murong, you must have had a good harvest, right? It's all right. Murong Xiao nodded. Based on the bright smile on Oya's face, it was not difficult to tell that she had had a good harvest. Sister Oya, something must have happened to you. What happened? Is there something wrong with that person? Based on Murong Xiao's understanding of Oya, it was not difficult for her to tell that something had happened to her. Oya sighed when she heard Murong Xiao's question. Then, She sent a voice transmission to Murong Xiao Xiao and told her what had happened. Murong Xiao Xiao was dumbfounded when she heard Oya's voice transmission. A peak overarching, heavenly supreme celestial who was not even 100 years old had comprehended two profundities from the law of earth. Murong Xiao Xiao's innate talent made her feel ashamed. However, that was not all. Not only did he possess an emperor-grade celestial weapon, but he had even used it to kill Dongfang Jinluan. Naturally, Oya knew who Dongfang Jinluan was. In fact, Dongfang Jinluan had once pursued her. For this reason, she knew Dongfang Jinluan well. Although she was confident she could defeat Dongfang Jinluan, it was impossible for her to kill Dongfang Jinluan with just one move. After sucking in a breath of cold air, Murong Xiao Xiao finally regained her senses. Naturally, she did not doubt Oya's words. "Sister Oya, can you introduce me to him?" Murong Xiao Xiao asked as she looked at Oya. Then, she shifted her gaze to Duan Lingtian, who was standing behind Oya. "Sister Murong, I don't know him. I haven't even spoken to him before." Oya smiled bitterly. "You're so thin-skinned. After he killed Dongfang Jinluan, you could have just gotten to know him. Be a little more polite and humble. After that, even if you took out a few boxes and boxes as a man, he definitely wouldn't argue with you." Murong Xiao Xiao shook her head. Duan Lingtian was standing in the distance, observing the abyss as he tried to figure out the reason the Celestial Lord Temple was built here. All of a sudden, he felt two pairs of eyes looking at him from afar. Moreover, the owners of the eyes were walking toward him in the air. At this moment, the two people walking toward Duan Lingtian were none other than Murong Xiao Xiao and Oya. "Hello, I'm Murong Xiao Xiao. I'm from the 7th grade Murong clan." Murong Xiao Xiao and Oya stood side by side and greeted Duan Lingtian with a smile on their faces. It was as though they did not know what it meant to be presumptuous. As the saying went, one should never hit a smiling person. Duan Lingtian's expression did not change when he heard Murong Xiao Xiao's greeting. He merely nodded indifferently and did not say anything. Although this was his first time meeting Murong Xiao Xiao, it was not difficult for him to tell this woman was not simple based on the way she greeted him. "I've already introduced myself. Aren't you going to introduce yourself as well?" Murong Xiao Xiao ignored Duan Lingtian's indifference. The smile on her face widened. "Duan Lingtian." Duan Lingtian's tone was indifferent. Murong Xiao Xiao was looking for various topics to chat with Duan Lingtian, and Duan Lingtian was getting impatient. "Who's this brat?" A black-clothed young man in another group of people in the distance saw this scene, and his face turned gloomy. He had pursued Murong Xiao Xiao for many years, but he had not made any progress. Moreover, she usually ignored him. However, not only did Murong Xiao Xiao take the initiative to strike up a conversation with a man, but she was also clinging to him like a dogskin plaster. How could he tolerate this? He seems to be someone who came with Oya. Perhaps it's because he knows Oya that Murong Xiao Xiao is so enthusiastic about him. Chapter 30:22. Brother Yuan. This purple-clothed kid doesn't seem to be 100 years old. The green-clad young man extended his divine consciousness slightly and discovered that the purple-clad young man standing in the distance was less than 100 years old. At this moment, the purple-clad young man was impatiently dealing with their goddess, Murong Xiao Xiao. Even though he knew that it was impossible for him and Murong Xiao Xiao to be together, seeing the purple-clothed young man like this, he was still very unhappy. Less than 100 years old? Hearing the words of the green-clothed youth, the black-clothed youth also extended his divine sense. After a moment, he confirmed that the purple-clothed youth was indeed less than 100 years old. A peak overarching, heavenly supreme celestial who was not even 100 years old was considered lucky to have made it this far. He didn't think that Murong Xiao Xiao's enthusiasm for this boy who was less than 100 years old was because of his strength. He thought it was because of Oya. But even if it's because of Oya, that brat actually dared to brush off Xiao Xiao's enthusiasm with such a perfunctory attitude. Unforgivable. The black-clothed young man's gaze towards Duan Lingtian suddenly surged with waves of fierce cold light, as if he was about to devour Duan Lingtian. Of course, if one looked closely, they would be able to see that there was more jealousy in the depths of his eyes. He was so jealous that it seemed like he was about to spit fire. As soon as the two divine senses approached one another, Duan Lingtian was aware of it. And now he happened to see the jealous eyes of the black-clothed youth. Who is this person? I don't think I know him? Duan Lingtian frowned slightly. However, when he saw the other party looking at Murong Xiao from time to time, realization dawned on him. So that's how it is. Looks like a femme fatale. Just as Duan Lingtian had this thought, Murong Xiao continued to chat with Duan Lingtian. Boom! Rumble! A series of thunderous booms suddenly sounded from the top of the canyon. It was earth-shattering, and it immediately attracted the attention of everyone in the depths of the canyon. Duan Lingtian was the first to look up at the sky above the canyon. The originally clear blue sky had turned murky at this moment, and within that murkiness, there was a flow of grayish air circulating. The outer circle moved in a clockwise direction. The inner circle revolved counterclockwise. At the same time, the voice of the southern heaven's celestial lord echoed again. The celestial lord temple is the last stop. You can try to comprehend the law of time by visualizing the profundity of the law of time that I left behind through the array formation. I've named this canyon the Time Canyon. As long as you sit on the stone platform inside, you'll be able to comprehend the profundities of the laws of time that I've left behind. The higher the stone platform, the higher the chances of comprehending the profundity of the law of time. Of course, this only applies to those with similar comprehension abilities. If your comprehension ability is high enough, you'll be able to comprehend the profundity from the law of time even if you're sitting on a stone platform that isn't too high. However, if your comprehension ability is high enough, the higher the stone platform, the higher the chances of you comprehending the profundity from the law of time. As for the time you can meditate on the profundity, it'll be before the exit of the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm opens. Once the exit to the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm is opened, all of you will be sent out immediately. His voice abruptly stopped here. Profundity of the laws of time? One can meditate on the profundity of the law of time left behind by the southern heaven celestial lord while sitting on the stone platforms? I've heard of people who manage to comprehend the law of time's fundamental profundity, the time elemental profundity, after coming out from the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. Although no one has fully comprehended the time elemental profundity, it's still shocking enough. After all, the law of time is the most mysterious and peculiar law among the four supreme laws. Those people don't remember if they came into contact with the law of time in the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. It seems like they came into contact with the law of time in the Celestial Lord Temple. For this reason, they couldn't bring their memories of the Celestial Lord Temple out with them. At this moment, 3 groups of people had gathered in the depths of the canyon. Everyone was shocked when they heard the voice that sounded like the Southern Heaven Celestial Lord's voice. The law of time? Ling Juyun's eyes lit up, and he immediately looked at the stone platform at the highest point of the canyon. The stone platform was floating alone in the air, and it looked like a crane in a flock of chickens. It was the best stone platform in the canyon to meditate on the law of time. While Ling Juyun was looking at the stone platform, many people were looking at it as well. Apart from a few people who had comprehended 2 profundities from the same law, the rest of the people were just watching. The law of time. At this moment, Murong Xiao stopped chatting with Duan Lingtian. Her eyes were trained on the highest stone platform in the canyon. A hint of anticipation could be seen on her face. However, in just a blink of an eye, she seemed to have recalled something. She quickly shifted her gaze to Duan Lingtian, who was standing in front of her. As the saying goes, ladies first. Duan Lingtian, you won't compete with me for the highest stone platform, right? If it were not for Duan Lingtian, Murong Xiao would have been determined to obtain the highest stone platform in the canyon. However, with Duan Lingtian around, she felt a lot of pressure. She knew very well that with her strength, it was impossible for her to compete with Duan Lingtian unless Duan Lingtian was willing to give the stone platform to her. Although the chances were slim and she knew her question was rude, she still asked for the sake of the law of time. You're old. Shouldn't you give in to a younger person like me? Duan Lingtian retorted when he heard Murong Xiao Xiao's words. Murong Xiao Xiao glared at him angrily. What did he mean by giving in to a younger person? Did this guy not know how to talk? Did he not know it was taboo to joke about a woman's age? Brother Yuan, I didn't expect the last stop in the Celestial Lord Temple to give us an opportunity to meditate on the law of time. The young man in green beside the young man in black sighed. Yes, I really didn't expect this. The young man in black nodded. At this moment, he was staring at the highest stone platform in the sky above the canyon. It was the best place to meditate on the law of time. Although he was strong and had comprehended 2 profundities from the law of metal, he knew he was not weak at all. However, he was still slightly inferior to Murong Xiao Xiao. Damn it! The young man in black cursed inwardly as he looked at the other 2 stone platforms in the sky above the canyon. These 2 stone platforms were about 100 meters lower than the tallest one and were suspended on the same level. The highest stone platform must belong to that woman, Murong Xiao Xiao. It seems like I can only settle for the next best thing and go to these 2 stone platforms. However, there are 2 stone platforms there. The young man in black murmured to himself. With this thought, the black-clothed young man's gaze landed on the green-clothed young man beside him. He said indifferently, Wang Xian, since you and I are acquaintances, I will guarantee that you will ascend one of the 2 stone platforms on the 2nd highest level. How about it? Earlier, the young man in green, Wang Xian, had quickly shifted his gaze away from the highest stone platform. Although he coveted it, he knew it was not something he could get his hands on. Then he shifted his gaze to the other 2 stone platforms. However, with his strength, it would be difficult for him to occupy one of the 2 stone platforms. After all, he had only comprehended the wind elemental profundity, Although he had comprehended the 2nd profundity from the law of wind, he had only scratched the surface of it. When he heard the young man in black's words, his breathing quickened, and his eyes shone brightly. Thank you, Brother Yuan. Thank you, Brother Yuan. In the next moment, Wang Xian hurriedly thanked the black-clothed youth as if one of the 2 stone platforms was already his. Duan Lingtian. Ling Juyun's eyes shone brightly as he looked at Duan Lingtian. Even his tone was a little strange. Don't tell me you want the highest stone platform. I want that stone platform. Before Ling Juyun could finish speaking, Duan Lingtian looked at him meaningfully. Of course, it's not impossible for you to snatch it from me. Let's fight. The corner of Ling Juyun's mouth twitched when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. Although he did not think Duan Lingtian was stronger than him, Even if Duan Lingtian had a prominent god weapon and the best god weapon he had was a mediocre god weapon, he was not afraid of Duan Lingtian. After all, with their current strength, whether they used a prominent god weapon or a mediocre god weapon, the strength they could unleash was about the same. However, even if he was not afraid of Duan Lingtian, he could not help but think about Huang who was about to become the artifact soul of Duan Lingtian's prominent god weapon. Huang was originally the artifact soul of his sister's prominent god weapon. She had left the artifact and lived in his sea of consciousness. She had guided him out of the divine offering land and into the Devata realm. If it were not for Huang he would have been killed by his pursuers. Apart from the fact that Huang had saved his life, Huang identity was enough for him to treat her with respect. When his sister was still alive, he had also treated Huang as his sister. Now that Huang was about to become Duan Lingtian's artifact soul, her life and death were in Duan Lingtian's hands. Naturally, he did not dare to offend Duan Lingtian. Fortunately, Duan Lingtian was unaware of Ling Juyun's thoughts. Otherwise, he would have been rendered speechless. Was Duan Lingtian that kind of person? What do you think? Do you want to give it a try? Duan Lingtian stared at Ling Juyun with bright eyes. He was eager to give it a try. It's fine if you don't use a divine artifact. However, if you don't use a divine artifact, you can't use an Emperor-grade celestial weapon. At most, we can use a King-grade celestial weapon that has been nurtured by a celestial lord. Humph! Ling Juyun scoffed in response to Duan Lingtian. Chapter 30-23 This guy, is he admitting defeat? This doesn't seem like him at all. Duan Lingtian could not help but mutter to himself when he saw Ling Juyun snorting coldly before he took to the air and made his way to the stone platforms. Little Feng is worried that you'll vent your anger on me after he defeats you. Huang Er's voice rang in Duan Lingtian's mind, leaving Duan Lingtian speechless. This guy thinks of me that way? Duan Lingtian was speechless when he saw Ling Juyun's figure disappearing into the distance. After Huang Er's reminder, he finally realized why Duan Lingtian had fled without a fight. He was worried that Duan Lingtian would vent his anger on Huang Er after he lost. Originally, the people in the depths of the canyon were still in shock from the law of time. However, when they saw someone taking the lead and making his way to the stone platforms, they immediately made their move. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The group of people, including Xue Jingyu and the others who were standing near Duan Lingtian, rose into the air and flew toward the stone platforms above the canyon. However, these people knew their own limitations, so none of them chose the highest stone platform. In fact, apart from Ling Juyun, no one else chose the higher stone platform. Ling Juyun chose one of the two stone platforms that was second only to the highest stone platform. It was also one of the two stone platforms targeted by the black-clad young man who had been hating Duan Lingtian since the beginning. Apart from Ling Juyun, the rest of the people who had ascended the stone platforms had only comprehended one profundity from one of the laws. However, they knew their own limitations and did not dare to compete for the 6 stone platforms at the top. There were 6 stone platforms at the top, 1 at the top, 2 at the bottom 100 meters, and 3 at the bottom 100 meters. However, the competition for the stone platforms at the bottom was also in full swing. Although the competition was in full swing, no one attacked. If they felt they were weaker than their opponents, they would withdraw. If they felt they were stronger than their opponents, they would wait for their opponents to withdraw. Everything seemed to be in harmony. Naturally, they were worried they would be sent out of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm if more of them died. Once that happened, they might not even have the time to comprehend the profundities of the law of time left behind by the Southern Heaven Celestial Lord. As time passed, the upper part of the canyon and the lower part of the canyon soon had their own owners. At this moment, only a few people, including Duan Lingtian, had yet to make a move. Duan Lingtian, Murong Xiao Xiao Oya. In addition, there was a black-clothed youth, a green-clothed youth, a blue-clothed middle-aged man, a red-clothed middle-aged man, a silver-clothed old man, and a gray-clothed old man. Among them, the green-clothed youth followed closely beside the black-clothed youth, while the other 4 formed their own camps. Let's go too. Murong Xiao Xiao no longer wasted her time on Duan Lingtian after learning about the contents of the last stop in the Celestial Lord Temple. She called out to Oya before the 2 of them flew up into the canyon. Before the contents of the last stop in the Celestial Lord Temple were revealed, Murong Xiao Xiao had wanted to befriend Duan Lingtian in the hopes that Duan Lingtian would take care of her. At the very least, she would be able to obtain some treasures under his watch. However, after learning about the contents of the last stop in the Celestial Lord Temple and the fact that it was impossible for Duan Lingtian to give up on the highest stone platform, Murong Xiao Xiao decided to give up on pestering Duan Lingtian. Brat, stay away from Xiao Xiao. Otherwise, you won't even know how you died. After Murong Xiao Xiao and Oya rose into the air, the black-clad young man brought the green-clad young man to Duan Lingtian. He glanced at Duan Lingtian coldly before he led the green-clad young man to the stone platforms in the sky above the canyon. If the black-clothed youth was not worried that killing Duan Lingtian would bring them one step closer to being sent out of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, he would have killed Duan Lingtian a long time ago. Duan Lingtian merely shook his head slightly in response to the black-clothed youth's provocation. Little brother, you're really lucky. Li Yuan is a vengeful person. I didn't think he would let you go so easily. After the black-clothed youth and the green-clothed youth flew up into the air, the red-clad middle-aged man laughed as he looked at Duan Lingtian. That's right, little brother. Based on Li Yuan's character, he would have killed you if he wasn't worried about being sent out of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm faster. You're really lucky. Based on the silver-clad old man's words, it was clear he agreed with the red-clad middle-aged man. Based on what you said, It's as though he'll definitely be able to kill me. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly. As it turned out, the black-clothed youth was Li Yuan. He had heard Xue Jingyu and the others mention Li Yuan before, so he knew that Li Yuan was also a person who had comprehended 2 profundities of the law of metal. He seemed to have comprehended 2 profundities of the law of metal. Apart from that, Li Yuan was also a genius disciple from a grade 8 sect. He was also the most talented disciple in the sect for the past 1,000 years. Generally speaking, those who made it to the Celestial Lord Temple were all geniuses in the profound nether mansion. Little brother, don't be unconvinced. Since we said that it's only natural that Li Yuan is extraordinary. He has comprehended 2 profundities from the law of metal. The silver-clad old man smiled. How strong is he compared to Sima Chun and Dongfang Jinluan? Duan Lingtian asked indifferently. He shrugged nonchalantly when he saw the silver-clad old man smile. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, the blue-clad middle-aged man and the gray-clad old man who were about to fly up into the air came to a halt. Sima Chun? Dongfang Jinluan? The red-clad middle-aged man was taken aback when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. Then, he looked at the people in the sky and narrowed his eyes slightly. I didn't notice earlier. Where are Sima Chun and Dongfang Jinluan? With their strength, it shouldn't be difficult for them to come here. Among those who have entered the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, I know they're the only ones who have comprehended 2 profundities from the law. It doesn't make sense for them to be here, the blue-clad middle-aged man said in a deep voice. Don't tell me they're dead? Unless they're dead, they should have been here since they entered the Celestial Lord Temple, the gray-clad old man said. Then, the 3 red-clad middle-aged men exchanged a look with the silver-clad old man. Their eyes were filled with shock when they recalled the purple-clad young man's words. Little brother, why did you suddenly mention Sima Chun and Dongfang Jinluan? Do you know where they are? The silver-robed old man sucked in a cold breath and asked. Of course I do. Duan Lingtian looked at the silver-clad old man and said indifferently, They're dead. Although the 4 of them had vaguely guessed this would be the outcome, they still felt inexplicably shocked when they heard the confirmation from Duan Lingtian. Sima Chun was a genius from the Sima clan, a grade 7 clan. He had comprehended 2 profundities from the law of wind, the wind elemental profundity and the gale profundity. His strength was comparable to the 4 red-clad middle-aged men. Although the 4 red-clad middle-aged men had comprehended 2 profundities from the law of wind, it was still impossible for them to kill Sima Chun. After all, Sima Chun had comprehended the gale profundity from the law of wind. As for Dongfang Jinluan was a genius from the Dongfang family, a grade 7 clan. He had comprehended 2 profundities from the law of thunder, the thunder elemental profundity and the lightning profundity. Dongfang Jinluan's strength was stronger than Sima Chun and the 4 red-clad middle-aged men. However, these 2 people had actually died. They couldn't have been killed by you, right? The blue-clad middle-aged man asked in a trembling voice as he stared at Duan Lingtian. At the same time, he instinctively swallowed his saliva and asked in a trembling voice. At the same time, the other 3 red-clad middle-aged men looked at Duan Lingtian in unison. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded indifferently when he saw the 4 red-clad middle-aged men looking at him expectantly. Then he kicked the air and flew up into the air. They provoked me one after another. Their strength is only SOSO, so I killed them with just 1 move. When the 4 red-clad middle-aged men heard Duan Lingtian's words, their eyes widened in shock and disbelief. At this moment, the 4 of them could even hear each other's heavy breathing. After all, the purple-clad young man's words were simply too shocking. If the purple-clad young man had admitted to killing Sima Chun and Dongfang Jinluan, they would not have lost their composure. However, the problem was, not only did the purple-clad young man admit to killing Sima Chun and Dongfang Jinluan, but he even said he had killed them with just 1 move. He must be joking, right? It doesn't seem like he's joking. He killed Sima Chun and Dongfang Jinluan with just 1 move. Even if he has comprehended 3 profundities from the same law, he might not be able to do it, right? Even if he has a royal-grade celestial weapon, he might not be able to do it, right? The four red-clad, middle-aged men whispered among themselves. None of them believed Duan Lingtian's words. They felt Duan Lingtian was being too honest. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian's figure blurred as he approached the highest stone platforms in the valley. "Xiao Xiao, you should be going to that stone platform. Why are you looking at these two stone platforms?" The black-clad young man, Li Yuan, and the green-clad young man, Wang Xian, were standing at the top of the valley. They looked at Murong Xiao Xiao, who was standing at the same level as them. It was obvious she was not interested in the highest stone platform at all. "Don't tell me you're thinking of helping Oya get one of the two stone platforms?" Realization dawned on Li Yuan as he looked at Oya, who was standing next to Murong Xiao Xiao. At the same time, Wang Xian's expression changed drastically. Chapter 30-24. Murong Xiao Xiao did not reply to Li Yuan's question. However, her next action told Li Yuan the answer. Whoosh! Murong Xiao Xiao's figure flashed like a gust of wind. She landed firmly on one of the two stone platforms that was second only to the tallest one. From then on, the two stone platforms that were second only to the tallest one were occupied. Apart from Murong Xiao Xiao, Ling Jueyun, who was the first to move, also occupied one. Li Yuan was dumbfounded when he saw Murong Xiao Xiao's actions. He did not expect such an outcome. "Xiao Xiao, you don't intend to go to the tallest stone platform?" When Li Yuan finished speaking, he subconsciously raised his head and looked at the stone platform at a higher point. The stone platform was 100 meters away in the air. There was no one on it at all. As soon as Li Yuan finished speaking, he saw a figure flying toward him. A purple figure rose into the air unhurriedly. In the blink of an eye, he arrived at the highest point of the stone platform. When the figure appeared, Li Yuan's expression changed completely. A sharp glint flashed in his eyes. "It's him. It's him. He's not even 100 years old. How dare he occupy that stone platform?" At this moment, Wang Xian, who was next to Li Yuan, also saw the young man in purple on the tallest stone platform. Wasn't that the young man who was so close to Murong Xiao Xiao? "Xiao Xiao, you gave that stone platform to him?" In the next moment, Li Yuan looked at Murong Xiao Xiao in disbelief. In his opinion, Murong Xiao Xiao was the only one who had the right to go to that stone platform. However, someone else had gone up there. Moreover, Murong Xiao Xiao might have given it to that person. Li Yuan was so angry that his face twitched slightly. However, Murong Xiao Xiao ignored Li Yuan's question. She closed her eyes as the aqua-blue energy surrounded her body. It was as though she was immersed in a blue ocean. Murong Xiao Xiao was beautiful to begin with. Her face looked even more enchanting under the aqua-blue energy. If it was any other time, Li Yuan would have calmed down and admired this scene. However, he was not in the mood at all. Seeing that Murong Xiao Xiao was ignoring him, Li Yuan's twitching face twitched even more. It became somewhat distorted and sinister. Bang! Li Yuan kicked the air. In the next moment, he shot toward the tallest stone platform at lightning speed. It was also the stone platform that Duan Lingtian was standing on. "This is going to be interesting. That purple-clad young man." Even Murong Xiao took the initiative to talk to him. He's obviously not an ordinary person. Perhaps he's stronger than Murong Xiao? Otherwise, why didn't Murong Xiao Xiao compete with him for the stone platform? That's not necessarily. Maybe Murong Xiao's who is? No matter how I look at it, he's a pretty boy toy boy. Most importantly, this purple-clad young man doesn't seem to be 100 years old. Heavens! He wasn't even 100 years old, so how did he end up here? His innate talent is too monstrous. I'm not even 100 years old. I haven't even become an overarching heavenly supreme celestial, let alone comprehending a profundity. Where did this purple-clad young man come from? How is he so monstrous? No matter how monstrous he is, he's not even 100 years old. There's no way he's a match for Li Yuan. That might not be the case. After all, even Murong Xiao Xiao had to take the initiative to befriend him. Moreover, she wouldn't bring out her memories of the Celestial Lord Temple. It's only possible that Murong Xiao is willing to take care of him after they leave the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. That's not necessarily true. Perhaps he has a powerful background. Perhaps he's related to the Murong clan. That's why Murong Xiao is willing to take care of him. When the others saw Li Yuan flying toward Duan Lingtian, who was sitting on the highest stone platform, they turned to look at Duan Lingtian. He's going to the highest stone platform? Meanwhile, the four people who had just recovered from the shock of witnessing Duan Lingtian killing Sima Chun and Dongfang Jinluan with a single move also noticed Duan Lingtian's movements. It seems like Murong Xiao has no intention of competing with him. Earlier, Murong Xiao had interacted with him, so she must be aware of his strength. It seems like Murong Xiao is trying to befriend him because he's stronger than her. Oya came here with him. Moreover, Murong Xiao and Oya are best friends. Oya must have told Murong Xiao about what she saw. I agree. Oya must have witnessed the purple-clad young man killing Sima Chun and Dongfang Jinluan with her own eyes. However, I still find it hard to believe that he's capable of killing Sima Chun and Dongfang Jinluan with a single move. It's obviously Yuan intends to compete with Duan Lingtian for the highest stone platform. We'll soon find out if he's strong enough to kill Sima Chun and Dongfang Jinluan. Li Yuan is even stronger than Sima Chun and Dongfang Jinluan. Apart from comprehending the fire elemental profundity, he has also comprehended the explosion profundity. The explosion profundity is the strongest offensive profundity in the law of fire. With this profundity, Li Yuan's strength is more than enough to defeat Sima Chun and Dongfang Jinluan. The four of them discussed among themselves. It was clear they were very familiar with Li Yuan's strength. However, Murong Xiao is the only one who can counter Li Yuan. Not only has she comprehended the law of water, but her attainment in the law of water is even higher than Li Yuan's attainment in the law of fire. I'm really curious. Is this purple-clad young man really strong enough to kill Sima Chun and Dongfang Jinluan like he said? Their gazes followed Li Yuan all the way until Li Yuan reached the highest stone platform in the abyss. He stood in the void beside the stone platform. Get lost, brat. Li Yuan stood in the air and stared coldly at Duan Lingtian, who was sitting cross-legged on the stone platform as he scolded sternly. Duan Lingtian had noticed Li Yuan's presence when he arrived at the stone platform. His face darkened when he heard Li Yuan's reprimand. I'll give you a chance. Get out of my sight right now. Otherwise, you can stay in the Celestial Lord Temple and the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm forever. Duan Lingtian glanced at Li Yuan coldly. His voice was icy cold, giving off a feeling as though he was in a world of ice and snow. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian's voice was not soft. His words were clearly heard by everyone in the gorge. Most of them burst into an uproar. Naturally, there were also some who were not surprised by Li Yuan's words. For example, Xue Jingyu, Oya, and the others who were on Duan Lingtian's side had witnessed Duan Lingtian killing Dongfang Jinluan with a single strike. Naturally, they did not doubt Li Yuan's strength. Perhaps, Li Yuan was slightly stronger than Dongfang Jinluan, but not by much. In fact, if Li Yuan fought Dongfang Jinluan, he might not be able to defeat Dongfang Jinluan even if he had the upper hand. Sometimes, even if one's strength was similar, it did not mean one would win. When Wang Xian heard Duan Lingtian's words, he instinctively thought Duan Lingtian was seeking death. He was standing near the stone platform on the second level. However, when he glanced at Oya, who was standing nearby, he discovered she was calm. It was as though she was not affected by the purple-clad young man's words at all. It was as though it was only natural for her to do so. Could it be? When Wang Xian recalled how Murong Xiao and Oya had expressed their goodwill to Duan Lingtian not long after they had reunited, a thought that made him break out in cold sweat appeared in his mind. Could it be? Could it be that Duan Lingtian is stronger than Oya and Murong Xiao? Could it be that Murong Xiao is trying to curry favor with Duan Lingtian in the hopes that he'll let her have a share of the benefits in the future? I remember, after the voice left behind by the Southern Heaven Celestial Lord introduced the Time Canyon, Murong Xiao stopped trying to curry favor with Duan Lingtian like a plaster. Perhaps her change of heart is due to the fact that this is the last stop in the Celestial Lord Temple. Even if she tries to curry favor with Duan Lingtian, it's useless. When Wang Xian thought about this, he was even more certain his guess was correct. He could not help but gasp. After taking a deep breath, Wang Xian instinctively wanted to remind Li Yuan of this. However, just as he was about to send a voice transmission to Duan Lingtian, Li Yuan, who was hovering in the air near the only stone platform on the first level, suddenly charged toward Duan Lingtian with flames blazing all over his body. Swoosh! Swoosh! The burning man swept across the sky as though a huge fire was burning the sky. The air seemed to be scorched, and a faint burnt smell could be smelled. Idiot! The voice came from one of the two stone platforms on the second level. It was Ling Juyun. He looked up at the sky and said calmly, "That's right, young Master Xiao." Naturally, he was referring to Li Yuan. In Li Yuan's opinion, apart from him, anyone who dared to attack Duan Lingtian would be seeking death. Duan Lingtian, who possessed a divine weapon, was like a peerless god of death in the Celestial Lord Temple. He could kill anyone he wanted. Ling Juyun's words caught Murong Xiao's attention. She looked at him curiously. He's not even 100 years old? At the same time, she discovered the gray-clad young man was not even 100 years old, just like Duan Lingtian. He seems to have come to the Time Canyon with Duan Lingtian and Sister Oya. Murong Xiao's memory was not bad. As soon as Murong Xiao thought about this, swoosh. Chapter 30-25. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Li Yuan, who had transformed into a flaming man, was cleaved into two before he could even get close to the purple figure on the highest stone platform. Swoosh! During this process, there was only a short-lived sword whistle in their ears, and a flash of seven-colored sword light appeared in their eyes. After Li Yuan was cleaved into two, the fire continued to burn. In just a blink of an eye, the two halves of Li Yuan's body were reduced to ashes. Only a Sumeru ring, a long spear, a set of dark golden armor, and the accumulative point jade badge remained. They appeared in midair and fell from the sky. "You can have his points," Duan Lingtian said to Ling Juyun through voice transmission. Then he raised his hand, and an invisible energy swept out. Before Li Yuan's accumulative point jade shattered, he flicked his finger and threw it out. The distance between Ling Juyun's jade token and Li Yuan's jade token was more than 100 meters away from Ling Juyun. Although Ling Juyun and Murong Xiao were on the same stone platform, Ling Juyun's stone platform was closer to Duan Lingtian's stone platform. Bang! After Li Yuan's accumulative points jade exploded, Duan Lingtian raised his hand and retrieved his accumulative points jade. He nodded in satisfaction when he saw there were no more points in his accumulative points jade. Previously, Duan Lingtian had killed two people who had comprehended two profundities from a law and obtained a large number of points. If he obtained Li Yuan's points, even if the people in the Celestial Lord Temple did not remember he was the one who killed Li Yuan, there would still be people who would suspect he was the one who killed Li Yuan based on the points he had accumulated. Apart from that, there would also be people who would suspect he was the one who killed Sima Chun and Dongfang Jinluan. Although Duan Lingtian would join one of the three sects and two clans after he left the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, it would be impossible for anyone to kill him even if they suspected him. However, what would happen after he joined one of the three sects and two clans? That power couldn't possibly send powerhouses to protect him all day long, right? Although he still had a consumable royal-grade celestial weapon that could be used twice, he did not want to use it unless it was absolutely necessary. Therefore, he gave Li Yuan's points to Ling Juyun. This way, he and Ling Juyun's points would be more balanced. "You're trying to push me into a fire pit," Ling Juyun gritted his teeth and said to Duan Lingtian when he realized that a large number of points had appeared in his jade token out of nowhere. "Don't worry. When the time comes, they might not only suspect the two of us, but they will also suspect other people with high points," Duan Lingtian said through voice transmission. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian raised his hand again, and another wave of invisible energy swept out from his hand and collected the spatial ring, the spear, and the armor that continued to fall from the sky. I thought I'd only be able to obtain profundities from the law of time in the time canyon. I didn't expect someone to give me a king-grade celestial weapon and a spatial ring. Duan Lingtian shook his head and said in a clear voice, although I don't lack king-grade celestial weapons, since someone gave them to me, I can't possibly refuse. Due to the dead silence in the time canyon, Duan Lingtian's casual words were clearly heard by everyone present on the scene. Everyone was originally immersed in the shock earlier. Now that they regained their senses because of Duan Lingtian's words, they were naturally speechless. You don't lack king-grade celestial weapons? You can give them to me if you don't lack king-grade celestial weapons. Naturally, they did not dare to voice their thoughts out loud. Who knew if they would offend Duan Lingtian if they said so? Everyone, I'm sorry, I've killed another person. This also means that the amount of time we can stay here has decreased by a bit. Duan Lingtian looked at the people below the stone platform and said in a clear voice, I hope everyone can quietly comprehend the profundities from the law of time left behind by the southern heaven celestial lord. Alright, I'll meditate first. Don't disturb me if there's anything. It won't be easy for me to meditate again if I wake up. Duan Lingtian continued to speak. When he reached the end of his sentence, there was no lack of threat in his tone, causing everyone present to shudder involuntarily. They did not doubt Duan Lingtian's words at all. If anyone dared to provoke Duan Lingtian again, they would definitely end up like Li Yuan. I hope no one will disturb me again. After all, it takes time to comprehend the profundities from the law of time left behind by the southern heaven celestial lord. Duan Lingtian muttered to himself before he closed his eyes again. He left a portion of his divine consciousness to observe his surroundings while the rest of his energy was scattered around his body. This is the law of time. After entering the meditative state, Duan Lingtian could clearly feel waves of mysterious energy pulsating around his body. For example, the airflow to his right was sometimes rapid and sometimes slow. There was even a moment when it completely stopped. It was as though time had stopped. The law of time was known as the most mysterious and peculiar law among the four great laws. It was also the most profound law in heaven and earth. Such a law could not be comprehended through celestial methods and divine abilities. It could only be comprehended through fortuitous encounters and fortuitous encounters. The Emperor-grade celestial weapon, the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, that I used to own, must contain the law of time. This is because the flow of time in the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda is different from the flow of time in the mundane realm. Duan Lingtian thought about the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda and Hualao when he thought about the law of time. He could not help but sigh inwardly. He wondered where Hualao and the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda were. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian had already immersed himself in the law of time's profundity flowing around him. However, it was not peaceful below the stone platform. Many people were vying for the right to own the stone platform. However, at this moment, no one dared to challenge the highest stone platform Duan Lingtian was on. What a terrifying attack! Is the seven-colored sword Qi his emperor-grade celestial weapon? Morong Xiao Xiao was stunned for a long time when she witnessed Duan Lingtian killing Li Yuan with just one strike. She only regained her senses after a while. Although she did not doubt Oya's words, hearing about it and seeing it with her own eyes were two completely different things. If I had to face that sword Qi, I would have ended up just like Li Yuan. Morong Xiao Xiao broke out in cold sweat when she thought about this. He killed Li Yuan with just one strike? With just one strike of his sword? The four-peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials who had comprehended two profundities from a law initially doubted Duan Lingtian. However, after witnessing Duan Lingtian killing Li Yuan with just one strike, they realized Duan Lingtian was not lying to them. Their strength is only SOSO. I killed them with just one strike. Duan Lingtian's words rang in their ears. How terrifying! How can he be so strong? His sword Qi seems to contain the earth elemental profundity. The earth elemental profundity. It seems like it's because of his sword. That sword seems to be emitting a seven-colored light. I even saw the sword fuse with his body when it returned to his hand. Fuse with his body? Isn't that something only an Emperor-grade celestial weapon can do? He has an Emperor-grade celestial weapon. One of them recalled how the seven-colored sword ray had entered Duanling Tian's body after killing Li Yuan. He immediately thought of the Emperor-grade celestial weapon that was superior to Royal-grade celestial weapons. An Emperor-grade celestial weapon. That purple-clad young man has an Emperor-grade celestial weapon? Soon after, everyone in the Time Canyon learned that Duanling Tian had an Emperor-grade celestial weapon. Oya, Xue Jingyu, and the others who had witnessed Duanling Tian killing Dongfang Jinluan with just one strike were not surprised at all. How dare Li Yuan provoke Duanling Tian? He's seeking death. Just now, I wanted to remind him, but on second thought, this Li Yuan's reputation is ordinary, and I don't have a good impression of him, so I gave up on the idea. Me too. The few people who spoke were of average strength. They all chose the lower stone platforms in a low-key manner. Therefore, no one challenged them. Sister Oya, he doesn't seem to be even 100 years old. On one of the two stone platforms on the second level, Murong Xiao looked at Oya, who was about to leave, and asked through voice transmission, "Aren't you going to challenge him and snatch his stone platform? With your strength, it shouldn't be difficult for you to snatch his stone platform. If you're not confident, I can help you." Murong Xiao replied through voice transmission. Oya smiled bitterly when she heard Murong Xiao's words. At the same time, she said to Murong Xiao through voice transmission, "Sister Murong, I appreciate your kindness. However, I'm no match for him. Even if we join forces, we won't be able to defeat him. Instead of wasting our time, I might as well find a stone platform and comprehend the law of time left behind by the Southern Heaven Celestial Lord." A hint of bitterness could be heard in Oya's voice when she spoke. Upon hearing Oya's words, Murong Xiao could tell something was amiss. "Don't tell me he also has an Emperor-grade celestial weapon like Duanling Tian?" Murong Xiao asked casually. She did not think there was a second person with an Emperor-grade celestial weapon in this place. After all, Emperor-grade celestial weapons were not cabbages that could be found everywhere. "He doesn't have an Emperor-grade celestial weapon," Oya replied. "Then why are you afraid of him?" Murong Xiao asked. "It's true that he doesn't have an Emperor-grade celestial weapon, but I heard from the people who came with me that he has a purely defensive Royal-grade celestial weapon. Moreover, he has comprehended two profundities from the law of death." Oya's voice was laced with a hint of helplessness. Duanling Tian, who was not even 100 years old, had comprehended two profundities from the law of earth and possessed an Emperor-grade seven-colored light sword. Ling Jueyun, who was not even 100 years old, had comprehended two profundities from the law of death and possessed a purely defensive Royal-grade celestial weapon. Chapter 30:26. What? Oya's words shocked Murong Xiao. A pure defensive Royal-grade celestial weapon? Just like how purely defensive King-grade celestial weapons were rare among King-grade celestial weapons, purely defensive Royal-grade celestial weapons were second only to sole defensive Royal-grade celestial weapons. The value of a pure defensive Royal-grade celestial weapon was comparable to an ordinary Emperor-grade celestial weapon. Yes, Oya nodded and left. She went to the third layer of the stone platform to compete for the stone platform. With her strength, it would not be difficult for her to compete for one of the three stone platforms on the third floor. However, even if Oya gave up on Ling Jueyun's stone platform, it did not mean the others would give up as well. A moment later, the red-clad young man among the four-peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials, who had comprehended two profundities from a law, flew up to Ling Jueyun's stone platform in just a blink of an eye. He did not dare to compete for Murong Xiao's stone platform. However, he still wanted to compete for the stone platform of this young man whom he had never seen or heard of. This was because when Duanling Tian had given Li Yuan's points to Ling Jueyun, he had communicated with Ling Jueyun through voice transmission. Otherwise, even if he was wary of Duanling Tian, he would not have dared to compete for Ling Jueyun's stone platform. Although Duanling Tian's action of increasing his points was huge and many people had seen it, in their opinion, Duanling Tian was merely protecting himself. Duanling Tian did not want to be in the limelight by accumulating too many points. It was not difficult to guess that Duan Lingtian did not want to attract the attention of the people behind Li Yuan, Sima Chun, and Dongfang Jinluan. Li Yuan was from an 8th grade sect, and he was the strongest genius in the sect in the past 1,000 years. Therefore, the sect treated him like his life. If they knew who killed Li Yuan, that sect would definitely secretly take revenge. Sima Chun and Dongfang Jinluan's backgrounds were even more extraordinary. Both of them came from 7th grade clans, and their clans had many more experts than those from 8th grade sections. Once these two clans set their sights on someone, even if that person was a genius from the 3 sects and 2 clans, his life would still be in danger. Therefore, they could completely understand Duan Lingtian's actions. As for Ling Jueyun's points, in their opinion, it was just Ling Jueyun's good luck that he was close to Li Yuan's point Jade. Oh yeah, Xue Jingyu, and the others knew about the relationship between Duan Lingtian and Ling Jueyun, but at this time, they were either busy challenging the stone platform or comprehending the laws of time that filled the time canyon. They had no time to talk to people who didn't know about this. Yun Zhan. With just a glance, Murong Xiao recognized the red-clad middle-aged man who wanted to challenge Ling Jueyun. Yun Zhan was a disciple from an 8th grade sect. However, he was not young, and he had suppressed his cultivation base to comprehend profundities. Although Yun Zhan looked like a middle-aged man, he was, in fact, more than 1,000 years old. He had suppressed his cultivation base to the level of a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial just to enter the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. Yun Zhan had comprehended 2 profundities from the law of earth, and he had lived for more than 1,000 years. Therefore, he was quite strong. At the very least, Murong Xiao did not think she would be able to defeat Yun Zhan when she had just comprehended 2 profundities from the law of water. I'll give you a chance. Get out of my sight. Otherwise, you'll have to stay in the Celestial Lord Temple and the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm forever. Ling Jueyun said coldly when he saw Yun Zhan staring at him from a distance. His eyes were filled with fighting spirit. Ling Jueyun glanced at Yun Zhan and said coldly. As soon as he finished speaking, he thought to himself, "It feels good to say these words." He had repeated what Duan Lingtian had said to Li Yuan earlier. Yun Zhan had thought of many possibilities when he heard Ling Jueyun's words. However, he did not expect Ling Jueyun would say the same thing as Duan Lingtian. When Ling Jueyun spoke, his voice was loud enough to drown out the clamor in the time canyon and reach everyone's ears. Immediately, the figures who were fighting each other shot out and temporarily stopped fighting. They all looked at one of the 2 stone platforms on the 2nd floor. A gray-clad young man could be seen sitting cross-legged on one of the stone platforms with a sheathed sword resting on his knees. It was clear he was a sword celestial. He's not even 100 years old. Soon after, someone discovered the gray-clad young man was not even 100 years old, just like Duan Lingtian. Didn't he say what Duan Lingtian said to Li Yuan earlier? Now, he's facing a challenger and he's actually saying the same thing to his challenger? This is my first time seeing such a lazy person. Is it that difficult for him to say something like that? Why is he copying someone else's words? Does he think he's Duan Lingtian? Or is he delusional? Does he think he has an emperor-grade celestial weapon like Duan Lingtian? That's right. Does he think emperor-grade celestial weapons are like cabbages? Everyone was speechless when they saw Ling Jueyun mimicking Duan Lingtian's words. However, at the same time, they were eager to see if Ling Jueyun would be able to withstand the challenge from the red-clad middle-aged man. The red-clad middle-aged man is an outer court elder from the Grade 8 sect, the Thousand Autumns sect. His name is Yun Zhan. He's a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial. He has comprehended 2 profundities from the law of earth. Coupled with his 1,000 years of combat experience, he's quite strong. Many people recognized the middle-aged man in red. This gray-robed youth, I've never seen or heard of him before. Who knows him? At the same time, the crowd discovered that no one knew the gray-clothed young man, nor had they heard of him. Brother, you seem to have come with him and Duan Lingtian. How strong is he? Is he a match for Yun Zhan? Someone asked, looking at Xue Jingyu. I don't know. However, Xue Jingyu simply shook his head in the face of other people's questions. He had a blank look on his face as if he knew nothing at all. He knew Ling Jueyun was no weaker than Murong Xiaoxiao. Moreover, Ling Jueyun possessed a purely defensive royal-grade celestial weapon, so it was impossible for Murong Xiaoxiao to defeat him. However, he did not intend to reveal his thoughts. After all, he hated shameless old men like Yunzhan who purposely suppressed their cultivation bases to compete with the juniors in the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm for the fortuitous encounters left behind by the Southern Heaven Celestial Lord. Meanwhile, many people who came with Duan Lingtian and Ling Jueyun were questioned as well. However, like Xue Jingyu, none of them knew anything about Ling Jueyun. It seems like the gray-clothed young man who's younger than 100 years old has only comprehended one law. That's impossible. How could he dare to climb up the stone platform if he's so weak? I have a feeling he has comprehended two profundities from a law as well. He's not even 100 years old, but he has comprehended two profundities from a law? Do you really think Duan Lingtian is as weak as a cabbage? Perhaps he's trying to use Duan Lingtian's fame to make people think he's as strong as Duan Lingtian. That's possible. In the end, everyone agreed that Yunzhan would snatch the stone platform that Ling Jueyun was sitting on. Moreover, based on what Xue Jingyu had said to Duan Lingtian, it was highly likely Yunzhan would not show him any mercy. That was indeed the case. Upon hearing Ling Jueyun's words, Yunzhan felt like he was being looked down upon and humiliated. His eyes widened, and his face turned even redder. At the same time, his celestial origin energy that had been boosted with the earth elemental profundity began to vibrate around his body. Sand and pebbles could be seen flying around him. Yunzhan and Duan Lingtian had comprehended the same law, but unlike Duan Lingtian, Yunzhan had comprehended two profundities from the law of earth. On the other hand, Duan Lingtian was mistaken for having comprehended two profundities from the law of earth. In fact, he had only comprehended one profundity. Boom! Rumble! Under everyone's watchful eyes, the yellow energy around Yunzhan's body vibrated even more. Sand and pebbles began to gather around him. In the end, Yunzhan was completely shrouded in the energy. Sand and pebbles flew all over the sky, shaking the void, causing countless ripples to appear in the void. They then spread out together, as if forming a dazzling picture. The law of Earth's vibration profundity? On the stone platform, Ling Jueyun raised an eyebrow when he saw Yunzhan accumulating his energy. Then he slowly raised his hand. Everyone thought he was going to draw his sword from the scabbard on his lap. However, he raised his hand, clearly not intending to draw his sword. What's he trying to do? Murong Xiaoxiao, who was standing closest to Ling Jueyun, frowned slightly. She did not know what Ling Jueyun was trying to do. In the next moment, a black vortex appeared in Ling Jueyun's hand. Then the tip of a sword appeared in the black vortex. Murong Xiaoxiao's expression changed drastically. An emperor-grade celestial weapon. Murong Xiaoxiao's eyes widened as her heart trembled violently. Just like how only emperor-grade celestial weapons could be stored in one's body, only emperor-grade celestial weapons could be retrieved from one's body. In the next moment, under everyone's watchful eyes, a 3-foot-long sword that was shrouded in gray lightning appeared in Ling Jueyun's hand. An emperor-grade celestial weapon? Another emperor-grade celestial weapon? How's this possible? Since when did emperor-grade celestial weapons become so common? Duan Lingtian and Ling Jueyun both have emperor-grade celestial weapons. Everyone, including Xue Jingyu and the others, was stunned when they saw Ling Jueyun retrieving a sword from his body. Moreover, the sword's aura was extraordinary. To them, emperor-grade celestial weapons were legendary existences. However, now that emperor-grade celestial weapons had appeared one after another, they began to doubt the rarity of emperor-grade celestial weapons. I admit defeat. I admit defeat. I admit defeat. Chapter 30:27. Just a moment ago, Yunzhan was still filled with rage, looking as though he was going to kill Ling Jueyun. However, when Yunzhan saw Ling Jueyun taking out the 3-foot-long sword that seemed to be an emperor-grade celestial weapon, The battle intent in Yunjan's body was instantly extinguished. It was as though his battle intent had been extinguished by a bucket of water. I admit defeat. I admit defeat. Yunjan hastily admitted defeat. It was as though he was afraid Ling Jueyun would use the sword that was shrouded in gray lightning against him. Admit defeat? Ling Jueyun glanced at Yunjan, who was shrouded by the flying sand and pebbles, before he said indifferently, "Why are you admitting defeat now? What were you waiting for?" As soon as Ling Jueyun finished speaking, a clone of Ling Jueyun appeared out of thin air in front of everyone's eyes. However, this Ling Jueyun had a pair of blood-red eyes, and the aura he emitted was strange as well. That's a clone. Many of the people present could see that Ling Jueyun had used the doppelganger technique. Humph! That's the undead clone profundity that Ling Jueyun has comprehended. Ling Jueyun has comprehended 2 profundities from the law of death. However, I didn't expect him to have an emperor-grade celestial weapon as well. Moreover, it's also a celestial sword. Xue Jingyu's tone was filled with emotion as he spoke. He was already shocked when he saw Duan Lingtian taking out an emperor-grade celestial sword. However, Ling Jueyun had also taken out an emperor-grade celestial sword. He could not help but wonder if there was really an emperor-grade celestial weapon in the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. However, as soon as this thought appeared in his mind, he quickly dismissed it. He knew it was impossible. The law of death? Profound of undead doppelganger? This gray-clothed young man named Ling Jueyun has comprehended the law of death. Moreover, he even comprehended 2 profundities from the law of death. With the strength of the law of death and the fact that he has comprehended 2 profundities from the law of death, even if he doesn't use an emperor-grade celestial weapon, he's not any weaker than Yunjan. Now that he has taken out his emperor-grade celestial weapon, there's no doubt about the outcome of this battle. Aren't you spouting nonsense? Didn't you see Yunjan admitting defeat in fear? Now, he's just short of kneeling before Ling Jueyun. This Yunjan probably never even dreamed that he would kick such an iron plate. Hearing Xue Jingyu's words, the crowd exclaimed in surprise. At the same time, they felt that Yunjan was extremely unlucky to have provoked a monster like Ling Jueyun. Whoosh! Along with the sound of air being torn apart and the sound of air exploding rang out. It was Ling Jueyun's undead avatar wielding an emperor-grade celestial sword that was aimed at Yunjan, who was shrouded in flying sand. Swoosh! 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 When Ling Jueyun's undead avatar was still a distance away from Yunjan, he swung the sword in his hand. In just an instant, gray sword rays appeared around Yunjan and swept toward him from all directions like a net of swords. Bang! A loud noise rang in the air. Yunjan was trying to break free from the net of swords with the help of the flying sand and rocks. However, the net of swords shook a few times, but it did not show any signs of breaking free. Yunjan's expression changed drastically. Bang! 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 A series of loud noises spread out, like the deafening sound of a drum. Before Ling Jueyun's undead avatar could get close to Yunjan, Yunjan had taken out his king-grade celestial weapon in an attempt to break free from the net of swords. However, no matter how hard he tried, the net of swords only shook a few times before it returned to normal. An expression of despair could be seen on his face. "Spare me! Spare me! As long as you spare me, I'm willing to give you everything I have. Spare me!" Just as Ling Jueyun's undead clone was about to slash at Yunjan, Yunjan's anxious and humble voice resounded through the entire time canyon. "Senior brother Ling Jueyun, please accept my offer." At this moment, everyone felt despair from Yunjan's anxious and humble words, and they all felt a sense of sympathy for him. If they were in Yunjan's position, the outcome would not be any different. No, all of this came to an end when Yunjan let out an extremely shrill scream. The time canyon regained its calm once more. However, at this moment, the way everyone looked at Ling Jueyun was completely different. In their eyes, Ling Jueyun was no longer inferior to Duan Lingtian. After all, Ling Jueyun had comprehended the law of death while Duan Lingtian had comprehended the law of earth. For this reason, they were even more afraid of Ling Jueyun. With Ling Jueyun's strength and the Emperor-grade celestial sword in his hand, he's definitely a match for Duan Ling Tian. However, based on the way he sat there, it seems like he had planned to let Duan Ling Tian have the highest stone platform since the beginning. Soon after, some people voiced their doubts. Isn't it obvious? One of the more observant people chimed in. Didn't you see how Ling Jueyun and Duan Ling Tian came here together? Perhaps they've known each other for a long time. Both of them are peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials under the age of 100. Moreover, both of them possess emperor-grade celestial weapons. It's very likely that they came from the same place. How could a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial be given an emperor-grade celestial weapon? Why would someone from that place be interested in the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm? I don't think they're interested in the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, right? I don't know. However, I have a feeling that it's not a coincidence that both of them appeared in the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm at the same time. Even Xue Jingyu and the others who were in the same place as Duan Ling Tian during the first trial in the Celestial Lord Temple could not help but feel skeptical. Could it be that Duan Ling Tian and Ling Jueyun were really related? I remember that after the first trial in the Celestial Lord Temple, Ling Jueyun asked Duan Ling Tian to avoid us. Xue Jingyu could not help but frown when he thought about this. He felt that Duan Ling Tian and Ling Jueyun might not have known each other before this. Otherwise, why would they be so secretive? Why would they not have spoken to each other through voice transmission? After thinking about it for a long time, Xue Jingyu still could not figure it out. In the end, he decided to give up. Forget it. It's none of my business whether they're related or not. I should focus on comprehending the profundity from the law of time in the time canyon. After a while, he sat cross-legged on a stone platform and began to comprehend the law of time. With your strength, you're definitely capable of competing with Duan Ling Tian for that stone platform. Murong Xiao looked at Ling Jueyun, who was standing at the same level as her. A hint of shock could be seen in the depths of her eyes. Although Murong Xiao had learned from Oya that Ling Jueyun was not a simple person before he made his move, she had only thought his defense was extraordinary. She did not expect Ling Jueyun to not only have a terrifying defense, but his attack was also very powerful. In fact, his attack was even more terrifying than his defense. After all, he relied on his royal-grade celestial weapon for defense while he relied on his emperor-grade celestial weapon for offense. What does it have to do with you? Upon hearing Murong Xiao's question, Ling Jueyun glanced at her indifferently before he closed his eyes and began to comprehend the law of time in the time canyon. Murong Xiao's words invisibly pierced his soft spot. In truth, he was not afraid of Duan Ling Tian at all. However, since his sister Huang had already acknowledged Duan Ling Tian as her master, her life and death were in Duan Ling Tian's hands. For this reason, he had no choice but to submit to Duan Ling Tian's tyranny to prevent Duan Ling Tian from venting his anger on his sister Huang. You? Murong Xiao's expression changed drastically when she saw that Ling Jueyun was as rude to her as Duan Ling Tian was. He was unlike the men who surrounded her like stars surrounding the moon. Now, she even began to wonder if her charm had weakened. However, what she did not know was that Ling Jueyun had an extraordinary background. He had met many women who were more beautiful than her. Even Huang who had become the soul of Duan Ling Tian's divine sword, was far more beautiful than her. Gasp, 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 gasp. After a long time, Murong Xiao finally calmed down. At the same time, she did not waste any more time and began to meditate and comprehend the profundities of the law of time. Meanwhile, the others had also recovered from the shock of seeing Ling Jueyun and continued to compete for the stone platforms. After a day and a night, the time canyon finally calmed down. Everyone had their own stone platform. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian sat on the highest stone platform in the time canyon, meditating and comprehending the law of time. Although he seemed calm on the surface, his heart was in turmoil. The law of time is mysterious and strange. Can be fast, slow, and even stop. The element contained in the law of time should be the time elemental profundity, the time elemental profundity. Duan Ling Tian was the first to comprehend the law of time's fundamental profundity, the time elemental profundity, since he was the first to comprehend the law of time's fundamental profundity. Generally, those who came into contact with the law of time's fundamental profundity would have a high chance of comprehending the time elemental profundity. Time is passing with every passing moment. Generally speaking, no one can avoid time completely. Naturally, if one has an emperor-grade celestial weapon like the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, one can avoid time to a certain extent. However, it's impossible to reverse or stop time. Time, 100 years in a single thought, 1,000 years in a single thought. One thought, one cycle. Chapter 30:28. Although Ling Juyun had caused a huge commotion earlier, Duan Lingtian did not pay attention to it at all. In fact, Duan Lingtian did not know about it at all. Currently, other than leaving a wisp of divine consciousness to protect himself so that he could wake up immediately when he was in danger, the rest of his attention was completely focused on visualizing and comprehending the law of time. Currently, there were more than 40 people, including Duan Lingtian, who were comprehending the law of time and comprehending profundities in the time canyon. They could be considered the strongest group of people who had entered the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. As for the others, they were wandering around the Celestial Lord Temple, waiting for the entrance to the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm to open again. After all, they could be killed at any time during the entrance to the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. I wonder how Brother Duan and Jia Chao are doing. At this moment, a figure was standing on a pool of boiling lava at the foot of a volcano that was still erupting. The figure belonged to a handsome young man who was holding a 7-foot-long spear in his hand. Based on his expression, it was obvious he was exhausted. If Duan Lingtian was here, he would be able to tell the person was none other than Huang Jialong with just a glance. Huang Jialong was the only friend he had made since he left the borderlands and came to the central area. Based on Huang Jialong's tattered robe, it was clear he had just fought a fierce battle. Based on his current appearance, it was clear he had won the battle. I finally have more than 10 points. Huang Jialong looked at the accumulative point jade in his hand. A bright smile appeared on his face when he saw he had accumulated 11 points. Although Huang Jialong had accumulated more than 10 points, he was still not summoned by the Celestial Lord Temple. It was obvious his speed of accumulating points had exceeded the Celestial Lord Temple's requirement. At this moment, apart from Huang Jialong, many people outside the Celestial Lord Temple had also accumulated more than 10 points. Meanwhile, the people outside the Celestial Lord Temple were still fighting ferociously. Little did they know, in the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, in a place called the Celestial Lord Temple, a group of people had obtained a great fortuitous encounter. The great opportunity was to comprehend the profundities of the law of time that the South Heaven Immortal Dominator had left behind. That being said, not everyone in the Celestial Lord Temple was comprehending the profundities of the law of time that the Southern Heaven Celestial Emperor had left behind. A small number of people were staying in a small room in the Celestial Lord Palace, not daring to go out at all. Surprisingly, Huang Jiachao was one of them. The reason why these people didn't dare to leave the small room was because their strength was average. The reason why they could enter the Immortal Lord Palace was because someone cheated and brought them in. Just like Huang Jiachao. The reason why Huang Jiachao was able to obtain more than 10 points was entirely because of Duan Lingtian's help. He didn't rely on his own strength to obtain them. In the Immortal Lord Palace, this would be considered as cheating. I wonder how Brother Duan is doing. He must have left the room I'm in and gone to the Celestial Lord Palace to explore. Huang Jiachao thought. With his strength, it shouldn't be difficult for him to survive. Huang Jiachao heaved a sigh of relief. At this moment, Huang Jiachao was unaware that Duan Lingtian was still alive. Currently, Duan Lingtian was living a better life than anyone else in the Celestial Lord Palace. In the sky above the central area of the Scaling Cloud Lake where the entrance to the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm was located. Yong-er! A sorrowful cry rang in the air, attracting the attention of a few people. However, most of them were already numb to such a cry. After all, it was common for people to die in the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Those who died were from all sorts of backgrounds. Hu Lin Yi, the emperor of the supporting Fall Nation, was looking at the scoreboard as though he was trying his best to find his son, Hu Ji-yong's name. However, no matter how hard he searched, he could not find Hu Ji-yong's name. It was clear Hu Ji-yong had died in the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Hu Lin-yi was still mourning the death of his most outstanding son when an exclamation suddenly rang in the air, attracting everyone's attention. "There's a new person in the first place." When this exclamation spread out, it immediately caused the gazes of the group of people present to uniformly fall on the scoreboard. Even Hu Lin-yi, who was grieving over Hu Ji-yong's death, instinctively shifted his gaze to the scoreboard. Ling Jueyun? Hu Lin-yi's heart skipped a beat when he saw Murong Xiao Zhao's name was replaced by Ling Jueyun. Then, he instinctively shifted his gaze to the second place on the scoreboard. Duan Lingtian's name was originally second place. However, Ling Jueyun had risen from third place to first place. With this, Duan Lingtian, who was originally second place, was now third place. Hu Lin-yi's expression turned even more unsightly when he saw this. Just a moment ago, his son had died. Now that Duan Lingtian's name had fallen from second place to third place, it was no different from adding insult to injury. However, just as Hu Lin-yi's heart sank and he was about to look away from the scoreboard, he was shocked to see that the names of the second and third places on the scoreboard had swapped. Duan Lingtian had returned to second place while Murong Xiao had fallen from second place to third place. How's this possible? Apart from the overarching heavenly supreme celestials who had entered the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, there were two other elders from the Murong clan. Their expressions darkened when they saw Murong Xiao had fallen from first place to third place in just a blink of an eye. It's been a long time since the top 3 rankings have been changed. I didn't expect Murong Xiao to go from first place to third place. Ling Jueyun and Duan Lingtian seem to be sectless cultivators from the Thousand Nations territory. Since when are sectless cultivators so strong? These two sectless cultivators are extraordinary. In the past, no sectless cultivators have managed to reach this stage. That's right. No sectless cultivators have managed to reach this stage. However, 2 sectless cultivators managed to climb to the top of the scoreboard this time. Due to Murong Xiao's fall from first place to third place, the sky above the center of the scaling cloud lake was in an uproar for a long time. About half a month later, the void above the center of the scaling cloud lake rippled as a huge door appeared out of thin air. It was identical to the door that had appeared when the entrance to the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm opened. They're coming out. The entrance to the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm has appeared. It seems like only 30% of the people who entered the lower realm are still alive. The opening of the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm this time is more tragic than any of the previous times. Upon seeing the huge door, the people hovering above the center of the scaling cloud lake realized that the people from the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm were about to come out. For people who had comprehended 2 profundities from a law have died during the opening of the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. This has never happened before. Sima Chun, Dongfang Jinluan, Li Yuan, and Yun Zhan were famous peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials in the profound Nether Mansions territory. I didn't expect them to die in the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. I wonder who killed them. Ling Jueyun? Duan Lingtian? Murong Xiao? Or did someone join forces with them? I don't know. Among the top 3, Ling Jueyun and Duan Lingtian's points are about the same. Although Murong Xiao's points are slightly lower, it's only a little more than 10 points. It's not a big difference. There's not much of a difference between the top 4 and the bottom 4. It's hard to tell who killed Sima Chun and the others. Sima Chun, Dongfang Jinluan, Li Yuan, and Yun Zhan were the most eye-catching people who had died during the opening of the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. These 4 people, Sima Chun and Dongfang Jinluan, were prodigies from their grade 7 clans. Li Yuan was the strongest prodigy in a grade 8 sect in the past 1,000 years. As for Yun Zhan, he was an elder of a grade 8 sect. He had purposely suppressed his cultivation base for the opening of the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Apart from that, all 4 of them had comprehended 2 profundities from a law, and they were extremely powerful. Generally speaking, with the strength of the four of them, killing their way into the top 10 of the rankings was as simple as drinking water and eating. However, not only did they fail to rank in the top 10, but they were not even listed on the scoreboard since all of them had died. Perhaps someone joined forces to kill them, or perhaps there's a fortuitous encounter in the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm that's difficult to obtain. Perhaps they died, and their points were taken away by someone who was lucky enough to be close to them. Those are two possibilities. Many people were still discussing the deaths of Sima Chun, Dongfang Jinluan, Li Yuan, and Yun Zhan. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. At this moment, several figures seemed to have appeared out of thin air in front of a large door. At the same time, those with high cultivation could clearly sense that there was an extremely powerful force that was sending these people out. Where's this? How did I get out? Wasn't I in the snowy mountain? What's going on? Why am I out of the door? Is it over? Why do I feel like I've forgotten something? What's going on? The group of people who were pushed out of the door looked around as though they had lost their memories. They did not even know how they got out of the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. The people who were sent out were those who had entered the Celestial Lord Temple in the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Jia Chao? Chapter 3029. Duan Lingtian was slightly taken aback by his sudden appearance in the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. He remembered he had encountered Sima Chun, a member of the Grade 7 Sima clan, in the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. After killing Sima Chun, he had more than 10 points in his accumulative point jade. His memory was frozen at that moment. Then, he discovered he had been sent out of the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. I remember I had 11 points in my accumulative point jade after killing Sima Chun. Now, with that thought in mind, Duan Lingtian began to check the points in his accumulative point jade. Alas, he was dumbfounded when he looked at his accumulative point jade. To this, Duan Lingtian discovered the points in his accumulative point jade had increased to 286 points. 286 points, what kind of concept was that? This meant he had obtained 285 points from other people since he only had 1 point when he entered the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. These 285 points, I even know where 10 of them came from. But where did the other 275 points come from? No matter how hard Duan Lingtian thought about it, he could not figure out where the points came from. Is there something wrong with my accumulative point jade? Duan Lingtian was still thinking about this when he heard a series of exclamations in his ears. Why do I have so many points? If I remember correctly, I only have 12 points. I remember I only had 11 points, but now I have 23 points. I don't think I have any more or less points, but I feel like I've forgotten something. Me too. Among the group of people around Duan Lingtian, many of them were surprised by the number of points they had. Most of them felt as though they had lost their memories. I feel like I've lost a part of my memory as well, Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Swoosh! At this moment, a gray figure in the distance looked left and right for a while, and his face suddenly changed. This was a young man in gray clothes, and if Duan Lingtian saw him, he would definitely be able to recognize him. The gray-clad young man was none other than Ling Juiyun, the genius sectless cultivator from the East Ming nation. He's Ling Juiyun? He's Ling Juiyun, the genius sectless cultivator who ranked first in the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm? He's really not even 100 years old. He's not even 100 years old, but he's ranked first. Is he strong? Or is he just lucky? Regardless, he's the biggest winner in the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm this time. Everyone's attention was focused on Ling Juiyun's group. At this moment, a group of people who had just exited the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm looked at the scoreboard and saw Ling Juiyun was ranked first. However, Ling Juiyun turned a deaf ear to everyone's words. His face was pale as he muttered to himself, "Where's Sister Huang-er? Where's Sister Huang-er? Did something happen to Sister Huang-er in the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm?" Ling Juiyun's expression darkened when he thought about this. Moreover, I feel like I've lost a part of my memory, I can't remember it at all. Ling Jueyun looked at his accumulative point jade and discovered there were 298 points in it. Where did I get these points from? I only remember that I got 14 points. I don't seem to remember anything after that. A hint of confusion could be seen in Ling Jueyun's eyes when he realized he could not remember where he obtained so many points. Duan Lingtian and the others were still in a state of panic when Zhangsun Xiongqi, the elder of the Zhangsun clan, said, "Calm down. There's no need to panic. In the history of the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, there are many people who have encountered similar situations. It's all due to a fortuitous encounter in the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Most of those who encountered the fortuitous encounter would not remember anything about it. However, after they exited the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, they would discover their points and their spatial rings. Apart from that, there are also some people who manage to comprehend the law of time through the fortuitous encounter." When Zhangsun Xiongqi finished speaking, the eyes of the people who had just exited the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, including Duan Lingtian, lit up. The law of time? The law of time was the most mysterious and peculiar law among the 4 great laws of heaven and earth. It would be great news if one could comprehend the law of time. The law of time. Upon hearing Zhangsun Xiongqi's words, a series of memories suddenly appeared in Duan Lingtian's mind, and these memory fragments all revolved around time. Time deceleration, time acceleration, and time stoppage. To this is the law of time. Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat. At this moment, a childish voice rang in Duan Lingtian's mind. "Boy, there's a formation in the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm that can erase certain memories. Now, let me tell you what the memory you lost is." The owner of the voice was none other than the Chaos Divine Earth. "Tell little Feng that I'm fine as well. He's also lost his memories. He'll be worried when he realizes I'm no longer in his sea of consciousness." At this moment, a woman's voice rang in Duan Lingtian's mind. "Who are you?" He was fine when he heard the Chaos Divine Earth's voice. After all, he knew that the Chaos Divine Earth was in his body. However, when he heard the woman's voice in his mind, his expression changed drastically. When did this person appear in his sea of consciousness? The spiritual sea was where his soul was located. Normally, the profound divine metal would protect his spiritual sea, so nothing could enter his spiritual sea. But now, a voice had suddenly appeared in his spiritual sea. Moreover, it also meant a life. How could he not be shocked and anxious? "Boy, don't panic. You'll know who she is once I'm done explaining. You little girl, don't panic. Once this boy learns about what happened, he'll help you warn Ling Jueyun," the Chaos Divine Earth said. Upon hearing the Chaos Divine Earth's voice, Duan Lingtian heaved a sigh of relief. The woman's voice in Duan Lingtian's sea of consciousness did not speak again. It was clear she was obedient to the Chaos Divine Earth. "Boy, after you killed Sima Chun from the 7th grade Sima clan, you accumulated 11 points in your accumulative points jade token," the Chaos Divine Earth said. "At that time, you heard a voice left behind by the Southern Heaven's Celestial Lord. You learned about the location of the Celestial Lord Temple and made your way to the Celestial Lord Temple. During this process, you met that kid called Huang Jiaqiao. At that time, he was on the verge of death, and it was you who saved him. After that, after listening to the Chaos Divine Earth's explanation, Duan Lingtian finally found out what he was missing from his memory. At the same time, he also found out why he had so many points. As it turns out, after killing Sima Chun, I also killed Dongfang Jinluan and Li Yuan. Similar to Sima Chun, both of them had comprehended 2 profundities from a law. As for Ling Jueyun, he's from the Divine Offering Land. Huang used to be the soul of a prominent Devata artifact before she decided to serve me as the soul of the 7 Orifices exquisite sword. Apart from that, I promised her that I'll avenge her original master as long as I'm capable of doing so. Of course, that's only if that person deserves to die." After listening to the Chaos Divine Earth's explanation, Duan Lingtian finally regained his lost memories. However, he did not find them familiar at all. After all, although the memories were originally his, they had been erased by the formation in the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. For this reason, he still found the memories to be unfamiliar. Nevertheless, he did not doubt the Chaos Divine Earth's words, since it was the Chaos Divine Earth who told him the truth. Moreover, based on what the Chaos Divine Earth had told him, Duanling Tian took a look at his spatial ring and discovered that the items he had obtained from the Chaos Divine Earth matched what it had told him. Does this mean that I obtained the best opportunity to comprehend the profundities of the laws of time in the Time Canyon? Jia Chao only managed to come out with us because I cheated and helped him enter the Celestial Lord Temple. He only managed to come out alive because he didn't leave the small room in the Celestial Lord Temple. With this thought in mind, Duanling Tian looked at Huang Jiachao again and saw Huang Jiachao walking toward him. Brother Duan, I remember that you were the one who saved me at that time. However, after you saved me and communicated with me, my memory seems to have completely disappeared. Huang Jiachao asked with a confused expression on his face. Do you remember what happened after that? Duanling Tian shook his head. Although he knew what happened after that, he did not intend to tell Huang Jiachao about it. After all, the fewer people who knew about it, the better. Ling Jueyun. Duanling Tian turned to look at Ling Jueyun, who had an unsightly expression on his face. It was obvious Ling Jueyun was not happy about being ranked first. Instead, he seemed to be troubled. He must have discovered Huang Er's disappearance. I didn't expect this brat to be from the Divine Offering Land and possess an Emperor-grade celestial weapon and a divine weapon. Chapter 30:30. Duanling Tian finally understood why the voice in his mind had asked him to contact Ling Jueyun and tell him that she was fine. Ling Jueyun. Duanling Tian immediately contacted Ling Jueyun through voice transmission. When Ling Jueyun looked at him with a confused expression on his face, Duanling Tian began to tell him everything that had happened after they met. He began to recount how Huang Er had left Ling Jueyun's mind after the first test in the Celestial Lord Temple ended. Duanling Tian also told Ling Jueyun everything that had happened after that. In order to convince Ling Jueyun, Duanling Tian also mentioned the purely defensive Emperor-grade celestial weapon that Ling Jueyun had used in the Celestial Lord Temple in the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm and the divine weapon that he had used in the Time Canyon. The sword that Ling Jueyun had used in the Time Canyon was a divine weapon. Although it was only a primitive divine weapon, its strength was not inferior to an Emperor-grade celestial weapon in the slightest. Ling Jueyun did not doubt Duanling Tian's words. His gaze softened as he looked at Duanling Tian. However, Duanling Tian and Ling Jueyun were the only ones who knew what had happened in the Celestial Lord Temple. The others who were sent out of the Celestial Lord Temple with Duanling Tian had no recollection of what had happened in the Celestial Lord Temple. Even Murong Xiao was confused when she was sent out of the Celestial Lord Temple. She could not recall what had happened. 232 points. So many points, but he still hasn't reached the top of the rankings? Murong Xiao glanced at her accumulative point jade before she looked at the top 3 names on the scoreboard. She was ranked 3rd. First place, Ling Jueyun, 298 points. Second place, Duanling Tian, 286 points. Murong Xiao frowned. She had never heard of these two people before. It was obvious they were not famous in the profound Nether Mansion. Nevertheless, she was still shocked by the fact that 2 unknown people ranked 1st and 2nd in the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. 2nd Mississippi at this moment. The 2 elders of the Murong family walked towards Murong Xiao. When Murong Xiao saw the 2 of them, she also walked towards them. Murong Xiao was not only a rare genius disciple of the Murong family, but she was also the only daughter of the current head of the Murong family. As a woman, she was better than a man. 2nd Miss, you really don't remember what happened inside at all? An elder of the Murong family asked. I only remember how I got 12 points. I can't remember anything else. It's just that I didn't expect that even though I got 232 points, I still couldn't get 1st place. Murong Xiao shook her head at first, but after that, she couldn't help but sigh. Elders, do you know who those 2 people are? Murong Xiao looked at the 1st and 2nd names on the scoreboard and asked the 2 Murong family elders in front of her. 2nd Miss, both of them are sectless cultivators. Ling Juiyun is a sectless cultivator from the East Ming Nation in the Thousand Nations territory. As for Duan Lingtian, he's a sectless cultivator from the supporting Fall Nation in the Thousand Nations territory. One of the Murong family's elders replied, "Second young miss, both of them aren't ordinary sectless cultivators. Not only are they ranked first and second in the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, but they're both younger than 100 years old." The other elder from the Murong family chimed in. What? Younger than 100 years old? If it was said that the words of the Murong family elder from before had only slightly surprised Murong Xiao Xiao. However, the words of the Murong family elder after that completely shocked Murong Xiao Xiao. Not only were the two people ranked higher than her sectless cultivators, but they were also younger than 100 years old. Ling Juiyun. After taking a deep breath, Murong Xiao Xiao followed the gazes of the people in the surroundings and confirmed Ling Juiyun's location. She immediately looked at him. She discovered Ling Juiyun was indeed younger than 100 years old. And Duan Lingtian, Murong Xiao Xiao murmured to herself. Then, she looked at Duan Lingtian and discovered Duan Lingtian was indeed younger than Ling Juiyun. Duan Lingtian instinctively turned to look at Murong Xiao Xiao. At the same time, the Chaos Divine Earth's voice rang in his mind. That woman is Murong Xiao Xiao. Murong Xiao Xiao. Realization dawned on Duan Lingtian. He had heard the Chaos Divine Earth mention this name before. He knew Murong Xiao Xiao had tried to curry favor with him in the Time Canyon. But she had ignored him when she found out he couldn't do anything to her in the Time Canyon. Based on her gaze, it's obvious she doesn't remember me. When Duan Lingtian looked at Murong Xiao Xiao, it was not difficult for him to see the way she looked at him. It was as though she was looking at a stranger for the first time. Those who have come out of the Time Canyon, please return to your respective sections. Zhangsun Xiongqi, an elder of the Zhangsun clan from the 3 sects and 2 clans, said. Duan Lingtian and the others quickly left the entrance of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Duan Lingtian and Huang Jiachao returned to Hu Lin Yi, the emperor of the supporting Fall Nation. Ling Juiyun returned to the emperor of the East Ming Nation as well. Duan Lingtian, congratulations. Hu Lin Yi smiled brightly when he saw Duan Lingtian returning after ranking second on the scoreboard. It seemed as though he had forgotten about his son, Hu Jiyong's death. Jiachao, you did well as well. You managed to rank in the top 100. After greeting Duan Lingtian, Hu Lin Yi turned to look at Huang Jiachao and said with a smile, "Huh? The 4th prince's name." At the same time, Huang Jiachao, who had been observing the scoreboard, discovered his 4th brother, Huang Jialong's name on the scoreboard. However, the 4th prince of the supporting Fall Nation, Hu Jiyong, was nowhere to be seen. This meant there was only one possibility. Hu Jiyong had died. Huang Jiachao gasped inwardly as he looked at Hu Lin Yi warily. Yonger has died, Hu Lin Yi said in a deep voice when he noticed Huang Jiachao's gaze. My condolences, Your Majesty. Huang Jiachao hurriedly comforted him. Meanwhile, many people in the surroundings saw Duan Lingtian returning to the emperor of the supporting Fall Nation. Congratulations, Emperor Hu. Emperor Hu, you're really lucky to have such a monstrous sectless cultivator like Duan Lingtian to help you. Emperor Hu, I'm sure you'll be rewarded handsomely this time. You're ranked second on the scoreboard. Since you're the one who recommended Duan Lingtian, you'll be rewarded handsomely, Emperor Hu. A hint of jealousy could be seen in the eyes of many people as they congratulated Emperor Hu. Although some of them seemed to be congratulating Emperor Hu, they were inwardly cursing Emperor Hu for being so lucky. The 3 sects and 2 clans would reward those who recommended Duan Lingtian based on the scoreboard. The higher one's ranking was, the more generous the reward would be. Since Duan Lingtian was ranked second on the scoreboard, Hu Lin Yi, the emperor of the supporting Fall Nation, would be rewarded handsomely, second only to the emperor of the East Ming Nation. The emperor of the East Ming Nation, on the other hand, would be rewarded handsomely since Ling Juiyun was ranked first on the scoreboard. Juiyun, you didn't disappoint me. The emperor of the East Ming Nation welcomed Ling Juiyun back to the emperor of the East Ming Nation with a bright smile on his face. He was still in a daze when he learned Ling Juyun was ranked first on the scoreboard. Although he knew Ling Juyun was strong, he did not expect Ling Juyun to be ranked in the top 10, let alone the first place. Meanwhile, Murong Xiao, who was ranked third on the scoreboard, was surrounded by many people who were flattering and congratulating her. Congratulations, Miss Murong, for ranking third on the scoreboard. With Miss Murong's innate talent, it'll be easy for you to join the profound Nether Mansion with the help of the 3 sects and 2 clans. I'm sure you'll have a bright future in the profound Nether Mansion as well. Congratulations, Miss Murong. Congratulations, Miss Murong. Murong Xiao merely nodded indifferently in response to the flattery. Her eyes remained fixed on Duan Lingtian and Ling Juyun. She still could not accept the fact that they were ranked first and second on the scoreboard. Who's the one who killed my chunner? At this moment, an old man dressed in gray was looking at Ling Juyun, Duan Lingtian, Murong Xiao, and the other 7 people in the top 10. It was as though he was looking for something. He was none other than Sima Pingdong, the Grand Elder of the Grade 7 Sima clan. He was looking for the culprit among Duan Lingtian and the others who had killed his grandson, Sima Chun. On the other side, the members of the Dongfang clan were also looking at Duan Lingtian and the others. Similar to Sima Pingdong, they wanted to find the culprit who had killed Dongfang Jin Luan. The Yuan. Who killed him? Who killed Elder Yunzhan? The 2 grade 8 sects behind Li Yuan and Yunzhan were also trying to find the person who killed Li Yuan and Yunzhan from Duan Ling Tian's group. No matter who it is, I, Sima Pingdong, and the Sima clan will reward you handsomely if you can provide us with any clues about the culprit who killed my grandson, Sima Chun. Sima Pingdong said loudly. His voice was like a clap of thunder that resounded through the central area of the scaling cloud lake. The Dongfang clan will also reward you handsomely if you can provide any clues about the culprit who killed Dongfang Jin Luan. After Sima Pingdong, the people from the Dongfang clan, the Grade 7 Dongfang clan, also announced. The 2 of them spoke one after another, revealing their determination to find the culprit. It would be fine if the person who had died this time was just an ordinary disciple of their clan. However, the person who had died this time was the most outstanding disciple in their clan. Chapter 30-31. It seems like the 2 of you don't respect the 3 sects and 2 clans at all. After the cold snort, a cold voice sounded. Once it entered everyone's ears, it made them feel as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. As soon as the voice fell, swoosh, a gust of wind blew past. In the next moment, under the gazes of the crowd, a figure seemed to appear out of thin air in front of the Sima family's grand elder, Sima Pingdong. Bihai Ming Feng. By the time Sima Pingdong regained his senses, the person in front of him had already attacked at lightning speed. Swoosh! Just as Sima Pingdong's celestial origin energy was about to surge out of his body, the person in front of him raised his hand and spun a writing brush in his hand. In the next moment, boom! Rumble! The celestial origin energy that Sima Pingdong had just released was destroyed in one fell swoop. Then, the celestial origin energy enveloped Sima Pingdong. With a sweep of its tail, Sima Pingdong's body exploded, turning into a bloody mist that filled the sky. All that was left was a singlet and a storage ring. Swoosh! Swoosh! At the same time, everyone, including Duan Ling Tian, felt a terrifying shockwave sweep out, and then it transformed into gusts of wind that swept out in all directions and blew at the clothes on their bodies. Those who were standing close to the scene narrowed their eyes and retreated hastily. He's dead. Duan Lingtian's eyes widened slightly. He did not expect the person from the Sima clan would be killed in just a blink of an eye. The person who killed the Sima Pingdong was so swift and clean that it was shocking. The Grand Elder of the Sima clan died just like that? The Grand Elder of the Sima clan is one of the top powerhouses in the Sima clan. However, he couldn't even withstand a single blow from the 3rd sect leader of the coupling celestial sect. Even if he was unprepared, he shouldn't be so helpless, right? It's normal. The 3rd sect leader of the coupling celestial sect is even stronger than the 1st sect leader of the coupling celestial sect. He's also one of the 10 inspectors of the profound Nether Mansion. The Grand Elder of the Sima clan is really unlucky. If it were someone else from the Coupling Celestial Sect, the third sect leader of the Coupling Celestial Sect would only reprimand him for his actions. However, the third sect leader of the Coupling Celestial Sect is also an inspector of the profound Nether Mansion. Bihai Mingfeng, the third sect leader of the Coupling Celestial Sect, had killed Sima Pingdong, the Grand Elder of the Sima clan. At this time, the people of the rank 8 sects behind Li Yuan and Yunzhan all secretly wiped away their cold sweat. Fortunately, they did not have the time to speak. Otherwise, they would have been targeted by the third sect leader of the Coupling Celestial Sect. At that time, they would have died without a burial ground. Sima Pingdong's strength was far superior to theirs, but he still died, let alone them? Great Elder. The other elder of the Sima family had personally witnessed the death of the Great Elder, Sima Pingdong, but he could only smile bitterly. There was nothing he could do. He's from the Eastern Fang clan? After Bihai Mingfeng killed Sima Pingdong, many people shifted their attention to the person from the Eastern Fang clan who had spoken earlier. Someone from the Eastern Fang clan had also spoken after Sima Pingdong's death. His words were a clear violation of the rules in the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. As expected, after killing Sima Pingdong, Bihai Mingfeng disappeared from his spot under everyone's watchful eyes. When he reappeared, he was already standing in front of the person from the Eastern Fang clan. The person who had spoken earlier was an ordinary elder from the Eastern Fang clan. His expression changed drastically when he saw Sima Pingdong being killed. When he saw Bihai Mingfeng appear before him, his complexion immediately turned pale. There was no trace of blood in his face. Third sect leader, please spare my life. Third sect leader, please spare my life. The elder from the Eastern Fang clan knelt in the air and repeatedly kowtowed as he begged Bihai Mingfeng for mercy. Even if Sima Pingdong was fully prepared, it would be easy for him to kill the elder from the Eastern Fang clan. For someone who could kill Sima Pingdong with just a blow, killing the elder from the Eastern Fang clan would be as easy as stepping on an ant. However, Bihai Mingfeng's expression remained indifferent when he heard the elder from the Eastern Fang clan begging for mercy. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Bihai Mingfeng raised his hand again and pointed his brush at the air. In the next moment, swoosh, a sharp ray of light whizzed out from the tip of the brush, making a sound like the whistle of a sword. It streaked across the sky like a meteor. Spurt. In the next instant, the crowd saw that the Dongfang clan's elder, who was kowtowing non-stop, had just raised his head when a bloody hole appeared in between his eyebrows. His eyes fell to the ground, and he died with grievance. After killing Sima Pingdong, the Grand Elder of the Sima clan, Bihai Mingfeng had taken Sima Pingdong's spatial ring and vest. However, after killing the elder from the Eastern Fang clan, he did not take Sima Pingdong's spatial ring and defensive celestial weapon. It was as though he did not care about Sima Pingdong's spatial ring and defensive celestial weapon at all. In fact, Bihai Mingfeng was right. With Bihai Mingfeng's status and wealth, even Sima Pingdong, the Grand Elder of the Sima clan, could not compare to him. It was only natural that he would not be interested in the spatial ring of an ordinary elder from the Eastern Fang clan. After killing the elder from the Eastern Fang clan, Bihai Mingfeng returned to the palanquin in just a blink of an eye. Sect leader Bihai, I'm afraid most of the people who came out of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm will only want to join the Coupling Celestial Sect now. Zhang Guangzheng, one of the vice sect leaders of the Simplicity Celestial Sect, said with a bitter smile on his face. That's right, sect leader Bihai. That's not very nice of you. Heng Chan, the pavilion master of the Arhat Hall from the Cloud Platform Celestial Sect, chimed in unhappily. The Zhangsun brothers from the Zhangsun clan and Gongyang Yu from the Gongyang clan remained silent, but they could only smile bitterly at the side. The third sect leader of the Coupling Celestial Sect had displayed his prowess, but they had done nothing. If they were in Bihai Mingfeng's shoes, they would be more willing to join a sect with such a powerhouse. Isn't it because I saw that after Sima Pingdong spoke? Although you all looked dissatisfied, you didn't intend to attack, so I attacked. Bihai Mingfeng glanced at Zhang Guangzhang and Heng Chan before he said indifferently, "Since both of you didn't want to make a move, I had no choice but to make a move." Upon hearing Bihai Mingfeng's words, Zhang Guangzhang and Heng Chan could only smile bitterly. They wanted to make a move as well. However, Sima Pingdong was not any weaker than them. Even if they made a move, it would only end in a stalemate. If Sima Pingdong decided to flee, they would not be able to stop him with their strength. If Sima Pingdong fled, it would be even more embarrassing than if they did not make a move. For this reason, after weighing the pros and cons, they did not make a move. After Bihai Mingfeng made a move, the remaining people from the Sima clan and the Dongfang clan behaved themselves. The two people from the Grade 8 sects behind Li Yuan and Yunjian also behaved themselves. They did not even dare to look at Duan Lingtian, Ling Juyun, Murong Xiaoxiao, and the others. Someone's coming out again. A moment later, a cry of surprise rang out. Many people saw another figure appear outside the door that floated in the air. Not long after, figures came out one after another. Jialong soon after. Duan Lingtian saw Huang Jialong emerging from the door. Apart from that, Duan Lingtian knew Huang Jialong was fine since his name was still on the scoreboard. Moreover, Huang Jialong had more points than Huang Jiachao. Unlike Huang Jiachao, who relied on Duan Lingtian, Huang Jialong had obtained all his points on his own. This time, out of the 9 people from the supporting Fall Nation who entered, only 4 survived. Apart from the 3 of us, there's also Meng Qiuyu. Upon seeing Huang Jialong, Duan Lingtian glanced at the scoreboard and saw Meng Qiuyu's name. Meng Qiuyu was one of the 2 women among the 9 people from the supporting Fall Nation who had entered the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm with an old woman who was a celestial king. Brother Duan. As soon as Huang Jialong came out, he made his way to Duan Lingtian and the others. After greeting Hu Lin Yi, the emperor of the supporting Fall Nation, he began to chat with Duan Lingtian. "Brother Duan, how many points did you obtain?" Huang Jialong asked curiously. At the same time, he waved the accumulative point jade in his hand proudly and said, "I have 22 points. See for yourself." Duan Lingtian shrugged nonchalantly when he heard Huang Jialong's question. At the same time, he looked at the scoreboard in the distance. Huang Jialong followed Duan Lingtian's gaze and looked at the scoreboard. "Look at it from the top." When Huang Jialong's eyes landed on the scoreboard, Huang Jiachao reminded him. Huang Jialong shifted his gaze to the top of the scoreboard. First place, Ling Juyun, 298 points. Huang Jialong could not help but curse when he saw the first row. F***CK. That genius sectless cultivator from the East Ming Nation is so freakish? First place? How did he do it? Don't worry about that. Just look at the scoreboard. Huang Jiachao reminded him. Huang Jialong suppressed his shock and continued to look at the scoreboard. He was stunned when he saw the scoreboard. Second place, Duan Lingtian, 286 points. Once these words fell into his eyes, they seemed to contain an extremely powerful force that continuously attacked his eyeballs. "Be brother Duan, why you're in second place?" After a while, Huang Jialong looked at Duan Lingtian in disbelief. What did you do?" "I just did it, that's all." Duan Lingtian shrugged again and said with a casual expression. Swoosh! Meng Qiuyu exited the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm and returned to the old woman's side as a fragrant breeze blew in the air. You're tuning in to the Legend of the Vagabond YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.